You're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
キドキしようよ準備開脚早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
One of the biggest esports on the planet is back, with a tournament as big as the major itself. 32 teams enter the arena to fight for fame and glory, with only one match to define their path forward. Today, some will get one step closer to the next stage, and some will be just one step away from having their dreams crushed. The biggest prize pool Counter-Strike has to offer is on the line. 16 matches, all or nothing. This is the game you've been waiting for. This is Counter-Strike.
Oh, it most certainly is Counter-Strike. Welcome, everybody. Come one, come all. We are definitely in Paris. It's a little warm outside, but we are definitely heating up the competition inside of the venue here for the Esports World Cup. My name is Trey Sorrent. It's my honor, it's my privilege to go ahead and welcome you into what is another installment of us trying to find out who is the world's best. I'm not doing it alone. Yanko in the middle, Pimp down on the other side of him, and guys, we got a day full of Counter-Strike. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, finally, the big dogs are here. Counter-Strike has arrived. We had the last chance qualifier a couple of days ago, which was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
With the amount of teams, 160 PCs, the way that it got completed, and you saw a lot of people talk about, you know, reminiscing about the old times and LAN parties and whatnot, Copenhagen Games, Jacob. And yeah, now we have 32 teams in the running for the big trophy.
Those were the good days, you know, back at the Copenhagen Games. Gave us a bit of a that nostalgic feeling. Yeah, to some degree, you know. It was fun for me. That's back when I was somewhat decent at the game. I think it was cool to see the last chance qualifier. And as you said, now you have the big dogs coming in. You have a lot of storylines, Trace, that we're going to attack throughout the day. But having Vitality come in, having Falcons coming in, you know, having something to prove as well for the big teams, that's going to be fun and interesting to follow throughout the weeks.
Yeah, the landscape looks vastly different from the last time we were at the Esports World Cup for Counter-Strike and its specificity there. Sorry, I had a little bit of a bird talking in my ear. I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the big picture. I'm going to talk about that Esports World Cup in its entirety. What does it look like? How does it happen? Let's find out.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Yeah, just such a massive undertaking. The Esports World Cup really does pit all the best gamers from all around the globe together, put them all here in Paris this year, and obviously with all the different games, different varieties, we could go on to talk about each and every single one of them. The realities are that some of these teams, some of these orgs are back, and I'm talking about Optic and Call of Duty. Jacob, what do you know about that?
Well, not too much, to be honest, even though they've been around for quite some time, I think. American organization, had a rich history in Call of Duty, tried to put their foot in Counter-Strike as well at one point, had a couple of Danes playing for them, were somewhat decent, but then they left again, so who cares?
Yeah, I mean, tons of different games. Obviously, Falcons, two-time champions of the club championship, looking for that three-peat, but it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of organizations in the running. All gamers are leading the charts at the moment, but Falcons do have the most teams, right? Obviously, Counter-Strike is a huge game for them. Even outside of the club championship, they're looking to bounce back, start the season strong after lifting the trophy at the Cologne Major.
Same goes for Vitality. I remember last year, I believe it was Yanko, we had to cover a third-place decider game where there was $1 million on the line because it would affect the club championship and how the final standings would end up. So safe to say that, yeah, in isolation, this is a big tournament for Counter-Strike, but in terms of the club championships and the revenue for the clubs as well. It could turn out to be quite important as to who do well, you know, whether that's Vitality, Falcons. I think the Thieves are even in the mix in the club championship as well. In terms of expectations for Counter-Strike, don't really anticipate them scoring too many points, but safe to say they have a chance.
Look, they already won some people's hearts just in the fashion that they got here. And I think, you know, that one will come up in due time. But obviously, with the amount of games going on here, I don't think it can be understated just how much of an effort this is, logistically speaking, to accomplish all of this in the time frame that we have, Yanko.
It was just funny to me, you know, if you told someone before COVID that Simple and Device will play each other in a qualifier on LAN. And there's already 28 teams at the event, so they're battling for, you know, the last 4 spots in a qualifier. But it's just how it is now with the VRS, and when you're starting teams from scratch, it's a tough climb, really. And 100 Thieves obviously had a whole season where they weren't able to break through, and this would be huge for them if they're able to get a couple of wins, get higher in the placing, prize money, all of that. Down the line, you get more invites.
Yeah, the Esports World Cup Club Championships. That's what we're looking at, because the big picture here is the organizations putting all of their might together across the different titles that we kind of highlighted right there just a minute ago. And as you can see, this one's panning out. After a Tekken victory over there, it looks like AG.AL is going to be adding some more points on the board, Jacob.
Yeah, that's why it's super important, as Yanko said, for teams like Falcons, for Na'Vi, Vitality, you name it. As I said, the Thieves are in the mix, Spirit up there as well. It's important to hoist some points in Counter-Strike, which I consider, obviously, biased as I am, to be the crown jewel of the Esports World Cup Championship, which is also why we're finishing off with 2 weeks of Counter-Strike. So a lot can still change. There's 2 weeks left. There's a lot of games going on simultaneously. I know chess is ongoing right now, and Liquid in particular have a pretty big star in that regard, so maybe they can get some more points and get into the mix. Unfortunately for Liquid's Counter-Strike team, nowhere to be found.
But Liquid is not even on this list in the top 16, and they have a lot of teams, right? So it's been a disastrous club championship for them so far. I'm going to keep my eye on Na'Vi as well. They're looking to bounce back in Counter-Strike too. It's been ages, and they haven't played a game since the major, right? So, you know, Blade has been cooking, and let's see what he has in store for us.
Gentlemates are cool, but FaZe Clan, you ever heard of these guys? It was an up-and-coming sort of organization.
There's still no Liquid? This is the top 32 teams. They're still.
Are we sure about that?
Are they playing anything? Like, are they do? They did nothing for like 7 weeks. What's going on? 34.
Yeah, they're just out of the cut, it would seem.
Thank you, Mr. Producer. But that's wild. Yeah, that's wow.
That's crazy.
Trace, just as things are looking up for them in Counter-Strike, they're falling apart everywhere else. Isn't that the typical life of an NA fan?
No, it really is. I swear to goodness, there was a time where the Cloud9 League team would be winning, and then the CS team, just hot trash. Just hot trash right over there. Just put us in the bin. It's all over with. But I guess in us understanding what's going on here within the big picture of the Esports World Cup Club Championships, it is a lot to take in. And I do think the best time for me is to let you learn from somebody else.
One of the biggest and best esports on the planet is making its return to the Esports World Cup. In Counter-Strike, there's no room for mistakes or weak plays, and the tournament format reflects it, so let's see how it works. A total of 32 teams will enter the stage, and throughout a total of 11 intense days, battle for a share of the $2 million prize pool. It's a true marathon, and it all begins in the group stage, where our participants are split into 4 equal groups of 8 teams. Group stage features a double elimination format, with all opening matches being a best of 1 and the remaining games being best of 3s. Win 2 matches and you are through to the playoffs. Lose 2 times and you are going back to the airport. 16 of the best group stage teams move to the playoffs, where they will face a long and unforgiving single elimination bracket, starting in the round of 16 and then having to push all the way to the best of 5 grand final. And only then, out of 32 competitors, a new EWC CS2 champion will emerge. Who shall reach the peak, and whose hopes and dreams will be crushed in the process?
Well, if there's one thing I know about this group I have here on the desk, is that they love to see hopes and dreams get crushed. So, guys, how do you feel about that? How does it make you feel, knowing that, yes, we're still crushing keys?
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I just want to say, I think the format of this event is like unlike anything we've ever seen, really, in Counter-Strike, where you have 32 teams, the world's best teams, play against each other at the same time, going into a 16-team playoffs, you know, and you had a 64-team open LAN qualifier, so anyone could really try and get into the tournament. If we could just, if it weren't for the opening round best of ones, there would be no debate, but I still think it's like a pretty insane tournament to have.
Well, as somewhat old heads is what I guess we could call ourselves now. We come from a time where it was, hey, bring your own computer. Come play in under these confines and define yourself as the best. Now, Jacob, it looks as though you don't have to bring your own computer, but you still have to go through a gauntlet.
It is a gauntlet, and that's what makes it very legit if you were to win this tournament. As Janko said, there was a last chance qualifier on land being played out, so even getting into the tournament was the tough part. And then you have to make it all the way to the playoff, which is a single elimination bracket. So you have to show up every single game, every single time. There's no double elimination once you get into the playoffs. So I like it a lot, It adds a bit of pressure. And, on top of that, with the timing of the tournament as well, we're just coming back from a big break. Vitality in the mix, Falcons in the mix, Na'Vi playing their first game in forever. So there's so many cool storylines to take on right here. And I think it's very fair to say that if you want to win this tournament, you have to be consistently playing well throughout 2 weeks, which is a lot to ask for a lot of teams.
Almost too many storylines. So that's why we can compartmentalize it down to the groups that we're going to be watching and as they play out. So I think we can start to look at the groups and just how this one has drawn out. With Group A, Jacob, you look like you want to take this one.
Yeah, sure thing. You have the heavy favorite in Team Spirit at the top of the chart right here. A couple of interesting teams in the group as well. For me, G2, I have an eye out on them. I'm curious to see how they're going to fare in this season, if they can take the step up and be a team that is consistently in the mix for quarterfinals, semifinals, etc. And then I guess the last one I'd mention here, Janko, would be Aurora. Coming in with a new lineup, new coach, they could be interesting.
Yeah, it absolutely could be interesting. G2 also rough start, not making it to the land portion of Bounty, losing to Team Liquid. Spirit absolutely going to be disappointed with the loss to Mouse, but this is, especially looking at their bracket, like this is where Spirit, they're going to be in the playoffs no matter what. And then on the other side, yeah, G2, we'll see if Big can improve on what they've shown us at Cologne and take the next step.
Show me Group B. Let's see what we've got cooking over there. Again, there's a lot of groups, 4 to be exact.
Yeah, and then I think you look at Group B, obviously with Falcons being there, right? Another team that slipped up in Bounty, losing to 100 Thieves in the online portion. So yeah, this is where you're really trying to kick off your season. In a way, they'll get so much leeway because of winning the major, right? So no result can really put a dent in them, but you want to show that wasn't a fluke and that you're able to keep building on that performance.
A very even group. NIP, Legacy, FaZe Clan, BB Team, Astralis. I consider them all to be very close in terms of level, so it's going to be a dogfight to get out of here.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and jump over to C then. Again, we did say 4 groups, so C kind of shakes down a little bit like this. Yeah. Vitality back in the server. Now, I'm going to just say it. Most interesting game of the day. Vitality 100 Thieves.
100%, but for the name value, I don't think the game is going to be too close, to be completely honest. I consider Vitality to be by far the best team in this group and maybe even the favorite to win the entire thing. Now, it's cool for the Thieves to make it to this tournament. A little bit unfortunate for them, Janko. They have to face off Vitality in the first game.
Yeah, but they'll love that.
Best of one.
A lot of times we hear these teams talking. We had the interview from Rain saying, I prefer playing Tier 1 teams. That's what I've done all my career. It's less random. I kind of can do a better job of predicting what they're going to do. But I think also some of the teams, like Lin Vision and Tai Lu, obviously we saw M80s in there. In Group D will have Wildcard. Like these teams also, this is going to be such a huge event for them. They can just get a couple of wins, right? Because usually they're region locked for the most time.
So Group D, the very last one. Group D as in the one that we need to determine the very last group. Yeah, I don't know what you thought I was going to say, but I wasn't going to say
Nothing.
that. Group 3D, Max, we got that going for us a little bit. Na'Vi, always a favorite looking forward.
Yeah, they'll be extra motivated. Obviously, 3D Max playing in France. Na'Vi, as we said, haven't played in a long time, and that was a disappointing major for them. You also look at the teams they played really good teams.
Sure.
And it was really close games. And of course, you expected more from Na'Vi, but they're allowed to have an off event, even though it's the worst possible time. So we'll see if they can continue on the form leading up to the major. And also Furia, obviously, being in that grand final, they want to continue in Fallen's last season as an active player in Counter-Strike.
And really, all of that's cool and stuff. But the entire community, the entire world even, is talking about this one guy. His name is Gizmi. Now, he also comes into this system in which the 100 Thieves had to go through gruelingly enough to get to where they are now, playing within this main event side of things. But Gizmi, all eyes on him.
Yeah, did one hell of a job in the last chance qualifier, both from an individual perspective, but also coming into the Thieves and making them relevant again. And if anything, Janko, he freed up Rain, so he no longer has to pretend he's an in-game leader and he'll just be a player.
Listen, Jacob, one of my main wishes in Counter-Strike got fulfilled in Cologne. Nico got his major, but there's another one.
Oh, yeah?
And I want to see it before I go, Trace.
Oh, please, throw it out there now.
I need to see Twists and Gizmi team up. Because we need to have one Dalkin and one Spreckelson on the same team.
Yeah, okay.
They could both go to Magic. I think that would be perfect, actually.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's on the block, isn't it, Jacob? I mean, that was on your radar, wasn't it?
Not at all, to be completely honest. But it's okay to have dreams, Janko. You know, keep dreaming. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, the dreams have actually got these teams through this portion of the tournament. You know, it's obviously, we talked about how big of an undertaking it is, how many different chances you have to get through to work your way into it. Now, this is just fruits of your labor.
They're talking about a gauntlet. I mean, you had to play 3 best-of-3s in a row on that final day of the qualifier to make it. And GG How definitely, you know, sort of the surprise package in that regard of making it through 100 teams in a very tough lower side of the bracket. Also able to make it. That game against BCG was huge. You mentioned Gizmi had a couple of unbelievable clutches to keep them in it and to get them over the finish line.
Yeah, K27 as well. You know, nice of EWC to borrow them some shirts so they could show up and look like a team as well. Played well in that qualifier and made it all the way into the main event.
Yeah, and sometimes playing through those qualifiers, we were talking about running back the years for ourselves. That old guard is still kicking around. And of course, we talk about them in some of their heydays, thriving through those systems to where they are right now. So let's talk a little bit about what our story of the day is, which is the old guard still here to play. Jacob?
They're still here to play. You know, that's the most interesting part about this tournament for me to begin with, to see if they're still competitive as well. Because one thing is making it into the tournament. Spoke about Vitality going up against the Thieves, where you have Device coming in, you have Rain coming in, you know, household names of Counter-Strike. But one thing is making it, another one is actually being competitive against the likes of Vitality. And I think that's going to be a tough one for the Thieves. It's going to be tough for Tapson and Big. It's going to be tough for a lot of these old players.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a different environment for them to have to get used to, for guys like Rain and Device to grind these online tournaments and go to smaller lands, have to play qualifiers and everything, right? It's not what they're used to. So these opportunities are few and far apart at the moment for 100 Thieves, and they have to make the most out of it.
Yeah, well, the schedule for today, it looks like, I told you guys there would be a lot of Counter-Strike. We have, what, 16 games today?
16.
That's a lot of BO1s. Again, best of ones, too. So it's a little bit more dicey than your average best of 3. Big and Aurora are going to be kicking us off here over on the A stream. And then the whole day kind of rounds out in a way where we do get that Vitality 100 Thieves game towards the very end, and that's a Group C opening match. So just a couple games in between there and then.
It should be interesting. I think a lot of the games are close on paper as well. You know, BB Team, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi 3D Max could potentially be fun in a best of one. And a 9C, a team we haven't spoken about, you know, did well at the major. Surprised a lot of us. They also come into play. I'm curious to see what they're up for.
Argentina versus Brazil to end the day. That's always a spicy matchup. But yeah, 9Z had a great run. You're looking to see, all right, can they do it now in a consistent way against some of this top-tier opposition? And they're already a lock for the major with how deep they play. So they're playing with house money at the moment.
Well, speaking of the house, we're not so far from theirs. It's Berlin International Gaming. We get to see them maybe a couple times a year, this being their Super Bowl. I think this they so adequately put against an Aurora Gaming on the other side with a couple of fresh looks. So cool stuff around the edges on this one. I would just say Aurora, obviously the one to talk about, but Big might have a little something in the chamber.
Yeah, well, Big, one of those teams that did make the run last season, right, to make the major out of nowhere, really, in a way, playing some of these online tournaments, playing some of these smaller lands, and then, you know, the 12-0 comeback. Against who was it again, Trace?
I guess we'll never know. Anyway, moving swiftly past.
Yeah, so getting, you know, advancing in the major and getting some points there, playing the XCE tournament in China, making the playoffs. So it's slowly building, getting back to play, just playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike on land. That's what they've been looking to, making it through the last chance qualifier, right, and making it in the tournament. That was like the main goal for them. But Aurora definitely a team that's beatable for Big.
Jacob, let's pick up on the Big side of things. Where have they been? Where are they going? What do they got going on?
Well, as Janko said, they've been grinding, you know, grinding into the major. After the major as well, short break into the tournament in China, and now they're here grinding the last chance qualifier and doing a good job at it. I don't know if people are sleeping on Big. You know, when you look at the lineup, there's some pretty good players within that team. Blame F, as an instance, you know, has done a tremendous job, I think, coming into Big and making them relevant again. So, as you said, in a best-of-1 game against Aurora, they're very much competitive. They're used to playing best-of-1s. They're used to grinding their way. They're used to opening up tournaments like this and having to get wins in order to acquire points for VIS. So, if I'm Aurora coming in with a new lineup, a new setup, you know, maybe not quite sure how it's going to look like yet, I think this game has potential to be a real close one.
Yeah, for sure. I think also you have to talk about communication for Aurora, right?
Okay.
Like going from a full Turkish lineup to now an international lineup, and for guys like Zantares and Bikadia, Voxic used to play obviously on international teams.
Bit of history,
before.
Zantares big, you know?
Yeah, and Zantares for a little bit, but I think it's just about getting used to, you know, the pace, the call-outs, right? Like it becomes difficult when you need to piece a couple of sentences together, sort of suggest to your teammates something or ask for some help, for some utility. Oh, you do this and then I'll do that. Like that's where it gets more difficult for people who are not native speakers and who haven't done it in a long time. So I think you'll have those growing pains definitely with Aurora, but put together a great team, I feel like, with the additions of Kixan and Jimmy, two guys who, you know, maybe their stock was a little bit lower, but I don't think that's completely fair looking at their circumstance. And then obviously the addition of Ash, a guy that for a long time we've been looking at and say, hey, he probably deserves a better team, you know, better pieces to work with. So now they have all that, and they just have to sort of work it out together.
Has to be said as well, you know, two teams who are aspiring to two different things. Big have been built on a low-key budget, there said, you know, keeping some of the German players, having Tapson in there in the mix still, brought Blame F into the mix, you know, an expensive player, but that's about it. Where you look towards Aurora, I mean, as far as I understand, you know, their aspirations, they want to be a top team, they want to be in the top 5, they want to be at every single playoff, at every single tournament for the future, investing in Kixan, investing in GymFat. So you're looking at two teams who are working with vastly different budgets and vastly different aspirations. Despite that, right now, right here, you know, given they're so new, they should be somewhere similar to each other.
Do you think they keep the same roster for the rest of the year?
Aurora? That very much depends on how it's going to go for them early on. I think it's one of those teams where you see what works, you see what doesn't work, and then they're one change away from being really interesting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Aurora lineup. Of course, if you're living under a rock or you didn't exactly know what happened, it does look like a Woxic, Zantares, Wakadia, GymFat, and Kixan. Now, Kixan bringing the sort of strategic element there.
Yeah, I think Kixan is a very interesting one. I think just because I think Falcons made a good change. Obviously, they won the major, so they're already happy with the change. But I think the fact that Kixan wasn't the right fit for that Falcons lineup doesn't mean he's not a good IGL or he cannot take a team like Aurora to the next level, right? Like a lot of times, especially when it comes to the Tier 1 Counter-Strike or trying to build a contender, like the fit matters. You know, not every IGL works with every team. Not every coach works with every team and every IGL. So I think people would be, you know, crazy to think, oh, Kixan was lost or he's not good just because he couldn't make Falcons work with better players. How is he going to make Aurora work with, you know, worse players on paper? But it's a lot about sort of just having the control of the team and everyone sort of listening to him and him being able to do his thing. And I think he's able to do that in Aurora.
Well, it's a two-part change, right? Because you also bring in Ash as a coach and then you have Kixan there. You're looking for that reinforcement as well. So the building blocks, dare I say, a little bit bigger than what you would probably put in there.
Yeah, you'd hope they see eye to an eye on the game of Counter-Strike. I'm sure S will find a way to get Kixan in there as well and them working well together. To me, GymFat as well, you know, a player that didn't mouse for a long, long time, where maybe underperforming a little bit, not living up to expectations. He comes in now to a new team, hopefully gets a bit more space to express himself as well. And I could see GymFat, you know, work out very well with Kixan as an in-game leader as well. So that match as well, I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out.
Let's work out this veto and where we go here. And again, best of ones to kick things off today. Best of ones, 16 of them to be exact. Where are we playing?
We'll see. I mean, in a best of ones, usually you find some middle ground. Big, notorious for having a 7-map pool. Aurora early on kind of kept the map pool. Ancient Band played a lot of Anubis still, which is what we see Big veto out immediately. And there's still a chance for cash. And we get it
right away.
First game of the day. New map in the pool, replaced Overpass after the major. An old favorite for many, Jacob.
Yeah, I remember playing Zantares on Cash in particular, and I think he was the best player in the world in that specific map.
Against you specifically?
Against me specifically and everyone else when he was in Big back in the days. And I think Space Soldiers, they were like god tier on Cash compared to how good they actually were. So there's definitely some know-how in terms of how to play the map. But also it's a sign of two teams who are coming in well prepared. They've had a long break, you know, they've had time to practice, so integrating Cash into the map pool and being willing to play it in a best of one, kind of ballsy on both sides of the team, which is, you know, the way I want to describe this game. I think both of them are walking in believing that they can win this one. There's no clear favorite on paper, so it should be a fun one.
Yeah, especially for a guy like Zontaras talking about the aim feeling better here. This is single-handedly a player that could take a game into his hands if they activate him the right way.
Yeah, I think it has to be said, though, there's a lot more on the line here for Big than there is for Aurora.
Yeah.
Like, Aurora, just with their top 4 placing at the major, have secured, like, they'll be at more Tier 1 events. They'll almost certainly already have enough to be at the next major, right? And for Big, this is one of the few opportunities that they have locked in, right? So they have to approach it as such. You mentioned that this is their Super Bowl in a way, if they want to make sure they'll be at the major and just get more opportunities in the Tier 1 scene.
It's mega important for Big. There's no way around it. It's also why they've been grinding so much after the major as well. Very short break into a tournament, into this one as well. They're very well aware, Trace, that if they want to be part of the circuit, be at the Tier 1 tournaments and be at the next major, they have to come out and swing from the get-go.
Right away into a best of one at that, on cash. So it is a little bit like Christmas in, what is it, August, I guess? Is that about right?
Like that, yeah.
Yep.
Cash, in terms of these two teams, what sort of play style are we expecting? I mean, I know it's kind of hard to just put there, but I got to ask the question.
Yeah, we didn't see too many changes from how the map has been played before, right? Obviously, with the different smokes and everything, with the skyboxes, it changes a little bit, but I think you'll see a lot of aggression on the CT side, right? Especially from a team like Big. They are very active, they like to go for fights, they like to take map control, and it's a good approach against Aurora, who's going to struggle maybe with some of the communication and still being on the same page and having those prompt reactions. I think that would be a good approach for Big.
I agree. You have to be proactive on the CT side. It's one of those maps that doesn't reward you for sitting back and waiting for the opposition to come. You have to stress your opposition, you have to stress your opponents, and I think it'll be a T-sided game where a lot of them are going to be aggressive.
Well, let's not get too stressed out just yet. This is Big Aurora, and it is time for us to get the game underway.
All right, we got Big taking on Aurora, and it's a little bit of cash to get things going out here at EWC. Already seen Big have to brave their way through the open qualifier. And this new look international Aurora taking it the stage out here in EWC. Hugo, we haven't got to cast cash yet.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
I mean, there's so many firsts, right? It's not just, you know, this new Aurora International lineup. It's the new map in the pool, as you said. So it's bound to be a banger here, Harry. No doubt about that. And Big coming off the back of another grind. We saw them grind to the major at the end of the last season. Now they've now done the same on quite the run to get to the main event here in EWC. And now they play up against a team that we have a lot of questions about, right? Sure, Aurora have that core. They have a bunch of players that are proven, a team that their very core was in the major playoffs, but now we look at these couple of international additions, including a recent desk analyst in Ash standing behind them. So it's a lot to like here for Aurora. Whether it will hit the ground running, we're going to have to wait and see. They've had some online success, but it's all different on LAN. It's all different at EWC.
And so nothing rip-roaring to get this one going. It's a bit of a spread-out start here for Aurora. Jimmy with the bomb out here towards the door. He's got Wakadia in tow. That's a pretty sick camera angle. These two so close. But I want to know what's the plan with Woxic and co. They started off over here towards B. He's got a bit of util to work with, so we might have a fake here trying to draw out an early rotate from Big. But that bomb ready to react out through the door on the A site. CT smoke lobbed in. And is this going to draw much of a reaction? Big thought about it. BlameF hasn't moved a muscle, though. Out close at the door. Lets the first guy past. BlameF can't deal with it. And so Aurora will get through. Bomb in tow. And this is shaping up to be their pistol round.
Yeah, it's not like Big moved that much. Sure, Tabson backed up off a bomb site, but I don't think he could have done too much either way. Aurora run past those dual Berettas and barely anything done. That's a nice bit of damage on the way in, but Glocks are everywhere, and Big are not getting back into this bomb site. Grix 1v4. And Aurora just called a pause here and peeked together at the end. Nice pistol from Aurora. Some set piece, some strategy behind that. Little fake on the B-bomb site. And some well-placed util on A. So pistol round comes in here for Aurora. Wondering if we get that force buy from Big. It is CT Cash after all, right? This was a classic. Get up in your face. Lots of options for aggression on this map. Lots of moves you can make. So Big do indeed go for it. Going to be keeping my eyes on middle in this game, right? The variance of how you take mid as a CT player. Are you playing for it every round? How often are you giving it up? When the T's realize you're giving it up, what are they going to do with it? Aurora know in a round 2, there's not going to be a lot of util behind this buy. So they just take full control straight away. Sandbags, Molly, Z smoke, and it's all theirs. Question is, where do they go from here? Bombs outside of B. Aurora just milling about in the middle, ready to split vent. Big are realizing in the quiet something could be happening. They start to shift over.
Yeah, and this is a well-timed gamble from Big. Third player in tow. JDC taking that first bit of contact, and in comes Blame F out from the spawn. Util finds a bit of chip damage here, but it's nothing to write home about yet for Aurora. They're looking to change their mind here, and that's going to put them away from the stack. Tabson nearby, out towards Z, could disrupt everything with a well-timed backstab. Needs to convert on these kills, gets out with one of them, but it's Antares trading it right back, and he is clean with it on the AK. Bomb's going to cross on in, and in come the rest of Big. They are here on a good timing. That bomb not down yet. Things are getting stressful for Aurora.
They're going to keep the pressure on right now. Big are pushing in. That bomb will not get planted easily. Favin gets dropped, though. That might call it off for Big. Kixon's on a huge flank round the back, so backstab to Blame F. Puts this one in the pocket of Aurora. A nice mid-round call made by Aurora to get out of there upon seeing this stag. It was a little bit slow coming out A main. They wanted that cross smoke, but it gets them in position to win the round. So a little treacherous, but a conversion nonetheless. Full eco now for Big. Aurora with the chance to really build into this game. Of course, it's an Aurora in a very different position, but keep in mind, I'm in Paris. It's the German Deegs, though, Harry, that can never be underestimated.
It's true, they can't, but I mean, up until now, I think Aurora had done a really sound job of just kind of dodging a lot of the danger here. And Big don't want to let that happen again. They've actually taken a bit of space away at the start of this round. No longer relying on the gambles, feeling a bit of freedom with just the pistols. They pushed into A main. That's given rise to an early stack out towards B. And Aurora are moving in. Looking at Kixan here, who's gained a lot of ground, isn't known about yet either, and with his teammates covering, oh, it's weird. He hasn't cleared the site. JDC's right next to him. Kixan just had to look to his right, and he would have found this guy. This is going to come as a real surprise. No, JDC, that's a disaster. Give it a bit of a golden ticket there to try and steal that round away, or at least make it interesting, but he's flubbed the shot.
Oh, no, that really ruins the vibe, doesn't it? That really ruins your whole day, and it adds a little laugh to Aurora, who just get given a gimme. Oh, I said the German Deegs, Harry. I was expecting a little bit more than that. Awkward round to lose. Aurora looking very comfortable in this map. It makes sense, right? New team coming in with a new in-game leadership, a new coach, right? Wanting to immediately establish himself on a map like this. One that, you know, some of the top teams, I think, they're not going to entirely avoid it. You can't at the end of the day if it didn't get swapped for your Instaban, but maybe they won't be trying to perfect it out of the gate. This gives you a leg up. Aurora going to run into this B site into the 4th round. This is an interesting one now because they're going to get bombed down. They're going to have util for post-plant, but Big have the numbers to consider going for this. These retakes are really hard on the B site. That bomb plant is not open either. Aurora playing 2 in the site, re-smoking still. Big, a lot of util, but they've got to get their ducks in a row. That will help.
Stabson going to do it again. Close to Santares on that second spam. Him and Jimmy feeling a great deal of pressure here. They're getting encircled by Big, and it's JDC late from main. Meant to put a bit of order back on this. Comes through with Blame F to reel that round back in, and Big are on the board. Their first rifle round instantly finding a bit of success.
You do wonder what would have happened if tabseN doesn't get that burst kill through the smoke. A 3v4, a 1v4 for Jimmy. He puts it into a very winnable position, but just overwhelmed by numbers. Could have gone very, very wrong here for Big in this round.
Gotta say as well, I do like how late JDC is on that main lurk, right? You're kind of leaving it down to the wire anyway. Everyone's coming through CT. You touched on all the util that Big had heading into that round. And so JDC just really takes his time. And at a certain point, you kind of just write off that main position if you're Xantares there. No one's peeked you for what feels like an eternity. Time's running low. You're hearing all this noise out towards the spawn. And it just ends up being a nice free kill to kickstart that retake.
Right, so Big have something, and they have Aurora within breaking point. Winning this round puts them back to eco. Of course, tabseN's got the nerdiest nades in town. That's a crazy HE. Dunked onto Wicardia, defaulting in main. Ready to get out and over on middle. Smoke comes in. Don't be surprised to see Kixen go through this as the util lands. Double Molotov. Smoke comes out for Big to put some fear in the sandbags. That will make them a little more tentative here in middle while Big make the next play.
Yeah, and this has been a bit of a pressure point for Big early in this game, just trying to go and snipe this A main control away.
Uh-oh.
They'll take it by force. An attempt at a retake here for Woxic. Hoping to get this space back. Will remove one. They should be aware the presence of tabseN kill to his name already. It's been taken in the downtime for Aurora. They might be a man down here, but they've got good positions to try and split onto this A site. With tabseN dead, Xantares able to find him. Will he be aware of Blame F out towards the truck? Gets the spot. I'll get one over him, though. And they know that Kixan was loose around here somewhere. They're going to regroup and maybe look to clear mid together. Kixan is in hot water here.
Oh, he had to hit that. It keeps the round alive. Puts his teammate in this 1v2. And Woxic with the bomb down could be anywhere by now. Orb on the site. Going to jump up and try and pick a player off. But he missed that jump. Woxic backs up. Headshot angle, not easy. Molly backside. Woxic's flustering right now. They're running at him 2-on-1. And Woxic hears them burn together. He can't hit his shot right now. Finally connects. Tap on the bomb. Woxic knife out. Doesn't believe it, but they spam him through the smoke, and Big will pick up that second round. A very messy situation, but Big do survive. My, oh my. Already liking Big's reactions, right? Just two really good re-pushes in that round. It's the re-clear in A main after the early damage. They lose mid-control. They go straight for A. They find a pick off of it. They do try and avoid the orb, but it's the mid re-clear that flushes out Kixen. It gives Big better timing back into that bomb site, not looking over their shoulder on the retake. And staying above water now, in fact, looking to fully break Aurora, who have forced off of the bomb plant. Full exec, but it's very quiet. Here they come.
Grix might be blind, but it's no problem. Posted like a bit of a turret at the back of the site here. They still haven't flushed out this AWP, and they're not getting any closer to doing so. Well, that one is ripped away from Aurora decisively at the hands of the Grix Orb. And I do like even, you know, at the end there, Jimmy seeing JDC getting aggressive, aware now that you're getting a lot of these pushes across the map for Big. You've seen them in A main a handful of times. Now you've just seen JDC commit through that B side. Wonder if this is going to slow things down for Aurora, right? Try and gauge some of these reactions a little bit, try and deal with them. Stop the big pushes.
It's an Orpus Paradise being here back on quad on A. Very hard position to flash effectively. Now Aurora do just have Deagles to their name. Big happy to take the fight. Not really been seeing these fakes for Aurora really work, even though they've delivered them rounds. It hasn't felt like Big have been massively out of position. They've had pretty good info all CT side long, and now even in this round, they're happy to take fights.
Yeah, it kind of comes with the territory, right? We're talking about how aggressive they're being in the mid-round, how they're always looking for space and info on these deep lines. It's way harder to kind of catch them off guard with the fakes that you've seen Aurora try and throw in when, you know, they're pushing B main, they're pushing A main.
Oof.
Does feel good to see Xantares on cash again, though.
Second highest rated player on cash of all time, Harry. Second is Iwu.
It's like, you know, maybe only one you could think of that might hit even harder would be seeing like Xantares on Cobblestone.
Oh.
But, man, you know, I'll take this.
You'd have to have Paz and Engine by his side and a bit of Calyx while we're at it.
Maybe Aurora down for another rebuild. Look, kicks out. It's nothing personal. We just got to get the old gang back together.
One more run, one more ride. Nice deagle shot on your way out, but nothing more to it here. Bigger now, back in the swing of it.
And, you know, one thing you're kind of seeing already is, like, for the most part, Big aren't super keen on fighting for the mid-control. Aurora have largely had it whenever they want it, but it can feel real tricky to try and end your round out through one of these mid-hits.
Yeah.
And instead, for Big, the goal has just been to kind of pressure the extremities.
It's also, even if you're trying to come up highway and you throw that, you know, heaven smoke that bleeds down, it's such a giveaway, isn't it? It's so obvious where you are. We saw that Ram taps and just walks out. They calm that smoke is down, so he knows the highway. He walks out, Z shoots him in the back. It's just such a awkward tunnel to be stuck in if you're waiting at a highway smoke. We'll see if Aurora try and do more towards middle, but for now, leaning very heavy A. Pre-smoke comes down. They go straight through. Xantares trusts his aim, but JDC puts him down. Opening move denied here, but there's another man over the boost. Oh. Two rather solo plays here with limited support, punished, and then finally more is gone for. Blame F pushes in a 5-on-3. Big just never stop moving, man. This will enforce an A stack. Have that highway smoke, but JDC has cleared out mid entirely. This is faking no one. Big know what's coming.
Molly at least going to make Tabson uncomfortable, but he's been able to cross out of there. And now the rotates arrive. 3 strong here. It's an even odds bout for this A-site control. Jimmy gone. A clean sweep out of Big. And again, man, you can attribute so much of it to these little mid-round info plays. Grix pushed all the way through B, and it paints a very clear picture of where that round's ending up.
Yeah, Aurora kind of hope a little bit, throwing in that highway smoke. It's after Blame goes down, so they're acting like they have full mid-control, and, oh, we're wrapping you on the A side. But Big just don't buy it, and they're more than fine to clear out positions, as you say. So 5-3, a full streak of rounds here from Big. Very comfortable looking CT side at the moment. Maybe something a little more poppy now for Aurora, where they can put pistols in your face. Missed Molotov on the sandbags. Tech 9's in the door, but Grix has a main control.
And it feels like Aurora have kind of started to lose a bit of a grasp on the game now, right? We're kind of playing on Big say-so. In the last round, they finally go back to the mid-fight on a perfect timing, right as Aurora look to take it. Now they've gone back to what they were doing at the start of this game, a bit of pressure out towards A main. You don't really know where the next fight's coming from if you're Aurora. They'll try and go quickly here. Molly makes life a little tricky for Grix. He knows they've gotten out. The Tech 9 closes in, kicks Sam with a double. Big left relying on Blame F in this backstab.
All right, very uncomfortable round, but Blame could save it all right now. He's got to check the heaven position. It's an unlikely one. Blame shifts through. Everybody hides, cowering in their corner, crouching down. Blame is going to check this, so now the retake is on. They've got to go quick. Jimmy spotted in the door. Pistol up close. Kixon's got to make the play. He comes through the back of this smoke.
Just too many bodies there for him to deal with. Jimmy Deagle. It's done damage, but he's brought down low. And with the defuse being held, Spam not connecting. Big have sniped another one away. Kickstand's double ends up being in vain.
Yeah, you always feel like those post plants come back to bite you on this map, don't they, right? You want to plant open. You always want to plant open, but it's so hard to do so with how quick those CT's rotations are. They can often be someone at E-Box, someone at Car. You got that backside smoke. You can get spammed through. So just take the safe option, the guaranteed money on default. But then look what it does to Jimmy in that post plant. He is on the money with his pre-aim, but that player is behind a box. Big just keep racking up rounds. And Aurora have nothing to show for it since that pistol. Now starting to play middle more aggressively. JDC gets into the vent, supporting his solo AWP at B. It's Faven AWPing this B site.
I mean, you already feel like you're in a very potent position here if you're big, right? You've got that extra rotation now on the vent side in JDC. You've been able to take away the early mid control. JDC now can kind of be responsible for both halves. You will get mollied out of the vent.
Saw nothing.
And so that's given rise to a mid take for Aurora. Now looking for his split. Grix AWP fires off. It's going to fall to Woxic to try and get this trade. Grix ever gives it to him.
Good patience for Grix, but they have crept out. And that's the repeat punish. Woxic waiting for exactly that. 4-on-3, some missed jumps still. Wicardia just trying to get off this forklift, but a headshot comes in. Certified is Wicardia. Faven follows up. Xantares kills the mid-rotation, and now dropping back to this B side, but Faven's read it quickly.
Yeah, he's here ahead of time. Xantares can't afford to fall. That bomb's still making its way over. Faven lobs in a boatload of util, but isn't really in a fighting position here. He's looking for a rifle. That makes you feel like he's going to give this a go.
They have the money either way, so it gives him two options. He can just have a little poke around, see if a kill is offered up, but with how slow this flank is.
I mean, he threw in a lot of util from CT. They know he had that AWP as well. I think this is the last thing you're expecting, that he's gone for the full reroute around. Time's the problem, though. Got to be real swift. Needs the double. Spot on Jimmy, but has to chase him down right now. The time might decide it. Kill comes in. This is down to the wire. Faven with an out-of-the-box reroute. Is there time? He's just done it. That is robbery from Faven.
Even then, I thought there was just enough time to win the round for them. But somehow, Faven shifts in, final second, and Jimmy offers up that kill. My, oh my.
That's just the last thing you're expecting.
They thought he was saving. That is a disaster. Nothing can go wrong here for Big.
And you've felt like you've lost some rough rounds right now if you're Aurora, where they've just kind of been out of your hands. You've been at the full mercy of Big. That one, though, that felt safe. That felt like it was going on the board. You were going to try and find your way still in this T side. Now this is running a real bit of Big dominance thus far. Since the guns have come out, it's all come up Big.
I mean, Jimmy must be feeling like a silly goose after that one. Sure, he gets naded backside. He's 100 health. Few more seconds, drop headshot, crouch, buy time, stay default, anything except wide peek and lose the fight. You are going to get judged by your outcome, and that is the worst possible one there for Big. Or for Aurora, sorry. Sick clutch here. And Aurora just have to keep throwing themselves back in the ring. No time to tap out on this T side. 2 rounds remain. Holding for a move. Big giving them nothing. And well-timed utility has really been the CT side for Big. They do miss that Molotov, but Xantares is already over the top. Big control conceded again from Big. And what do you think they're going to do? A repush coming in at the same time.
Anti on Wicardia able to clean up. got the spot there as well.
Oof.
And it's a Wakadia triple that just might save the day for Aurora. The job's not done yet, though. 3v2, and you're very split up. You do have this mid lurk on Xantares. Bomb retrieved as well for Kixan. He's going to try and link back up with Wakadia. They've got Xantares closing in, and this kill should come for free.
Very key, they don't jump the gun there in that 3-on-2. There's still unknown positions, and so Aurora get everyone together before they commit. Griggs, I mean, his team are probably telling him to give it a go at this point, and so why not when a back gets offered up? Back to the truck. High flash, but Kixan can still re-clear this if he wants to take the risk. Wakadia is in main, and that bomb is open for a change, so feels very difficult without a smoke for Griggs. Can he just hit the straight-up shot? Wakadia is quick to the punch. Aurora do finally break that 7-round streak of big on this CT side. It's not too late to save your half.
I mean, that's just such a huge round out of Wakadia, isn't it, right? The reposition gets himself stolen away here just in time to dodge the flash. Offers up that triple kill. And just good awareness, because this whole game, you feel like when you're dealing with big, you're almost like making a deal with the devil. You get the mid control, sure, but they're going to pressure everything else. They're going to take away all the other map control. That's exactly what big were trying to do. Cardi are able to stop it, and maybe there's still some hope on this T side yet for Aurora. They're shooting for 5. Bit of aggression here. JDC, this isn't a move that Aurora have seen yet. Xantares was trying to watch it. JDC still going to catch him. That's an early advantage for big.
It's a tilter. Xantares has been hitting a lot of shots when needed in this game. Now they're just going to have to go for it. Send into this site. JDC's legs caught by Wakadia under the vent. This time they will check bomb site, but they can't find Faven. Where has he gone? Right through the smoke, dropping back in. Jimmy doesn't hear it. He doesn't react. 2-on-2 now. Wakadia and Woxic trying to bail them out from this man down round. Fate comes out. Big keep the pressure on. They push through the smoke.
They've been using these smokes, just such devastating effect. Woxic will keep eyes on it. And so now you're left looking at Grix. Couldn't hack the 1v3 in that last round and shut down here. It's back-to-back clutches getting denied. As Aurora go on to salvage something at the end of this T side.
You breathe easy now, don't you, right? Getting that 4v5 in the last round, feel like you were back to the worst-case scenario again, but back-to-back rounds at the end of what was a devastating T side. Aurora redeem themselves somewhat. Still going to be an uphill battle here. Big looking very comfortable on the map. And if that's what their CT side looks like with some of the activity we're seeing, some of the re-clears or re-pushes, always having an idea, always having an answer, I'm very excited to see how they're going to try and make this T side work.
You know, I think as well, you're kind of seeing Big looking a bit like a battle-hardened team that have had to fight their way through the open qualifier. They've already got a bunch of reps in. That CT side was flowing, you know, like every move at the perfect moment. The second they gave up space, they were always ready to react somewhere else. It was just a very impressive-looking CT half. And so now we see, you know, how does Aurora's stack up? Is it going to be just as mobile? Are they going to try and have all these pressure points like Big did? Can they get themselves back into this game?
Well, we don't wait long to find out. No halftime breaks here. Straight back into the action with a big T-side pistol, something they've always got up their sleeve. A lot of util here in this round. Spread amongst 3. An insta info taken here from Xantares.
And you'll like this pistol from Big, Hugo. This is one of yours. Doesn't often start like that, though. Griggs dead, back of main. While the rest of the guys were hoping for the door pop. That main lurk designed to come in a little later. Wow. They'll get snuffed out by these dual Berettas. Xantares and Wakadia, all the kills belonging to them.
2 guys, 4 pistols. You had no chance, Big. And they will finish the job. Beautiful like shots out of Wakadia and Xantares. That's one way to kick off your CT campaign. Looking for a comeback. Looking to believe again. Was a really rough run at things here from Aurora. Now with both pistols, they've got an opportunity.
I think it probably just feels nice, too, to give Big a bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? You're the guys pushing main. You're the guys with the well-placed stack to get this half going. I think you were largely getting out-positioned and out-maneuvered by Big in that first half. So to kind of go and do it back to them, that feels good for Aurora. Eco for Big, and it's just this Deagle on Blame F.
Really hoping for a bomb plant here. Look at the positions. No one in the bomb site. Going to have to hit some incredible shots to stop a plant at this point. It is coming in. Double nade on defaults too late. And so Big just trying to squeeze a kill or two out of this post plant. Ooh.
I mean, they've got a couple.
Why stop?
How much more can you really get here? Griggs on the burst Glock. It will let him down. But that's all well and good. You came for the bomb plant. You got out with a little bit more than that. Couple of kills to boot. Extra money for the round ahead. And Aurora might have won that, but you've got them within touching distance of a reset. That could shape up this second half very nicely for Big. This is where they kind of have to deliver on that in this follow-up round.
It's still a really weird place to be, right? Because we're 7-7, but Aurora have only won 2 rifle rounds in this entire map. So it remains to be seen whether they're up for the job. Big is still in a commanding position, but everything changes when you swap halves. So let's see if that same ingenuity is a factor here on Big's T side as well. Similar start for Aurora, only Kixon in middle, throws his smoke, gets straight out. Looks like we have a push coming in from Aurora.
Main aggression off the rip. Second flash, but Favin's been able to dodge it.
Yeah.
And that's the 2 top performers. Wakadia and Zantares just offered up on a silver platter right at the top of the round.
Feels like a really weird play, right? Like, you've got to be ready for Favin in that position. He's just crept through ahead of your molly. You have a deep smoke. You've got players, sure, throwing nades behind it, but the T's have the timing. They could be in main, and we see that flash dodged completely by Favin.
Wakadia.
We jumped 2 players through a smoke. I mean, this is a gun round, boys.
Wakadia knows how potent that box is for dodging the flashes too. He got a double kill there in the first half.
Now look at them. They've just walked into this bomb site. Favin is behind them. Not for long. Careful, it can still go wrong. Repeaking con could be well timed. Good cover here from Blame. And they just go right back to B, knowing where Woxic is. That just feels crazy. That's like an eco strat to me. Like you're jumping 2 players through an A main smoke with a flash. So really curious first gun round here. It's going to leave your money on the line.
Now this save just a requirement for Woxic. If you do want to have a chance at guns, if you want to kind of stem the bleeding, you need him to stay alive. Thankfully, Big are worried about their own money. So not playing for the hunt yet, but if this keeps up, they're going to stop showing so much mercy in these saves. And Big looking laser focused, but no big celebrations yet.
Well, it's a long 2 weeks, but it's also a pretty comfortable group stage in the sense of, you win a BO1 and a BO3, you're getting into those playoffs. So well within reach here on Big and Aurora's side of the bracket, playing the winner of G2 M80. It's a very nice spot to be, considering some of the big dogs we do have in this tournament. And sure, you can't dodge the best teams in the world once you hit a playoff bracket. It's a round of 16 after all. But you could fast-track your way to week 2 with a win right now. Oof. Torres getting spammed. He's trying to do some lineup here with the nade. That's a trade off the rifle. I'd like to see what that lineup would have been. Seemed very specific. Big grouping outside of A. Tara is very low. The mid util does come in. This is all a fake. Well, they contact into A.
Well-placed stack here For Aurora, Woxic and Xantares able to get the ball rolling. It's the push out for Xantares that gets punished. Still, that Woxic rifle laying down cover, and you got to beg the question now, does Wakadia get overlooked?
Ouch.
You've been put through the meat grinder trying to get through these first two players, and you might have thought the job was done. Wakadia, the nasty surprise, playing it last. JDC now known about, and a quick reposition for Kixan as he just plays to evade. There's 20 seconds left in this round, and so if JDC is going to do it, something's got to go real right.
That could have been it. Double nades down, and that's a save here for JDC with 10 seconds left. Yeah, again, nice reaction from Aurora. They already had a bit of a gamble in A with 2 players, but the mid util comes in. They go, hey, you want mid? Have it. Nothing is done with that position. It relies on the success of the A hit. JDC's calling, his rotates. Grix doesn't know about that third player in the bomb site. And so another rare entry to a rifle round win here for Aurora. And that was with their money off on the line after that A main push. So had to win that one, to be honest. Big with a timeout.
See BlameF doing a lot of chatting. I think if you're big, you're left with this feeling like you're making this harder for yourselves. You touched on it already, right? Coming into this second half, Aurora had managed to win 2 rifle rounds in the series. And it felt like Big were going to run away with this, but that's not what's happened. This CT side for Aurora starting to look a damn sight better. They're winning more of these rifle rounds now. A chance to actually break Big's money this late in the game. And you could boil it down and say, hey, look, if they want a pistol, maybe they're in a better position already. Maybe this game's already over. That's not what's happened.
Deep smoke again here.
And this time, tabseN shows no fear about it.
I mean, there's a variety of things you could be doing with this smoke, right? So Big just need to be very careful around the edges, but being held on a timing. Oh, Wakadia lucky to be alive. As Molly will stop scaling here, but Grix wants the repeat with the AWP. His teammates are already out on the forklift. That's bomb committed in this site.
Still, these rotations from middle are kind of cut off. It's just Wakadia having to act as a one-man army, and he'll get overwhelmed. BlameF with a shutdown on Xantares. And lacking the manpower here for Aurora. They'll head for the hills, trying to save on these 2 players. Big, they just kind of trim all the fat on that round. There's no mid-take, there's just 5 guys coming out through main with smokes down to cover.
I admire how fearless they are, really, right? It would have almost been nicer to see that smoke a couple of times before Aurora made the pop through it, right? It could have worked a little bit better, let Big get, overconfident in that main position. But the first time they see it, the alarm bells are off. And then this time, they just call the bluff. They say there's no way they're doing that again. We can walk right through this. No one's even covering that wide cross to left side main. And so Aurora caught out of position. They caught with nades out. And Big catch himself a gun round. Nothing to talk about here for Aurora. Just those saved weapons. Going to force up around it. Big, knowing when to keep things simple. But even these rounds can be dangerous, and Aurora, 4 players starting A main.
It's kind of a test of your reactions in a round like this, right? Because you're expecting some type of a push, you're expecting some type of a gamble.
Come on, it's a classic. You can't say you don't love it. They're expecting a boost, just not the one we're seeing. Well, Wakadia lets them all pass.
Too. I feel like, old Cash, you're coming out, you're almost looking at that position a lot of the time. I feel like it gets overlooked here.
I've yet to see anyone play it.
Yeah. All right.
But issue is, if you come up highway, that's not the spot.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're hoping for the A main hit, that of which Big have done many, but right now it's a B play, and you've only got Woxic home. Well, forget about this boost. This is looking like a tense round off the minimap. Clinical.
This is going to be a real test of Aurora's mental, man. I feel like they've lost some incredibly rough rounds in this game. You know, you've lost a landslide amount where you've just kind of been out-positioned. This being an example of one. They go and hit the solo site. Woxic there alone, and, you know, pending him getting, like, clip of the tournament. Day one.
Well, it's map one,
yeah,
so...
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, unless he kind of goes on a tear with the MP9 and gets 4, you've lost that round. But then, you know, you think about some of the rough clutches. You had the 1v2 over towards the B site that Jimmy ended up giving away. You've had a number of rounds where you've just been outmaneuvered by Big. Still feels like they're the ones with a kind of better grasp on the flow of this game right now.
Yeah, from the get-go, it's felt like bigger, more comfortable, that's for sure. But you also have to keep in mind they're coming off the back of an excellent major run into a classic map for some of these players, at least, versus a team that has made vast changes and has yet to find the success. Sure, they made a run in an online qualifier for Star Series, but with that exception, Aurora haven't yet proven themselves on LAN. So, sure, not only are you dealing with a new map for the majority of these, well, for all of these players in recent Counter-Strike, but you're also dealing with 3 Turkish players switching to English. The addition of a new coach, Kixon coming back. There's just so many factors at play here for Aurora, and sure, they may have started early, but Big have been going since before Cologne. Think of that grind last season.
I think as well, you know, Big have proven themselves to be a team that when they get a bit of wind in their sails, which they've certainly done, you know, at the major, like you say, but even looking at the open qualifier here for EWC, they dropped 1 map in that entire thing.
Oh, Chad won't like that. Mr. Unboost for the quick push. But yeah, like Big's whole last season was grinding those LCQ type events just to get to the major. And what a great feeling, not just to make a run at the major the way they did, that NRG game and all the success there, but then to just come through, start of the next season and play another 64-team qualifier to get to the main event. I mean, it's Big all over, and it's something they've clearly been very used to. They dropped 1 map in that entire run, 5 BO3s. So you really just cannot complain here for Big. They're in a great position in this map as well. This round is a throwaway. Aurora can buy next no matter what happens. But if anything, this flank might leave them high and dry. They're actually losing the site as we speak. It's too late.
It's a weird one, right? Like, you're going to have great timing on this backstab, but Grix is just turned around to watch it.
Okay.
Bomb could get lost here. Grix with a very important double.
Wow. He was looking over his shoulder the whole time while they're hitting that bomb site. Like, this is too clear. This is too easy. Both the rifles behind you. And it's so funny because we've seen Wikari and Xantara side by side in many of these rounds. And despite how well they're playing, so many of those rounds have gone wrong. The double A main jump through, some rounds on the T side as well. This has felt like a, as you said a couple rounds ago, super frustrating game for Aurora.
It just feels like nothing's been safe. You know, like we've said that they've kind of been getting outmaneuvered, outread in a lot of these rounds, but even when they finally get the read, the rounds still haven't felt super safe. Every clutch has had a bit of tension behind it for Big. You don't feel like you've won many of these comfortable rounds yet, where you just kind of waltz over your opponent, and Big are getting closer and closer towards tying the bow around this game. Aurora, they've been waiting for this gun round. This is where they've got to find their stride. They've got to kind of leap into this game right now, or else it gets away from them.
Yeah, considering we had a force, then we had a half into an eco. Like, Woxy doesn't even have armor on his orb, so it's been an expensive few rounds here that Aurora have nothing to show for.
And sure, you know, this is the new look international variant of Aurora. But this is a core that found themselves in the grand final last EWC, like you say. So this is going to feel like a bit of a fall from grace in that sense, going down on day one.
A core that found themselves in a major playoff just weeks ago. Of course, 1 step back for a hopeful 2 steps forward. But right now, Aurora are walking a tightrope. How long can they stay stable here on Cash? There's big look for the knockout blow.
If you think you're going to get a free chance at this trade, you couldn't be more wrong. There's 3 players here ready to fight for this mid control. And as Grix now takes to the line, they still don't know about Xantares up close. Now going to deal with Kixan. Jimmy now feeling a good chunk of pressure here. Holding on for this push. Out through the checkers. tabseN doesn't give him the fight yet. Instead, they're boosting Vent. Won't be ready for this.
Okay.
Xantares just gets gun on in time. tabseN can't mow them both down, and so an important step in the right direction for Aurora.
You've got to give it to whoever make that call on Aurora to stack middle, right? We have not seen any serious mid takes in this game, to be honest, and Aurora have 3 players in position. They are committed. Xantares gets his kill. Woxic covers a boost. 3rd player ready, Vent, to make that call this late in the game when really nothing has worked on your CT side. Got to give it to Aurora for that one. Still not out of the woods yet. The job is all uphill here. Early defaulting pressure here for Big. Back to A. Had a lot of success on this bomb site. There is no AWP nearby.
Woxic on a deep line out towards B is nice, though. Ah, he smoked it. Okay. See, you think about what Big were doing in their
So
CT half.
dedicated.
Grix would really take that line, and it would free up extra players to move around the map. With that close smoke dropped in, it's going to keep a lot of eyeballs over here towards B, and that's while
Again,
Big are setting their sights on the A play.
It's the deadly duo with Cardia and Xantares tucked in together.
One Molotov, though, could really serve to ruin their round. It's forced the double setup wide and into the open. Grix with a trade. Wakadia got to keep his wits about him here. They haven't had middle all round, so he is paranoid about this smoke. JDC awaits on the other side of it. Wakadia trying to cross out towards the forklift. Might need a hero moment here because his teammates fall like flies around him. BlameF eyes on that smoke the entire time. And so Big, match point right there and up for the taking.
You could just feel the net closing on Macardia there. And then the teammate comes in, rotates, nades the smoke. I don't think he wanted that. He looked completely lost when that smoke gets popped open. He's waiting for JDC and Highway for crying out loud. I mean, the communication and the team play for Aurora, there's been these moments where you're really uncertain whether they're all on the same page. Another example where Big close in on them and find match point here in this best of one. Another attempt at the run boost. This time connects, and BlameF has had enough. Puts one straight down in middle. They're going to speed up.
I mean, you've got the exact reaction you were hoping for here out of Aurora. A players rotated away. A gap opens up. Woxic on this line, dueling with the AWP. Brick's going to get rid of him. tabseN follows up. They know Wakadi is here. They hear him drop down onto the highway. And they're left feeling like if they could just deal with him ahead of time, they're in a great position. Bomb planted, 3v2. And you're left waiting for this lurk out of Jimmy. That is kind of your one ray of hope here for Aurora. Wakadia drawing attention away. But a flash take into main.
Oh, no.
That was meant to be the end of Jimmy. Still time is working against Aurora. They've got to be clean with these openers. Wakadia gets a freebie, and it's handed off to Faven to try and close. Spots Jimmy on the push in. Can't deal with him, but is there time?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Jimmy's going to try his damnedest, but you can't cut those wires fast enough. Big lock in the victory, carrying forward their momentum from the open qualifier into day one of play here. And they shut out Aurora at the gates. That's the former finalists of last year's EWC falling in this opening bout.
Yeah, a scary start to the tournament for Aurora, no doubt here on Cash. Big already looking to look to make it a home map by the looks of things, and some excellent moments here in this game from JDC. Gotta give it to him. He was the fire starter at the major for Big, and he's looking to keep it going here at EWC.
Yeah, not the start that Aurora wanted, but definitely the result that we're going to get from that best of one and opening one here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Big Berlin International Gaming, for short, have come through here and taken complete control of the map of Cash, it would seem. It would seem as though Aurora just did not have the responses that were necessary, or adequate, rather, to go ahead and have a response there to shut down Big. Now I've got Jacob, I've got Yanko, and we've got a conclusion here.
We do. That was slightly underwhelming for Aurora, to be completely honest. You win both pistols, you convert both pistols, and you still end up losing in a best of one in quite clear fashion. Gotta give it to Big. They were the better team in the buy rounds. They were the better team in the clutches as well. I think Harry said it a few times throughout the cast that a lot of unfortunate and not so pretty looking rounds were lost by Aurora, and maybe that was what we kind of expected coming into it, Yanko. Communication issues, you know, a new team coming together. They didn't seem gelled together. They didn't seem on the same paper, especially in the 3v3, 2v2 scenarios.
Yeah, those growing pains fully on display in this game, right? Even in some of the post plans, but also during the mid rounds, right? You can see how it's not necessarily flowing for them in some of these reactions, not being on the same page. Big doing a great job of capitalizing on exactly that.
Yeah, but Wakadia trying to have his best day in the office here, or at least doing exactly what he thinks he needs to do in the server. But sometimes, you know, this is a team game, so that isn't going to be enough now, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see there was certain elements that worked out for Aurora. You know, Wakadia as an individual, I think, you know, broad perspective, you know, if you zoom out from this best of one, he's going to be the spearhead of this lineup to me still. I think he's the best player within the lineup. He's been the best Turkish player for quite some time now and seemingly getting better and better. So the fact that you can still activate him is a good sign, but it doesn't really help in this iteration when the rest of the team is, I feel like as a team in some of those rounds, some of those clutches, not really on the same paper. And as Yanko said, you know, maybe we need to give them a bit of time. Maybe there's a bit more at stake here for Big. Aurora have more tournaments, more opportunities to show they can gel together, but in this game it was quite evident that Big looked like the better team.
Yeah, and just kind of focusing in on what this game was. Again, a best of one, the opening round here. Tell me a little bit about what we got in terms of watching Cash play out in a 13-9 scoreline.
We got a lot of the same from, you know, the last time the map was in a competitive pool, right? Okay, mid-fight, if you have mid-control, then the other team, you're going to see them push A main. We saw different iterations of that. Some of these late splits on A through highway, some of the B executes that Aurora did, for example, in the first gun round, which was a bit unfortunate in the sense of they had a 3v4, which is not unwinnable. Then a guy dies spam through the smoke and the round falls apart. So, yeah, nothing too crazy yet on Cash.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as always. To me, the most impressive thing for Big were the streak of rounds they're able to gather on the CT side. I think they took 7 in a row or 6 in a row, and it's tough to play CT side on Cash. I know it's a new map, and I guess it's gonna, you know, pan out in different ways as we get to play it more and more, and people get to invent new ways of using the grenades and creating that space. But it used to be a heavy T-sided map. It used to be a map where you're on the CT side. You had to be proactive. You had to be aggressive. You had to take space away from the T side. Otherwise, you'd just wait until you would die eventually. I felt Big came in with a cool game plan on that CT side. We're proactive enough in order to disturb Aurora, and then, you know, stringing 6-7 rounds together in a row on a CT side on a map like Cash, that's going to put you in a winning position, regardless of the fact they lost both pistols and didn't convert either of those two.
Yeah, 7-5 first half doesn't bode like you're going to be in control of this game. It's, well, for Big at least, it did. You know, they came through here after Wakadia with the second pistol and the conversion thereafter. Big were able to kind of pull it back in, lasso it back in, say we're still in control here.
Yeah, I don't think nowadays the score matters as much as momentum matters, right? And it didn't feel like necessarily Aurora, outside of winning the pistol, had any momentum in this game.
Yeah, well, let's take this opportunity. Let's hear from the Big Clan. Let's do it right now with Freya.
Yeah, excellent start from Big here at EWC. I've got Favon on the sideline for a few words after that. Cash, first of all, we were just talking about it. Did you expect Cash in this best of one? Because Aurora, they had a choice between Dust 2 and Cash. Did you expect this one?
Yeah, we expected the last two maps to be Dust 2 and Cash, like BlameF and our coach Xen did the yesterday preparation, and they knew this will be 100% one of the two maps. If we are lucky, we might get our best map, Inferno, but they banned it, I think. So we knew it's gonna be Cash or Dust 2, and we practiced them not so long ago actually on Cash, so we knew what we could expect, so yeah.
Okay, the plan definitely played out in your favor there. The desk were just talking about it, that CT side from you. We were just talking about it as well, the 1v2 clutch you had on round 10. Walk me through that from your perspective.
First of all, I think I killed with the AWP on A side Wakadia. Then I knew they know that I have op, so I switched my gun in Z. I smoked out CT, and my coach always said whenever I freshly like spawn smoke or like the smoke blooms, I have like 20 seconds to relocate. So I knew, okay, they will. For me, it's way faster that I'm B lobby behind them than they think I'm there. So that's why the checkers guy didn't expect me to be there. He was like jumping around or something. Then I killed him and then I killed the side guy. So
played out perfectly. The desk were also just talking about CT side of Cash, maybe saying it's a little bit more tricky. Do you feel that from your perspective?
that it's a bit more CT sided, you said?
It's a bit harder on the CT side.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah.
Is there anything that you've been doing to practice, particularly for that? Because you got a really nice streak versus Aurora in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we practiced a lot of Cash, especially our pass went out. It was a good map for us. So BlameF said this needs to be a good map for us. And I think it's also one of our strong maps.
Looking great for you guys today. Just in general, goals for this tournament, obviously back at the Cologne Major. We saw a really great run from you guys. You attended XTC Pro League as well. What's the goal here in Paris?
I think the minimum goal is, of course, after we won, especially now to go to playoffs. And then we will see how far we can go and just take game by game and round by round.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for your time, Fav. And that's 1-0 up for Big here in Paris.
Yeah, and that's the start that Big we're looking for. Again, best of ones. If you're Big, you really did get your right foot in front of the one, and you needed to.
It was very important for them, as we spoke about coming into it. They need to acquire some VIS points. They need to establish themselves as a team that consistently would get invited to some of the bigger tournaments. And I think it's, as we kind of alluded to as well coming into the game, people are sleeping a bit on Big right now. They've been grinding it out a lot. They have a pretty clear vision of what the lineup looks like, the roles, etc., etc. I sense you don't necessarily agree already.
I just mean sleeping how? Like, what are you sleeping in what way? Like,
I don't think
like
a lot of people have
snoozing.
them in the playoff, and I think they're good enough to be in the playoff. I think they are, on the cusp of being, top 16 in the world of Counter-Strike, and I think Big is a team that it's hard to say they deserve to be at all the big tournaments, but they're right now making the case that they should be, and I think with the next couple of updates with VIS and the next run of invites for tournaments, they'll be in contention for that, because I see them winning a couple of games more at this tournament.
yeah, could be around. I think that I would put that as the higher end of the expectation, sort of, to be in the top 16, around that part between 10 and 16, let's put it that way. But I think they're just suffering a bit. Leading up to the major, they were suffering from the fact that they didn't play any good teams. So like, yeah, they have good results. Their win rates look incredible on maps especially, but how good they are actually against good teams. And they played some good Counter-Strike against better opposition, even at the major, and now it's about continuing that. We talked about them playing at XCE. Here, obviously, winning this best of one guarantees them 2 more best of 3s at the very least in this tournament, and it's just about to continue sort of proving it and just accruing these points and accruing these wins so they can get more opportunities.
Well, doing it in a best of one is definitely different than doing it in a best of 3, Jacob. I think that goes without saying. Can Big do these same sort of tie-turning games for themselves in best of 3s?
I think they have the capability of doing so. Now, it naturally depends on the matchups as well, and depends on how well the opposition is playing. As I said in this game, there were a couple of rounds that probably should have gone the way of Aurora. That could have made the game closer. I think we pointed out round 10 as one of the rounds where Faven, he was even asked about it by Freya. At this point, Aurora is already losing grab of the game, right? It's 6-3 for Big Game. They're on this streak on the CT side. Again, Vicadia finding space right here, playing with big balls. I gotta say, he was one of the few players who really stepped up for Aurora and tried to make it happen for them. A lot of exchange back and forth right here that puts Aurora in a winning position. And I think it's outside of the nasty shot from Vicadia right here. They played well. Santaris catches off the rotation coming in from BlameF. And when you have a 1v2 like this, the bomb is down and the player is so far away as Faven is right here. It's unacceptable for Aurora to lose it. I get Santaris is not ready for it. Unfortunately, the player on side, Jimfa, gives up his position straight away, and instead of just staying alive, he goes for the duel. All he had to do was lose grip of the keyboard, the mouse, stay behind the box, just play the time a tiny bit more, and the round would have gone the way of Aurora. So it's rounds like these they cannot afford to lose, whereas Big, if you can replicate these kind of clutches and be the better team in that department against better teams as well, then sure thing you can win a best of 3.
Yeah, I don't know if Santaris thought maybe Fallon was going to save the op, and then it didn't seem
Surprise.
like... Yeah, I think he was just like sort of jumping to get away from the bomb. But yeah, that's a huge blunder by Jimmy, and that's, to me, is where you sort of earn your salt as a closer, right? Like that's what Jimmy's supposed to be in this team, anchor/closer, and it's like you can't be losing clutches like that. Well, as you said, you need to be more aware of the timing. Your situational awareness has to be on a higher level. I get it, like you want to end the clutch on your terms, but you just gave him a round where he would have been out of time otherwise.
Yeah, and it's, I guess it is an insult to injury here in what was a loss in a best of one. But Wakadia, we did sing his praises a minute ago. I just think that this Aurora lineup has a lot more fun stuff to show, and it has just been a little early days, perhaps.
That's the cool thing for this game overall for me. Like, it doesn't change the way I think or feel about Aurora. They'll need a bit more time to gel together. I'm curious to see them play in a best-of-3 scenario as well and get to learn more about the map pool, the positions, you name it. Whereas for Big, this was a massive win. So it's one of those, at least in my mind, it's a win-win scenario. You know, I learned a bit about Big. I'm happy on their behalf. As for Aurora, sure, it would have been nice to win, but it doesn't change what I think is going to come from them in the future. I'm just not sure whether they're ready to show it here at Paris already, or we need to wait a couple of months before we see the full function.
Talking a little bit about showing up here in Paris, it would appear as though Luminosity chose not to do that here in their opener. 13-3, I mean, that one ended up on Nuke, and as you can tell, didn't necessarily go the Luminosity way.
That's just so crazy to me, because the most valuable player on that Monty lineup was Gizmi. And then you get everyone but him. How is this like the decision? I know Steve from Luminosity was talking about, they already signed Lux beforehand, so it's like, who cares? Like, just yeah, you made a sort of a mistake. Like, just keep him on the bench, sell him off to someone else. Is like, it's been a really rough couple of events for Luminosity, which is 4 of the players from that Monty lineup, and just Lux is a new IGL, and you just have to think about it. Like, leadership is so important just in general, but we see it even more so nowadays. And for you to not just go with the proven concept that you've had, and to risk up potentially disrupting that chemistry which they had, I just don't understand it really.
Yeah, well, what I do understand is that we need to take a few seconds to ourselves so we can continue the Counter-Strike motion here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. That's right, coming up, we're looking at Spirit GG How trying to jump into the server and find out if GG How want to take a little bit of a fight to him today, because as you know, Spirit come in here a favorite. This is the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
What this?
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
You know what? We're actually just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent. Whenever I see the Key Crusher on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Yeah, baby, all the way! Oh, hell yeah!
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Ah! Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. So this nerd. Yeah. For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah! Can of cola. Esports! What time is it? Time to go.
So over on the B stream, it's Foot Tyloo, but for us, we're getting ready for Spirit versus GG How, and I can assure you that this one packs a little bit of punch if you're a Spirit fan because you know what to kind of expect, and if you are GG How, you really are just kind of gasping at straws here trying to make it all work out at the very end. Of course, I want to welcome you right back into the Esports World Cup. We're live here from Paris. My name is Trace, and alongside of me, we're going to have Yanka, we're going to have Jacob, and we're going to have another game of Counter-Strike here where we really might have David versus Goliath. It might just be that.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Trace. If there ever was a David versus Goliath matchup, it's this one right here. Not as much upset potential as in the first series that we had. GG How, I think, a surprise package to even make it out of that last chance qualifier. They took down Hotu in the final game to make it here. But yeah, going up against the likes of Team Spirit is going to be no easy feat.
Yeah, they really had to make a sweat for it. You know, all of the games in the last chance qualifier for them as well. At least the best of 3 ones were 2-1, right? So they were really fighting a lot. A couple of names that you may be familiar with in Sasanito, you know, a player that is trying to revive his career. Synopsy as well in there in the mix. Bad News Eagles may ring a bell. So it's names that has been here before, you know, played on stages before. But in terms of going up against Team Spirit, I feel like they can only surprise, you know. If anything, make the game competitive, get more than 5 rounds, and I'm already satisfied.
Yeah, so just to kind of run us back a little bit here, what was the Spirit that we got in Cologne?
I think the problem, obviously the big thing for Spirit in Cologne was they didn't have a coach with them, right? Like Halley was the registered one, he had health issues, and you can't substitute a coach, right? You could do this thing with the players, you list the player as a sub, and then you switch them out from the main lineup, but they couldn't do that with coaches. And Sotvik, I don't think he even got his visa so that he could at least be with them on location, right? Even though he couldn't stand behind the team. And, you know, whether that was the deciding factor in that semifinal loss against Falcons, I'm not sure. I think it would have definitely helped their case. So yeah, that was the big thing about them in Cologne. And also that now Halley is behind them again, because even leading up to Cologne, it was Sotvik for a few tournaments while Halley was dealing with some health issues.
Yeah, I guess if we zoom out a bit further, you know, Spirit were off to a terrible start to the season. You know, results weren't going their way. Started off, you know, poor at Blast and couldn't really figure it out. And then they got better and better and better leading up to Cologne. And as you said, that semi-final against Falcons, that could have gone either way. You know, that was a very close game. Small, minor details could have decided it for Team Spirit. So it's definitely a team that has been ramping it up and gotten better and better and better. My only issue with Team Spirit is that they didn't win the Blast Bounty, right? They lost that game against Mouse, the best of 5 grand final, and the fashion they did it in was underwhelming to some degree. So that's the only blip on the radar. But overall, I feel like Spirit is back to be a team where we have them in the conversation as you have Vitality, and then next up is Spirit.
Jacob, once again, you've activated my trap card.
Oh dear.
Because you see, we talk about Bounty and we're like, yeah, Falcons, you know, they lose to 100 Thieves. Online, it's the first game, whatever. Vitality, they lose to Liquid. Who cares? All these other teams. Spirit makes it all the way to the final, and then they lose. And then it's also like, oh, how could they lose to Mouse and everything? They're also allowed to have, you know, the same quote-unquote excuse with it being first event of the season, right? Just having a, you know, not their best day as well. So I wouldn't look too deep into that.
I agree with that, especially when you consider what you see on your screen right now. Dunk had a no-show in that game, and how often is that happening, right? There's no doubt that Dunk is a vital member of Team Spirit, and it is kind of ride or die with him. When he's playing well, obviously Team Spirit are way more prone to win the games of Counter-Strike. Against Mouse, he was nowhere to be found, you know, very atypical. So I agree with you. It's not that I'm worried on behalf of Team Spirit by losing to Mouse, but if you wanted to build up the story that they would get gradually better and better and better and better, then hoisting the trophy at Bounty would have been a confirmation that they're back to be arguably the second best, third best team in the world.
It's also in between the loss to Vitality in Rio in the grand final and the loss to Falcons. They won 13 games in a row.
Yeah.
You know, like they lift the trophy in Astana. So it's like they were on a great run of form, and that's why you can forgive them Bounty, but that's why, again, for them, same as with Vitality and Falcons, this is where they need to bounce back. Like, this is where you look at the implication, obviously the 2 million prize pool, how much it means. It's not about making the major for Spirit or Vitality or Falcons. It's not about that, but it's super important that you start in stage 3. Which Spirit didn't do in Cologne, right? Because you get those extra 5 or 6 days, meaning you can, you know, attend some more tier 1 events, and then you still have enough time to rest and do a bootcamp before the major. If you have to start in stage 2, well, then there's not as much free time, there's not as much off days, and it's the end of the season, final event of the year, right? You obviously want to be well rested and come in and peak at the right time.
And that was a team with Magic's back at the wheel, right? We're talking about a team that, for Spirit, there were a couple question marks. Are they going to be able to keep a consistent form and keep an activated player in Donk now that they're kind of changing the look at how the team wants to operate? But it seems as though we got some of those questions answered in Cologne.
I feel like in Cologne in particular, I think Magic's now, you mentioned, right, no coach behind him. I think he stepped up to the occasion. I don't think Spirit were a team where you'd be like, oh, they're crumbling, you know, they're not sticking to the game plan, or he couldn't make big calls and big rounds on some of all the overtime games they had as well. I think Magic's did a good job at proving himself as an in-game leader. I agree with you. It's always a what-if case. We don't know if Halley would have been behind them or if Softic would have been behind them, if the outcome would have been different. But overall, I feel like Magic's is growing as an in-game leader and he's getting more experience, and I think he passed the test so far.
I think that was a huge challenge for him, a huge test to do that, and I think he passed it with flying colors. You go back to that G2 game on Mirage, all those overtimes on T side. I mean, he didn't run out of ideas. He wasn't like just rolling the dice with his calls. He was actually putting together some really nice mid to late rounds as well. And it's hard to sort of describe it to people at home, right? Just imagine, you know, you're in a round, it's 10-10, T-side, he's alive until the end of the round. Let's say he's in the clutch, then they die, and then it's 20 seconds. You have to think of everything. Like, so you're just playing, you're focusing on your crosshair. Now you have to think about what are you going to call for the next round, take everything into account, right? Even if you take a timeout, it's just like so much that you need to process, and it's really not easy. That's where you don't have a coach who comes and takes a timeout. What he's been doing, he's just been thinking about that stuff while you've been playing the game, and can help you with a call, can at least give you a couple of, you know, ideas. Hey, we could do this, that, and you can just make that decision. So in the highest pressure environment, which is the major, for him to do that job on a high level, I think it's pretty admirable.
And just some context right there for the Halley side of things. You know, this is a guy that's helped push them into the elite era that we kind of see Spirit operating in now. So if you're kind of operating without your backbone, it's not always a fun situation, Jake.
No, it's not easy, and it is something that can definitely have an outcome of the game, especially considering Halley was sick as well. So as you said, he wasn't able to help too much from home. It's been a rough period in that regard. Now seemingly it's getting better. He's back now and hopefully well and rested up. So there's no excuses in that regard anymore for Team Spirit either. And I think if anything, sure, it wasn't optimal for Magix, but as you said, he kind of passed the test with flying colors. So now that he's in this environment, a little bit less pressure. No, the first couple of games are not in a big arena, big studio either. So it should be somewhat easy for Spirit to get the job done and continue down the good path they've been on.
I think it's like, I don't know where you stand on this whole Sotfik, Halley conversation and everything. Like, it's hard to, you know, if you have a good thing going, like, why switch it up? And some of the language from the Spirit camp about all of this, like, Sotfik is gonna also now work with the main team because he's the academy team coach. And then Halley is more overarching. Sotfik will be part of like practices, but Halley will stand behind the team. You know, it feels
coach
like,
has a coach.
Yeah, it feels like what, you know, we're just trying, in a way, it's like you don't want to necessarily remove Halley because everything he's done for the team so far, and, you know, it was health issues that sidelined him, so you feel like maybe it's unfair to him. But on the other side, you see the good work that Sotfik has been doing and how the team has looked when he was doing most of the work and standing behind him. So you're sort of like, well, we want more of this. And I just don't know, like, if they don't have a good result here, is that something that they'll have to look at and sort of just say to themselves and admit, we need to make this a clean break and sort of maybe move Halley into a bigger GM type of a role if you still feel like that's valuable to you, but you know, go with what's worked for you.
It's also a way of future-proofing because as I am aware, we don't really know what was wrong with Halley, you know, and they didn't know how long he would be out for, right? So in terms of integrating Softic into the main team, maybe that was a way for the team to say that regardless of what's going to happen with Halley, we have a backup plan. And then you get in this, you know, limbo where you bring back Halley and then you're like, should you have gone with Softic? Is he going to be more involved, etc., etc.? I sense that they respect Halley a lot, and I think he has a vital position within Team Spirit. And if anything, Softic can be a great assistant coach, sort of like you see with Cyclone and Sipnix in Mouse, you know, where they both have each, I guess, tendencies. Softic has been very accompanied by the whole, you know, utility usage within Team Spirit. That's where he gotten a lot of his credit. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like you can, you know, support each other in that regard and maybe, you know, have both work in tandem without necessarily having to choose between the two.
Let's talk about having some hope here on the other side of things. Yes, we're talking about a VRS #1 in the side of Spirit, and I think a VRS 49 in the side of GG How. Yes, these are scales that are tipped a little bit in one favor here. But if I'm looking at the side of GG How, I'm thinking about their run to this game today. So how did they get here, guys?
Well, in the last chance qualifiers we spoke about, in a lot of close games, beat Hotu in the final game. All of them went 3 maps. All of them had been a bit of a fist fight. Not gonna lie, there were so many games going on that I didn't watch too many of the GG How games, and it's not necessarily a team that you have on your radar either. And I think if you want to dive into the whole simple, saying that there's a lot of teams in this tournament he feel like they are better than, I think he's looking at a team like GG How, thinking, how the hell are they here and we are not? But luck at the door, you have to show up simple and beat your opposition. You weren't able to this time around despite playing well. For GG How, you can only beat who's in front of you, and they did that despite having to fight for it in every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. They were the beneficiaries, of the upper side of the bracket, which was maybe a little less that, but Hotu is a good team as well on a run of form recently themselves, and this GG How is just such a peculiar mix of players. Like you mentioned, Synopsy and Satsanito, right? But Bibu, Osama, and Mini have been together for quite a while in these sort of mixes, trying to make their run through the Middle Eastern qualifiers and APAC qualifiers and Asia qualifiers, like even in some of the minors beforehand, while we still had that, or the RMRs rather. So yeah, they don't get as many opportunities. Like they're grinding, they're the Face It demons in a way, and this is one of the few times they actually go up against the team of Spirit's caliber.
I was just about to say they're a very brawly team, right? And that's what you can expect as well. A brawly team that is willing to fight, and regardless of the opposition, you're going up against Spirit, you're going up against Donk. Not necessarily a great match. We're not really going to dive into the whole conversation, Trace, about, is this...
why not?
Because it's not about whether it's a good fit to play Team Spirit for a team like GG How. Regardless of how they approach the game, they're going to have the most sound tactical foundation of any team out there. You need the players and their capabilities to be able to match up against a team like Spirit. But if you were to dive into that conversation, I think Donk loved the fact that he's going to play a Face-It game right here that's going to be brawly and in your face.
He's the highest ELO player on Face-It, so hey, more of that.
Yeah, so that last chance qualifier, what we got from, output-wise from this GG How side. Yeah, they played all the games on all the opponents in front of them to get to this point. Who are the guys that we're looking at here as terms that could actually take a fight over here to Spirit? Now, I know statistically you could say like, oh, Donk and Sausanito maybe, probably not even close. But really, who might it be?
Well, you are looking at Satsanito, right? One of the few players that has Tier 1 experience, or Tier 1.5, Tier 2 experience playing some of these big events, right? To sort of lead the way in terms of the fragging, but in reality, it has to be across the board for them, right? Even someone like Mini on the AWP, right? You need to just have a live game, as Magix likes to put it, if you're going to have a chance against Team Spirit.
That's the thing, right? You can write an entire list of things that need to happen if GG How were to win this game. Donk not showing up, Spirit not being prepared coming into it, maybe not being awake. It's, I guess, early for them to some degree. Then again, as you look on the GG How side, it's not about one player. There's not one player who can take over the game and win it for them. It has to come from across the board. It has to be every single player stepping up and playing above expectations. And you have all those things listed down and they all come to fruition, then maybe there's a game. But that's just a maybe.
But Jacob, it's only fair. We talked about Holly. What do they got going over here on the GG How side? What's Mither cooking?
Yeah, Mither, is a name that maybe we haven't seen as much in the Tier 1.
I'll be honest, he has the weirdest carear of any coach ever.
Right.
If you look at his track history, Apex Academy coach, and then he has Team Liquid, and now he goes to GG How, which is a Face-It mixed tag. How does that work?
He was the last time Liquid made playoffs or a major. He was their coach, and Twist was the IGL.
Well, that'll make you think, won't it? Yeah.
He's also the type of coach, from what I know, that likes structure, that likes to be well prepared, that likes to do all those kind of things. And maybe that's a good match, when you have a lot of firepower on your team and you can kind of hone it in and try to make the best of both worlds come together. But just do yourself a favor, load up your browser, check his team history throughout his career. It is the weirdest coaching career I have ever seen. He's not bad by no means. It's just weird.
Just a variety pack of players that he's had over the time.
Yeah, teams as well, for that matter.
What would it take to put a Pug, for example? What would it take to put a Face-It pickup game in the same motion, in the same way, to kind of get them even close to where they need to be here in EWC?
I guess it's that constant balance of you don't want to take away the freedom from the players and how they feel the game and how they approach it, but you also want to build a bit of structure around it so it doesn't fall apart. And you're the coaching expert right here, Yanko. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I think it's just about, you always look at the players that you have and what are their strengths, and you want to play towards their strengths. And that's something that I think we need more in in Counter-Strike Tier 1, Tier 2, whatever. It's just like for people to have distinctive styles. Like there's too many teams out there that don't have the players to play the way that they're trying to play. Like you can't be playing like Vitality if you don't have someone as, you know, obviously there's only one Zaivu, but like that sort of caliber of players, and always like defaulting and relying on your players in mid rounds to make moves and take initiative. You know, it's fine if you play a little bit more set. It's fine if you take more risks. Like that's sort of what you need to do if you're going to find success against teams that are ranked higher than you.
Yeah, and this is certainly one of those games. Again, best of one, so we are going to get our map out here in front of us. It smells like a Mirage. It feels like it might be a Mirage. Jacob, is it going to be Mirage?
I think it's going to be Mirage. And that's a map where both teams are like, yeah, cool, let's play Mirage. You know, Dong is feeling comfortable on the map. You can bet your money that GG Hao is happy that it's Mirage. It's an open map. You get to express yourself. So the players feel, at the very least, they have a chance of finding some of those duels and take it to Team Spirit. So it's not a map that is being closed down by the design of the map. But then again, then it comes down to individual qualities. It comes down to individual decision making, and in any case, regardless of how you match them up against each other, you're always going to side with Team Spirit in that regard.
Yeah, and it's one of those maps where if you're talking about GG, how okay, you can make it somewhat chaotic, right? You can play with some pace. You talk about Face It and Face It Demons. I mean, Mirage is
home ground.
Is the Dust 2 of this generation, right? So I think
I like that.
Definitely you get players who are familiar with the map and the way it plays, all the angles, positions, timings, and whatnot. So yeah, if there is a map where there's some upset potential for GG Hao, it would be Mirage.
That's right, Jacob. Upset potential and a best of one. I know you don't want to say it. I know you don't want to hear it, but there is a world, right? Maybe.
I think Justin Bieber said never say never or something like that.
Justin Bieber said that?
Or Nelson Mandela, whatever.
Well,
yeah,
one of the two, you know, and you can never say never in that regard. I'll put it like this, though. I would be immensely surprised if GG Hao makes the game competitive. I don't see them getting to double-digit rounds. I don't see them making Spirit sweat, and I sure as hell don't hope so, because as we spoke about earlier, the expectation for Team Spirit is not only to win this game, you know, that is to cruise into the playoff and be part of the playoff very, very deep into it. And as much as you want to say, yeah, it's a best of one first game of the day, if they were to lose to GG Hao, if they were to play 13-11 or go into overtime, that would be a sign of weakness. And personally, I would like them not to show any sign of weaknesses before we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, for the favorites, it's always about like getting through the best of ones.
Honestly, they got nothing to
you
win
understand,
here, right?
Like you understand that there's a world in which you can lose both pistols and the game can go wrong, and that's like sort of what you're trying to avoid. But you cannot fall into that trap where you're just playing like super vanilla because you feel like that's all it takes for you to do. You still need to be aggressive on the server. You still need to play your game. You need to treat it like any other game and not think about whether it's best of one or what's going on or you lost the second pistol as well, right? And I think if they do that, Spirit, they're going to be fine in this game.
But just in terms of structure in the game itself, I mean, you make a very clear and a very concise argument as to GG Hao really probably don't have much in the tank for this game. Let's be real. Like, how do they go about equating themselves for firepower? Firepower is one thing. Equating in the server against a team that has clearly got their own way to approach the game that has proven to work, that's a different story, Jake.
Well, they know what we know as well, right? They're the massive underdogs, so they can go in and they can play free. They can take a lot of gambles. They can take a lot of risks. They can put a lot of pace on the server as well, if that's what they feel to do. The thing is, you have Dong on one side who loves to play against that type of Counter-Strike. You have Sontix, who's a very, I guess, composed player as well, defending the B-bomb side. So if you're bringing a lot of pace, you also have to do it with a certain amount of quality for it to work. And that's where we have to see whether or not they have that kind of quality. And my biggest issue, even if they were to break into some of these bomb sites, when you have a 3v3, a 4v4, I feel like the individual decision-making and how the players are taking duels, etc., that's always going to side with Team Spirit.
Yeah, gentlemen, we'll leave it right there. I think we've made a pretty good picture here as to what to expect. Spirit versus GG Hao on Mirage, and that time is now.
All right then, Team Spirit getting ready to take on GG Hao. And Hugo, I know you've been looking forward to this one. You were talking to me about it right off the top of the day, talking about how it's going to be a brawl. You can't wait to see these two teams in the server. Why is that?
I think Spirit are always fun in these matches, right? We often see them as the top seed or one of the top seeds take on big underdogs, teams from smaller regions, teams that we don't get to see too much. And yeah, to be fair, most of the time, Spirit bang their way through those games. And when we're watching Spirit and Donk do his thing, how can you not be enjoying the game? But at the same time, I want to give some respect to GG Hao because I think this roster is actually quite a lot of fun. It's 5 different nationalities on the playing side from all over the world, and a team that we also don't get to see on land very frequently, especially not against the world's best. So they're going to seize this opportunity. This is a squad that are so used to playing online, and given the regions and the countries they're from, Harry, this is a ping team. They play with, you know, some players nearing triple-digit ping when they try and play European qualifiers. So to see them come through the LCQ, go 5-1, only a loss to VP, some solid wins in there, and now get to play one of the world's best teams, I think you're going to be loving this opportunity. Spirit on Mirage, I'll be watching Donk. Let's get into the action.
I think they're down to have a little brawl in this B split. Now it's 3 players over towards A for Team Spirit. Smoke comes in at top con. Donk was already moving. Window smoke now clears away. But he will miss his timing to deal with anyone who's up through short. That leaves it down to this B defense. Magix takes one of the dome right away. Zontic's here though to bail his captain out. Oof. All right, Zontix. Meant to be the body shot guy, but this USP's ripped heads off in the pistol.
So I think he got caught off guard as well, right? He had nades out. He's throwing smoke flash short in the open. I thought he was dead. Gets out with 3 pristine headshots, bails Magix out, as you say, and puts a pistol on the board for Spirit. Donk with 1. Lovely stuff here for Spirit.
You talk about the high ping warriors of GG Hao.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Donk slide was in part because of playing on high ping for him.
It's very
having to try and come up with ways to outduel his opponents.
Yeah, I was even watching some, you know, Donk CSGO highlights from when he was like 16 the other day. You know, playing in Spirit Academy, playing Pugs. I mean, he was doing all the movement stuff he does now back then in CSGO, right? Like, he really just changed the entire game in terms of how we think about movement and how you make your model hard to hit. You know, it's not just his incredible aim, of course, that we all know he has. It's the other details that really take him that extra mile. And it's not new to him. But in the same vein that we saw Donk go from, you know, looking incredible with 100+ ping, playing in Europe, to dominating the biggest LAN events in the world, well, maybe GG Hao can find some comfort in that. Perhaps they can do something similar, show off some of their individual prowess.
Well, no worries here for Tanier. Like that, out towards the spawn. He just gets to feast on a bunch of pistols, trying to get that bomb down. No worries for Team Spirit out of the gate.
Simply done. Giving away nothing. No extra bomb plant. Time for GG Hao to get going. Heavy in the window here. Donk starting off, leaving some extra nades. GG Hao going for a B pop. Just Magix here with a 1 MP9, so not a bad gambit here.
Zontic's going to get back in to support him in time. Actually, the guy to take first contact on this abs pop. Molly even splitting up the push here. Going to try and deal with the front of the pack first. Magix living on borrowed time. But in come these rotations. Ooh. Shiro first on the scene and first to fall. Bit of help from Synopsy, and that will seal the deal on a rifle round for GG Hao.
That went horribly wrong at the start. They get full blinded. First player jumps out. Satanito is just sat back. He can't do anything. He is stuck in the apartments. Everyone is blind. And then somehow they just find all the trades in a flurry. And I think these are the moments where we're going to see GG How do great. In the man advantages, peaking together, overwhelming their opponent, right? Shiro expects a bit of respect from that backside player. He re-swings. And then the market player comes out. He gets triple peaked. So you're never going to get a moment of respite in a game like this. GG How jump on it. First round on the board. Gimmick in con, triple nade, does nothing.
And they've been pretty obsessed with this B-bomb site at the top of the game. Magic's again here with the SMG, and that's a little awkward. You see him get that first kill, you don't have the chance to trade, and you don't want to sacrifice more players coming through this smoke, so Magic's has been able to hold on to the apartments.
Ooh. And he gets out as well, yoinks the AK. Some more util for this B-hold, and it will be needed as GG How come up with short side. Donk, oh, he got that spot, I thought, but Satanito reveals position. Donk dies to Synopsy. 4v4 now, and no nades anywhere to make anything happen. GG How still eyeing up B, but Spirit aren't convinced. They think after finding Donk, they want to go back to this A split. Magic's out of position for a moment.
Oh, and this time Zontic's not able to get anything done. Magic's only good for the first.
Oh, they're shooting hard.
It's the advantage for GG How. That bomb still has to cross on in. Shiro, will he have a chance to stop it? No, they throw it across. It's a plant now found. Spirit still knocking on the door of this retake. Now here, they're in position. They were down to give it a look in, but that first kill, you'd like to think that's enough just to seal the fate of this one. Shiro decides he can't justify it and so gets on out of there.
See, even the little detail, throwing that bomb over is a really nice move from Satanito. Not offering up a way back into the round. It felt already locked, and, well, GG How make it so. Back-to-back rounds on this T side, finding Donk as well in a heads-up duel. Synopsy, no doubt the most experienced player we've seen on this GG How roster, right? Of course, Satanito has been to many top events under different rosters, played for some North American squads in his time as well. But Synopsy with multiple major runs, the B&E days, some huge upsets there as well.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you could think of a better guy to kind of have helming the ship in that sense in a matchup like this. Massive underdog, trying to, you know, pull through with kind of an unproven squad. When you think about the B&E stories from back in the day, Synopsy was a big part of that. And so probably the perfect man for the job in this type of a matchup.
Absolutely.
He knows the liberation that comes with being an underdog like this.
Oh, yeah.
There's no expectations on GG How in this matchup.
How many times do we see teams like that, including that team, as soon as they were favorites, you know, really crumble and go nowhere? But, you know, make that dream run, be the team that no one expects, everyone overlooks. Suddenly, we're working. Donk has a hero, but he is on the B site alone. They are splitting him from the kitchen as well. Is anyone going to check this in spawn? Zontix is edging back to give it a look. The timing, Synopsy's got him locked in. Meanwhile, this bomb is still approaching the B bomb site. Double swing comes in, and Synopsy can't handle that spray, freeing up rotations for Donk. Does he need them?
Oh, it's the split that makes this tricky. Satanito good for the trade. And even though Zontic's going to arrive on the scene, it really depends on someone putting a kill on the board here for Spirit. They've got two players grouping out towards short. They have Satanito trapped out here on the short side. They know about him too. Can the pistols close in? Cover there from the site. And so no worries. Zontic's left looking on as another round gets away from Team Spirit.
It's feeling like a CT side where we just need multi-kills right now for Spirit because they're getting overwhelmed in all of their positions. Careful for a second, but Satanito trades. And so GG How with constant re-aggression, constant repeaks, keep the pressure on. And a timeout is called from Spirit early. Hallie back behind them. Definitely a good time for a pause here for Spirit. They've been thrown through the ringer for 3 rounds in a row. Shiro's going to have the AWP.
Mini with a spawn. Takes his AWP out towards the apartments. Doesn't try and take an aggressive line, instead hoping he can find Magic's getting aggressive. Not a move that feels too out of the box for Magic's. But with a rifle finally here instead of the SMG, I don't think he's looking to throw it away on aggression, just jump spotting out towards the apartments. That is what Mini's looking for. Magic's isn't going to give it to him.
Oh, yeah. Sixth sense, perhaps. Perfect time to stop spotting. Use that smoke. GG Howard making headway in middle. Aggressive smoke from Zontix has kept some semblance of control here for Spirit, but no overcommitments yet. 1 minute on the clock, still util for GG Howard to play with. Shiro in a strong position. Donk never far away. That tick gives more info. Top con smoke obscures Donk's vision. GG House still want this A split though.
Oh, as an entry. Synopsy the one to provide it.
One more man on short. Are they ready? Magix isn't peeking yet. Donk's got to do it all again.
I mean, you're almost hoping that Synopsy's opener has sold the lie that this is a B play. That's not the case. What with the presence of Magic still out on short here, and he might have more to do. Swing out. He softens up these players in the connector, but knows he can't give away the kill. 2 out towards the spawn for Team Spirit, and it's Donk to get the ball rolling. There's a follow-up for Donk. Finally overran. Shiro been slow to get going here, and it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon. Couple of chances on the AWP, but they both come up short. Massive kill for Magic.
That's got him.
There's the nade to bring it all back, and it's down to this. Shiro's had some rough missed shots here. Low on HP, right into the crosshair. GG How just keep racking up rounds. That's 4 in a row on this T side.
Osama's big 3K out of Palace, and can you blame Spirit for not being ready for another man up connector? They didn't have any idea of numbers there. Magic's had great timings to peek short. He never took them. It's too late to the peak. No one was watching for such a long time after Synopsy got that first kill. Donk doubles up, then he turns, but there's a third man from the con side. And Osamas does read Shiro's reposition. A very common move from him. GG How, they know what they're up against, I'll say that much. 4 rounds to the good on this T side have put Spirit on pistols again. Something's brewing.
Tell you what too, like early eye test on Shiro, I'm a little nervous right now. Just looks shaky. I know we're early doors, 7 rounds in, but it's not like this is a BO3, not like you got more maps to turn it around on. Just had some really awkward exchanges here. Another kill that Shiro struggles to seal the deal on. Thomas just runs right through the B site on the MAC-10, so no worries here. I mean, this would be a very attention-grabbing game if GG How are able to keep this up.
Yeah, you never want to get, or I never want to get ahead of myself in a match like this. I've seen Spirit start slow in these kind of games and then, you know, come alive. But all the signs, oh my goodness, Synopsy, are you serious? A knife kill. Unnecessary, but it sends a very clear message here to Team Spirit.
And they're all celebrating after that one.
I like the parallels you draw between, you know, being the underdog and having Synopsy, who makes these major runs in BNE back in the day, and looking to do something incredible again. To do it against Team Spirit would be something.
You just think about like how many top squads in the past that underestimated his teams, and how that kind of went on to to shape those major runs for BNE.
You know, I almost can't blame you as well if we're talking underestimating, because the teams GG beat, there were a couple of good ones in there, but for the most part, you know, we've not seen this team play top squads on LAN in some time, and certainly not this iteration of the roster. You know, beating Hotu, I think Dendelay have had some recent success as well. But otherwise, nothing really leaps off the page.
Yeah, and also, like, even if you look at the very best teams that they beat to get here, like, it doesn't even come close to touching the caliber of Spirit.
Okay, a lot of control in this round. Spirit have foregone mid, conceding it entirely. Donk patrolling window. Shiro has Con from tickets. But inside of the ladder room is Satanito. Secret agent for later. Donk's rotation heard. But which site is he going to? It is B. Bomb coming back towards T-spawn for an A hit. Spirit might play some late aggression here, but they've got to worry about ladder.
Shadow Scene, that's a nice free kill. Satanito, but backing up. It's another double short setup for Team Spirit. And Shiro's finally been able to rally one off on this AWP. Tanopsy closing in, but won't get past Tania. So this could be the return to form for Spirit they've been waiting for. Looking for a clean round. Can Bibu complicate matters? That's a good bit of damage done. It's the Shiro Warp closing in. No, these misses are starting to get real rough. He'll make up for it. All well and good. Right now, you're just kind of treading water for a couple of key players to come online for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm going to breathe a bit easier after a round like that. They do save it on multiple fronts. We're seeing a lot of double short aggro here, yet to be truly realized by GG How. Magic's getting that nice late trade onto Zontix. Keeps the pressure on this A-cross. No bomb plant here, so no money on a few of these players. Or rather, drops are already in the air, so AWP is out. This will be their final buy.
I mean, if you remember, like the first time they saw Magic's on the double short take, he kind of peaked so late in the round that I don't think you realize that's how he started.
Yeah, there the whole time.
But that time around, right, the fight comes in way quicker. Now maybe you're building a bit of a better image as to how they're trying to solve this mid problem with the double short setup.
Hot shot in middle for Shiro, but Mini's AWP looks ramp. Shiro will rotate. It's a scary peek, to be honest. But a well-timed nade connects, and GG How is still looking to scrap on this site. Tag comes in, Mini barely surviving. Oh, I'm getting scared.
Shiro feeling the pressure. Synopsy overwhelms him, but in comes Donk. And that's 2 kills to the good. How many more can he get? Plays right through the smoke. Donk keen to get involved as a bunch of these rounds have just passed by for Team Spirit with Donk not hyper in the picture. Finally has his round. That's a pretty monstrous 4K. And
just saying, Shiro, man, if you want to be the human decoy, I can trade you out.
Set me up, dude. You're fine.
Back-to-back rounds, bails out Shiro. Big 4K from Donk. Team Spirit are back in business, Harry, so no need to overreact on this early start here for GG How. This is where they're truly going to get tested. The depth of their T-side here on Mirage. A couple of nice B-pops in this game already. They're going to go back for it, but no util to make anything happen.
I think like that's
nice.
It's a very hard thing to contest with here for GG How. The idea that, you know, yeah, you had Spirit a little bit on the ropes, worried about their money, worried about the finances, not wanting the game to just get ripped away from them. But as they find their footing, as the money builds up, as they feel a bit more secure, you're going to see kind of the brakes come off. They're going to stop turtling up. Donk's going to be getting involved out towards mid. It's going to get more aggressive, a lot harder to predict. You're going to have, you know, opening fights kind of ahead of the timing you were looking for. Won't get to run some of these set pieces that we've seen. And that's where very, very quickly this can start to go the other way. So you are bang on. It's a test of their depth here on this T side.
There's nothing in this burger. This one is going nowhere. I say that. 2 Deeks connect, but not getting out past Donk. So easy enough here for Team Spirit. Levels a score. GG How would not be a bad time for a timeout, to be honest, to come into their next gun round. All important, half deciding gun round. Was this just a strong start? Or is there something more?
Here's some more of this Donk aggression out towards mid. It's been where GG have looked to find their early successes, and they will trade him after one. I mean, any round you can stop him with just 1 kill, you'll take it. And with Shiro a swing and a miss again out through short.
Not his game.
Advantage for GG How.
A risky position, but it might be underchecked. Still a 1-for-1. This is getting scary now. Osamas has taken deep space in that A side. Zontix covering the cross. They've got Util. They want the cross, and they make it over. Satanito above the stairs with cover. And this is looking like a solid half, and no clutch today as Osama shuts down the in-game leader of Team Spirit. 1-for-1 on Donk indeed, and when Shiro is missing every shot presented, don't have a lot of heroes left to save you.
No, it's feeling kind of awkward. Like, you see him trying to force the fights, trying to bring himself back into the game, but it feels like in a lot of these rounds, it's just given a way in for GG How.
Well, a lot of the time as well, he's playing late rounds. Now he's going for early moves, getting punished. And look at the pace behind this one. Satanito fearless through the Molotov. Look at how quick he is here. Donk's going to break that smoke, it looks like. So got to be aware that Satanito is stepping. Donk never goes for the break. There it is late, finally in as he finds Synopsy. Donk waits till it's safe to pass.
But, like, you know Zontix is dead, and I think kill feed Counter-Strike can do a lot for GG How here. He's the second guy over towards B. You know that Magic's likely there alone right now. There's a bit of a gap on this B side of the map.
Yeah. This looks like the perfect call for GG How to find a winning half. Magic's reinforced by Shiro. Right. Okay, you can redeem yourself now on this AWP.
You know, you've been waiting, you've been looking for that round that brings you back into the game. This could well be it for Shiro. First shot lands. Bit of help from Magic's as well. And this AWP might be low. Swung out wide. Shiro brought down a half. Satanito still a long way away from being in play in this round. And as he tries to join up through short, you'd think Tanier's meant to have his number. 20 seconds left on this. Time working against GG How. Positions known on both players. The time really is the enemy here. All 3 players brawling in the site for Team Spirit. As Osamas goes out, Shiro will find him. They'll split the difference down this half. And finally that AWP finding a bit of success in the final round of their CT side. Felt like Shiro this whole game was hunting for his round to have the impact. Was that it? Do we get a better Shiro heading into this second half?
We're definitely seeing like the Spirit were able to slow down the play by the end of that CT side, right? Able to give away less kills. Sure, the second last round was a little intense down in middle, but for the most part, considering that was 5-2 down from the rip, Spirit do a pretty good job of stabilizing here. And a pistol round just suddenly puts them right back in contention for a clean victory. GG How, definitely with flashes of brilliance, though. Some of the shots we've seen connect in this game from Synopsy, from Satanito, Osamas with a big clutch. It has been impressive. So don't look away now. Who knows what the second half is in, what we're in store for. Window smoke and Spirit go right towards the catwalk.
A clear game plan here for Spirit. Go for this B split, 3 in through short. GG How going to be out of position, so you're looking at Mini and Synopsy. And, that's really not a bad way to get the ball rolling, is it? Synopsy with a keen double. They're closing in. Job's not done, but this B site holds its own and then some.
Dude, he's full running and he hits that one tap on the second player. Mid-air shot into the running one tap. Beautiful connection for Synopsy. Could not be any better here for GG How. A flawless round on that B-bomb site. My, oh my.
That's
what
the
can you do about that?
That's the B site getting wrapped on. Everyone else is so far away. GG How had just pushed ramp. They started 3 out towards the A site. That couldn't have been a better call for Spirit, but you know, the call is kind of only half the battle there. You go into the under-defended bomb site, you get wrecked by Synopsy.
Tanir jumped for Donk there and neither even get a bullet out. A round that Spirit know well is unwinnable. GG How take control. They push top middle, they get the nade in, but then they depart quickly, not offering up the kill, but more importantly, scrambling the radars of Spirit. Where have these players gotten to? Mini pushes under. Dink's not going to do it. Back out top mid for Spirit. Frustrating rounds here. Coming down for Spirit on this T side. Does that change with guns? We've split pistols now. GG How still hold the lead. Play getting made off the rip.
How far do you reckon they take this? As you get this control out towards ramp, you hear Spirit still mucking around in top mid. I think you feel like you have space here and are just going to follow through with a backstab. 2 players dedicated to this.
Oh, no, man.
And Magix has just left the angle, but Zontix is coming back. He might be able to save them here. No one with eyes on Palace. And so the backstab gets rumbled.
This has changed the whole round, though, for Spirit. They do want to come back and clear this out. Inside of the Palace, pushes Bibu. Zontix is trapped right now. He's going to hold his own. Second kill, low health, but enough for Spirit to roll out this red carpet. Synopsy hides at B. 2 more MP9s adorn this A site. And I still find a bit of fear in me with Osama's taking Palace once again. The deeper he goes, the worse it is. Zontix still waits.
Zontix has learned he just can't take his eyes off this position. Oh, don't do it. Why would I say that? There he is, taking his eyes off this position.
He's still out of control, though. Osama has lost A entirely. Unless he flanks ramp right now, he's going to hear the nades. Now he's in a great spot. This would still be something else. He is 1v4 in this site.
And it feels like GG Howard just saying, look, man, see what you can do. If you make this interesting enough, we'll come in. We'll give this a try. Turn around for Shiro. First kill picked up. Gun game as he swaps out onto the M4.
2 low players.
His teammates aren't budging. It feels like Guan wasn't enough to tip the scales for a retake here. Just going to try and save on these 3 players.
Oh, I mean, the margins that Spirit win that round by are very tight. If Osama stays Palace, if he commits to ramp the second he gets there, all of these look like double kills and ways back into the round. I feel like that is somewhat fearful from Osama's. I feel like maybe they're feeling a bit of pressure there, because I would have just loved to see him commit to his move. That would have definitely done him better than 1. We see how low these players are. But he's going to err on the side of caution, play the money game, hold on for later. They still have a round lead to work with, and they have a boatload of cash as well. But it leaves you wondering if there was more available there for GG How.
I think, though, you know, considering it's a bonus round for them and they really had Spirit on the ropes, you could leave it still feeling kind of good, especially if you find some success here and now. I mean, telling yourselves that that save was to bring out the big guns and hit even harder the second time around. Mini takes an instant line out towards Palace. He'll be meeting Zontix, who has been a bit of a defining character in this game for Team Spirit, from his early B holds with Magix to winning them that bonus round attempt for GG How in the last.
Zontix looked very frustrated on the cams there. You know, you don't often see much emotion out of this guy or acknowledgement. It is nice that we have these player cams on the HUD at all times. So Spirit a man down, have to do it back on this A site where they know the AWP just was, but it's rotated back to B, leaving it alone. Satanito ladder side, Spirit still going into the stack. Whoa, that's the bomb.
That's the bomb spotted. Shiro very low and in no position to play out through ramp. Donkatanir doing what they can, but it's the rotator this AWP that catches them by surprise. And Shiro, who was brought down low right at the top of the round, is the sole survivor. And he's in no position to fight. GG How gonna maintain this lead.
Yeah, it was nice to see them rotate back. Don't know what the tell was. They were starting to lean towards B in the silence, and then right before Spirit come through those smokes, that's when GG How doubled down on that A hold. Everybody in position to stop it. They even let Donk live. They transferred off him before they got the kill, and he still gets punished 1-for-1. So they're doing a good job of shutting down Spirit's best player. And Spirit have called another timeout. The only team to use them in this game.
And I think if there's one thing you're really aware of right now, it's the frustration out of Team Spirit. You know you've caught their star AWPer a little bit shaky to get the day going. Donk wasn't exactly dominating from round one. You kind of got them on shaky ground off the rip, and now you're building upon this lead. And we were talking about Synopsy, his experience, the things he's accomplished in the past, how he was always a threat in these kind of underdog matchups. He knows exactly what's going through the minds of Spirit as this game is getting away from them. Yeah. And he's keen to push every little advantage.
Captain of this squad, and I mean the two European players putting in the biggest shift here for GG How right now. Him and Satanito, the two most experienced players on this squad. Satanito had some great T-side rounds.
I mean, dude, even Samus has had good impact as this has gone on. I think he was like 0-5 at the start of the game, so
nice.
Been on a pretty convincing turnaround since that point.
Spirit Gate given nothing in the middle. AWP is in the ladder. Mini, very patient, as he was in Palace last round. Waiting for the guaranteed kill, and as Magix re-hits mid to fake, Spirit are going to group for this B-pop. Bibu alone in this bomb site. And he's going to get distracted on short for now and blocked. He can't rotate out. Sooner Spirit go, the better. Here we go.
Mini just can't vacate short too quickly.
Oh.
Just going to miss this timing. Gets out with one on a donk, but Magix closes in. AWP now on short. Bibu with a bit more to do and an ugly spray.
Was that
Seals
Shiro?
the fate. That was Shiro. Oh, it's really looking ugly.
It's just
GG How loving it, however.
It's the day where you're just not feeling it, right? A normal Shiro would have stopped spraying, would have counter-strafe, hit another burst, but he just full commits to a 20-round spray on a market player. Cannot confirm the kill. They also, yeah, sure, Mini dies to a Tech 9, but who does he kill, Harry?
Yeah, he gets rid of Donk.
He gets rid of Donk.
That's the entry power stripped out of the round.
Doesn't it just feel like that is the hammer on your head now, Spirit? You have one gun round to save your entire BO1 opener. Dear, oh dear. Winner of this plays Game Allegiant for a playoff spot.
All right, GG How, we're noticing. Look, you could be on the cusp of something real special here. Coming to Bibu's bomb site again. Well, maybe not. Yeah, util drop back to Shiro. Bibu is very alone. 1-for-1 is simply not enough here. Rotates starting to make their way over. Satanito gets here in time, but it's the Donk Deagle opening things up. Bibu with a mow down. Donk delivers death on the Deag, though. There's a second. Can Donk save Team Spirit the embarrassment?
He's trying. 2
kills found already. As the job isn't done yet, though. GG How grouping for this retake. Molly gonna force a fight out of Shiro. Donk with the spot. This Deagle really starting to feel the pressure now as his teammates fall around him. Magix does what he can. He softens up another player, and Donk's Deag swings out for a third with the pistols. Team Spirit looking to keep it alive. Killing blow dealt by Magix as him and Donk put on a clinic in that eco round.
Oh, how dare I count it out. I said Spirit had 1 gun round to right their wrongs, but I forgot about the Donk Deagle. Triple headshot despite so many missed shots. I love how Spirit isolate that short player first. They know he's going to move in before the market contingent with the AWP down in kitchen. They have 3 players facing short, bailing out their Edward player who got mollied. That was really nice from Spirit. Forces the AWP to have to make a move, and Donk is just dancing with death.
And you kind of see the fear he put in them, right? They were both coming out the market door, ready to try and react around the short contact. They see Donk on that little jiggle. They both thought about it. They kind of second-guessed themselves on the push. And so that is the Donk effect right there. It's put them back within touching distance of GG How. It's a lifeline for Team Spirit. And it comes from their start.
What a saving grace. And what a time to do it. Timeout from GG How.
I mean, yeah, if you're GG How right now, you know that, like, that's the round that could rattle you. If any round was gonna... You've been on this winning streak. You've been taking great strides in this matchup. You just can't get in your head about falling down to the pistols. Gotta stay focused.
Deep AWP line for Mini. He's had many different positions on this AWP. And what this does do at least is free up his team to play heavy on the other side of the map. He's got multiple fallback options available, but he still needs to hit his first shot. Tanir is lurking apartments. Maybe a factor for later as Spirit look to set up on this A site. I wonder what timing Tanir plays. Is he going to just play off the execute and try and get a backstab? Palace smoked might cause a bit of a problem here for Spirit. They still throw in the execute. Tanir does not move.
There's 2 players in the site ahead of these smokes, and that might be more than you bargained for. Okay. You get the spot on Bibu. Donk spams him out, and Tanir here's this
classic
rotation.
It's the Magic's bomb rotation. We see this all the time. Spirit love this pocket strat. Tanir's got the site. This round is over. So you'd like to think.
It is going to be the AWP on the line. Tanir tries to knock him off of it.
Oh no.
Missed Molly, but that bomb still crosses in. It's a crisis averted here for Team Spirit.
All right, it's a risky retake. Do you really want to risk your money? I don't think so. GG How are going to walk away. I do. Magix does that all the time. We've seen him do that on the world's biggest stages. That is the exact round that Magic's got. The 1v4 market spray down, the graffiti moment back at the major, but it was him alone who made that rotation. This time he has Tanir to find the gap. But Spirit love just the little A execute into the late apartments rotate. And it completely catches GG Hao off guard. What a great time to call that move. That's after the timeout from GG Hao. We saw Hallie talking a lot. And the magic source puts Spirit on the board. Why does Donk put a full mag in that box? I don't know, but it's the perfect move. So 3 guns here.
And we've remarked on how Mini's been down to just take kind of these passive lines and free up players to rotate, but in a round like this, that's not really what you want from your AWP. You want it involved. You see him there trying to take a peek out towards mid, but the util denies him. Bit of a B lean right now for GG Hao, and you've seen Zontix actually look kind of down to make plays out through Palace. There's just been util in his way. Well, that's not available here to GG Hao. So he tries to go early, ends up giving one away. Boost for Synopsy will get punished. And as Donk rears his head out through the connector, it's a keen double to turn the tide. Once again, trying to link up with the front man in Tanir. As he's taken all this ground out towards the A site. Donk did go searching and roaming, looking for a little bit more. And you wonder if feeding that AWP 1 is enough to make this round interesting. Bibu closing in. Shiro dead next.
No.
That one overstep from Donk. And now it's left Magix on the other end of the map. Out of position here.
They're on it. Fake.
Tab trying to draw a peek out from Magix, who swings this one wide. Sees they're not on it yet. Trying to close in. Does he really have this in him? Cover from Mini is there. And so GG Hao, those 3 rifles brought forth enough to get them through.
Yeah, 2v4 there in that basically post-plant when Donk swings into jungle. That is unbelievable to win that round after Spirit had won their eco and seemingly converted on it. That save was worth its weight in gold.
And dude, it feels rough there because it's like that's Donk with hot hands, 2 kills deep. If there's kind of one player you're down to give all the freedom to and say, look, you can have a swing, you can have a poke. But it leads to just absolutely dire consequences. AWP not only finds him, but they never got the spot on Bibu, who then swings out and grabs that AK off the ground, puts it to work. It just sets in motion this horrible chain of events for Spirit. It felt like they were getting back into this game.
Yeah.
Wonder if that round has really changed the tune, because
so
now your
quick.
money is on the line. You're scraping together a buy here, and if you fall short, you're force buying up against 12. You're relying again on like a Donk Deagle to try and make this game happen.
Yeah, Spirit know the importance of this round. So again, their final timeout used in this one. Shiro, really poor game across both halves, has struggled to find impact. He's got the AWP on ramp, looking for that opener. Samus does take a little wiggle, but won't commit. And Donk, after throwing nades mid, has rotated, but look at this B push for GG Hao. They called this off of spawn, push 2 in the apartments. They are all the way behind enemy lines. Magic saw it. He saw it throwing nades. Guns out, Donk by his side. Synopsy pulls his knife, but is Donk ready for more? Yes, he is. Just about, just in time. Keep Spirit up a man.
The things he's having to do to try and keep this game going. GG Hao thought that double push was the recipe for match point.
And I love that Donk has just seemingly made the call here. He threw the bomb back through the window. Smokey goes, screw it, I'm walking under. You guys do your A hit, but I'm up to other things. Gonna try and lurk in on this A play. There is a nice flank for Osamas, but again, it's gonna rely on his teammates to do something. Donk is in position. He's not playing yet. He's gonna let the execute go through. Shiro throwing flashes, last of this play, mini miss shot, and this one's going to cost you.
Yeah, pulls the attention away from Con. Bibu was watching for that move out of Donk. And they're even ready for a third player in reserve on this backstab. Shiro gets eyes on in time, and so Team Spirit able to right their wrongs. Donk with a monstrous 3K. That double kill on the quick flank through the apartments is massive.
How is his gun ready? I mean, dude, that round is 1 second away from Spirit losing it. If Magix had started running to throw that smoke, he misses the flank timing. That's bomb down in spawn. Synopsy won't pull his knife. That's Spirit in the mud. So 1 second is all it takes to put Donk in position to still do something incredible and win that round with a triple kill. And look at where it leaves us. Hero Orb. Well, Mini feels like he's going to have to save that gun or win the round. He's just been getting flashed so hard in this game. Sees him under, catches a shot on Magix, but this B-pop is coming. Oh, the B-stack is building. 40 seconds. Spirit are going into a deadly situation.
You see the AWP there. Surely that gives you a moment of pause here. But Tania is committed to a backstab now. Oh. And so this AWP just give an open season to deal with them on the push.
Too late, surely. Tania 1v5. What's he got in the tank? Just jumping through, throwing himself in, but the pistol cuts him down. And that is a Shiro missed shot. Jumps back into his own Molotov. It does not get worse.
Oh. Donk's got his hand over his mouth. He can't believe what he's just seen. He can't believe this is real life. They're meant to be, one of the heavy favorites to go and take the whole thing.
And I love how
this is the opening game versus GG How.
And they call the pause. They just let Spirit stew in that. Like, have that pause. Enjoy it.
Shiro just 1G'd for crying out loud. Like... This can't be real.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, no matter what happens, Donk has an AK. But around him is very little. Shiro getting nades, gives a Galil. But man, nice to see Mini, who was also pretty quiet after that first half and, kind of locked out of the CT side to a degree. Think about the 2 rounds he's had. He was part of that 2v4, back in jungle onto Donk and back to CT on A, and now that round as well just shuts down Donk on the entry, forces Shiro to burn alive. And now GG How with a chance.
I guess he forced him.
Yeah, we can call it that.
Well, Shiro really is like the Mothman. We haven't seen him at all in this game. Mini, again, on the line with this AWP. Just been a constant source of info for GG How to rely on, having these deep sight lines. This time, though, they're not playing fast and loose with Bibu. He's hanging around, ready for a B hit. And Mini's going to get the ball rolling. That is a very convincing shot to start this round. GG How looking for a massive upset. And it's not some drawn-out brawl to close at the end. It is a decisive victory. GG How from the open qualifier, and now a win on day 1 over Team Spirit. That is a monumental upset. How has Synopsy come back years down the line, and he's doing it all over again?
And now just a BO3 away from the playoffs. I mean, this is a core of a team that is from the Middle East, and they just took down the world #1 ranked VRS team in Team Spirit. Unbelievable game of Counter-Strike from GG How, and definitely a shaky match from Shiro and the gang. Donk excluded. That was ugly for Spirit. GG, how about that?
How about that is the question we're going to have to ask, and among many questions, of course, you might have to write an entire list of things that need to happen, and even then, maybe And it did. It did absolutely happen. GG Howe find the footing necessary to take down and give us our first upset here within the brackets of the Esports World Cup in Paris. How do you like them apples, Yanko?
Shocker, Trace. Shocker. We were talking about a David versus Goliath matchup. Well, we got one. And
yeah,
whoa, what a game from GG Howe. Like from the get-go, you know, they lose pistol, but they come out swinging in the gun rounds. They were aggressive, taking advantage of, you know, maybe some space or some mistakes that Spirit was making. But then in the end, feel like Spirit got control of the game, and for them to be able to close it out, just an impressive feat from GG Howe.
Yeah, I'm looking at Frank Synopsy in the Rat Pack here. So what do you got to say about that, Jacob? Because I know we needed a whole list and then maybe some more. So now, how do you feel about GG Howe?
I feel like we got everything we needed on that list, for sure. GG Howe doing a tremendous job, playing super aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Synopsis, as you said, involved in 7 opening duels, won 5 of those. Really having a great game. Mini as well with the AWP, constantly roaming around, constantly being in the pack, sort of, you know, or being where the action were at. Also went 6 for 7 in opening kills his way, and especially the later rounds when they needed to get the finish line, or get it over the finish line, he was the one stepping up as well. So nothing but credit to GG Howe. They took advantage of Spirit not showing up, Shiro not showing up, nowhere to be found on the server. Have a couple of blunders, not only his dare I say dueling, but also his decision making.
The Shiro haters are eating well today. They are feasting today, man, because it wasn't just it's actually uncharacteristic bad game for him. It's not a bad game in the sense of he doesn't have impact or whatever. It's like he was missing sitters and he's making bad decisions. Like those are usually the 2 things that he's good at, you know, playing in the clutch, those late round scenarios, and there was none of that today.
There was none of that, and neither will we be hearing from Team Spirit. They didn't win the game. We hear from the victors, and that's GG Howe.
Incredible result coming out from GG Howe here. Undoubtedly the biggest upset so far here at EWC. Sassanito, massive congratulations. We saw some big emotions there, some big reactions. Tell me what's going through your head.
I mean, I'm feeling like really good right now. I'm so happy. We're playing really confident. We just beat the #1 team in the world right now, so I don't know what to say anymore. We just need to keep grinding and show what we can do here.
And you did it in incredibly stylish fashion as well. How much was this specific prep just for Team Spirit versus how GG Howe like to play normally?
I actually said that we had a really good plan, but I reminded the guys that we should play our game and do our stuff because we are really confident and we shouldn't focus too much on them, and that's what we did and we won.
Paid off massively. I do want to ask about a specific moment later in the game. Obviously, we had some great starts from you guys, but round 22, Spirit trying to get out onto that B site. You guys have an AWP, I believe an MP9, and then a couple of pistols. How did you get away with that one?
We had actually read with Mini that he should start short and start opening around there. But actually later in the half, we just gambled that they're gonna go B and Mini was on right position and he just killed 3 and we killed the other guys.
Right place, right time, massively paying off there. I do want to ask about Synopsy because we were talking about it during the game. He's obviously, yourself and him, the more experienced players on this GG Howe. Tell me about his input and some of his reads during this game.
I mean, he really knows us and he knows how we should move. He's guiding us. He's doing really good job and we should just play like this, and he's a really good player.
Final question. You've obviously come through the last chance qualifier here for EWC. Now, as you just said, you're taking down the #1 ranked team in the world. Where does that leave the ceiling, the limit for this GG Howe?
I'm actually surprised that we had a really tough, let's say, LCQ, and we made it through. And I don't think we have any pressure right now because we have nothing to lose. And we proved that we can beat the best team in the world. So I guess we'll just go on to the next game.
An incredible result. Thank you so much for your time, Sassanito.
Yeah, GG Howe fans also eating very good tonight. Obviously, for them, this was a big upset at a minimum. Jacob, what we got from the beginning of this matchup when we walked into it, we got some more questions, I guess, from the Spirit side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Spirit, that's disappointing. Atypical. We spoke about Shiro. Atypical, off performance. I think the entire team as well. Usually Tener, I feel like, does well against, this kind of opposition as well. Lower tier opposition, facing kind of style. He was nowhere to be found. At the end of the day, I just want to give it to GG Howe. They came in with a clear game-defined plan. They wanted to be in the face of Team Spirit. They never wanted to rest whatsoever. Came in a high pace, constantly reapplied pressure as well. Especially on that CT side. You saw every single round they were re-aggressing, whether that was towards middle middle, on A, on B, constantly seeking information. So at the end of the day, they decided to play on their terms, and if they were to lose, well, they would have lost on their own terms, but they didn't. Team Spirit couldn't capitalize. The only player showing up was Donk, and even this time around, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think you see that being the what got them the win in the end. The round that Freya was talking to Tetsanito with, again, they're being proactive, even with the one saved up, and those rounds can be difficult to call against because who's going to make the play? The pistols, the op, like, you know, they're very tricky to call, and they made it's uncomfortable for Spirit and for Magix with all the aggression. And yeah, that's what got them the win in the end.
And keyword right there from that interview to me is the gamble. He said we gambled in that round as well. So it's not like they were not sure. And you have to, and you can do that as an underdog. What you often see though, and that's where I want to give GG How credit as well, they were in a winning position, right? And you can get to the winning position by gambling, by playing free. You feel like you got nothing to lose, but all of a sudden you're in the game and you're like, oh, we're supposed to win now. That's when they start to mess up. That's when they start to stop the gambling. That's when they start to revert back to the normal level, so to speak. But they kept on playing on their terms, kept on gambling, kept on doing the right things, and for that they deserve credit as well.
And we pointed out Tatsunito, and early on that T side, like, he was instrumental in some of those round wins. He was shooting really hard, right? And that's all it takes. We talk about the score doesn't matter, momentum does. And GG How got a lot of momentum early on in the game, winning gun round after gun round, and you had that clutch from Osama, right? That's what you need for an upset to happen. You need some of those individual moments, like hero rounds, because then the players get confidence. It's like, oh, I just clutched against Spirit. Like, okay, we got this. We got these guys.
Well, especially when you think about momentum shifting moments. Well, you know, it's obviously something for Spirit to be able to have that in their pocket in the form of a donk or anybody who wants to fire away on that given day. Here in this server in particular, there was a real chance on a deco there from Donk. There was a real chance to sort of shift that momentum late in the game, and there was a chance.
That's kind of what I spoke about earlier. Round 18, Spirit is already in a position where they're supposed to lose the game. They have not even a force buy, you know, Deagle on Donk, a couple of utility pieces, and then go on towards the B bomb side, and then Donk does what he's been doing throughout the entire game. He keeps them alive. I thought to myself at that moment, when Spirit won round 18, that was the moment where, oh, GG How, now you got something to do, right? You're in a winning position, you're supposed to close it out, then that happens. So, unfortunately for Spirit, didn't really manifest, didn't really capitalize from it, but it maybe goes without saying that was Donk keeping them alive, which he did for the vast majority throughout this game. The round is playing in front of you right now. See on your left screens, we're talking Deagle, Tech 9s, P250, very limited utility, and then Donk comes in with a nasty shot like this. Despite Bebo doing his absolute best to keep it alive, it's two entries from Donk. They get the bomb down, and unfortunately for GG How, weren't able to retake the bomb side, which can be tough even against pistols in a scenario like this. But I think to myself, right, if this would have been 11-7 for GG How, the game is over.
It's over, yeah.
You think to yourself that, right? Now Spirit, they win this round, it's 8-10, then GG How is unlimited economy, yet they find a way to fight back into the game. So they showed more than one facet of winning here, and again, as I said, for that they deserve credit.
Also, sometimes when you see this and you feel like, why are you guys overcomplicating this? If you're GG How, like, you're going up against pistols, why is there only one guy B? You know, where, you know, in Tatsunito on the way back, he gets one dig, right? So you're seeing this and you're like, this is exactly the sort of round that's going to end up costing them the game, but they were able to win a few of their own towards the tail end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, good looks for the side of GG How. You got to wonder when you get to a best of 3 against stiffer opposition for these guys, how they're going to be able to stack up against later on.
Well, that's the thing, right? As far as I'm aware, they face Gamer Legion, I believe, in the next game in the bracket.
Winner goes to playoffs.
Exactly. Not necessarily tougher opposition, to be completely honest. You'd figure that Spirit would be the toughest one you could face. So I think with the amount of confidence they gained from this game, with some of the rounds they won, we can, you know, look at round 20, I believe it is. Yeah. That's sort of like where the game crumbled for Team Spirit. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario. Again, look at the money, look at the positions right here. Mini gets a free kill on Donk, maybe overextending a little bit. Bibu picks up the AK-47 from Donk, and all of a sudden you think to yourself, it's possible. Shiro, we spoke about the bad decision-making.
With his John Travolta impression.
Exactly. Tenia being caught in the open, and now you have Magix on 13 HP all by himself, and you lose the round. This is a 4v2 for Team Spirit. They don't lose that against the best teams in the world. They sure as hell don't lose that against GG How with no consequences.
And, you know, you can give a lot of excuses here and there, but a round like this is inexcusable. You know, we were talking about bounty, whatever. Here you need to bounce back, and, like, you're losing a 4v2. Like, also, if you're Donk, like, why are you going for that, like, deep peek? Then what the hell is Shiro doing in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of the bomb site? Like, what's going on here, guys? And then all of a sudden, Magix, in a span of 10 seconds, he's kind of playing to cut off rotations or saves or whatever, and with low HP now he's in a sort of impossible clutch for himself, and that's the sort of a round that's gonna have Halley fuming, like that he's gonna like lose his mind and definitely grill the players about it. It's like, what are you guys doing here? Like, are you being serious right now? Like, if we play like this, you know, we're not gonna make the playoffs even, but I think they will. No matter, I think they're fortunate that now it's a tournament with, you know, 32 teams and 4 teams from each group go to the playoffs. And even with this loss to GG How, I mean, I have a very tough time seeing Spirit not make it through that lower bracket.
That's the thing, right? It sucks for everyone else now who's going to face Team Spirit in that lower bracket in the best of 3 games. So if anything, GG How has made it significantly tougher for everyone else in the group.
Yeah, which is awkward when it comes to people that love looking at these brackets and thinking they know the best. They know how it's going to pan out. Well, yeah, here's Shiro stats. Anybody, you guys got anything for this?
Just atypical bad game from Shiro. Not only the decision making, but also missing sitters. There were a couple of clutches in the first half as well, where he has the opportunity to swing the round in their favor, misses some easy shots. So, you know, it's okay to have a game off sometimes, but it's the being caught in the open, it's the decision making. You can have games where you're not hitting your shots, that's fair enough. Then you revert back to just playing, you know, smart Counter-Strike and not necessarily being a liability. I feel like this is a game where you can look at Shiro, and he was a liability for Team Spirit, which doesn't happen often.
Yeah, cost him the game. I mean, pretty much with his performance, and it's not often that you can say that for Shiro, who I feel like had a good major, had good games in the playoffs against, you know, the best teams, which is not something that's usually the case, but it hasn't been a great start of the season for him, and, you know, there's no room for games like this for him if Spirit is going to have a deep run in this event.
Now, over on that B stream, we had Foot Tyloo. That one ended out with Foot going on 13-10 in that best of 1, so they locked that opener in as well. For us, we do have a little bit of a break. We can come back. We have G2 and M80 taking to the stage right now at the Esports World Cup in Paris. If you are in town, I invite you to come check it out, because this place is pretty sweet. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want to.
Come on, let's do it.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you you were making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think of when you smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest. Like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tear form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot?
No. Again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America. It's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players, and we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew. That's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god. Overly wide.
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... Oh, I missed.
Oh god. Don't do it!
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry.
disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and create this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh god.
Smells amazing. You have no idea how amazing this smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just a little bit.
No.
I promise. Can you just try? Just try.
Oh!
Ooh.
It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh god, don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off. Every day I come with her. Every day she's something up.
Le Esport.
キしようよ準備開脚早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Well, here we go. I got another best of one coming right up here at the Esports World Cup 2026 from Paris, France. That is right. We're over here in Europe. It's hot outside, but luckily we are inside of the air conditioner in a rather large venue hall, one in which we're going to see G2 taking on M80 right here. And it might be just a little bit closer than you might expect. Let me welcome you back. Hold on, Yanko. I got you. That's Yanko Paunovic. He's got a ton of accolades, most of them from inside the server, some from outside of the server. Y'all going to put respect on his name, as well as Jacob Pimp-Minicki. He lost 180 million kilos one time. So,
I just want to say, Trace, that was really impressive for an American to know like the country, the continent, and the city where they are. Now, if only you could point them out on a map, you get the number one reward. No.
So, like, there was this landmass was all together at one point, right? And it's just kind of right there. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, you know, the entire history of the world, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, another best of one in front of us, G2 versus M80. Considering the teams are from two different regions, it does feel like there's some history to the matchup. You know, we all remember the Pro League and the Malbs games and how G2 got them after those games. But yeah, I think for G2, obviously had a really good major. That series against Spirit was an absolute barn burner. You know, they had their chances to make it into the top 4, but then made I'm gonna say an unexpected roster change, really benching Sampayas for Wrinkle out of all people. Yeah. Like I don't know where they got this from, because Wrinkle on NIP, like that was just decision making on a tier 4 level, right? Like some of the plays he was making, like yeah, sure, there's some skill there, right? Potential to pop off, but that just didn't feel like he was ready to play on a tier 1 level.
I agree with you. Maybe it's Saw thinking, you know, I can get the kid straight. I can
fix him.
I can fix him. You know, and that's a dangerous thing to do when you enter a relationship, if that's your mindset. Speaking of personal experiences, I guess.
Well, let's really dive into that since we've got you here. We might as well just open that.
May as well not, you know. But looking at G2, I agree. I feel like that's more so if best case for me, that's a sidestep, you know. Maybe Wrinkle comes in and maybe he does a good job. Maybe he can find some sort of, you know, that potential that was kind of gone missing in NIP, but I don't see him performing much better than Son Payas. And as much as you want to criticize Son Payas for maybe not stepping up in some of the bigger moments and not having too many carry performance with the AWP, at least I knew what I got from him. He was stable, and he was, I guess, also a big part in terms of being the secondary voice within the team, etc., etc. So I do feel when I look at G2 now, when you make a roster change, I can almost always see the team thinking, okay, this is a better player, or we get this much out of him, or we move in this direction. For me, this is a great example of where I see a sidestep. You go from one player to another, and it's not moving up, it's not moving down, you're just moving to the side. And whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not quite sure.
It's strange because, you know, he was, I don't want to say coach's pet, but he's been with Saw for a long time on different rosters. Nerds also a member of that little trio, like felt like he meshed well with the rest of the players outside the server. So, it has to come down to just stylistically they felt they needed a different sort of an AWPer, right? Like they needed a more aggressive AWPer, a guy who's going to maybe be more active, more dynamic. And you do get that in Wrinkle, but again, like the sort of the inconsistencies you also get along with him, like he's gonna have to improve by a lot compared to what he's shown in NIP for this change to really compute on the server.
Yes, for some of these benchmarks, we can keep looking back at Cologne. For a team like G2 that found themselves through Cologne, we've got words from Heavy God where he's talking about it feels better. It's feeling right. It's feeling like it's way better than it was. How do you follow up on that now that the player breaks over? How do you grab back onto this momentum that you felt like you might have had?
I've voiced it a couple of times leading into this tournament. To me, G2 is one of the teams to look out for because they need to break through into that, I guess, next level for me. They've been circling around being maybe 6th, 7th, 8th, you know, making the playoff at the major as well was a step in the right direction. Could have won that game, you know, could have won that quarterfinal and made it into a semifinal, and who knows what would have happened from that moment. They have a lot of quality on their players as well. Heavyguard is a great example. I think he's arguably one of the best in the world at his job, you know, in his position. Hunter as an in-game leader, again, a bit of a question mark to me. I feel like he's moving in the right direction. I think he's proven himself to be a decent in-game leader. Can he be a great in-game leader? Not quite sure. Same goes for Mattis as well. Decent player. Can he be a great player? I feel like there's a lot of maybe untapped potential within G2, and I feel the next 6 months, especially the second part of this season, is going to be vital to how I perceive G2. Are they going to be stuck, you know, just being 7th, 8th, 9th best in the world, or can they content the Navis, the Spirits, the Falcons of the world, and be in that caliber of a team?
That's been the problem for this lineup ever since sort of they lost Nico and m0NESY. For the most part, it's been can't beat the top 5 teams. Like they can't beat the contenders teams. Obviously there was that one London tournament where they won and beat Vitality in a best of 5 last year, but outside of that, like that's been the struggle. And in the last couple of tournaments, some really good wins, right? Obviously beating Navi to get into the playoffs, but you want to be able to do that on a consistent level, and then that's the goal for this G2 lineup.
Yeah, and consistently we talk about the G2 lineup, and it seems like for G2 and M80, both these teams have that capability, that propensity to find themselves in a bracket and ruin it for someone else, but then also fumble at the very end of the goal line there. Hey, so for the side of G2, hearing what they've got to say before we jump into this matchup, it's way more important than your average 6-7.
Welcome to EWC, Wrinkle. We were just talking about it. Obviously, you played back at Blast Bounty, but that was online. How comfortable are you feeling with G2 now coming onto LAN?
I think we're feeling pretty comfortable. Like it was online Bounty, but let's see how it is on LAN. I think we're good.
What was the biggest thing you learned online during Bounty?
I don't think it's about online. It's about like getting into the system, feeling comfortable. And yeah, I mean, I'm feeling much better than I was in the start.
How much of a different system is it to what you're used to in this G2?
I mean, it is pretty different. It's not that complicated. You just need to learn a lot of stuff. But yeah, it is really good with these people, and yeah, everything is amazing.
And how much input are you able to have just in terms of your experience and your role? How much are they kind of telling you how you should be playing? Can you tell me about that balance?
I think we're trying to ping pong. Of course, I'm a bit of an aggressive player, but first I want to implement into their system, and then, yeah, as I said, we can ping pong and I can try to bring my own stuff.
Totally makes sense. We were just talking about it as well. You've had a little bit of a break prior to Blast Bounty. It was all the way back in April that you were playing officials with the team. Can you tell me how you were staying fresh, staying in the zone between April and now?
I was grinding a lot of deathmatch, a lot of faces. I mean, I was just really playing. I wasn't really taking break of CS. I started hitting gym because, like, you know, it's hard to sit 12, 15 hours at PC, so gym really helped with this. But yeah, I was just playing that much, grinding. All I could do.
Sounds like a very good balance you're striking there. Let's talk about your opponent here today. It's M80 up first here at EWC. How much do you know about them and the style they like to play?
I mean, I wouldn't say about the style. We shouldn't underestimate them. They're good players, good team, and yeah, let's hope we can show good CS.
Just in terms of being here in Paris, we were just chatting about it as well. You've only been here in the city once before. You're very excited to be here. What are the goals for the team, for G2, coming into EWC?
I mean, our goal is just to enjoy a game and basically show what we are capable of, show good Counter-Strike, and that's it.
Thank you so much for your time, Wrinkle. Good luck versus M80.
Yeah, M80 on the other side of things, which is where we can kind of pick this one up, unless you want to derive from that. Yanko, you look like you're chomping at a bit, they say.
No, I just want to say, like, when Freya asked him, what were you up to, and like, I was playing a lot of deathmatch, I was staying in shape. It's like, maybe watch some more demos instead of playing deathmatch. I think that's where you could extract some more value if you're Wrinkle at the moment.
Yeah. Jacob, you want to follow that one up, or are you good, bud?
I'd listen to my coach.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. I like when you listen to what we're saying out here. Speaking of what I'm about to say has to do with M80. That's because we're looking at a side where Swisher and company have found successes in the past. They found a way to, no pun intended, be a wrinkle in somebody else's side.
They annoy me. They really do annoy me, right?
Yeah, kind of being a wrinkle.
Why is that?
Because it's a team where you look at the paper, you look at some of the results and some of the tournaments they've been in, and you think, okay, there's potential. They can play good Counter-Strike. They have series against good teams where you think to yourself, you shouldn't be as competitive as you are. And then it never really manifests. Like, there's no consistency within the lineup. I was just looking up as well. Now, thank God this is a best of one, but they haven't won a best of 3 against a European team since March, I believe, this year, which is almost 6 months ago, you know, despite having plenty of opportunities at doing so. So it's a team that I feel we constantly label as maybe they're the next big thing coming out of NA, and maybe they're going to figure it out, and maybe they're going to do well, but they never really seem to manifest. They do okay, but never better than okay. So it's kind of like a light version of G2 without being good.
Do you know how they made it here?
Please do tell.
NA qualifier. You know how they made it to Porto? NA qualifier. Know how they're going to be at Pro League Trace?
NA qualifier.
NA qualifiers. So they're just benefiting off of the absolute state of North America at the moment. They're beating teams like Boca for, you know, a spot at this event. So I think they are fortunate that the situation is what it is, where they get these opportunities, but that's not going to last forever, right? Like at some point they need to get some wins, get some results when they're at these tier 1 events, so they can break into the invite bubble for events that don't have NA qualifiers, right? Or qualifiers of any kind. And yeah, that could maybe start happening here at EWC.
Yeah, and for a team like M80, kind of like breaking that threshold of being considered amongst the best of the best, being able to sort of consistently maintain your position there, how much work are they going to have to put in to even get close to that?
Well, a lot of work, but that's part of the reason why they annoy me as well, because I feel they've shown it before, right? That they are a decent Counter-Strike team, and there's some decent players within that lineup. Take Lake, for an example, you know, being, you know, labeled as, okay, he's the next big thing coming out of NA Counter-Strike, and I like the way he plays on the server, in your face, aggressive, but he's very too inconsistent, and that goes for the entirety of the team. That I see potential, but I don't see a team that is able to replicate the good performance over and over and over, and I'll even give them excuse for it. I think playing and practicing in NA makes it virtually impossible to find any sort of consistency, because you can't really get consistently good practice, so I'll give them that excuse, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm always left a little bit disappointed, because I expect more from M80. I think they're a good team. I think they have good quality players, but can't really seem to string it together.
But where are your expectations for them, for example, in relation to a team like Big? Where do you place them?
Well, I think Big benefits from the fact they're European first and foremost, can practice against European teams. I'd almost put them equal at the moment, where I think, you know, historically speaking, M80 has been at big tournaments. They made playoff at, you know, some of the Blast tournaments as well, where you think to yourself, that hasn't really been the case for Big. But I think the state of NA Counter-Strike, as you said, the fact they play NA qualifiers, the fact they stay a lot in NA and practice against NA teams is kind of evening out the playing field, despite them maybe potentially being better than Big.
I think that's the bigger problem, is like their only way to get to these tournaments is to play those qualifiers. But to do that, they have to go back to NA, right? To not play with a gazillion ping, to be able to win those games. But then you're losing out on potentially being in Europe, like boot camping and just getting better at the game. So it's like this, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But eventually they're going to have to figure it out. Like, you also wonder, I mean, what's their ceiling with these players? Like, I don't think they have bad players, but they don't have anyone that stands out massively, right? It's all these guys can pop off here and there, but usually, like, when they win games against better teams, it's by committee, right? Like, it's everyone delivering, it's perhaps outplaying them as a team, right? Like, that's been the recipe for success for M80.
Well, I think we can jump in and kind of figure out what map we're going to play at the very minimum. There's plenty of talking points, I guess, from either side, but in terms of a best of one, anything you guys want to forecast?
I think what's just interesting is neither of these teams plays Nuke. So then G2 was one of the teams that was hurt by the map pool change, right? Like, they were getting pretty good on Overpass, and now it gets removed and Cash gets added in. So we'll see. And the major they played in Stage 2 in the opening game, it was Mirage. There's a chance we see it again.
That's the thing, right? You can play chicken with the Nuke you're not interested in if you're a G2, apparently, so they remove it straight away. But given it's a best of one, it's always going to be that middle pack of the map. I'm curious to see if Cash has been integrated to any of these two teams, as you said. G2 maybe hurt a bit by Overpass being removed, but I don't know, playing Cash in a best of one in your opening game at a tournament that is that important for G2, it should have been good in practice if that's the case then.
Yeah, and I think when we see it between Cash and Mirage in the end, and seeing how the last game went, I don't think G2, you know, goes for it at this point in time, and we do see Mirage as our go-to here.
Yeah, I like that, you know, a map where both teams are comfortable. Also one of the maps where M80 have had big victories against European opposition, so they can definitely put up a good fight here against G2. It's not as one-sided as we just saw with Spirit and GGHow, where you're like, okay, it's supposed to be Spirit winning 13-5, but I'm gonna be completely honest, regardless of the map, regardless of the context of this game, it's a game where I feel G2 should come in and win quite convincingly. I'd be disappointed if that's not the case.
Yeah, and last time it was a 10-2 CT side, really, that propelled G2 onto a comfortable win on Mirage. I'm just gonna watch Wrinkle, man. I just want to see, like, what is it? Was the situation in NIP really terrible? So he was like checked out, which also, I mean, isn't a good thing if that was the case. But it's like, what did you see in him? Because G2 is like knocking on the contender level, right? Like they're right there, and you change your Opera, which is such a huge position on any team, right? And you bring in a guy that hasn't really shown that much against weaker opposition on a weaker team, right? So it's a very, very strange move for me. So I want to see like, what is it that he's going to do that's caused G2 to pick him up?
It's not to beat a dead horse, but I'll do it anyway, because I feel like it's...
Right, well.
Yeah, but that's the way it is. The Opera's market in Counter-Strike right now has never been weaker than it is. You know, it's very tough if you're a top team with aspirations to sign a good, proper AWP player that can change the course of your team. There's the Monacies of the world. There's the Cyru. There's the Shiro. You name it. Moloboy maybe in that category as well. Shiro, maybe on the fence. He was great at the major. Not so great a couple of moments ago. But outside of that, I feel like the Opera's market in Counter-Strike has never been worse off, right? So if you're G2 and you're trying to change something, or you want a different style of opping, then you can't really pick an upgrade for some players. The best you can do is maybe a sidestep, which is even maybe giving Wrinkle a bit more credit than he deserves so far, right? So I'm not sure he's as good as some players just yet, but this would be a great occasion to showcase.
Well, gentlemen, hold the phone, because it is time to play the game. And if you do have your phone in your hand, you're probably watching the game. So don't put it down. Don't do any of that. We're ready to jump into it. We're looking at M80 and G2 going toe-to-toe on Mirage.
Well, from GG Howe's win earlier to GG2 getting ready to take on M80. I shoehorned that one in a little bit, Hugo, but
you tried.
We've had a string of exciting games to kickstart this EWC run. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, let's have one more. Why not? I mean, this one, you know, historically, when I think of this like head-to-head on Orgs, I always think back to, you know, the Malbs days, the Pro League, the Device Car, so many good memories. But of course, two very different-looking rosters right now, at least more so on the G2 side of things. We obviously have Wrinkle in the server. For G2, a surprising change, I think we can all agree, after their run at the Major. I mean, they were just moments away with multiple opportunities to beat Spirit in that quarterfinal and make quite a run back in Cologne, but G2 still wanted that change. They get rid of a very vocal Sung Pius, a guy who showed up in stages but not always in the easier games, you could say, and now they look to make many are calling it a side grade, Harry. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a little bit weird because it did feel like Sung Pius was on a bit of an uptick, you know, but if the kind of wheels were already in motion, if they saw something in Wrinkle that they thought, you know, he could bring to the table that maybe Sung Pius lacked, yeah, you know.
It feels like one of those changes that unless, you know, someone comes out in an interview and talks, we won't really know the reasons.
Yeah,
it's probably more stuff outside of what we're seeing in the server. And so
I think that's kind of, you know, that's like the biggest question mark around the whole move. Is like you look at it and you go, yeah, there must be some reason they've done it, but it's not like you look and you go, that's a clear and present upgrade, especially when it did kind of feel like Sung Pius is coming into his own within the G2 squad.
Absolutely. And so
yeah, I think, you know, there's going to be, justifiably so, eyeballs on Wrinkle in his early outings in this G2 squad. You want to see it kind of paying off. You want to see why the change was made.
Yeah,
and so, you know, you want him in good form.
For a while, he was a big prospect, right? He was an up-and-comer.
Well, yeah, we were excited for a long time about this guy.
Very flashy, someone who we thought could be, you know, a household name eventually, but never really stuck the landing on that. 3 years in bait, a bit of an underwhelming time in NIP, but that was NIP kind of across the board.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, his biggest task yet, his best team yet, pieces around him that are capable and dependable. So excited to see whether that can raise his floor and or ceiling as well.
You are dead on, right? It's been kind of years of the grind, and eventually, you know, you can't be potential man forever. You finally get a chance now in a top squad with very experienced players all around you. This is where, like, if you're Wrinkle, you have to show you've got what it takes. You can hang.
Yeah, and I think pretty forgiving opening game to play up against M80 as well. Obviously, on the kind of upper echelons of NA right now, but that's mainly because NA have been struggling, right? M80, they had a decent major, I think you could say. They at least made it out of stage one, didn't do too much past that point, but kept on going. Same roster, new goals, new season, whatever M80 got in store. in this German-American mix.
Lake and Swisher don't know it, but around this corner is a setup feeling custom-made to deal with them. Two players ready to duel for the lower control, but they don't hang around. There is no one on B for G2. Only now remedying that, pulling Hunter over, but it's about as passive as you can get. They are ready for an A play.
That's quite a bluff you're calling. I mean, you're not retaking that side if they charge it. Natis gets out. Nerds tries to provide the cover, but this A execute is getting set up, and a commitment from Lake sees him dead in this pistol round. 4v5 as the T's swarm.
Oh, Slacks and Sin. It's the German contingent to open up in this pistol, and they're going to carry that momentum forward. Rest of the squad in behind them. Bomb makes it safely across. Jaber hanging out a little, gives one away to Hunter. Didn't elect to go for the bomb plant, still feeling that pressure with no one in CT. And so now it gets a little more awkward for M80. They try and assemble a boost. Swisher doesn't like what he sees. Nerds has found one and a tag through the body. Go giving this one away. This was a 4v2 for M80. I know where both players are. They're going to have a bomb plant at least, but closing in quickly is Hunter. And that is a rough pistol round out of M80. 4v2 for a moment. Feel like they're in full control. And end up giving it away.
That's what happens when you don't take anything in a pistol round, right? Look at that round. They get the double entry on CT. They have smoke down jungle. You got to take CT control. Once they have that, they have a staging platform to plant. Instead, the whole time, they're paranoid CT. All of G2 are jungle, and M80 don't know that. The smoke fades. They're stuck in default. Great push from Hunter in that 2v2. He knows they're both site, keeps the pressure on, no bomb plants. G2 played that really well, but I feel like M80 got a little bit too shaky after getting those entries. They made that a 4v3 in their favor very quickly and didn't jump on it. Now just Glocks out. They pay the price. We wait for the third round. Nertz is rubbing off on Wrinkle because he's got the MP7 as well.
And I am going to be keeping a close eye on Nerds in these games because, you know, you think back to the major and he was like an all or nothing, and more often than not, nothing kind of player. Like, had some really, really rough games for G2 in there. You'd occasionally get like the old signs of life where he would suddenly start popping off, but for the most part, I think it was a little underwhelming. And, you know, now you're on the other side of the break. You hope he's kind of put some hours in, had a bit more time to adjust. Because you know what he is capable of. You know what Nerds can do to take over a server. I just don't think we've quite seen him at his absolute peak since joining the G2 ranks.
Definitely agree. It's been a tumultuous time for him and his swap of Malbs. Both of them having trouble before and after the change. But ultimately both looking, I think, more comfortable in their new teams. Underdrop, but with that smoke down, Lake is going to be cautious. And you can spam Nerds out here. They look to just walk right through. Oh, jumping up. Lake, wrong side. Is he jumping into him right now? He might be. Nerds is right above his head, and there's the fade that provides that opening kill. You shouldn't be ready for Swisher, but Nerds still looks aware.
Oh, Wrinkle on the MP7 puts it to work. Jaber and Sin don't get an inch of ground, and that's the bomb away from M80. Swisher with one in the back line. Is that going to do a lot to change your fortune, though? Because he's got two players looking his way. Slack's now trying to work his way out through Palace, and it ends in a really awkward stalemate.
Oh, God. Molly pushes him in, and that's the round. So well handled by Wrinkle. MP7 mow down on the ramp. It's one way to kick off this game here for G2. Orpa making some money early. It's going to bring that right out, even into this eco round. M80 have not got a bomb plant yet. Not necessarily made these rounds close. And so a little half buy, something quicker, more direct. So they don't have the weaponry to long out mid-control. Just Sin top mid. Bomb will join him. G2 look like they're willing to fight for this. No, saw something. And back they go, G2 concede.
I mean, I'm liking the tone that kind of G2 have set off the rip, right? You turn around a 2v4 in the pistol, and then they've just kind of been gun-ho from that point on. They've been super keen to fight, down to try and scrap early. It's what you want to see from the favorites in this head-to-head. Now, Lake has found a bit of a window here on the boost.
Hello.
That's a free kill lying in wait, and he knows it. So going to call for that bomb to move back around through the apartments.
Ooh, Hunter's in apps, though. Where's he gone? Lake just catches him. Okay. Going to move out of his vision. Make sure he can guarantee this kill clean. Oh, Mattis saw him. Did Mattis see him? No. Lake's still in position, but he might still get caught. It's dangerous on either side. He needs his kill. He's going to get it. Matt is now in the middle of the madness. They just charge him down through that smoke. That could have gone wrong so many times, but Lake has put them in with a round.
You saw him actually threw everything off for Mattis, right? Just didn't know where to go, didn't know where was safe. The entire setup in this awkward bit of uncertainty, and the Tech 9s are quick to move in.
Will you?
Kill. I wonder if that beckons you in for this. Time's already ticking away. You're going into a setup M80. And G2 decide they want no part in it.
It's fair. You know, you could argue winnable, but just keep your guns. Don't give them any more. They've already won the eco. G2 prioritizing the percentages here. But M80 do get on the board. Lovely little window gap there found by Lake. I mean, they went for a high-risk boost where he's just completely in the open boosting up, but who would do that with no window smoke down? Risk pays off here for M80.
Ooh, something a bit more fiery here, out towards middle, right in to the wrinkle AWP. But it wasn't just one man alone up through the short side. It's a full split, and Hunter's caught out in the open. There was a big gap over in middle with that con smoke down. Hunter looked none the wiser. And this gets kind of awkward now. Nade's wasted on this smoke too.
Gotta go.
That's gonna try and lead them in for it.
Oh, imagine someone peeked on these flashes.
They were all blocking each other there. Just a traffic jam at the door. Nerds on the board. One more man out towards the short side. Nerds playing it forward. Heavy God closing in. Won't get past Sin. And Nerds is doing all he can on this retake. But left out on his own in the bomb site. He can go no further. M80 back-to-back successful rounds at the B site.
Dude, Nerds is feeling it. We wondered what form we'd get coming into this game. He's 9-1. He's hitting every shot. But even though Wrinkle got the 5v4, didn't seem like that fear that they could charge short was communicated across. He saw a player come through that top mid smoke, then the smoke bloomed. Felt like you've got to be motor-mouthing the comms there, letting Hunter know the solo B player with no short support, that they can be on you right now. Hunter's getting pressured from the apartments, but doesn't even consider that they're up cat. So, feel like the comms let him down in that position. And to be honest, all Hunter needs to do is either buy time backside or get one kill, and I think G2 are in with a really good shot of winning that round.
Yeah, there were certainly a couple of examples of where the comms looked a little off, even down to something as minor, like on the micro level of like both players nading the smoke open in market. That could have afforded you a whole second shot on the AWP in the first place.
Yeah,
Didn't look like they communicated the gap in mid properly either.
It's just so quick for a player to be doing that with the con smoke coming down as well. It feels obvious that they're doing something far short. M80 are happy about it though. They do convert another post spawn on this B bomb site. And now walking out ramp, gap found. Sin's got a kill here. Ooh.
Wrinkle will get one, but the entries coming through for M80.
All right, Wrinkle, time to shine.
Hoping for this sight line out towards CT. Their own smoke almost being used against them. Nades on it to break. Don't net anything for this AWP. And with Lake cleaning up the late lurk for Mattis out through mid, it's just eyes on CT for M80.
One shot, one nade, and Swisher goes down. Got to be very careful. That cross now smoked. Hunter can get into this bomb site. Lake got a gap. No one overcommitting. That bomb prawn open. Lake wants to play last. Swisher is a dead man walking, but he finds a shot over the smoke. And Wrinkle, again, it's just more exits as these rounds are not piling up in his favor. They're going to come looking for this AWP as well. Slacks is hungry. But Wrinkle won't move a muscle as M80 find their third round. All right, he's hit all his shots. You got to give him that. But unfortunately, round wins are not yet a factor for Wrinkle.
I think as well, after losing out on the short timing in the round prior to last, they're missing his timing on the ramp peak. Like, it's a little rough. Like you say, hitting all of his shots, but just been the victim of some rough timings here. Some pacey rounds out of M80. And you don't want that to rub off when your AWP is 8-1.
M80 are starting to get a read for the game, calling that fast B-pop, catching G2 off guard, walking out ramp, same thing. Sin with a nice couple calls in a row. We see something more default in round 7. Late mid control, faking under. G2 with a setup out of spawn, pushed on the ramp. And Wrinkle, eyes on middle to a degree from the connector. He's going to get smoked. Still see that short cross, but not for long. M80 smoke it, they go back for B.
Again, just a high-tempo round. Mattis, this time lying in wait, able to catch one from the back of the ranks, and Hunter much more prepared for this split.
Oh.
And so this time, you don't get any freebies catching G2 out of position.
How's he here?
Mattis is even closed in, and they are not ready for that. Bomb dropped out in the open. Swisher would love to buy some time, but G2 aren't making that easy for him. There's a big flank right now for Slacks.
Nice try.
Closing in on this backstab, but he's got 15 seconds. He's going to need both of these kills, and he needs them cleanly.
Ooh.
Transfer denied. Nerds keeps it all in check for G2, and lead maintained.
Oh, that's rough, man. Poor Swish. He did everything he could to hide at back B, but he just knew eventually you got to take a fight. There's 3 players locking him down in that backside corner. He is in trouble. Shame that M80 lose track of Mattis. He gets his kill and just walks right back into the bomb site. No one from short even considering it, but G2 keep the pressure on and look again to deny bomb plants. They do not let that clutch happen either. Nerds continues on his great start to the game at 10-2 and 9-2 on him and Wrinkle respectively. Couple of stars shining bright here for G2 as M80 call attack. And no wonder, look at this money spread, 6K to 1.4. Gonna have to share.
Slax is going to try his hand on this peak with the AWP out towards middle. But G2 not fighting for this space. A bit of a B lean here for G2. They've got Wrinkle holding on to the apartments. Double short setup for Hunter and Mattis. So you'd like to think ready to clamp down on a mid take.
Ready to pounce. Hunter's going to get his wish as the fight, but it's all a bait for Slax on short. Or caught. Slax hits that shot. Headshot will not stop him. 3 on 5, but there's still pistols in play. Don't count G2 out of a heroic round. Denied at the stairwell. They'll go back to B. Wrinkle's waiting. His chance to win.
Yeah, I've been waiting to have a round-defining multi-kill for Wrinkle. He's had a bunch of multis in the game.
Are they going to go back A? Look at Palace.
They're thinking about it. Jaber might have heard a rotate away. They move back around. It's only Heavy God out towards the spawn. Bomb planted. Heavy God goes and plays 7 seconds as they try and plug in the numbers again.
Wrinkle.
Arriving on short is Wrinkle. Plant denied. And G2, they make that one feel very, very comfortable, denying the bomb plant twice over. It all gets too chaotic for M80 after the bomb drop.
A horrible plant position, fully wide, fully open. They're a safe plant, you know. They're just scared of jungle. They're scared of everything. M80 make such a late rotation. They don't know where is safe. Massive kill from Heavy God, and damn, dude, Wrinkle's looking really good. Gets that shot off on the bomb planter, and is still ready and waiting for the repush on short. Wrinkle hitting hard at the moment. 11-2. Winning the round this time. That was a 5v3 given to you by Slax, wasted by M80. And this one's going nowhere.
Oh. It's fine. That's what
faith.
you're telling yourself. It's all well and good. They would love the plant, but I think Jaber's dead. And so, yeah, no worries there for G2. Ooh. I mean, look, considering how tense you felt a couple of rounds ago when this was all tied up at 3-all, G2 could still be onto a monstrous CT half. Have a chance just to keep pressing the advantage here, as it's all in for M80. And you're kind of seeing some of these gaps that they were able to find early on are getting closed now by G2. They've warmed up to the idea to watch out for these fast short takes. They know they're getting some very explosive rounds out of M80.
Oh, nice. Nuts cannot get out of the window in time. Wrinkle new position. That's a pistol, though. Gonna have to be quick. Heavy God trying to retrieve Nurse's weapon. Knows they like a window boost. M80 always do. Like a double window boost, even. Not in this round. It's just back to A contact. Swisher late.
3 players coming his way. First one going to land, but Wrinkle's got to play for some distance here because it's not just one man lurking through the palace. Trying to back up, they'll swing out and deal with him. It's Sin and Slax with the openers. And with Mattis so far removed from this round, it looks like M80 have done enough.
I love how they bait Jaber there, right? Knowing he's the Palace lurker, Wrinkle gets that kill, he immediately falls off. A connector player plays, cluttering the comms for G2, and he thinks he's gotten rid of the lurk, that he's not even begin to uncover what M80 are doing. There's been some awkward rounds in this game for M80, but I think they've also had some really well-called ones. It's going to put a 4th on the board. And with this one save, everyone can buy for G2 for the last couple of rounds here. So M80 not going too cold on us. Because it's really hard to place his team, right? Like, you know, kind of falling out of the top 20, top 30, kind of roaming around the upper echelons of NACS. And on a good day, we know these guys hit really hard and have some phenomenally talented players, but their floor has continually let them down at big events. Seeing plenty of early group exits. Pace behind this push, finds a 1-for-1 on Swisher, causes chaos on that B side, but that's not the objective for M80. And G2 know well. Wrinkle's even rotating out of B. So again, numbers will be in the right place.
There we go, breathing a little easier now that he's been able to convert on that kill. And set up for the swing out through Palace. Slacks and Sin, man, it's these two just constantly being a nuisance in these A plays. Wrinkle's trying to back up, put a bit of distance between himself and the ramp player. That bomb is going back.
Want to stay here, and you've won the round, I think. This is a hard position to clear. Going to group on the catwalk, but Hunter will be able to hear this and play in the post plant. It's not the most shocking position here for M80, but Hunter can choose when he wants to take this fight.
Molly's good. Oh, and there's the tick. That's info for M80. Hunter's trying to go pretty quickly here. Smoke on the Molly. Waits for a couple more seconds and Wrinkle arrives, but he's dead at the door. Hunter's got to do this one all alone. Swings out wide, can't finish the job. And as the captains clash, it's Sin coming out ahead. M80 with a chance to split the half.
A nice mid-round again. You know, they get out of a very precarious position. It's actually advantages for G2. 4v3. Heavy God gets out, and M80 still decide to reset after seeing that open the A bomb side. Wrinkle clearly proving to be a bit of a threat, but well avoided by M80 for the most part in this game, despite his KD being incredible. It's not actually contributing to as many round wins as you might think. But that's thanks to M80. They've done a great job of avoiding him. Fast up short again and no one home.
Hunter this time able to get a bit of util out. Just trying to buy time for Heavy God. They know they have him closing in on this fast backstab, but a turn from the Apps man. Swisher gets eyes on, and all the kills come through in a second for M80.
What a sick nade from the Apps player to pop that open. Just ruined Hunter's round there. Felt like he could have done something with the SMG up close. This one, well, you know where it's going. Matt is straight into the crosshair, and that is M80 leveling out at halftime. Very nice recovery, kind of twofold in that game. They get converted on pistol against them, then they win 3 straight. G2 wake back up, and M80 still string 3 together. Cannot complain at all when you have a couple of stars shining bright here for G2. Definitely made the most of a T-side of Mirage.
I think also you just like how you're winning those rounds, right? Like whenever we've spoke to M80 in the past, they always give Sin kind of credit whenever he makes like a nice read, a nice move, and there were a bunch of them there in that first half. It felt like they constantly found gaps in the G2 defense, constantly making the right move. And I think rounds like that just give you even more confidence going forward. You know, you were the guys kind of exploiting any minor gaps that G2 left open all half long, it felt like.
Full A attack and full retake for M80. They do have a kit, perfectly viable. James going to get mollied in the window. He does have the cross at least. Concedes for a CT spawn. CT spawn, the G2 own. It's a nice smoke. And it forces M80 back into the jungle.
I mean, if you remember, M80's T-side pistol, they were 4v2, but they didn't take any space, and they ended up losing it, right? Here, G2 not looking to make that same mistake. They've taken CT away. They have Palace and Ramp in these post plants. This will not be an easy round to try and recover for M80. Into the meat grinder. These pistols up close. Defuse not being held as Sin's forced wide into the 1v4.
Yeah.
And so G2 with both pistols on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, he got off the bomb. You can criticize it in the sense of, like, it was his only option, but we saw where those shots are landing for the Glocks. I don't think he would have made it through with 5 seconds. Got a couple in before he realized what was going on. And so really nice hold here from Rinko in the post plant. Big impact in that pistol. Glocks up close. What can you do? It's a great land debut here for Rinko. 17-6. And I feel bad even just saying, like, yeah, a lot of those were exit kills, but they were. But now we can really get rolling. G2 T side looking to bring pace. Lots of nades. Triple molly.
Flash through for M80, trying to instill a bit of chaos here. But they go into a prepared and ready G2.
That's a super clean execute. Look at what they throw. Jungle stairs smoke, CT smoke. Then they molly under bulk, sandwich, and triple. Where are you meant to play?
Kind of left it that the only thing you really had to worry about was a smoke push, and that's why they're so prepared for it.
Really nice second round because, like, you know, if the CTs are forcing and those rounds are very losable on Mirage to CT force buys, even an A stack is very common. But I just think when you molly that many positions and you smoke off that many positions, what are you dealing with? MP9s in the open on default on top bulk? Like, it's very manageable because G2 are all together. Yes, it's fast, but the trade potential is extremely high. So I think you're not even worried about an A stack when you run around like that. Good time to pull that out for G2. We're going to have a full eco here for M80. All right, little tower. See Cat as well as Con. It's Uto into middle. Going to try something else.
I mean, Nertz is kind of rolling with his signature SMG. Just let him go feast. Let him go make some money, get the ecos, catch up with Wrinkle.
Well, they might come stumbling into this B site. Con and window smoked off. Sin knows what that means. Or will he just go reinforce his team? Even with a stack, these are default pistols for the most part. And that bomb is not committed. They're going to see it quickly. Slack spotted. How many numbers do they know? It's all 5.
Good jump for Heavy God. Lands the transfer, and now you're no longer worried. Him and Wrinkle pulling through for G2.
There's more strong util for G2, burning out backside, clearing 2 players with that Molotov. Clean stuff. No stress yet in this half for G2.
Well, I mean, you know, we've been talking about Wrinkle. Slacks, I think, has also found a lot of impact on his AWP. He gets to don that now. CT side brings it out straight away. Wrinkle's got his.
20-6, man.
Has a good spawn, so might look to try and fight mid with this.
No window smoke is going to keep you here. That molly actually goes under, so he's still fine for peeking middle. His team will join him on cap, but this is again G2 going for a call out of spawn, another execute into a bomb site. You swing stairs, you're dead to this Wrinkle orb. Jaber keeps it tight for now. Wrinkle scopes in and looks for this entry, but he is caught by the flash peek.
Still, here's this util coming in. Spam for Lake, finds a good chunk of damage, but no kill on it. And again, G2 just go looking for that space out towards CT. They really don't wait long to get into these post plants, do they, right? Player already over towards kind of ramp side. You got a guy in Palace and CT control. Again, similar to the pistol, this is going to be real rough for M80.
Do they want it that bad?
I think you're really weighing it up right now. It feels like you're already out of the round.
Time is so far gone. G2 could be anywhere, and in fact, that is the call for M80. Out of there with their guns. Going to try and catch G2 chasing in CT. Slacks is only the bait here. 2 more players in position to punish. I just love how execute heavy this T-side is for G2. They've come in and they have just run 4 executes in a row to run away with this half.
And dude, you were dead on in terms of, you know, kind of the staging of that round, the lack of the window smoke, keeping eyeballs on middle for way longer while G2 went and set up for the A play. Like, everything's very, very intentional. Even a late window smoke going in. So if you were thinking about shifting off of mid, you don't. They ended up mollying top boxes. It all just served to delay the rotate that much more and kind of kept M80 out of position. G2 were giving them kind of such a good offer in mid being that open and that fightable that of course M80 took it. They kind of took the bait.
And even then, Jaber goes over stairs and still kills Wrinkle on the best timing, gets that 5v4. It's just so swiftly traded. And G2, because they're running these executes with 4 or 5 players, are just really hot on the trades. Their spacing is tight. They've walked into stacks. They've had no problem. It's been a really reassuring half, and it might just go past us very quickly here. Is it already in the rear view for M80? 10-6 up. Full buy again off of the save. They're running out of chances. Wrinkle supporting in middle, while Hunter gets in place.
Nice move for Jaber, because again, it's G2 trying to pull the wall over the eyes of M80, get them out of position, get them worrying about mid while you kind of set up over towards B. But Jaber looks to ruin all of that with this backstab.
Oh yeah, the bomb is at the back. This could be a big problem. Wrinkle's running back right now. This is the round, but second guess, is it? Doesn't matter either way. This is going to be a free kill. Bomb top mid. The round is in jeopardy.
I mean, look at the task ahead of G2 now. You got to go back, got to go get this bomb back under your control, and then recommit to a site. You got 50 seconds left, and Jaber is still walking around their backline. They need this kill, and really, you want it cleanly. Trade might have to do, because he's got the full element of surprise on that first man in. Heavy God will at least live up to his half of the bargain. But now 30 seconds and your round starts anew. A man down, 2 on 3. They're trying to go as quick as they can, but they're going into a stack.
This is a great setup as well. We got Slacks' AWP in position in time. He can take a quick shot. That bomb crosses in with the smoke, but Slacks still gets one more, and Sin swings off the Molotov. Another well-placed bit of util, but it does nothing to stop M80 in that B site. Both players fight for the round, and they get out with it. Thank you, Jaber, very much. Double kill, top, middle, and the bomb. A massive move to make here, deep in the game, that keeps M80 in the conversation. Ooh, he didn't bargain for that.
All right, Mattis looking aware.
See ya.
Spots the player up on balcony, and with that, 2 clean kills on the entry. The victories might be short-lived for M80. No heroics in this round. Just a contact play out the ramp side, and Mattis gets all the reward for it.
I might be wrong here, but did Jaber get baited on Palace by like pre-fire, or was he playing that, you know, sort of smoke bug? Yeah. And I think the T-Palace player swung and then came back knowing about the bug. I think that was all just like a dance of, we both know what you're doing. and which forced Jaber's shot, gave away his position, gave the ramp player the kill. That's really funny if so. The mind games on display.
I think that's kind of been like the bread and butter for this T side thus far for G2. Is like force the reaction you want out of M80, the reaction you can anticipate, and then shut it down. You know, they got exactly what they wanted out of Jaber over towards Palace. I agree. It did feel like that, right? Thinking he's using that little angle where you can see players crossing, use that to get the info, and deal with him straight away.
Also, another bouquet to Wrinkle because, you know, Slax gets that 5v4 window, Wrinkle posts ramp, and he reads the reposition. If Slax rotates in CT, he 4v4s them. So, great shot from Wrinkle to open up that A site. G2 immediately respond. M80 have one more buy in them.
And you know that their best round came from the info that Jaber was able to get. So feeling like they can't fly so blind here, they try and fight for this mid control. And Nertz is going to get dealt with first. Lake,
give it up
with a great round here. Opener into lower tunnels and a follow-up out in the top mid.
Oh no, that's careful. You wouldn't expect G2 to just walk it down the guts of middle. With no nades down, Mattis makes it up, but it's still traded by Slags. A high-risk play that almost pays massively for G2, but now has left them in a 2v4. Not sure how you get out of this one, but middle seems to be the port of call. No smokes remain.
Swisher out here in the connector, man. It could get a little nerve-wracking if he falls. Not like Jaber's in the best position to try and trade that. He'll just be tucking in and playing for later. Thankfully, Swisher, no worries there. Deals with them both. And so, then we get to find out what would have happened if G2 get that kill.
It's a very out there position. I think that's why G2 don't expect it to be soloing Con in a 4v2. It's not going to offer G2 a way back in. So now they're broke. And M80 for the first time in this half get to breathe easy.
Oh, good nades. Kind of split the push here. And Lake just gets to dine on the pistols. Heavy God does have room over towards B right now. I don't know how much of a blessing this will prove to be for G2, though. That bomb still has to rotate around, and the window's starting to close on this B control for Heavy God. You see a player in market, you're thinking they're a little out of position here, so he tries to leap in and take the space away. Sin is quick to deal with him. And so now that bomb is going into hostile territory. 3 players here. And looking for a clean finish up against the Pistols. 2-round game. Suddenly this doesn't feel so impossible for M80.
Yeah, and you're not breaking M80 anytime soon. Look at their money. We've got players over 10k before the buy. They're in a great position now. CT side Mirage, money and momentum. What more could you want? And so it's G2 who call the pause. Feels like a game that has more twists and turns left.
Wonder what kind of pace we get out of G2 here with the return to rifles, because I think M80 are actually quite fond of the early scrap. You know, they quite like going and getting the info, looking for these early engagements. Seen it out towards mid, seen it from Jaber on that ramp push. And so wonder if maybe taking the pace out of it a bit for G2, letting the unknown creep in. I'll do what they can to set up Wrinkle with the AWP, but the rest of them slowly with that bomb through the B apartments. They haven't really tested the waters here all too much. Is Sin ready for them so deep? Doesn't feel like it. Still able to recover with a bit of help from Swisher.
Stuck on this line, but that flash gets him out. And Heavy God can't commit solo with the bomb. Hopes a kill gets presented. Even then, this is risky. Swisher looks keen to get involved, jump up on the van. Just info for now and misinfo at that. They're moving up cap. Bomb is still in the apartments. M80. Only 2 players on this B bomb site and 1 is wounded. The sooner G2 jump on B, the better, but double apps is getting scary. Sin's gonna get deep in this position. He's walking through the smoke. Uh-oh. Oh, it works!
I mean, that's the bomb away from G2.
How do you get it?
I don't think there's any winning this round. You got 25 seconds. You'd have to already be moving in towards this B site. And so, yeah, they write it off just on that bomb drop, just on the risky, low health push. Sin is a shot away from certain death as he plays through the app smoke.
Heavy God moves off the smoke for just a couple of seconds, and it's in that window, of course, that Sin walks through. Free kill for Heavy God, if not. And free bomb site with only 1 player there, but M80 pull up the drawbridge. And now they reach double digits. They are in this game.
I guess the thing I'm almost waiting for G2 is seeing if they go back to just one of these executes. Right, like we were crediting them for how good the util was looking early on, how it was flashing out all the positions that M80 could hope to play. And as they've looked for kind of contact walks or been down to brawl with M80, they've been coming up short. Nerds, that's a big opener out through the connector. Hunter takes it 1 step further. This could be a disaster. Can Slacks bail them out? He'll get away with a double. Wrinkle provides the trade. And his heroics might not be enough. More required still for Swisher and Sin. And as Swisher moves in, he's leveled the playing field. Bomb will get planted. Molly delays it for a couple of seconds, forcing them out into the open. Oh no, Wrinkle! Oh dear. Oh dearie me. You're telling yourselves now, Heavy God, he's the man you want in these clutches. Whole team looking on as they've got to put their faith in Heavy God.
He could walk B. It's got to be tempting. Get cheeky. So many options available, and Swisher now is in the dark. He forego the fight on this A site. He reset. Heavy God will get this bomb plant. And he's got a litany of options to choose from. A random bomb plant, giving Swisher no information as to his position, and with an AWP, he can cut down the key point of rotation in market. Swisher jumps up cat, he hits it.
Buys himself a couple more seconds with that move. But Heavy God has heard him, repositioning. He's looking for the fight, not wanting to play around that bomb. He ends it with style, outbrains Swisher on the reposition. And the moment he gets into that post plant, he wanted to end it there and then. That's match point for G2, and they've got 2 opportunities to close this one out on Mirage.
Explosive A hit. We've seen many rounds like that for G2. The double entry nuts hitting great timing up connector. Again, if a Slacks double in vain on the AWP as Wrinkle trades him out, and sure, he burns alive, but puts Heavy God in a very winnable position, and win it he will.
I do just like it. The moment he's in that clutch, you know, you see why Heavy God is such a force to be reckoned with. He is not all aim, no brain. He's got both.
Yeah.
The reposition as soon as Swisher breaks contact, knowing that that's almost kind of the error there, right? Is not taking the fight straight up. And what does Heavy God not do? He doesn't repeat that same mistake. Soon as he gets the info on Swisher, it's decisive. He makes his move. And he's just given G2 a golden opportunity to try and close this here and now.
Slacks and abs, something here in Palace. A shot though, nice jiggle for G2. We've seen a lot of AWPers catch players unsuspecting today in that position. Not in this round, Heavy God. Full execute, but they again wait for this under component. Mattis this time making a lurk happen. He does get caught by Swisher. Gotta do this a man down now. Heavy God, is he that man? Oh, caught on the ladder, it's messy. Bomb can go back, but Nerds needs his kill, and I don't think you're clearing Sin in this position, so every step of this round, G2 hit their head on the ceiling.
All right, Wrinkle. You've had a couple of kills saving this AWP. But if there ever was a time for a 1v5, it's now.
Okay. No, I think exits. I think exits will do. He's had a couple of exits. But M80 won't give him anything. Why bother?
Go on, Chaber. Take the peek. You won't.
You wanna. Wrinkle ain't missing these. And so is overtime on the line because, Harry, take a look at G2's money. Aside from this AWP, they have nothing to show for it. We've had back and forth rounds. They have a bit of loss bonus, but we're not talking AK helmets here.
I'd love to know what like the ratio of Wrinkle multi-kills to round wins is. He's had a lot of them in these saves, and it might be required again as he's got multiple players coming his way. Can't hold on to that AWP. M80 closing in on overtime.
After time as well. He's got $400 to his name. Oh, dearie me. Oh, they make that $100. So G2 final timeout here in regulation. Final round as every sign points to overtime for M80.
You got one Galil to work with. A collection of smokes and flashes, but nothing really to write home about here for G2. When M80 were in a position much like this, they were able to cheat around away with a cheeky window boost. Able to find a gap in the defense.
There's no gap here, though. Look how aggressive M80 are. Switcher has missed this, but he'll catch it right before they make the boxes. M80 playing from the front. Down around, but you wouldn't know it. They know they got this one in the palm of their hand. G2 hope for a hero in the name of Mattis. Galil heading B with the bomb.
He's just telling himself he can't die, he can't be the first guy to fall here, trying to keep eyeballs on middle. But it's a dangerous game he's playing out behind the top mid boxes. Teammates out towards the apartments. There is only one player in the B site. Swisher close by. Will take him a second or so to get eyes on.
Now you go. Cat player spotted, they've got a charge.
Oh! This could be a catch. Sin able to hold on, low on health. Fighting to the dying breath here is Sin, and with a follow-up through the apartments.
That's it.
That's the bomb dropped and away from G2. Can't get the follow-up.
Wait.
Backstab for Nerds closing in. This is only pistols. This was meant to be the golden chance for M80. It's going to come down to the kills.
No.
There's no bomb plant here. Nerds backstab is in. Javer getting surrounded. Is the pressure going to get to him? It crumbles away. Overtime was right there, and G2 steal it with pistols, with a backstab. Can you believe it?
That is devastating. Last second, right in the flank for Nuts. Even lets that third player cross after hearing two full comps. G2 say forget the bomb. Let's just find these kills, and that they do. 13-11 locked in on this opener here in Paris.
Yeah, great opener right there, and what was a great match, all things considered, especially when you consider just how toe-to-toe these two teams were going into this game itself. A best-of-one, though, does kind of give us what is a victor on Mirage. It's going to be G2 all the way down to the wire, 13-11.
That was a close game, you know, maybe a bit too close for comfort for G2. Got to give it up to M80 for fighting their way back into that game. It looked like for the vast majority that G2 were in control, at least in the beginning of the second half, I feel like. But M80 put up a good fight, and G2, as said, really had to fight for it. Nerds, strong start, nowhere to be found second half. Wrinkle, on the other hand, showing consistently throughout the map, and that's kind of what we call for Yanko. We wanted to see why they picked up Wrinkle, and I guess we got a glimpse of the potential that he still possesses.
And I think that last round sort of perfectly shows some of the issues for M80, right? And having to play so much in NA. It's like when these rounds slow down and the pressure mounts, is like when they can get outplayed. And I think it was just such a beautiful call from G2 in a very difficult round. Like, you obviously have only pistols and only a couple of nades. Wrinkle, you know, only went into the round with $400 left. And it's easy to just call, let's just do a B-pop. What else can we do, right? But to actually risk and go for a slower round and let it develop a little bit, put Nerds in a position to be able to close it out on the flank, like that was very well played from G2 in the final round.
Yeah, G2 definitely able to kind of dictate pace and really determine where they want to take their fights in a large portion of what felt like this second half. But again, M80 losing both pistols. Their campaign wasn't off to a rip-roaring start in either half. Kind of unfortunate given how the game turned out.
You can always sit back and feel like, oh, had we just won one of the pistols, you know, converted, then maybe we would have won the game. But I think G2 showed for the vast majority of the game, as Yanko also alluded to, that when it came down to outmaneuvering your opponent and the game plan on the T side for G2, they were in control and looked like the better team. And then, as I said, credit to M80 for fighting their way back into it when they were down 11-7. It was slacks a couple of times, you know, showing up in big moments, having good rotations, good read on it. So a game where I feel like both teams actually got to show some of the decent Counter-Strike that they can play. And for M80, sure, you got nothing to show for. You're losing 13-11, but the performance in itself and the level of Counter-Strike was not bad, you know. It was acceptable. It's just unfortunate for them that it's the best of one, and that was the one opportunity they had to get a result out of the game.
Yeah, and perhaps we can get some words down on the stage. I've got the word right now that Freya's standing by with Saw.
I am indeed, yes, at the 11th hour. G2 managed to get things over the line versus M80. I do have Saw because I have to ask, you have that timeout just before round 24. You only have a selection of pistols to work with. What was the call there? How did you get that one over the line?
I mean, basically just to slow things down a bit, make them use their utility a bit, and to finish it on B, like on a slow split. Nothing special, but just to put the pressure more on them so we wouldn't give early entries or anything like that.
How much pressure were you feeling in this one? Because last time you played M80 in a best of one was back in Cologne, was also on Mirage. Were they a different team for you guys today?
I mean, obviously there's like some mind games. It's a same map we played back in the major also, but it's also like we made a roster change and there's been so many maps both teams have played in between, so I'm not sure like what to say in the end. It's just the best of one, start of the tournament, so shouldn't overthink about many of these things. Just play the game, and it's also for us with this roster a lot of like new experiences we are gonna be learning from these matches. So we're happy with the win, but yeah.
Let's talk about it. Your new addition, Wrinkle, he was lighting things up on the server here today. First LAN match with you guys as well. Was this your expectation from Wrinkle so quickly coming into the team?
Well, I mean, I knew his mechanics will be good, and when he gets the chances, he will be able to like prove himself. But at the same time, it's still early days, so we need to go like a long way in a way for him to be comfortable, for the team to be comfortable. But good start here at the tournament, even though the score was close, but good start for him at least.
Yeah, exactly. I do just want to pick a little bit at why Wrinkle? Why did he come into the team? What did you see in this guy that you felt like would level up G2?
I mean, he's a young, aggressive OPer, and you don't have so many in the scene. I think the OPing role is a tough one in general, but I think he has a lot to prove. I think he showed very good things at the start of CS2. Maybe the last part of NIP wasn't as strong as he would have liked, but I do think he always had the mechanics, and we can just try to capitalize from that.
Yeah, showing great things in the server here today. Saw, congratulations. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, again, in an opening best of one, you did get that performance out of Wrinkle. There were a lot of question marks. Hell, we were just kind of even reiterating why we had those question marks in the first place. Isn't that right, Jacob?
Yeah, true. You know, overall a great performance, particularly in the beginning of the game. He was 15-5, so you'd argue that when the game was close, when it was back and forth in the first half, he was a big catalyst behind a lot of the rounds G2 were able to get, and then moving over to the T side, it became more of a joint effort, more of a team effort. Together with Nerds in the beginning, those two were heavy hitters. I think Nerds were at 9 or 10 kills 4 rounds into the game, so finishing on 16 also speaks volume to how he slowed down, and maybe also part of the reason why G2 was struggling a bit to closing out the game.
Yeah, Rico had a good game, but this is the sort of opponent that he's supposed to farm in a way, and where he's going to do probably his best work. This is not where he's necessarily going to get properly tested or challenged. I think that comes against the tier 1 teams, right? Like that's where some of his bad habits perhaps can be exploited, and that's where you'll see teams perhaps game plan specifically for him a little bit more once he has some games under his G2 belt, right? Because at the moment you're still sort of piecing it together how he's going to fit into this G2 squad.
Yeah, Nert's one of the driving forces over there at G2, as was to be expected when he came on board over there. When I'm looking, obviously, for G2, we talked about them breaking through a threshold, 2 different thresholds for both of these teams. M80 just trying to make themselves part of that cream of the crop. G2 trying to solidify just above that. I'd say top 10. They want to be just a little bit past that. For the side of M80, maybe some saving graces here. I mean, we had some nice plays from JBA, however you want to put it. Regardless, we saw some good flashes in the pan here for this side of M80. What did you take away from the performance? Where do they go from here? How do they bounce?
As I said, not a poor performance. When you consider they lose both pistols and they're not able to break G2 in any of the second rounds, and they still make the game hyper competitive, I think in isolation that's okay. That's acceptable from M80, but they needed a win here. They needed first and foremost the win to move further into the tournament, to give themselves a better chance of making the playoffs, but also for the VIS, as Janko so beautifully described. The reason they're here is because of all these NA qualifiers, and if they want to get a proper invitation to proper tier 1 tournaments, they better start winning against some of the European teams. Now, G2 is a tough opposition to start off against, but it could have been worse, to be honest, for M80. There's a lot of better teams out there than G2, so I feel like it's an okay performance, Janko, but they got nothing to show for.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's similar to the big Aurora game. There was a lot more riding on this game for M80 than there was for G2, right? Like G2 is in a position where they're chasing that stage 3 start, and with Wrinkle just trying to get some games under their belt to see how it's going to pan out, right? Like what do they need to work on? How is he going to fit into the squad? So yeah, it's unfortunate that they couldn't at least get it into OT, right? Like that's the problem. If you lose both pistols, then the margin for error is very, very slim. And then in this final round, when you have everything and they only have pistols and not even armor on some players, like you just have to do better.
Yeah, and that would build us into round 8.
Yeah, I think this is an example of like M80 sometimes just lagging behind some of these tier 1 teams, right? So they open up in a very weird week by 5v3, right? And the call was supposed to be to go through the smoke with the flash, but you need to abort this call right now.
Yes.
Like you don't do this. Like you're in a 5v3, just cancel it. Just stand in connector. Just wait. Just cut noise for like 15-20 seconds. The pressure is on G2, right? And then they get a bit lost in the mid round. They're waiting around Cat. They're going up A in the end. They know Heavy God is alive as the A anchor. He could be maybe pushed to ramp. You see Sin plants in a way where he's exposed to CT. He dies. They try to pick it up, and Slacks is way too passive in this situation. Like he's worried about sound and noise and whatnot. It's like you need to be holding that. Like you need to protect the bomb planter, and the round just slips away. They're forced to go on an eco after this, and that's where you just wish like they could be more connected and that they have better situational awareness to understand that they don't need to continue to with the plan, right? Once they get 2 entries and they kill both B players. Like, I'm not saying you need to go B immediately, like Wrinkle was the Joker there as the 3rd guy, but you need to put all this information together to change stuff in the mid-round.
That second layer of understanding the round and understanding the game, I think, in terms of putting it into context, we saw complexity when they were at a high, NA team as well. They had all these issues as well, converting rounds, converting opening kills. It was always a great game plan coming in from JT back in the days, but once the decision-making comes down to the individuals on the server, or once you're not, necessarily playing after a strict playbook where you go A, B, and C, but you have to invent something in the middle of the round, that's where I feel NA teams for some reason struggle a lot, you know. And I think a lot of it comes from the lack of exposure from it in practice. You're not often put in these situations in practice because I remember from my time in NA, and I remember from speaking to some of the players now as well, that it's always, you know, do or die in NA when you practice. You either go for the duel, you win the round. There's no second layer, there's no third layer, there's no maneuvering around or trying to play with the rotation. So once you get exposed to that on a higher level against European teams, you get screwed, Trace.
Let me just tell you right now, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep.
It's
okay.
exactly that deep.
What is very deep around here would be these brackets. You said ABC. Well, we also have D as well. We can kind of speed run this, guys. I know you love it. Quick bracket.
Love me some deep brackets.
Yep, that is D bracket. We'll start on A.
Well, G2 versus Big in that game. In a best-of-3 game, I think that's a great test for both teams, to be honest. G2, naturally the favorites, but Big, the way they've been playing and the way they've been punching upwards, that could be an interesting game to advance into the playoff.
Yeah, and if you're Spirit, you turn around the ship that was
As your
this
Luminosity,
morning,
you just go home at this point.
I can't prepare you for a great time down there. But again, you will at least have a best-of-3 in front of you, you know. I guess.
Hey, we see it time and time again. These lower tier teams, they play their best against tier 1 teams. Sort of like they just the pressure is off. Tier 1 teams sometimes struggle to sort of get a read on how these teams want to approach things.
Yeah, this one is actually what's coming up next. So we do have the Falcons K27. That'll be our next game that we cover here. But as you can tell, we're just getting Group B underway. A couple names stick out there. We'll see if Legacy can kind of piggyback onto where they left off. Switching over to Group C. Yanko, you like this group of C?
I love Group C, Trace. We have that marquee matchup, like you said, for the day. Vitality versus 100 Thieves in a best-of-1. Zaiwu versus Device. That's going to be interesting. And yeah, already some games being played in the group. Foot, I think 13-11 over Tyloo. Very close game. And still have a couple more to be played over there.
Yeah, here's that D.
There's that D. You love the D, Trace. We know that for sure. Magic, the Mongols have already played the game here.
Say what?
What? You love Group D. That's what you
Sorry,
said.
because I thought you'd said something else over there, big man. Anyway, let's pick up with Group D. Yanko, what do you got?
No, Jake was doing such a good job. I'll let him handle the D.
I forgot for a second. Yeah,
and just you know exactly what you're into. The Mongols versus Magic was a decent game of Counter-Strike. The Mongols ended up winning on Mirage. Wildcard to me against Furia. I think Furia right now, you know, is the one team I have no faith in a best of 1.
Trace, tell me why Wildcard is beating Furia today.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
And why is it the Serbian IGL?
That's not the one I was going to go with. That is definitely not the one I was going to go with. What I was more so thinking is that's probably not going to happen. Now, I would love to say, hey, Wildcard, you got a fighting shot. Furia, though, still riding a little bit of a high. I would like to believe that there's still some gas in their proverbial tank.
I think Wildcard switched from ChatGPT to Anthropic, so they should be better now.
Yeah, but I thought it was Claude. Everyone just keeps saying, like, Claude, this, that, or the other. I mean, what do you got, Jacob?
I'm a Grok kind of guy over here, so...
Grok kind of guy. Yeah, okay. Well, go ahead and illustrate that. If you're at home, go ahead and get your MS Paint open. Let us know what that might look forward to you. For us, though, yeah, we have Falcons K27. It's on the other side of the break, and you are watching the Esports World Cup live from Paris in 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's a global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney. Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
With Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal in the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade. And that's a team wipe. It's a team wipe. What are we doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. Wait, is he okay? All right. Oh no. Wait, hey, I don't. Hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Yo, you know what? Two can play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Real mature. Go ahead. Build your wall like you always do. No, seriously. You think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God. Ugh.
ドキドキしようよ準備開脚早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Well, today one of these teams joins us as a VRS rank number 33 and the other one a VRS rank number 2. But I can assure you that the major champions of the IEM Cologne and the Falcons joined the server today as an absolute favorite. There is no question asked. But we've seen that today before. We'll see if it pans out the same way here in what is one of our later games today. I mean, it's starting the later part of the day at least. I welcome you back at EWC. Yanko again in the middle. Jacob down on the other end over there. My name's Trace, and what's in front of us is again,
David
versus.
What? Go on. You want to say it?
Goliath or something?
Oh yeah,
something.
Goliath. Yeah. So what we are looking at here is a pretty tough situation for K27 to come waltzing into.
I think they're happy to be here, first and foremost.
That.
All of us are, let's state that for sure. But
Speak for
K27,
yourself, but
yeah, sure. But for them to make it through the last chance qualifier was a big result for them. Netted some good victories, some good VIS points, taking down teams like Fnatic in the process, Saw as well for that matter. I think overall, just the fact they're part of this tournament is a massive step in the right direction for them. So they come in with absolutely nothing to lose.
Okay. Well, we can hold on to that for a second because losing isn't something that the Falcons did over at the major, right? So where are they at now?
Well, I think the major and the win just gives them so much leeway in terms of results for this season, right? Like, I think this is the most important event for them outside of the major later on for multiple reasons, right? First of all, it's a huge event, $2 million prize pool. They're looking to bounce back at the start of the season, right? All the top teams are here, and it will go a long way to cement that stage 3 spot for the Singapore major. And second of all, the Esports World Cup Club Championship, right? Falcons, they won the first 2 iterations of it. They're in the running to win it for a 3rd time. And actually, it hasn't been too hot considering the amount of games that they have teams in. So they're actually putting a lot of hope into this Counter-Strike roster to be able to, at the very least, make a deep run, if not lift the trophy.
So, Jacob, they win the major. But why is it that I still feel like the Falcons in Counter-Strike know how to lose a match?
Well, because they've been consistently pretty good at disappointing you for a long time,
Yeah.
I guess. So it
Really
takes
well
a bit of
put.
time before you get used to perhaps a new version of Falcons. That's the big question mark to me. We don't know yet, right? I know the Blast Bounty online game where they didn't qualify for the LAN portion of the game would excuse them that. I'm not really going to put that into my equation, but we don't know whether the Falcons we saw at the major is the Falcons we're going to see for the rest of the season. To me, that's still something I need confirmation on. So that's why I'm very interested in how they do here at EWC.
Yeah, this is definitely a new look Falcons ever since Carrigan joined, but that new look is looking a lot like the FaZe Clan of old, right? And what do we always used to say about FaZe Clan?
They want that BS.
They could definitely disappoint you, right? And it's never going to be super clean. They're never going to be flawless going into the playoffs, right? Like, it's going to be messy, it's going to be scrappy. They're going to go through the lower bracketing groups, right? But once you get to the playoffs, once you get to the big stage, the big games, that's when everyone would, like to avoid them. That's where they play their best Counter-Strike. So I think that's going to be sort of the identity of this Falcons roster, probably in the short term at the very least, until they have had enough time with Kerrigan where they're able to raise their floor a little
See, that's
bit.
the fun conflict, because what you're describing is the exact opposite of what Falcons has always been, which were group stage warriors, then they get into the playoff and then they can get nothing done. They don't win the games they're supposed to, right? So if that truly is the case, that Kerrigan is now coming in and we're seeing a new look of Falcons, I wouldn't mind if they struggle a bit in the group stage as long as they show up in the playoff, whereas beforehand, they would be, world beaters in the group stage. Would be like walking into the playoff. They hadn't lost a map. Monacy firing on all cylinders. Nico looking good, and then all of a sudden they lose to Paravision a couple of times in games where they're not supposed to. So I would rather have the Falcons you're describing than the old version where you get disappointed time and time again once you're at the playoff.
Yeah, none of them probably hurt just as bad as that Australia run there by the Falcons once upon a time. Yeah, that's back when Kixon was playing. But yeah, that was what real heartbreak feels like if you're a Falcons fan. For the side of the Falcons, though, finding that rhythm to their rhyme at the major, surely we talk about teams building confidence. What more could you possibly ask for if you're these guys?
I mean, it was a magical run, really. You look at it, arguably the hardest run ever to a major trophy. When you look at the level of teams that they had to face, starting with Na'Vi to make it into the playoffs, then Vitality, into Spirit, into Furia in that grand final, which they swept 3-0. It was their easiest game, arguably, during the whole tournament. And just the performances that we saw across the board from individuals and as a team. Yosuke in that quarterfinal against Vitality, right? Nico in the semifinal and the grand final. And honestly, the entirety of the tournament, right? With of course, Kerrigan, despite everything, having some key USP rounds and Tessus being the glue that makes it all stick together. So, yeah, it was one of those runs that no one really expected in a way, but everything seemed to have come together for Falcons in Cologne.
And every single time Kerrigan got a USP, I'm pretty sure he was landing unnecessary headshots. Like, things were working out for the man. The young, sprightly player, the up-and-coming, budding player that is Kerrigan. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I'm not sure about the young part and up and coming or basically any of the things you just said right there, but it is an interesting conversation, and I know it kind of splits the waters. Can Kerrigan continue to be the arguably worst fracking in-game leader the game has ever seen at this level, and for Falcons still to be successful? I'm not sure. I think that's another question mark to me. I guess the main argument in regards to that is that Kerrigan came into Falcons to fix a million things, and one of those things were not necessarily himself and his fracking capabilities. Now that they've shown they can win tournaments, now that they've been playing together for quite some time, there's been some practice under the skin as well. They built up a bit of a map pool. Maybe there's a bit more time for Kerrigan to focus just a tiny bit more on himself and produce a little bit more productivity on the server, because I do think that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where you need 5 players on the server who can shoot back more often than not, and it's not a secret that Kerrigan has been struggling from an individual standpoint.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'd still give him a few months where I don't care if he has 3 kills per map, like
as long as they win, though.
But not even if they win. It's like there's other things that are more important for him to put his focus on, right? Like, they're not going to be losing games primarily because he didn't get enough kills. Like, it's for different reasons that they will lose games. And after that, and now you said, okay, now you had plenty of time. You had 6 months to set the floor of the team, to set the foundations and everything. Like, now, you need to focus on yourself a little bit more and just raise your floor, but only by a little bit, honestly.
Yeah. Kaisuke on the screen, but really, I'm going back to the clip of Kerrigan in the locker room, so to say, where he's talking to the guys and he's basically laying out flat, hey, I need this from you, I need that from you. I think he's bringing a leadership characteristic to that team that it desperately needed.
It's like people just talk so much about Kerrigan's stats. Look at the stats of everyone else since he joined.
Yeah.
And look at how much you lose on him and how much you gain on everyone else.
The trade-off.
I mentioned the Vitality game. Like, you look at the 2 maps that Falcons won, and you look at Kyosuke's performance, especially on Anubis on that first one, like, it was lights out. You look at the grand final and Anubis when it's getting kind of close and he just gets dropped an AK and opens up the A bomb site 2 rounds in a row. It's like those sort of rounds. It's like he's just so good at understanding the strengths of his players and putting them in positions where they can play towards their strengths, right? And I think that, compared to just the sort of a character Kerrigan is and being jovial and sort of understanding that he needs to take some of the pressure off of these players and make it so that they enjoy the game a little bit more and having some more fun on the server, I think that's gone a huge way into getting more out of mainly Kyosuke, but everyone on the team.
As long as the trade-off is positive, Trace. As long as there's a positive trade-off in terms of how Kyosuke is playing, how m0NESY is feeling comfortable on the server, Tessus for that matter as well, I think it's going to be just fine. But it's something to keep an eye out for the rest of the season, without a doubt.
We could talk about positives, and I would love to pick out a few over here for the the ops, the adversary of Falcons today. But they are going to have to fight uphill. You guys saying that they're happy to be here, yes, but this is going to start to be that big test. You got a best of 1 today at the Falcons, BO3s thereafter.
Yeah, I think for K27, really, you're not going to remember them at this tournament, but you're going to talk about them like a year from now. And definitely a couple of players on this team, the likes of Quinky, Xido, even Cashid on that AWP, right? These are guys who are 18, 19 years old, who just sort of are bursting out onto the scene, that have great mechanical skill that have a lot of potential and have started to sort of put themselves on the map when it comes to even some of these tier 2, tier 1 teams.
Yeah, the foundation for potentially pulling off an upset is definitely there. You're playing Falcons, who were off to a slow start. They lost to the Thieves, in that online game, and that is what it is. And then you have a best of one coming in as well, and you saw what happened to Team Spirit. So it's not that we can't, create a world where it's possible for K27 to be competitive or apply a bit of pressure to Falcons, but there's no denying the fact that you're talking about a team who just won the major, and you're talking about a team who had to borrow shirts from EWC in order to have the same, outlook. So it's just two different worlds at the moment.
Man, I think that it took some t-shirts there for the outlook. Yeah, I heard Freya just kind of screamed, I think it was. So yeah, let's go ahead and get some insight. Maybe Freya caught up with the side of K27 before we got started.
We got Cashlid ready to take on the Falcons here at the Esports World Cup, but you've already been here for a number of days. You guys came through the open qualifier. Can you tell me a bit about that from your perspective?
That was a really tough road for us because we played on the last day 3 BO3s in a row, and I'll say that was a good performance from us, and that was really hard open quali for everyone team. And we made it, so we are here, we're ready to play against Falcons today, and that's it.
Just one more question about the open qualifier. What would you say was the toughest matchup that you had to play in there, and why?
The toughest matchup was Fnatic, because that was the third best of threes, and we have zero emotion, zero energy to play, but our mentally just did something for us. And we had the second, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, I think that was versus Fnatic, and that's it, I guess.
Yeah, it was a crazy marathon that you guys had to go through to get here. Today, though, a bit more of a sprint. Best of one versus Falcons. You played them back in Astana. Can you give me a recap of what happened in that series, what you learned there?
In PGL Astana, we played very bad versus them because that was our first tier 1 tournament, and we have a lot of pressure, and we were watching at them like on idols, no one can beat them. But now, through the days, I think that I have a lot of experience after PGL Astana, and today I'm watching at this matchup we can beat them. So we're gonna try our best, and let's watch what we can do.
Just to play devil's advocate for a second, Falcons have won a major since then. Do you think they're a different team now than when you played them in Astana?
I think yes, because on PGL Astana that was first tournament with Kerrigan, and now they have played 3 months, and there are two high-rated players, and I don't know, they're too good at the boss and right now, but I don't know.
I mean, we've already seen some upsets today. GG Howe taking down Spirit as well earlier on. I do want to just get to know you a little bit more, though, because if I'm correct, you're only 19 years old. Who do you look up to? Who do you kind of aspire to be like as a player?
As a player, of course, Monis. Yeah.
Why is
that? When I was 15, maybe, or 16, I was watching him like he's my teacher, but now I want to beat him and show myself that I can do it, prove myself. And this is BO1, best of one, so everyone can beat everyone, like GG Howe did versus Spirit. So
truly, anything can happen. Thank you so much for your time, Cashlid. Good luck.
Anything can and truly will happen here at EWC. We will have these maps, or rather map, because this is the best one. We'll have that data out in front of you in just a second. What do you take from that, Yanko, now that we know players are looking up to Monacy? How do you feel about that, guys? I know you were talking about how old we were.
Crazy. He's talking about 3 or 4 years ago, when he was 15, 16, Monacy was 18. Back then, he was just starting out in G2, but yeah, I think it obviously tells you the times are changing.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, and they've changed so much that we've got another best of one.
We got another best of one, and we got to figure out what map that is going to be played out. And I think the trend so far has been a lot of Mirage, not only here on the A stream, but also on the B stream, kind of middle in the pack map. Dust 2, in contention for these two teams as well. It's at least up there, and right now if Falcons want to play it, they can, and the map will be Dust 2 again. A map where Falcons are going to feel very comfortable. It's a map they really had in the pool, and Kerrigan has integrated into Falcons. hugely part of their success at the major as well, was for K27, at the very least, you get to express yourself in that T-side, and you get to dictate the tempo of the game. Whether you can make something out of that or not, well, we're about to see, but it's a map that offers opportunities.
Yeah, it's the most played map for Falcons by a large margin. I mean, they played it 17 times already with this lineup. But hey, on the other hand, K27 did 13-0 Sinners on it.
So we have that.
There's a chance.
And so a 13-0. So there is a chance. Hey, this is also a chance for me to tell you all at home, do you think you know more than these guys? That wasn't a trick question. I mean, like, there's a real chance you might. But if you do think you know more than them, or even any of us, let's go ahead and get those pick'ems going. That's right. It's my time to tell you about. Go ahead and pick out who you think is going to be winning the big prize here. We're at the World Cup, the Esports World Cup at that. Counter-Strike is just one small part of this. So, yes, you can go through there, and you can get your pick'ems done. That'll be a little QR code down there. Gentlemen, we know where we're going. We're going to Dust 2. Anybody want to take K27, or am I crazy?
The trend so far has been that every game has been close. Every game has been up in contention and been up for debate. I think Falcons is going to come in and make it swift and fast for the first time today.
Yeah, it feels like we had our upset of the day with the GG How win over Spirit. Right? It would be a bit too crazy if it happened 2 times in the same day.
Yeah, it really would be. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it is time that we get on the stage. Let's play the game.
That's right, it's a moment you've been waiting for. Falcons versus K27 here at EWC in Paris. And of course, Falcons with a lot to search for in this tournament, with a club championship on the line, hanging in the balance, hoping their CS team can bail them out. And it's not just any CS team, these are your major winners back at Cologne, looking to take on a plucky underdog to start off their group stage run in K27. It's a match we've seen, Harry. It happened back at Astana, the event prior to Cologne. Falcons 2-0. There was a close map in there, but this is also a slightly different K27, a more battle-hardened K27 that not just has played LAN since, but just came through the qualifier. They've been here in Paris grinding, and they've got a string of teams left in their wake.
Yeah, and good teams at that, right? When you look at the K27 run, it's really impressive, man. The squads they were able to take down, some of them I would have said were like front runners to be battling through into the main stage at EWC, and they were able to dispatch them fairly cleanly. So yeah, they're coming into this feeling red hot, feeling confident. Falcons can't get caught sleeping at the dawn of this tournament.
Definitely not. I mean, we've seen games like these where Falcons have, in the previous roster, I think more so struggled, right? Like some matches versus Bait, some opening BO1s, BO3s, games where they get punished, picked especially. So yeah, there's definitely opportunity in a match like this, especially when you consider that this is, Falcons who came off at the start of the season with an immediate loss online to 100 Thieves. They've already lost to an underdog. This is LAN, Harry. This is where the big boys should be showing up. So let's see if Falcons can do it today, or if K27 have more tricks up their sleeve. I'm definitely excited by some of these K27 players, right? There's some names you may be familiar with, players like Quinky, who have grinded to the top of the Face It leaderboard as of late. Has definitely been one to look out for. And so now, as K27 get more LAN reps under their belts, this is the final boss. And hey, we already saw Spirit upset earlier.
Very upset at that. Let's see what kind of form we get out of the Falcons early on. As it's pretty slow as they go pistol round here. Looking like a B finish. I'm still waiting in the tunnels. It's a util out for this mid to be. Quinky doing what he can, but he's getting split on. Zito with the cover. Quick drop down into the bomb site, obscuring himself from this mid-wrap. Won't get away from Monacy, who comes through with just a triage of headshots there. Tess's still waiting down here in the tunnels. Chance to come in on the backstab as well, and that would put a bow on this pistol round. Here he is. Heard the footsteps, heard them running away, knows his time to play is now.
Hold the shot, wait for your window player as m0NESY looks for his 4th frag in this pistol round. I don't think they're going to stop him. Tessa steals it away. No complaints here from the Falcons as they come through with a pistol. It was an admirable behold from those 2 players in the bomb site, but a little bit of freeze there allows Falcons to come through doors and window together, and m0NESY collects both those crucial kills. Dust2 bound to be explosive. And the force buy comes straight through here for K27.
And I think the Falcons, you want to see them on the other side now at the player break, post the major, feel like they're still progressing. You don't want to feel like it was kind of a lightning in a bottle, honeymoon phase, whatever. So I want to see them looking even more refined on the other end of the break. This is a force buy from K27. They might have netted that opening kill, but Falcons still get the long control they were looking for. m0NESY swing and a miss, but Nico there to help him out.
Quite a pace in these 2 rounds here for Falcons. Confident start. And enough pace to push these players out of the bomb site. With that short smoke, it will be a save. Keeping the scout for later. So Falcons do convert for now. And I mean, yeah, sure, the major was, it was so Carrigan, wasn't it? Come through, the master of the stand-ins, being essentially the new stand-in, the new piece of this team, and leading them to a major victory. Rounds away from losses in multiple of those playoff maps. Still managing to take the trophy. But yeah, let's at the same time remember that Falcons still had problems prior to Carrigan joining. And one golden run doesn't undo everything. So definitely looking for some consistency and some reliability out of Falcons, especially when you consider the field right now, Harry. Like, look at Vitality and the news they've announced for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You know, multiple stand-ins, players taking time off. You look at Spirit, well, they're not exactly in consistent form either, even losing a BO1 today. So the field is open.
Yeah, I think if you're the Falcons, you got to recognize kind of the massive opportunity, the idea that you could look to emerge as the new dominant team. Ooh, flash play into lower. Nico able to withstand it, at least trades that out.
You know, a lot of the stuff we see at Tier 1 is stolen from, you know, upcoming teams that grind, teams that play a lot of online games. You have to come up with a lot of plays and little moves that they can make. And, you know, K27 are one of those teams that have a lot of really cool setups. Don't know how much you can get away with on Dust2, but nice to see them, even on an eco round, have a little flash push like that, get a 5v4, but it's traded and Falcons take the space right back. So longing out the round doesn't seem likely here for K27. Would love to grab a couple of AKs on the way out.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the worries that always comes to mind with Dust2 is just how it can feel by nature of the map. You'd sometimes say, oh, you know, it can feel a little 50-50. Don't often see teams kind of lean into it in a BO1, but I think for Falcons, for the reason you just said, it's actually a good place. Like, there's a little less in terms of gimmicks you could try and get away with here. You've seen a lot of it before.
And I think that also, you know, I agree, but I think the higher up the ladder you get, the less true that is, right? When you actually look at, you know, the best teams in the world in the past 18 months, and you look at a team like Vitality or a team like Spirit, well, they've just proven that consistency on Dust 2 is extremely viable. Vitality were like 44-4 or something on that map. Spirit had a pretty close record as well, just with less maps played, but essentially the same win rate. And so, at the very top level, you can find consistency on this map.
We're liking the start you've got out of Monacy. Loves a cross shot, but doesn't have a chance to fire one off in this round. Both players make it by. Actually getting to don his AWP as well for the side of K27. Bit of posturing for a mid to be, but if you look at where the bomb is, that's not where this round is ending. Carrigan, Tesses, and Kiyosuke way over towards long. One man here, it's Clax down in the pit. And he will have his work cut out for him. No flashes to support from Zido, so he's entirely alone in this. Clax, that's a gnarly double kill, and now he's got teammates en route to try and help him out. They've just got to contain Carrigan, who has made it out into no man's land.
Oh dear.
Nearly put some style on it, ends up giving it away.
That would have been a double kill with the bomb control. Now it's the opposite, they've lost it. Dropping back for the fight, Monacy in middle, overwhelmed, and the AWP has the cover as well. So it's going to be K27 on the board, but to be honest, Carrigan should be the double. It's the jump scroll that lets K27 into the round. Awkward moment indeed. And that's going to cost you. Monacy's AWP is not cheap. Nico cannot buy an AK, nor can Kiyosuke. Double AWP, and look at them go. Zido and Quinky taking risks.
A little tense though, right? AWP on the line, don't want to miss. You hear him burning in the molly. That's two players cleared out through lower, and a big problem for K27. Falcons don't jump the gun on that lower control. They throw all the util to make it real easy for themselves. And now it's just the K27 captain left to get past. Dead after one. Monacy able to trade that out. And a chart-topping performance right now from Ilya. Sees him up 9-1.
You got to hold that shot as well on B, right? You're essentially 1v5 and B. If there's any way you're going to win, you just got to hope Falcons make the mistake of not checking your position. Good spacing from Falcons allows them to trade. And that feels like a really awkward round to go for that double lower push setup, right? You know Falcons have low money. You know they're likely going to have the weaponry to deal with that. There's a bunch of pistols coming in. Of course, it's still well called to get that molly in.
I also think, like, what you don't want to happen here is, like, kind of the stress of being the underdog. That was, you know, you trying an aggressive play. You can argue that the timing for it was wrong, right? I think you're dead on knowing that Falcons are low money, trying to take lower tunnels control. What you don't want to happen is for this to kind of shrink the CT side as a whole.
Sure.
I hope we still see moves made by K27, just at better moments in the game.
Yeah, it's a risky move to make when your money is on the line. And now look at the response. They've got nothing left on 3 of these players. So we're talking about 3 rifles max. They save the AWP. You're certainly going to put something in here But yeah, they will save for later. Falcons looking at 4-1. We're hoping on 2 players to carry K27 through this round. Boost up. Could be denied. Cashload waiting. They just hold the catwalk. Can't wait forever. Oh. Honestly wants more. It's Util in middle. Gets his players out lower. Nice shot.
Ashley was waiting for that exact fight for what feels like the entire round. Finally, Monacy shows his head the second time around, and he will get the better of him. Ooh. And honestly, you knock Monacy out of these rounds, you feel real good about it. He's been the guy thus far for the Falcons.
Deep long control as well, so if Falcons start moving mid to B, could see X5 activate. Smoke lands behind him from his teammate. Very tempting to make a move here. This is a pressure call, right? Do you want to take the risk at this point in the round? 50 seconds, still time for Falcons to pivot, but as we can see, they are all in. 3 in the tunnels, mid to B smoke coming out. If X5 wants to move, it's now or it's never.
And as soon as he gets his info, hoping we see a bit of movement out of K27. Because it's still, you know, you have all the info right now from this long doors push, but you're not in a position to react. It's still only 2 players over here at B, and now it's reduced down to 1. Quinky's Beagle doesn't find a thing. Carrigan's even got the spot there through mid. K27 with a decision to make. This B site real tricky to break back into, and you feel like a lot of it going to be hinging on this early fight from X5 back in the tunnels.
Definitely going to give it a go with money to spare. Flash goes over. Missed shot from X5 on the flank. Nico holds it down, and now they walk away. Well, Falcons let them. Fearing a last-second retake with low HP on 2. Falcons will get that round. I mean, it's another round that hurts to lose, but you almost can't blame K27 because when they get X5 on the flank, the whole map is quiet after that mid to B smoke. The call is they're either all in tunnels or they're all on short ready to pop. We don't know which one it is. So 2 players of K27 still hold the short side, 2 hold B. And yeah, okay, Falcons flash through the B smoke. It's a round that could look silly if they get massacred, but it's all they had. They had to go. So nice double entry out tunnels. Puts a 5th round on the board. And it's one of those games where you can just tell K27 are saying to themselves, we know what they're doing. Just yet to be able to stop them.
I just think, you know, when you're up against the Falcons, you have to try and walk this very fine line where you're looking for info, you're making your plays, but you're simultaneously, you know, not feeding the beast. It's a very, very tough line to walk. And even here, where, like, they get a lot of the info, you're dead on. They knew it was one of 2 positions. They were en route to clear them all out, and by the time it had kind of dawned on them, it was already too late. You kind of needed to be 5-6 seconds faster for everything in that round, but you didn't feel like you had the room to do so. Just think about how many times, even on that major run, where you saw Falcons like, on a whim, change bomb site, go somewhere else, and it ended up being the picture-perfect move. That's what you're up against here, and it can be very, very tough to deal with.
I remember a Carrigan call. Quick up catwalk. K27 continually having buys, having chances. This is another AWP back on car. Some fear of the mid to be, but as they re-clear this, Falcons get ready to pop. So what timing do we see? X5 coming back up to hold A. Gonna be required. Here's the execute.
Finally feeling like you've got bodies in the right place. Cashled's AWP able to get the ball rolling, and X5 gets involved as well on that rotation.
Nice
Pressure to
shot.
Cashled, but he'll hold on. And Zito concealed in this smoke. They don't know about him. Decides not to play on the back of that flash. 4v2 right now for K27, and they're going to hand off. Leave it to the retake.
I like that, but it's Monacy and Nico.
It's meant to be the duo that gets it done. Monacy dead right away. Nico, that's clean. We're going to need 3 more just like that. K27 swarm him. So finally getting something else on the board for the K27 squad.
Nice to see them not overheat, right? Super tempting to brawl in that round. You have that player ready to jump up through the smoke in a 2-on-4. Very tempting indeed, but give it up. Play the post-plant together. Sure, you give them, you know, chances to get into post-plant positions, but then you just trade your kills out, and that's exactly what K27 do. So no overheating indeed. Some really nice shots coming out from this AWP. Last 2 kills being headshots from the orb. Chance to put Falcons money down.
I mean, the 2 rounds that K27 have are both them repelling these attempts from Falcons to get into A. And so I think now the onus is going to be on stopping one of these mid to Bs, stopping one of these B hits. Maybe even stopping it before it gets going. X5 with aggression. Tesses has eyes on.
He is the Rock, isn't he? No stone unturned.
You just can't afford to have B feel like such a vulnerability. You need a hold out of these 2.
That kill tempts you back the other way. They go clearing Cat. They're in no hurry. The push is actually going to come through from K27 in the dark. They push into upper. Nico and Monacy side by side, ready to swing. This surely won't go wrong, right? Nico swings, there's the trade. Not even needed. 2 kills from Falcons. Sees them to a 6th round. Just feels like it's on rails right now.
I mean, I think we're in danger of learning very, very quickly how brutal Dust 2 CT sides can feel when one half of the map is just under so much scrutiny.
Yeah.
Even there, like, that's you looking for a solution. You're a man down, it's 4v5, you're feeling uncomfortable. Screw it. We're going to try and bring the fight to them. Come in with the upper tunnels push. We know that they just killed our A player. We were expecting them in kind of a bit of limbo there, maybe moving around the setup. Try and finally throw down the gauntlet on the B side, and actually you end up doing what we said earlier. You feed the beast, you give them the way in.
You're looking for the weak half, right? Maybe it's 1 player in upper and 4 coming out on mid to B. You kill the bomb or you kill a player in upper. Now you have more control. The alternative is you sit in B and you just know that you're going to get dry run. They're going to split you on perfect timing. Maybe you can multi-kill, although they've been unable to do so yet. So another patient round paying off for the Falcons in a 5v4. Good check from Tesses on that Cat push. That's where it could have all gone wrong.
And almost like the mind game that's being played is, look, every time you've got an aggressive, it's ruined the round for you. So rely on some gambles. And I think that's exactly what Carrigan wants. He's very, very good at piecing those together.
Yeah. Ooh. Tag as well.
That's not even something you really had to worry about in this game. Monacy's not been super involved on these cross shots, not with the usual frequency, but now a tag down range, softening up the B defense even more.
Any more? Monacy looks long, but Ashley on an orthodox angle, so we shouldn't see this fight. Stalemate for now. Cat control taken here for Falcons. Good grenades. Hit Carrigan hard. Don't you just get tempted by this mid to B because it's just gone so well for you? Honestly, still considering, and if Tessis walks in, this might be bomb spotted. Okay, hands it off. Still, Cashlid needs to hit this, and he needs to hit it quick. Shadow. Connects. What a tag from Tessis, but Cashlid's still here.
I mean, getting the kill is nice. It's just how do you get out? Double flashes through the doors.
Yep.
Kyosuke sent in. And now they've got the long control. 2 players over here on short. And this A-split taking shape. Think down range brings Nico low on the spam. Feeling a bit of pressure now. It's a great reaction for K27. They go, they clear out short. Now they've only got long to worry about.
It's not an easy clear either, but they're going to keep sending it, fighting for this ramp. Another kill from Klax with a bomb drop. Kiyasuke's going nowhere fast. It is K27 back in the game with a very important rifle round. This could have edged on Stomp territory, but now they've saved their CT side and they have put Falcons in quite the money trouble. Nice retake of the catwalk there from K27. Even though Falcons have numbers, it doesn't feel like it. They're boxed in, smoking behind them. So pressure on as Falcons force buy with 3 AKs.
I don't think it would be shocking here to anticipate a bit of a heavier B lean for K27 in this round. Again, you know the money's kind of honorable for the Falcons. You know that that's where they found all their success in this game thus far. The A site has actually done a fantastic job of holding its own. And so I'm almost anticipating, maybe you start with that 2 players over towards B, third guy floating around mid, kind of B hill area. I hope we don't see them play for the tunnels again. We remember how that let them down at the first chance they had to break the Falcons' money.
Yeah, no gambles on B yet. So would now be the time? Would they? Should they? Falcons going all into tunnels.
Anti-long rush set up for K27.
Spawn's always a factor. Falcons are going pretty quick into this solo B site. With the A4 here, it's not easy. You would love an AK.
Still, Zito's now got to worry about middle with Carrigan lobbing in the fake. Quinky holds on for the first, but can't stop the spillover, and Carrigan plays his timing out through mid. Second player through the smoke. Tess's flash leaves him dead. And Carrigan has just caused chaos here on this one-man surge through the mid smokes.
Look at him go. He's looking for more, hunting this orb down. And he knows they can't get back in this round. He's got teammates behind him. Nice shot from Cashley, but it's about surviving at this point. Max trying to bail him out, but not from range. Kiyasuke with one more. And before all is said and done, this round is over. No escaping. Molly at his feet, and Falcons charge him down. Great work on that B side again. Even Carrigan in middle going massive with the Tech 9. So unfortunate for X5. He flashed himself through the smoke as Tessus throws one over the wall of B.
I also just think, though, that the setup right now for K27 does feel pretty brittle in terms of they're very dedicated to A in a lot of these rounds. They're playing a player on short. Usually it's X5 ready to drop down. They have a second guy in the bomb site ready to support long and short, but these are like very committed positions.
Oh, hello.
Carrigan on the jump up, feeling it after the double in the last round, and he's just playing his timing.
He just ran down middle with,
Captain's going to clash here. He's seen the util, knows he's got X5 out in the open, and this A-hold that has been the only tried and tested thing for K27, finally looking to let them down.
Carrigan's showing these kids how it's done. Straight down middle, down the guts, finds the orb, and opens up that A bomb site. Clacks on long, they know it. That bomb is running knife out to B. Dear, oh dear. Felt like K27 may have saved their half with that third round, but Falcons low money bounce back very quickly.
And it's just kind of feeling a little awkward right now. It's like every time you've tried to go and take short, which would be a nice point of rotation to have when they break out these mid to Bs, so you'd be able to jump down and try and fight for it. Every time they've looked for it, it's led to an opening death. That player getting found out, that player getting dealt with. You had X5 there a couple of rounds ago. This time it's the AWP. And so it's leaving you in a pretty rigid structure right now with 3 over towards A, 2 over towards B, and you're saying, guys, you just have to multi-kill if they come B.
Monacy has spawn for B with the AWP. I wonder if he just like walks in tunnels at this point of the game. Like everything has worked. B has been a problem. You got spawns. He might just be calling to peek B insta. And nobody's even home. They just boosted mid for a pick. Or rather a late cross, but yeah, that smoke comes down. Monacy calls it off. Falcons don't feel the pressure. Everything has worked. Again, catwalk control taken.
It wouldn't surprise me if this one gets a bit more exciting, but I say that they just found X5 on short. There's Zito close, so finally having kind of multiple players here to trade contact over in middle.
Oh, he just missed that cross out. They cross back, reinforcing this B site with 2.
I mean, it was the right adjustment for K27. It's just come very late in the day.
Is he going to hide deep pits? They're resetting long. 1 kill would be massive from Zito here.
Oh, but he's walking in. Still gets his. Right as Tess says, goes to check the corner. Can't follow up, and that is the bomb spotted. So wonder if m0NESY and NiKo want to get tricky with this.
(2v4) when it began. They split up. NiKo bomb long, m0NESY hoping for a fight in middle. Nothing getting given. 25 to the clock. Cashlid can win the round with a single shot. He's just cleared long, and now NiKo walks out. So I got bad news as m0NESY fakes it. NiKo holds his part of the bargain. How are you going to cross with that bomb? There's only 10 seconds. He needs to run. The smoke comes down, and they can't stop him. NiKo makes it in. Nice shot up close, and that feels like that's that. Quinky 1v2. He's got the nades and an AK. No kits. They throw everything they have.
Just a round that spiraled away from you. You almost can't believe it's fallen onto the shoulders of Quinky. He's not filled with confidence here as he makes his way into hostile territory. 2 players ready to face him. m0NESY takes first contact, and that's all that is required. m0NESY putting on a clinic, and Falcons showing up 9-3, a runaway first half.
Yeah, a phenomenal half of Counter-Strike, really. Put in some awkward positions, put in some rounds where K27 had strong, aggressive setups. Falcons punished every single time. And yeah, really hard game for K27 to recover. And it all ends in that first half with a 2-on-4 out on the long side. When Zito gets his 3rd kill and repeats, you think he thinks they're going to lose that round. My oh my. Quite a start here in Paris for Falcons, but they've got to finish what they've started. 9-3 first half, off to the CT side.
Also just nice to see the Falcons looking this adaptable right out of the gate. You know, no slow starts. Every reaction here was so spot on. Like, finally K27 kind of all in the mid-brawl. They play for that space. They only have SMGs to work with. But the reaction was almost instantaneous. That bomb was back long and ready to go in what felt like seconds. And then sure, they slow it down in the clutch. They give a bit of breathing room to NiKo and m0NESY to play it out. But, you know, you're constantly racing against the minds of the Falcons, and they're looking very, very quick to get this game going. They can make it real easy for themselves if they pick up this pistol round.
Carrigan sees him out long. NiKo, headshot on shorts. X5 has found the gap for now, walking straight out middle, but that lower position as the smoke fades, m0NESY catches him. Oh, careful, does get that pre-fire off. They're going to cross into the site. Carrigan, nice headshot. He's held his own in these last few rounds, but he will be found after 1. 3-on-4 here. Bomb yet to make it in. Loose on the ramp, and everybody's fighting here. Falcons reflashing.
Full blind. Still good for it. And that's m0NESY removed, top performer. Oof. Still, there's a lot of teeth chomping at the bit to get involved are all of the Falcons, and Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turnaround. What a sequence. Back against the wall, no issue for Quinky. The one-man army on K27.
Yeah, 1v3 ace out of Quinky saves K27 from absolute humiliation in this game. This was as one-sided as it gets. But that pistol clutch has just put them back in with an opportunity. Falcons run him down on the reload, but he puts that mag in just in time. He's even bought the orb for Cashlid in this second round. It's an audacious purchase. Wanting to get your orb going in this second half, they walk silent up Cat.
You just hope a round like that inspires the troops. I do wonder how much adrenaline Quickie's got coursing through him after that clutch. Just testing the waters over here on short, seeing if they like what they see. Carrigan does have a smoke to block this, but he holds on to it for a very long time. That's not a good smoke. Tap on it.
Oh no.
I'll try and play through behind it. Oh dear, Nico makes it interesting. And the rest of Falcons trying to give chase up through short. They're not going to get here in time.
Guns, please. Tessus can't find them. Galil to the hand, but bomb down and AWP ready to line them up. Kiyasuke 1v3 and they're not having it. Quinky shuts it down and 5 rounds for K27, stopping the Falcons force by. Baby steps, but certainly in the right direction here on this T side now. The AWP lives to tell the tale into one more eco round. Getting messy on short. Felt like they were ready to go back into the mid to B, but the kills just present themselves with that miss smoked. B-rush? Go on.
Nice, try and give Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
Tessus waits so long for that flash, it never comes. He's looking into the wall when they kill him. Quite a B-rush. Insta-door smoke, double HE, and just go through. Alright, Cashler's got his match here. Monacy's AWP as well. Late cross spotted. Monacy's not giving him the fight.
Dangerous game that, but X5's live to tell the tale.
Good nade. Here from Nico. K27 up catwalk.
And this is all the makings of a mid to be. Don't have control out towards long. Don't really have any clear picture as to what's happening on A. You have at least forced them within the bomb site, so you've slowed the rotations. You kind of put yourself in a good position to succeed here. If you're able to get through these entries, even trades for Falcons would leave them in a pretty awkward spot. Long rotates, 3-on-3, retake at B. So you need something out of these B players here.
They don't shoot. No support. Tessus and Kiyasuke against the world.
Good timing on that block.
20 seconds,
That's
though.
brutal. And are they
no.
really going to try and change their mind on this?
Nope.
They thought about it. They're still thinking about it.
20
There isn't time
seconds.
for this. Going to try and run that bomb out towards short. They lose Clax on the long side, so it's turned into a mid to B. That is chaotic. They'll get away with the kills, but the bomb lost over in mid. Time decides.
Damn.
For K27, indecisiveness, unable to make up their mind. It gets the better of them, and it costs them everything.
Just so much going on, right? So many cluttered comms. They get out long, they get a kill, they rotate, Clax dies, they realize it can't go A. There's even no time, really, to get up catwalk and plant that bomb. They bail mid to B. If the bomb was upper, I'd say they have a good shot in the round. 2v2, they got the B site. They can plant that bomb. Tessus is dead. But K27 don't leave themselves any room for error, and with errors made, Falcons collect a round on this CT side. That's more like it. Gut punch out long.
Oh, that's nearly the lineup around this smoke.
Oh. From beyond the grave.
And there was no accounting for that move. Adetesses walks the mid-smoke.
That's really rude. Knew he had a 1v1, but still. Oh my God.
They line up for him. It's on rails.
Respect is disappearing from the Falcons now. At 11-6. Pushing through smokes in your face. And K27, they're down to 2K a player. It's feeling far gone now. Going to get one more chance up against match point here in this best of one.
And you're seeing Falcons take a lot more liberties. They have left Carrigan all on his lonesome out here on long. But apparently that's not an issue.
Easy.
Flash gets there just a second too late to help him out, but it will get contained, and now you have 6 chances for a dominant close.
Yeah, some signs of life here for K27 in this game, but I think the takeaway is Falcons have come to play, right, with all the pressure on the shoulders of the club championship, second place team, relying on their last few competitions, CS being the main one.
I mean, it's also just the case that even though Falcons as an org have always done well here at EWC, the CS division has struggled.
Yeah.
And, you know, Carrigan already came in and kind of cured the major woes. Now they're hoping he can do the same here.
They lost to Aurora last year, who went on to lose the final. But let's be honest here, looking at this group stage, there's no clear threat on paper for Falcons. 2 wins and you're straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where it felt like, you know, the greatest opponent was almost themselves in a sense, you know. You've seen slow starts from Carrigan-led teams in the past. It's very reassuring to see them coming in looking polished.
Oh, man.
It's a K27 that have had a legit run to get to this point. They were in good form. But Falcons playing like the favorites.
4v4 and the map goes quiet. Bomb out long. 2 players on Cat. Cedo waiting for re-aggression. He's getting exactly that, but teammate swings with him and Monacy collects a kill. Monacy with a monster game right now. He's going to go for more, surely. Feeling invincible on this orb. Missed flick and the bomb crosses in. It will be a retake, but it won't be waiting around as they line up through the smoke. Kyosuke closes. Simple as that for the Falcons. 13-6. K27 are shown the door.
Yeah, dominant stuff, man. It's the Falcons you wanted to see from the get-go in this tournament. No messing around, straight to the point, running circles around the underdogs in K27.
That's exactly the start that you would expect from the Falcons, who are coming back off of a major win. They start their campaign off here strong in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Yeah, Nico and company looking primed, looking proper right there. Nico and Monacy really tag teaming to give K27 a little bit of a taste as to what's to come.
Can't really ask for more, can you? You know, I think that was the first time today we see one of the clear-cut favorites also playing like a clear-cut favorite. Credit to K27 for, you know, a brief moment in that second half, you know, stringing together some rounds and maybe making us think that there was a chance of this game being competitive. But end of the day, Falcons in control, start to finish. And maybe you're right, Janko. Maybe we're getting the best of both worlds now from Falcons, a team that is good in the group stage and also shows up in the play.
Well, I wouldn't get too ahead of ourselves, Jacob, but, you know, Falcons just taking care of business here. Doing what they need to do. It's unfortunate in a way for K27. You can see, oh, why are you playing them on Dust 2? Well, they don't have a ton of choice really in the veto, you know, in that sense. And Falcons are not going to, you know, feel pressured whatsoever. It's one of their favorite maps alongside Anubis, and this is what you get.
but there was pressure applied, right? So credit where credit is. I wouldn't say that necessarily they tested the Falcons. No, that's not going to be the storyline. Hell, the numbers wouldn't even say that. But there were some glimpses of perhaps brilliance in there. Jacob, I know you love being positive. Tell us something.
Yeah, I mean, winning the second pistol and converting, it makes you believe that, okay, if you win the first buy round, then all of a sudden you have a game, and that's the charm of best of one MR12, that there's not that long for a big comeback. But when you get away with 3 rounds in the first half, you're pretty much done for if you're K27. That would have been a massive comeback and highly unlikely, even though that they would have gathered a couple of more rounds. It still felt like Falcons were in control, especially when you consider that m0NESY were feeling it, Nico were feeling it, and overall they seem very calm and composed. So sure, you can make the case that K27 applied a tiny bit of pressure, but nothing that Falcons really suffered on.
Yeah, a strong start at a 9-3 half too on your T side. For the Falcons, swinging for the fences, they got the home run they were looking for right here. And a best of one, no scary stuff. They didn't really come down any sort of nonsense that sometimes the Falcons can find for themselves, Yanko.
Yeah, and it's important to start the tournament on the right foot, you know, and you look at, a lot of things will make the playoffs, but it also matters, who you're going to face in that first round. So going through as quickly as possible goes a long way to having a good bracket later on.
Yeah, and a good day outside of this matchup. Let's find out what m0NESY's got to say. Freya.
So much, Trace. Yes, I do have Ilya down here on the stage. Congratulations from the outside. This looked like quite an easy match for you. Was it as easy as it looked from the outside, inside the server?
Yeah, we were very calm today in TeamSpeak, on the game, on the server, with our calls, with our decisions, so yes.
Individual form from you. It looked excellent. Was that just down to, you missing playing a little bit on LAN? Has it been a long 6 weeks away from the PC for you?
Yes, I definitely miss playing on LAN after Major, because the only tournament we played it was Blast, and we insta lost, so we had a lot of time to prepare, so we were very hungry to come back on LAN.
Yeah, we'll just forget about that online affair. Now, not to hype your ego up anymore, m0NESY, but Cashlid, over on the other side, he did say that you were his idol. He was kind of molding his style off of you. Do you want to give him any advice, any words of wisdom?
Any advice? Actually, I didn't know, but any advice? Just play more matches, get as much experience as you can, and everything will come with experience in the future. The most important is to believe in yourself.
Final question for you, m0NESY. Of course, EWC, we know how important it is to Falcons as an organization. Does that put more pressure on you guys here to perform?
No, not really. We don't really take this as a pressure. We just take it as an opportunity to help our organization to win another club championship.
Pleasure, as always, to get to catch up with you, m0NESY. Thank you so much for your time. That's Falcons 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, m0NESY ending out at 22-8 there in regulation. Otherwise, quick, easy work for the side of the Falcons. m0NESY looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, and obviously he had a good time in Cologne as well, got his major MVP there, and I think we're seeing that a little bit more in recent tournaments with m0NESY, and then some of the interviews, especially in Cologne, those post-game ones, like he has just found the joy again in playing the game, right, in this team, and I think he shows on the server. I think he's a guy who needs to sort of have that to be able to perform on a high level, and if he has found some consistency now, like that's going to make Falcons even more dangerous.
Yeah, it goes without saying he's a massive win condition for Falcons in pretty much any game they play, whether that's group stage, playoff, you name it. As you said, a bit of a breakthrough through the major, getting the MVP as well. And if anything, if you want to zoom out a bit, maybe he's also able to close a bit of that gap, that Saivu and Dunk as of late have opened up to him. I think m0NESY being the MVP of the major, playing like this as well, maybe it is a three-horse race for the best player in the world after all, if he continues down this trend, and especially if Dunk is showing a bit of that inconsistency that we never really seen from him before.
Yeah, and you look for where those weaknesses are going to be within some of these top-tier teams, some of these high-caliber teams, especially with the side that we've already seen, the Donks of the world. They've taken their L earlier today. How do they bounce back and remain some of those top-tier teams? The things that separate them from the pack, the ones that keep them up there. For us, at least, putting a ribbon on such a performance, or at least such a showing from K27. They're in the building. You guys said they were excited to be here. Is there anything else you can put on their plate?
Yeah, I think we have an example from the first half, like some of the sort of discrepancies between, tier 1 teams and some of these lower tier teams when it comes to the macro understanding. So in this round, another reset round, Falcons go with this fast sort of down mid play from Nico. Kerrigan did it as well, so they're quick about this. See the nade combination, right? And then Kerrigan is just going to throw a deep molly and they want to go B, right? But X5 is in front of it and he just wants to play now, like understands maybe he has some space here. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished by Tessus, right? Tessus is the long player So now that should signal you that they are heavily towards B on the side of Falcons. The Falcons know that, so they slow it down, throw some utility towards B, mid to B, smoke. Carrigan wants to put some pressure. It's important he got the upper off of this angle, and then after the smoke, like that prompts a reaction from K27 in upper B, and this is exactly what Falcons were waiting for, right? Like they're positioned perfectly to punish this. That was probably just the call from Carrigan. I'm gonna put some pressure. They're gonna push B. You guys are gonna kill them, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, it's an example of just manipulating some of the rotations, and maybe K27 being a little bit too naive, going for that B push when Tessis was spotted in lower B.
Kind of forcing them to where you want to have that fight, like forcing that reaction. I think, Jacob, you know, there was a little bit of a suffrage here when it came to the second pistol round. You know, I think it's unfortunate. Yes, you get an ace out of it, but it is a bit rougher on the edges when it's in vain, right?
Yeah, sure. But then again, you showed a bit of that individual quality that K27 also possesses. Yanko said it's not a team that we're going to remember here at EWC, but perhaps in a year's time from now, some of these players will have found a way to make a big mark, you know, on Counter-Strike, whether that is within K27 or if that's in another team. But, you know, small glimpses of, you know, good potential, good individual playmaking, especially considering they came from the LCQ as well, where they won 3 best-of-3s in a row, that they kind of distanced themselves from teams like Fnatic, Eyeballers, and Saw, for that matter, who they beat. So it's a team to look out for, and maybe players to look out for the future.
Yeah, they're accruing experience at this point in time, right? Like when you're a young team, you sort of don't even necessarily realize maybe how these teams are beating you, right? And then you see things that happen. It's like, this is what they were thinking, right? And then you sort of learn more about the game. You evolve your understanding of the game, and that's how you improve.
Yeah, I mean, just as a testament, you know, how fast was your guys' first LAN game, right, in your own head? I'm sure it might have taken a long time, but that game goes by pretty quick. You start to learn to break that down and compartmentalize.
So even just practice. Like once you start to practice with tier 1 teams, and you're like, all right, like this is what these guys are doing, and then obviously even more so in officials. But that's why it's a process, right? It has to be a process for every individual player, and then also you as a unit need to be able to grow.
And no shame for K27. You're playing Falcons. You're playing the team who just won the major a couple of months ago. You're playing Nico and Monacy, who clearly were having a good time here in Dust 2 and have had a bit of a habit of having a good time on Dust 2 against the best teams in the world as well. So in that regard, sure, as Yanko saying, if you can learn something from this game, if you could, the round you showcased just before, Yanko, it was clear and evident that Tess is towards lower. The push should have come from the long guy. He was the guy who's supposed to take space, you know, figure out that, okay, it is towards the B bomb side. Then you could have kept 2 players on B, you know, and maybe be ready for the hit that was coming in for Falcons. They look at that, they learn by that, they maybe alter the way they will play around like that next time around, and who knows if that means the game then finishes 13-7 and not 13-6.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as a change of numbers, obviously, Jacob. I don't know why you have that big smirk on your face. It makes me a little uneasy.
Yeah.
Luckily, the people at home can't see that. We actually have Nico smirk instead, which I know that you guys are big fans of here.
Do you agree, Yanko? Is Monacy, can he still be part of the conversation, you know, best player in the world? Or
Absolutely not. What if he's the major MVP in Singapore?
There we go.
Like, how can you, a guy who's won 2 major MVPs, not make him, you know, potentially put him as #1? Obviously, depends on a lot more tournaments. And I think what's important is it's wide open still, in my eyes, right? Like, we don't know how Vitality is going to perform moving forward. A couple of events, they're going to have a stand-in. Yeah. You don't expect them to sort of win events with a stand-in, right? What if Falcons are the one, or Spirit is the one with Dong to do it? So I think it's a lot more competitive this year than last year.
Which, you know, it's only fair. We talked a little bit about Kerrigan, so your boy Tessis. Let's talk about it. I know that there were some question marks about, yes, okay, this is what Tessis brings to the table here, and now they won a major, so we quelled that still, right? Did he show up today? Was he the best support in the server?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge from this game, to be honest. I think Tessis is best shown when the game is close, you know, when he needs to find impact. Today, it wasn't really needed, to be completely honest. I think Tessis is also benefiting from Kerrigan coming into the team. I think Kerrigan likes to have a player that is a soldier for your team. I think Cadian even labeled it as a soldier finally winning the major, you know, in Cologne. So having Tessis on your team in the role he's in, I'm sure individually speaking, he could probably get more out of himself in a different team, in a different role. But personally, I would rather be Tessis, you know, playing maybe not the best roles and then winning majors and winning trophies, playing next to Monacy and Nico than showcasing my individual skills. So I think both sides are happy on that one.
Yeah, he'll have his moments in Kerrigan's system, right, where he'll have to play, and he has the right personality for that role, right? Like, you always need to, you have a finite amount of resources in a round, and, you know, some players have to make do with less being allocated to them, let's put it that way. And Tessus is a guy who can do that, who is not uncomfortable, who doesn't have an ego in that sense that, oh, he has to have the numbers or he has to have the opportunities, right? He'll just do whatever the team requires of him to help the team win.
Yeah, for us, still tons of more Counter-Strike to go. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, we can put a ribbon and bow on this one for K27 and Falcons. That's a done data. And as it shapes up, we've got Paravision V8, BB Team, and FaZe also to look forward to here. MIBR, Strauss, all the fixins here at the EWC. That's the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We go to a break, we come back, and it is going to be that BB Team versus FaZe.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's the Esports World Cup live from Paris, and we've got another banger coming up here as we continue our best of ones within the opening stages of this Counter-Strike 2 tournament itself. I say that because FaZe are entering the building versus BB Team, and in a best of one environment, anything weird can and probably will happen to you in the server. Of course, we had to get rid of one of our analysts so we could bring in a totally new one here, an up-and-coming talent. We could call him that, five-time major winner, Dupree. And of course, we've got his friend Jacob here. So, Dupree, how's it been today, man? How'd you find the games?
Yeah, it's been good. I think we've had a little bit of everything. Like, we had some slaughters. We also had some games that were very close, but we also had games that, just was dragged out. So I think it's been a good start to the tournament. We've had that upset with Spirit losing to GG How. So I think that's the biggest upset we've seen so far.
Yeah, safe to say there was a big upset. I feel like all games, apart from the Falcons K27, have been hyper competitive. So I can't see a reason why we shouldn't expect this one to be the same thing, Trace.
It might as well be, yeah. BB Team versus FaZe, both in their own ways, very, very unique storylines. We can start on the BB Team side of things. The team that seems to have found a footing at this echelon of play, even though most of the time it seems like they have what we call a stand-in or a substitute. Not ideal if you're trying to play in a server with 5v5 parameters.
No, it's super frustrating because I think all of us have seen what they can do. Even playing with a stand-in, having Boomich as a leader. What they did at the major was very impressive. What they did in Atlanta, I am Atlanta leading up to the major, equally impressive. So we definitely seen the potential of BT Team, but I would just love to see a bit of a stability coming out from them. I would love to see the same lineup play 3 tournaments in a row so we can start to evaluate whether or not this is a team that is punching upwards, stagnating, or maybe have to look down in the rankings in order to manifest themselves. I'm not sure at the moment, but I think a test against a FaZe right now who's seemingly looking better and better should be a good little indicator of where we find BB.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance here. Also, the fact that it is a best of one. But I think the whole storyline for BB Team here is obviously the run at the major that, Solving coming in with a stand-in, and that's really been haunting them throughout the season, right? It's like a team that's only played, I think, 9 total games on LAN together. So at this point, it's a team that still seems to be, finding their footing with the full roster.
Well, even some of those LAN games that got in there and some of that success, hell, we roll the clock back to Atlanta a little bit here. We see a BB team that's poised to find their way into playoffs pretty expeditiously. So, yeah, that is still a team that didn't play with the regular 5 or the 5 that was planned.
No, and that's been the big issue for them, right? But I guess the positive thing is that it's been the same 4 players, circling in and out and around. And now that you have Dillard back, you have Siren back to the lineup as well after the major. It is players who's been practicing a lot together. Yep. Unfortunately for them, these stand-in issues are always coming last second with visas not being acquired, etc., etc. So you'd assume that behind the scenes, they played together quite a lot. The problem is, as you described it as well, Peter, is we haven't seen them play too much together in a LAN setting, in a LAN environment. So that's the question mark attached to them. That being said, though, I feel like whenever we do see a BB team play, they always surprise us. They always play well. They seem to be a coherent team. So I don't see a reason why we shouldn't expect them to do well here in Paris.
No, it's the stand-in situation, and that seems to be coming back to them. But they seem to be doing well every single time they get to that point, right? It's like the fundamentals of the team, and they lower their expectations, and they have the fundamentals in Boomy to just call the things on the fly, and people seem to be slotting well into their roles. And I'm just curious to see if they can ever find back to a level that is going to be as good when they had stand-ins, right? I think people are probably thinking, why wouldn't they keep Flammes once they played so well at the major, right? But at the same time, it's a given time where the team still needs to be finding their footing with the team. And, this is a great opportunity. This is a great start and the best of one. I think it's definitely an opponent that they can be taken on.
It is an opponent that can be taken off, but also, I guess, with both of these teams in their stumbling point, right? Because for FaZe, it's not like they're necessarily not a revolving door currently, as is.
I think this is a massive test for FaZe Clan. We saw at the Bounty that, sure, they're looking better. I think Twist as an in-game leader have done a great job. Nedu has just been signed to the team now, no longer officially a stand-in, but he's a full-blooded member of FaZe Clan. So that's the direction they've been deciding to go. I think it's very important for us to get some reassurance where FaZe is heading right now, because what I saw at the Blast Bounty was positive. It was definitely trending in the right direction. When you have players like Twist and Frozen on your lineup, you feel like you're almost guaranteed to be competitive at some level, but that wasn't really the case when Kerrigan was still in the lineup. So it's a question mark to me where we we kind of set the expectation for FaZe. Are we looking at a team that is trying to break into top 10? Are we looking at a team that is just trying to stabilize around 10 to 15? Are we looking at a team that has to fight Nate and Tools to be 15 to 20? I don't think the jury has been set just yet, but I think this tournament is super, super important. And when you consider where these two teams are at right now, if you're FaZe and you want to be considered a top 10, top 15 team, well, then you got to beat BBT.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think it's the question marks that's been revolving around FaZe for so long that it's good that it comes with a bit of a clearance, also signing NetEU, as you mentioned. But FaZe has already hit rock bottom, right? You know, when they didn't qualify for the major, that's kind of rock bottom for them. So they could only go one way. That's forward, right? And now the fact that they've picked up players like Jabone, they luckily kept someone like Frozen, right? Still sticking on to Jacob, but also the fact of signing NetEU now for the full roster. You know, they're also moving in a direction now where they seem to be picking up the young players, but at the same time, it all seems like a team that doesn't have like the leeway to actually approach the right players they maybe wanted. So they have to go with it sort of B option. But I kind of like that approach that they decide to go with like the more talent pool instead of going for the ones that is already established, because we've seen how that one works out for teams that is already established, that they go for the names instead of the ones that actually wants to prove them then there. And then there is obviously the fact that Brogy is not in line anymore. I think that paid off very well for FaZe.
See, that's my issue, right? Because I don't disagree with that. I like the fact that you're going for some of the young up-and-coming players. You give a bit more time to Jacob as well. For me personally, I'm not sure he needs more time. I think I've seen what I got from him, and to some extent, he's doing a decent job winning FaZe Clan. But he's not a player that is going to make sure that you're top 10, you know. And then you look at J-Bone. Okay, you're benched in big, and now you're coming into FaZe Clan. Are you supposed to be a player that is elevating the team to top 10? Maybe. I think he's the one who's shown the most potential and shown glimpses of what he can do. So I like the direction they're going in that regard. To me, it's the communication, because when you then listen to some of the upper management within FaZe Clan talking about how they still have a lot of money and they're willing to spend and they're invested into Counter-Strike, let's be completely honest, and this is not necessarily a negative thing, but that's a budget version of FaZe Clan right now. This is not an expensive team in terms of acquiring J-Bone, in terms of keeping Jacob. The salary these players are getting, NetEU for that matter as well, they're relatively cheap players, you know, so that's not a big bluster signing where you're saying we're going to spend the money, we're going to buy some experience, we're going to back up Twist and Frozen to build a team that is most definitely going to be top 10 or top 5. If anything, they've taken a step back and now they're trying to I guess, build a team on a smaller budget, but also where the potential is hopefully what's going to carry them through.
But realistically, if you are FaZe Clan, you know, who are you going after to kind of fill in those blanks?
Who wants to join the team?
Around a Frozen, around a Twist, like that, there's such massive gaps in the whole plan there, the whole structure.
But I'll tell you, that's exactly the issue, right? Because if you're FaZe Clan, and I've said this a couple of times in my podcast as well, your most important job now is to make sure that you're competitive enough that players want to join your team. Because this iteration of FaZe Clan is not going to be the final one. If it is, then Frozen will leave, Twist will go somewhere else. As you said, the gap between those two and the rest of the team is just too big. Your most important job now, Peter, is to make sure that you're competitive enough that other good players want to join you. And then we'll see if they're all, you know, talking, if they're willing to spend on some of those players, because they cost money and they're expensive to give salary to. But if FaZe want to be a top 10 team, top 5 team, if you want to back up Twist and Frozen, you got to sign better players. Question is, who of the other 3 are you going to keep for the future?
And it's not even that they've gone there. I mean, we're talking about a FaZe without Neo now. We're talking about a different look FaZe and a different approach seemingly to how they want to take things going forward. Academy teams, this, that, or the other. Where do you find the FaZe conundrum right now?
I actually think the swap of coaches was very needed for the team. And I think also the fact that Neo was maybe more of I wouldn't say like a soft coach, but maybe not the guy that would go and, you know, just, you know, he would maybe like, you know, take things and then, you know, wrap it up a little bit instead of just going straight honest to the player and saying, you're not doing good enough right now. And I think that is also the case with Brogy. And that's why I think he's been removed now, that there's new eyes now on the block. And he came in and saw that Brogy was an obvious issue for the team in terms of his performance, but also probably his, you know, the way he functioned together with his teammates. So I think it's nice to see that it's a bit of change of scenery, that a new coach comes in and dares to make these moves, even though that the FaZe management also had something to do with it. But overall, the fact that they now have to sign younger players that come from Academy project, I think it's the right approach. I think that is the approach they can do, probably the only one they could do in this situation where they have to build from the ground by not qualifying for the major.
If anything, it gives a bit of urgency as well, because if you're J-Bone, if you're NetEU, for that matter, if you're Jacob, you know that if you're not performing, odds are you're not going to be there in 6 months. And that could be a good thing. That could be a good thing that is motivating these players to show their absolute best and, you know, making sure there's a case for them to stay with the future FaZe Clan lineup, which I think is going to look a bit different. When you have players like Twist and Frozen, you can acquire good players. Question is if they can convince those two that they should stay there.
Yeah, there's a certain point where you are really just building back up from the bottom. Hey, enough from hearing us about it. Let's hear from FaZe.
I think we've got to start this interview with some celebrations, Natu, because we saw yesterday, officially, you are a permanent member of FaZe Clan. Can you just tell me how that decision came about and how you feel about it?
I'm feeling great. It's been some months now that I'm in the team. To be honest, I knew it kind of some time ago, but there has been like some contractual negotiation and stuff, so it took some time. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be part of the team, and I think we're doing great. Now we're in the top 10. This is of course not the ending goal, but I think we're on the right, like we're on an ascending ramp, and it's pretty good.
Now, I'm not asking in terms of your roles, just more of like an attitude or emotions. Does it change anything for you knowing that you're a permanent fixture of FaZe for the future?
I don't think it changed that much. I wouldn't say it changed at all, actually. I think I'm pretty comfortable with the team. I felt like I was already part of FaZe before, so it's also like I've been here since a long time. So it's like the transition was way smoother, and now I don't feel that much pressure like being part of the team officially, I would say.
Let's talk about your first opponent here. Best of one, it's going to be versus BetBoom. You played them, I believe it was just over a month ago, pretty convincing 2-0. How do you feel about going up against them in a best of one today?
I think best of one are, of course, really dangerous, so you cannot underestimate any team. It can be also like a team from top 100 right now, like today in CS2, it's like any team is dangerous, so... And of course we're playing BetBoom right now. Last time it was pretty clean win for us, I would say, but it's still a really strong team. We cannot underestimate them, especially in best of one. I think it's going to be a great match, and we're really confident. We had good preparation, so it's great.
Considering that you beat them pretty handily last time, do you consider yourselves the favorite? Do you consider them the favorite? Like, what's your take on it?
I'm not sure. I don't want to jinx us, but I think it's 50-50. If you look at the ranking, it's like pretty close as well, so I would say 50-50.
Okay, final question. EWC now being located in Paris. Of course, you're French. We were just talking about it. You grew up just outside of Paris. How important is it to you to be making a deep run here, to get to play in front of your home country?
I think it's pretty important. I don't want to put too much pressure on myself because it's like home country or stuff, but I think it's really nice. There's not much tournaments in France, unfortunately, but every time there's a tournament, I think like the crowd is like every time insane. I think the mood is like pretty good, and I feel comfortable playing in Paris. I've been there a lot of times. I'm like close to, so it's like almost where I'm born, like if you can say it like this. So I'm really happy to play in Paris, and it's just like super great.
Thank you so much for your insight, as always, and best of luck versus BetBoom.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool storyline. Obviously, the news breaking yesterday, they actually kind of shared the video of him signing the agreement, which is cool. It's a cool insight that you don't often get within the realms of esports. Speaking of the realm of this esport, we need to know what map we're going to play, gentlemen. We have a map veto again in a best of one environment.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess and say no Ancient and Cash. If you're a BB team, you know, last time around it didn't really pan out their way. Lost 13-6 and 13-2 in a game where FaZe dominated them. So if I'm them, I'm trying to stay away from those types of maps.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, not something you want to return to because you had massive issues. So there's definitely a lot of other things you can be turning your attention to. Ancient also going out in the pool right here. And Noob is also forced for the fact. So now we're left with the likes of Mirage and Nuke, and then we also get to have Cash in there. Also, Cash will be banned out. So
yeah, I feel like Nuke is a great middle ground, and Nuke is exactly what the game is going to be played out. A map they haven't played against each other, a map that allows for a bit more of a tactical approach, which I think for Boomage, especially during the major, when we watched BB team play on Nuke in particular, very impressive. The way they played on the T side, very aggressive, very fast-paced Counter-Strike, and constantly mixing it up between inner executes to a default to a yard-focused execute as well. A yard-focused default. So it came in a lot of different variations from BB team. I'm curious to see what I'm going to get for them. The last time we saw them play was 5 weeks ago, and that's the game where they lost to FaZe 2-0, you know, in a game that wasn't even a game. They got 8 rounds over the course of 2 maps. So you'd assume that BB team have been home, been practicing, been leading up, and also target this tournament as sort of their Super Bowl, as you described it for Big early on. They need the wins. They need the VRS points. If they want to be part of the major, enter stage 1, stage 2, they need to acquire some points, and beating FaZe Clan is a good way of starting for BB team.
And you know, I think this goes without saying, guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the ball in your court as well as the fans at home, because obviously we need you to go ahead and get your match play pick'ems in. We need to know who you think is going to win, and in doing so, that QR code will pop up. For you guys, I want to know where your pick'ems are in this one. What is it? Could be considered an even keel. Dupree, you seem to be sweating around the brow. What is it, bud?
I think, you know, Netio said it himself, it's a very open game. It's very 50-50, right? I think Nuke will play in the hands of both teams. It is the best of one after all, so it makes sense for team to end in a sort of even ground. But I kind of want to. Personally, I want to see FaZe do better. Like I've been around for a long time. I've seen FaZe how good they can be, and also the success they've had in CS2. So I want to see FaZe do better, right? I want to see this real build. I wanted to see it working, even though that I do think that BB team also deserve to show that they can continue their stride from the major.
So what are you saying?
FaZe.
FaZe. There you go. I don't know, man. To be completely honest, I think FaZe have the upper hand right here in the matchup. I always put my faith in Twist and Frozen, but in terms of the overall, I think BB team have a higher chance of being the team to look out for the rest of the season.
Okay, well, let's just see if you guys are right. Let's just see if you guys know exactly what you're talking about. Let's get this game underway.
Oh my god, they're all back turn! They line up for him!
Man full of beasts, yeah, it's haunting. Nobody knows who they calling. Sound the alarm, yeah, we're marching. It's an army.
Shadow Falcons are aware for this.
It's an army. No, it's not a team, it's an army.
I'm looking forward to this one. My name's Machine and I'm joined by Chatty B. You can call him Sponge. We've got Team BB on one side of the server and FaZe Clan on the other. Cheeky best of one on Nuke of all maps.
Yeah, Boomish's boys up in the post-Brokey era of FaZe. Obviously, Jay Bowen, Natu, interview with Frey a little bit earlier. The hometown lad official signing to FaZe just yesterday. So that's going to feel damn good.
I think generally FaZe are feeling good, I think for me, personally, I looked at the FaZe roster and it looked like, okay, well, they're not going to be able to rebuild. I made assumptions. It didn't feel like it was going to be an easy task to get back on top, back chasing those VRS points and back to where you once were. Of course, top 5 at their peak.
Yeah, so right now you have the HLTV World Rankings coming in at 10. That's FaZe, that's not too shabby. 11 in the VRS. The VRS is the one that matters because that's going to get you the invites to all these tournaments. But for the season coming up, their goal is going to be either Rivals or the Major. It's the Major. But the point being that the invites are out for all the other tournaments and FaZe just missed out. So this is going to be a tough one as far as the tournament goes. In terms of the matchup, the head-to-head, there was just a month ago in China, XSE, in the quarterfinals, and, well, FaZe had their way with them. We're talking an absolute stomping there. A 13-2 and a 13-6. A different map today. Last time around it was Cash and Ancient. Today we find ourselves on Nuke. And I think we're ready to get this one underway.
Best of ones. It's a brutal introduction to the format. You just have to get your win. 2 and you're through, and 2 and you're out. And they get their whole roster this time, Chad. We get to see the Team BB that they always wanted to be.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be tough to live up to those results from the Cologne Major. Making it to the top 8 with Flammus, who earlier today in the Gamer Legion jersey dumpstered their opening game and sitting pretty. Well, it looks like we have a little bit of a tech issue before we can get this one underway.
A classic.
Well, it's more for the stakes. Alex, you're mentioning 2 and you're through. Well, we know who the winner of this one will be taking on its legacy. Right?
Okay.
They made light work of their opening best of 1 earlier today, so we will know who the winner of this gets to take on. And I think that's a great opportunity for either FaZe or Team BB to just, I don't want to say skip straight through, but it's not a terrible opponent to be facing by any means. I respect Legacy. You have to respect Underdog. But in that type of matchup, if I'm looking at FaZe in their current form, what we've seen from XSE and then Blast Bounty, I'd say, yeah, they've got a pretty good shot at it. For Team BB, I'm a little bit more worried.
Right.
I think they're on what I would consider a very, very slow downward slide. Now, I guess when you set the top of the mountain, they're top 8 at the Major. XSE, they lose to FaZe in the quarterfinals there. And now here, we have to see, are they the team that can deliver the same level of Counter-Strike?
Got a lot of love, got a lot of time for Boomich as well. A redemption arc for him, making a run to the stage at that Major. Let's see if they can dust themselves off and do it again. FaZe, a tough opposition. CT start for FaZe. And it's going to be on the attack for Team BB.
Dual Redders for Natu. Smoking a flash for Jay Bowen. And a slow start out the gates. Door blown off, lurk smoke in. Vent questions asked as Twist peppers away, hoping to get some info, slow them down, and he'll take that vent. So he can rotate up, sure, but it's not going to make life easy as the top pop lined up.
Direct, straight to
into
main.
Okay.
Okay, and he's got 4 yard space, J-Bo in the first to fall. Now Locker's wrap open. Diladez walking round the corner. Easy pickup for Jacob. He's got more though. Magnajez and Boomich on Lockers. Could be that double swing. He needs that first bullet. He's done very well. Jacob's pistols deliver, and FaZe should be able to collect. Oh yeah.
Okay, well, some nice shooting there, and a creative pistol as Siren can't salvage a frag out of that one. But I like the idea, right? The Heaven and Hell wrap, but doing it through main. You ask the questions of the potential vent drop, then they leak through. The top players, this is where you think you draw that rotation point, and they even got that opening incision. So I like the idea. It's Jacob's multi, the pole, slowing them down. Yeah, Magnajez putting his body on the line for that one. And we know that Magnajez is one of the heavy hitters in this roster. The firepower is going to have to come from him and Diladez. As we will see them go into a force without the plant. So it could be more of the same or a similar fashion. Tutil scuttled in. Nobody on T roof with a Hut Molly or a Mustang Molly. They draw a twist towards Yard with the smokes, and well, here they come. You've got Natu on the site, Jacob on the rafters.
And Natu, he could unload with the MP9. He's actually elected to drop off of that vantage point. Boomich onto Jacob, humbled. They've got the site.
And they should get the plant to follow.
Awkward retake. You're going to hope for, yeah, something like that.
Thank
through
you
the
very much.
smoke. A little bit of tracer fire that Twist can, well, trace. Boomich next to fall. Frozen from Heaven's side. Siren does well out range. The Tech 9 besting Frozen, but it's all falling apart. You have got the plant. You haven't got the round.
I'm curious to see. If you go by the book, we would be expecting Team BB just to take the save. There'll be some light upgrades here, but if they wanted, they could shove again, right? The lost bonus building, the plant there. You've got players sitting at about that 3.3k mark. We're talking Galil, head armor, util. But that's another round for FaZe. Take timeout, so Frozen having a chit-chat. And if you can hear some of the ambient noise coming through, it is a lot going on here at EWC, let me tell you that much. We got it all under one roof, walking around. We took a look at the player lounge a little bit earlier.
Mate.
They are treated beyond belief. But we get to access it as well, so I suppose that's a good thing.
No complaints. Absolutely no complaints.
Barista coffee goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, seriously. They've got everything you could possibly desire, and then some as well. I think we saw a couple of teams. I think I saw Lin Vision having a nice ping-pong tournament.
Yep. Hext was in there.
M80 putting their feet up.
Yeah, theirs was post-loss, so it's a little bit harder, isn't it? All right, well, the report of a small audio issue, we'll get that one sorted. And as I was mentioning the potential for a force again, we are seeing it starting to take shape. Now, you can't see it, but I can, and I'll let you know I see 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and Zordi will come in with that 4th. So they've kept the pressure on, right? The fact that FaZe in these rounds have had to scrap back in. I know it's only 2 rounds played, but they don't want to allow FaZe to just build a massive bank, and if you went into a light buy, that is what could start to unfold. Biggest issue for BB team in this scenario is the limited util. So is the opening move the follow through? Are they hoping to be fakey because you're going to be more limited with those options? The opening stance staunch from Twist, looking for a fight on Yard.
Does feel like the odds are stacked against them when you look at the Galils and you look at how little grenades. Everyone's just got 1 left. Boomich throws his out. And they are audible. Twist relays the information. Multiple bodies descending secret. You can see the reaction immediately. Frozen will descend. Looks like Jaboan's considering it. Well, housekeeping on ramp side.
This is what I mean about the util. Now we've got a smoke and 2 flashes. You need to find the finish. Fortunately, you have some space, right? If they got stalled out here and didn't get secret, they would be in a world of hurt. So Boomich on the lurk, the in-game leader, a lot of talking. You got Siren who wants to make a move through lobby, see if he can catch a push. And then you, as mentioned, have Frozen down towards B.
Something that fills me with a little confidence is seeing Diladez with the bomb and a smoke. There's a chance to be able to get this bomb down and cause a bit of a commotion. Siren looks like he's about to be a dead man to Jaboan. Boomich has removed Twist, though, from the Yard side and will dip back to lurk out. Easy from Frozen, standing his ground for 2. Jaboan a burst to Magnajez's face, and they know where Boom was.
And this is the problem. Because you've opted for force buy after force buy, this time you don't make the dent. You don't get the bomb down. And now you might be considering the save, and that's if it's allowed. You've got Jacob down the ladder. If you poke your nose in, you low, and you're removed from play. 3-0, spotless start from FaZe. And now the most comfortable and easy round coming up next, because BB team have to respect the finances. They have to just take a light buy and, take their foot off the gas.
I think comfortable is a word I'd use for the majority of these. I know financially it looked like BB team were vying to try and break through. But for FaZe, this is probably, this feels quite casual right now.
And this is the one where you hope not to give over any casualties, right? You're probably going to lose 1 or 2 in the mix, but if you're FaZe, the round should feel a bit more like a gimme. You've only got the Scout for Zorti, some pistol upgrades of 2 digs, 1 for Siren, 1 for Dilladez. That's been spotted and heard, so J Bowen wants to see if he can deal with this one swiftly. Magnajez on that main roof. We're seeing if they want to go for a deeper pick. So protecting Magnajez's position, and oh dear.
What?
Okay. Well, they don't need to see each other for that exchange to go down. Siren and Nate's locking horns.
He has no idea how close he came as well. 97 in what, 3? Nice pick off on the smoke break. Zorti caught out back red. They're not giving him anything here, Chad, and understandably so. Like you said, trying to minimize the casualties. Netu should probably just be hiding. And Twist has got Yard on lock.
Unless he wants an upgrade, and then go and offer yourself to the gods and see what you can do. Hold on to that MP now for as long as you can, huh? Okay, well.
Excruciating, these rounds now. You've got the disadvantage. You kind of know your chances of getting the bomb down are minimal. Oh, especially now. Dilladez has just been removed. J Bowen catches on the smoke. Magnajez still on that roof, by the way. They did hear him drop, so under the impression that he's probably still there. Nice pick off, drops into main, and he's out of there.
Okay, all 5 staying alive.
First round with the AWP for J Bowen, leaves with 3 kills.
I just want a reminder for everybody, as the veto, BB team had the choice between Inferno or Nuke. They opted to take it to Nuke, but the last time they played it was back at the Major. They didn't play it at XSE. They played at the Major against Aurora on stage in the playoffs, and
that's right.
It was the end of their run.
It was quite a dominant win.
It was uninspiring. That's where my questions about this team start to come into place, because you had Flammus, you had lower pressure, but we got the guns out.
Okay, lads, where are we going? Zorti to escort, top silo.
So there's an extra HE here for J Bowen. He can break again.
Oh, look at the top of the head there, spotted, and Zorti did not block Twists. Tracks him as he dismounts.
Another HE break.
Burst blood, a little flash for Garage Control, confirming no one's pushed too far forward.
And this is really nice from Twist. He didn't just relinquish control. Sure, Siren's gotten down the vent. There's no rotation for that right now, but he doesn't have the bomb. So there needs to be an avenue to get there. Do they want to go ramp and try and pressure that are frozen right now? Do they want to try and go down Squeaky Door? They could scuttle a smoke, drop down the vent, try and join up with Siren, and then breach into that bomb site. I think they'll be held at bay for a moment longer. That one lands at around the 50-second mark, and that might force their hand to either just sit back, wait, or again, try their luck at ramp, and it appears to be the hurry up and wait option.
Check in on Siren, just maintaining that vent rotate. Obviously, he has to make a sound if he wants to progress further.
Okay, so Boom's just going to molly top hard.
Magnajez spotting one and nearly has Nateyu dead. Should finish him with the flame. Nateyu, 12 HP and alive and kicking, getting awkward in a 5-on-3. 20 seconds, they're just running into Jacob. And that is clean from FaZe. Another shutout and some AK upgrades.
And that one is a little bit concerning for me, because Boomich also had the smoke. So if he left the smoke with a lobby player, they comboed the smoke, vent, and then the molly at the same time. But a Squeaky Door walkout, that's pretty common. I'm surprised they didn't just go for down the fireman pole.
Yeah.
I know they didn't know what light on the other side, but right now it's looking pretty dim out there for Team BB. I feel like they're in the darkness with some of the decision making, but still, with the buying pattern that they chose to go for early with back-to-back 4 spies, that's their first rifle round, and we're already 5 rounds deep.
You have, through this buying pattern, definitely dug yourself into quite a nasty position.
Fortunately, you have the max loss bonus.
Max win.
That's nice, right? So you take a light buy now, and then you get back into it into the next. I'd say let's bring out a Zorti AWP. He's yet to get a kill. You can bring out a hero AK in a round like this if you'd like. So they are getting some upgrades going. Magnajez with a Galil Kevlar. Zorti will be saving for the AWP. And fast smoke wall yard.
Yeah, that's going to nullify J Bowen. He gets 1 HE to have a sweep and nothing spotted. Poor break. Easy. Oh, and another onto Magnajez. Just a shooting gallery for J Bowen. Every time they go yard, they leave with missing teammates, missing limbs. Magnajaz and Boomich sidelined. You have got down there. Zorti's got the bomb on his back. And no CTs yet to rotate down. You know Vence is likely off limits. Frozen on his way. Zorti getting himself across. A bullet connecting to the Kevlar of Frozen. Mission accomplished as far as BB are concerned. You got yourself a plan. Are you going to get around?
Is you still worried about this lurk?
And he's not wrong. Siren is going to worm his way through the smoke. And perfect camera to highlight the timing on that one. And just a really patient retake.
Well, they all had kits. You know, they're doing it together, which is a really good sign that communication's on point. Dilladez, first frag. No, will not be. Jacob will roll him over. And now we will get the guns out again. So second full gun round coming into round number 7. But very, very comfortable stuff. I think the lack of kills is the most concerning part of this right now. You've got 0 on Zorti, 0 on Dilladez, and 2 apiece for the other 3. So that's only 6 frags in 6 rounds of play.
Yeah, and J Bowen alone has 9.
He's been a fun addition to this roster. Bring a lot of energy. This is what happens when you bring in green players, right? Obviously, it can be a risk. They can be a bit nervy.
Absolutely.
But if they can deliver, and he's looked comfy, 3rd highest rated player for them in their 25 maps played so far. Still Twist and Frozen towards the top of the scoreboard, as you'd expect. And that Zorti Orb won't get a chance, and it's been consistent and persistent with these smoke wall breaks, right? They've funneled a bunch in, round after round.
Oh, wait. I thought we were seeing a nerdy Molly lineup there, trying to take Frozen out of his roost. And flash and go. Frozen tucks in. He's got a lot of pressure. Rotation from J Bowen to try and lend a hand. He gets vision, and no one clearing. Siren not looking. Frozen making this casual. 20 bullets in the mag. He takes 3.
So got himself a 2v3 situation. Thought he know it yet, but he can just head down towards that B bomb site and get that down and start playing this post-plant situation. So this is telling the BB team don't really have a good understanding of what the rotations look like right now. They're clearing every nook, every cranny. That's giving time for FaZe to go on a scouting mission of their own. Nateju takes lobby. Jacob paired up now with the boss man Twists. They're starting to search this one out.
Power position for Magnajaz. He is going to need to provide the double here. Oh, Nateju coming Vence as well. Lots of pressure. Losing Zorti puts it all onto Magnajaz. Attention drawn, back presented. And Nateju picks up a freebie. Double kill from him.
At least Zorti got on the board.
Not even a double kill, excuse me. It was Frozen's triple on the Ram side.
I've got the teams just behind us here, so we can hear all the hootin' and hollering. And then down the row, we've got Astralis players. We've got that B stream going on as well. But this half is still recoverable as far as the scoreline is concerned. I'm more worried about the individuals. They get a bit more output. They're not really warmed into this one just yet. They can still get, well, 5 rounds is the max. If they could get themselves a 8-4 half, even a 9-3 and a pistol on the other side, you give them a chance. But right now, it's domination.
Oh, and I love it. Perfect time for an aggressive orb maneuver. J Bowen. He's been such a thorn in their side on yard, and now suddenly, round 8, he's gone and drawn blood in the lobby.
Yeah, they are flowing right now.
Such a cool maneuver for an AWPer to be going for.
Can't catch a bloody break right now.
And we all, know this feeling. A half where suddenly you're helpless, your opponents are gods. And hang on, Siren removing Frozen, keeping empty hands on the ramp player could enable a bit more. Twist, Nadeju, everyone's trading blows. Boomich down, it's into the 3-on-2. Advantage FaZe, but with Magnajaz. Oh no! Oh, you just got no scope trying to go Vence.
FaZe have a...
where did they find this lad?
Great understanding of the situation.
J Bowen.
Yeah, he's had some explosive moments for the team over the couple of events. As I mentioned, the post-Brokey era. So I think he's definitely delivering more impact for the team on the scoreboard. He's posting up towards the door, looking just to punt this one in. We've got about 35 seconds left on the clock, and just one man with a hope and a prayer. And that'll be that. Okay. Jacob puts a bow on it, and this could not look any better.
This is, like you said, recoverable. So for FaZe, it is keep the boot on the throat. Do not allow them to catch a breath, and do not allow momentum to build before you swap sides. And a play like this to start, like, it really will shatter what little confidence you may still have. It is brutal.
I think it's key right now for that to be the vibe in the FaZe camp of don't let up, right? You're not aiming to win 13-0, but you know that this is CT side nuke, and sure, you've had a great start, but you don't want to have one slip up and let them back in this game. This one's a bit more of a yard-heavy focus from the T's. We're going to have the silo play as well as the move coming out the lower deck, and an extra smoke wall lines up.
Really interesting mix-up. So Twist starts yard, Frozen supports him, Jibowen's on the ramp.
And they're about to be in main.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto that top player. Nate needs to trade. Jacob unable to provide. Trade onto Twist boots. He jumps evasively, and he's gotten away with it. That's a funny one. You should be dead to Magnajez. I say that as the... Oh, Dilla Dez is having a nightmare. You can see him reclining in his chair. Every time he goes near Hut, someone on FaZe is blowing his brains out.
And that's with the opening as well. They've been very, very hard to come by. That's the second opening kill for Magnajez in this one so far. It's the third in total for the T-Hall.
Who was that on Silo trying to track Twist's toes? That was a funny exchange.
Lucky to get away with his life on this one. This is the entry I'm talking about. Bang. Great shot. Exactly what you need. But then, the feed is just blue. Everybody delivering. Letting out a big roar. Twist lands the... Man, that one fell. Okay, well, 3 rounds left in this half of play. We're into a partial. Haven't lacked ideas.
Certainly not. There's always a change-up. There's always an idea.
They've lacked multis. They've lacked openers.
And this might be, again, the perfect move.
It's so risky for Twist to push through this, though, without some type of support.
He gets Siren for free, potentially. It depends how long he's planning on lurking around. Oh, even a bit of spam onto Dilladez there. He's not quite... Oh, did he...
He saw him.
He saw enough?
Yeah.
So he knows, and he goes. He's going to catch this lurk. Siren can't...
Oh, no. Okay. That's the first real faux pas that's been made by FaZe.
He's just like me, for real.
They can't drop 2 down vent. This is crazy knowing you've lost Secret. You're going to have to take this lobby space. So they are trying to get some room, but coming back the long way around is Siren. This will level us up 4v4. Okay, bomb's just gone down 40 seconds. Start counting. Retake on.
Up close with Tech 9s. It really does look like this could be the first for BB. Jibowen, not the weapon you want up close versus the Tech 9. No scopes have been hitting though. This time not ready for Boom. Oh, and Boomich finding 2 up close and personal. The Tech 9s converting. And finally, they break through 10 rounds until we see a BB team round on the board. It's something.
But this is it. It's been dominant. So it's very hard to sit here and be excited about this and a comeback.
But I'm trying, man.
But this is the thing. If they get 9-3, sure, the scoreline doesn't read very favorably. You win the T-side pistol. They either force a eco, you win that one. Right, first gun round goes your way. Game's back on. So sure, that was with Tech 9s. Twist's aim wasn't great on that frag, but I don't think that was the costly one, right? They were down Secret. It's not great. It's not the end of the world. But this is where the comeback could begin. Can they get themselves another opener? Having a wall up again. They want to try and pressure ramp of Frozen. Seen this a couple of times. Nade in the pocket. Decent damage done.
Yeah, connects onto Siren and Sorty. Frozen ahead of the flashbangs, but there's one that catches him. Perfect play from Siren. Jibowen in a lot of jeopardy. Dips back. Style points on the Deagle swap.
Well, now you're forced to heavy rotation, so this is where the mid-rounding of Boomich can come into play. You've got this lurk outside of Magnajez, going to look some room, see if he can pick somebody up in rotation.
You see such uncertainty from Twist. They had no info on Yard, don't know how far they've progressed.
Yeah, this is a 2-2, so this is very tough if it does turn into a top play. Twists alongside of Nature will be stressed. There's a lot to consider. So, excuse me, Jacob.
Magnajez versus Twist. Finds the headshot cleanly. Trade from Boomich. Necessary. Just Jacob back of the site. Low HP.
Bomb still ramp.
And the bomb still ramp with 40 or 30 seconds remaining. Neichu in the right position and confirms B presence. Going for that headshot angle. Does do damage to Dilladez. Important frag from Sorty. Boomich will punish Jebowen on the door. Important pickup, stops the AWP.
They've got money, so Jacob can give this one a go. Right, this is a very tough 1-on-3, but he has no reason not to go for it. Jacob, what do you got for us?
Starts off descending the stairs, spots a flash of flesh, sees Boomich retreating. Understandably, you're going to be playing the advantage. Jacob got to force the issue, unable to track or even pull the trigger. Important second consecutive round from Team BB.
Okay, so FaZe will be able to get the full buy, but I think NKJ, I like this timeout. I think that this is key for a couple of reasons. First, just lock them in for this final round, right? Maybe sweep away a few of those frustrations that were brewing for how you lost the last two. It's also a good opportunity now because we don't have the normal 2 to 3 minute halftime break, right? It's only going to be 30 seconds. So right now, if this round is quick and you lose it as well, you could get ahead of some of the frustrations now. Don't have to worry about doing that in the quick 30 seconds that you're going to have. So he wants double digits and he wants it now. Have everything they need. Defuse kits across the board. Everybody has head armor. Fought for Jebowen. Full sets of nades. They'll leave flashes at spawn. They've had a very dominant half, but again, it is a game of two halves, right? There's a reason that the CT and the T sides, different objectives, is we get this one back underway. Zordy with the AWP. Looks to want to take that first pick outside. Deep molly, and Twist will throw that up to Silo. Boomich on a deeper line, a flash over, and a ramp boost. So, see the openers of the round starting to take shape for both of these teams. Jebowen rotated back now. Second smoke wall in. Jacob will break this. Hello.
Oh, he got info, did he? No, maybe the flash obscured. Magna Jets towards the main now. Knows tracking from Twist doesn't connect. It's a question for Jacob, and he has found the answer. Important from Dilladez. There's one on Siren, onto Jebowen. Just Neichu tucked to the back of the site, and they're about to apply a lot of pressure. Molly lands, Siren's wide, and it should be round. Just frozen to get past. Now spotted, audible. And Zorty's AWP might be the one to close this down. Yes, indeed. An end to the half. 3, recovery of sorts.
And I think Dilladez is happy he got a kill. So the fact he got on the board there finally in the tail end of that one will put a smile on your face for the wrong reasons, but you do want to shrug it off, right? Nobody wants to finish a map without getting any frags in play.
You seen this kill spread from FaZe?
Yeah, everybody was, when anybody came knocking, they were delivering, right?
Yeah.
It was very dynamic in terms of the opening kills. Everybody was able to deliver in that department. Everybody was able to find multi-kills. Everybody with multiple multi-kills. So that's just a really strong CT side. Now, this is where we're going to put them under the microscope. This is where the scrutiny will come in. We're looking T side now. If they can get the pistol, they can get it done with nice and quick. You lose the pistol, this could be a comeback starting to unfold. So 3 straight. FaZe stem the bleeding now. Or do Team BB start bringing this one back into a conversation? Remember, winner of this will take on Legacy. And winner of that will be in the 16-team playoff bracket. P250 of Jebowen, given the opportunity to search. Got main smoke, scuttles in.
Unbreakable for Boomich. P250 versus USP, it's a fair fight. He's not ready for Jacob up close, and it's a tough fight.
How?
The penetration on the box is not good enough. Looked like he did get a headshot, but healthy is Boom. Dilladez confirms Jebowen down double doors. He's got the perfect timing. A free kill in the back of the head. And we could have a flawless pistol.
See how quick it goes from a 9-0 scoreline to a 9-4 with FaZe on the T side. No plant. So if they do force buy, extremely limited.
They don't want to give him anything, Chad.
Understandable.
Oh, nice shots!
All right. Boomich walks away from that one somehow. I thought as soon as he was pinned towards Unbreakable, he was going to get swarmed. Jacob should have had him dead to rights there. It looks like it is going to be the eco. This is probably the better of the options, because if you let the flow-on effects of Force by Wars early trickle too long, then FaZe will be deep before they start getting the guns out again. Remember, it was round 5 in the first half before we saw Team BB fully strapped. FaZe are going to want to get there a little bit quicker. Now it is going to just be 5 Glocks, so we're going to have a tough time discussing the possibilities of even a plant. That would really help out. We might see some Galils come into the mix next round for FaZe as opposed to the AKs because they're going to need this util.
Well, we get to see, the difference in comparison of the philosophies. We saw Team BB go for a second round force in the absence of that.
I think when you look at these type of rounds that take shape, this is a good opportunity for educating the viewer, I guess, Alex. We had an anti-eco setup, right? 2 towards ramp, 2 towards top, and you had 1 passive out. It's like, well, the worst thing that could happen is we get deagled outside in this type of round. So let's make sure that we lock down these sites.
And lock down the sights they shall. Very comfortable for Siren until it wasn't. A lovely double headshot out of Jacob's Glock. At least puts something on the board for FaZe in the full eek. But we are on our way to a very real comeback. If they can find themselves something on the first gun, FaZe will start feeling that pressure. That pressure that was completely absent in the 9-0 start. MR12, it really has made anything possible. Doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Just ask NRG.
They'll never live that down, will they?
No, I don't think so.
Ramp rush.
All right, pacey. Charging. And a test for Dilladez, having a tough half in the first. Maybe redemption on the menu. MagnaJez draws attention, draws fire. Twist just hunting him down. Has him down to 47, retreats back, has the support of Boom B. So you've got ramp, but what else?
It's a lot of damage done to J Bowen and Jacob here. They are just going to hit the pause because now they have the util. They're hoping to force out rotation, see if they can catch anybody, and they're rerouting now heavily back towards lobby to join Frozen. It's forced 2 players down, util being left and juggled. Thought he wanting to stay nimble. This is still very, very tough for FaZe. I know they got this space early, but they haven't overplayed their hand yet. They've been starting to make a move. They could get caught here.
Aaron on high alert. Nachu lurking ramp. And Dilladez could come out for the clear. This is the fight. Can you call ramp clear? Can you inform your squad? It's all about the timings here. Dilladez pathing. He knows it's a necessary clear. Head-to-head for Nachu. He's in trouble. Tagged up by the M4. He still hits the heady. Dilladez cannot catch a break. Boomage removed. J Bowen makes it so. Nice dunk back. MagnaJez a double before he's felled. Now Siren at the back of the site, and he's good for 2. Nachu, last seen ramp. Feels unwinnable. Siren confirms it and swings on in to secure it. High impact. Harosh says Boomage, and he's right. They are going in the right direction.
And this is one of the, well, not problems, this is Counter-Strike, right? The fact that you're 9-0 down, you know that, hey, we just need a couple of rounds on the T side of nuke, and then we can start working back into the game. And that's exactly what's starting to unfold in front of our eyes. Now, it would be bad to lose to a light buy at this stage of the game. This is where you need to keep it as spotless as what FaZe did. And this is where twists in combination with NK are going to be tested in the calls. Because I like that call, because either you did it because you know Dilladez is having a bad game and you want to explode him, that's fine. Or you know that your boys can be rabid dogs once you get them out into a bit of space. You use the pace, but you're unable to find what was necessary for the finish. So you can just see the Eagles are plenty. J Bowen saving for that AWP. We'll watch FaZe put their aim on display if they want to have a crack at this one.
FaZe Clan individuals are not to be underestimated on these sidearms.
And the round that got BB Team going in the first half was a Tech 9 round. I know we're not quite there yet. It's a bit more util in that one, but taking their time.
Just give them the fight, you know. MagnaJez flirting with death every time he does go for a little jiggle. And he's found it. Onto Twist through the smoke. Very composed. Striking that perfect balance between not overextending into a deagle headshot, but not playing too scared and giving too much space to just a pistol. He's played that perfect.
And it's looking to be flawless, isn't it? So this is exactly what you'd be hoping for if you were Fierce. J Bowen hoping he could get a little something. He's going to continue to run down the clock, but with the 20-second mark, and he needs to get that loss bonus. So we'll have to start searching out a fight. Has the bomb, so he can always force that.
Look at the minimap. There are 3 players. Yeah, you ain't getting that bomb down as much as you may dream. And we've got ourselves a very competitive scoreline all of a sudden. When do the nerves kick in?
So out of the 4 rounds played in this second half, they managed to get the opening kill on 3 of them. Obviously, this one being the easiest. Actually, the second round was the easiest. That was 4 blocks.
Dilladez just got his 3rd.
He's working back up.
He's coming back.
Never give up. That's the mantra.
That is the mantra. In Counter-Strike, you really must show resilience. So easy to be put on tilt in this video game. Oh, I like this. They're setting Dilladez up for an aggressive maneuver. Pressure on the ramp side. Frozen audible. He heard that flash, anticipates an aggressive maneuver. Smokes arrive on yard. What's the plan, FaZe? Lurk smoke towards Squeak. Another layer of this smoke wall, but
Boomage is going to block them once they get down secret, if they get down secret. They've taken warehouse control.
Okay. Jacob, susceptible to that smoke break, takes a little bit of damage from the HE. A little bit of damage onto the AWP and the bomb carrier. So MagnaJez has managed to find a little bit of damage onto 2. This could be one hell of a HE if he times it right. There are 3 members of FaZe just behind that smoke. On the fade, he throws it in, and right on the money. Bleeding out, Jacob down to 32. Boom on that jump spot is going to be eventually thwarted. They're going to go for a boost. The AWP can catch him. He's a bit quick on the trigger.
Time's
is
a problem now. 30 seconds, and they're still fishing towards secret. This call is going to be tough to make.
Hang on. Yeah, Twist's position could enable a pivot, but time's so sensitive, and Dilladez is locked in on that heaven position. Hoping he can catch that perfect distraction frag. 17 seconds and down goes Dilladez. Siren spotted. Boom's on site. They mess up the doors. He double used. Too easy. Slammed the door in his team's face, and that's going to be another BB round.
Yeah, the pressure starting to get to them in that one. Time running so low. It's not easy to be a team who is able to stay calm in those dying moments, and that is now a 1-round game. So BB team have brought themselves well and truly back into this. I'd expect a timeout to come through from NKJ once more, because, well, sure, this half it's 5 straight, but it's technically 8 straight. So they're running away with this. The momentum has swung in a big way. We were talking about the distribution of frags in that first half being well, a team effort for FaZe. Right now, I know that this is why I wish we had it in the old school days, like the 1.6 of the source, where the scoreboard reset at half, or at least give us a toggle valve, but that way I can see exactly how few frags have been coming through for FaZe in this second half. If I did a quick count, I'm going to say it's probably at 4 or 5.
Yeah, minimal for sure. I mean, when we swapped sides, everyone was between 10 and 14.
Hasn't moved much at all, has it? So just a lack of anything, and well, that's been the story of both of these teams' T-halves in the early stages.
Can't have been 14, I'll tell you that much for free. 13 max on Jay Bowen. Let's get it in with the guns. HE providing the smoke wall. Twist going to be leading the pack. Might even boost the AWP up for a little bit of presence early towards the yard side. A boost for Dilladez, continuing their plan of setting him up to succeed. So they're setting Twists up for a play. This is going to be interesting. Up against the AWP, and oh, a missed shot. You can't afford to be missing shots like that. Zorti gets jiggled out. Twist makes it across safely.
I don't think anyone else is going to try and cross. I think this is to force the rotation, and then they're going to play back towards Heaven, Hell, or into a top split with just the staunch setup right now that we're seeing.
Boost Red could catch Zorti here. Not an easy shot. Don't you dare repeat that.
Again, they've got room, but BB team are happy to give it over.
Here we go. Nice from Boomage. Scavenged AK-47 equals that fight. Takes down Twist. First blood drawn, feeling like 9-9. That's what NKJ's saying anyway. Bang! Beautiful. Headshot onto his rival AWP. Zorti.
Still a player up Heaven.
Frustrated. 25 seconds. This is just perfect for MagnaJez. He just has to hang out. He can take the bomb carrier down. You have to find and force him out of heaven. Not a favorable duel by any stretch of the imagination. He peeks in, catches Jacob. Needed that. 13 seconds, but caught with his nade out. No, you don't stand a chance.
The flying siren. Okay, well, Jay Bowen, if you go down after... Oh, you've been spotted. They might try and kill you after time. This is nightmare fuel right here for Jay Bowen.
They're letting him have it.
Fair enough. All right, well, that does mean an AWP is brought through, which will be partially purchased behind now. You've got the max loss bonus, of course. There'll be some Tech 9s coming into play for FaZe in this one. And I'd like to call the next timeout if I was NKJ now, potentially, because Jay Bowen's not going to get an AWP in the next round.
Of course, yeah.
Unless,
$100 bucks.
Right? Unless they save it again. So he needs to find some impact now. This is a chance to make a dent. Otherwise, you're getting swept. Zorti going for a hut play.
Yeah, a similar moment in the half than we saw from Jay Bowen in the first. Frozen. Spotted and removed.
Taking some real liberties now, aren't they?
I love the proactivity there. And if you go hunting for him, you're going to be walking into Zorti's crosshair. So now what?
Well, looking for a bit of revenge, BB team, from that match a month ago back in China. And this result, much closer than last time round. A reminder, that was a best of 3. It was a 13-2 and a 13-6 on Cash and Ancient. Oh, okay. Well,
he was walking as well.
It might actually cost them here in a big way. In a big way. There's 2 players down towards B. Okay.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Boom
should be
and
fine.
Dilladez.
Should be fine.
You'd have to not lose control of the spray, which he hasn't. Perfect. Jacob's gone. Nature, you've got the bomb. Fakes it out, draws the doors. How's Jay Bowen supposed to help with this? He's got the best gun and he has managed to contribute. Catches Boom. Taking their sweet time on this plant. Door swings open. You're vulnerable to a Tech 9 and a headshot's been hit. Siren susceptible. 20 seconds. You need that bomb plant. Good beat from Dilladez. Oh, perfect shot from Twist at range. Finds the headshot. Now Siren, 18 points of health. They are low. This is winnable. Can he show us how? Twist already hit 1. Surely an easy clear, an easy pickup for Siren. Then perhaps the transfer. Clears his corners, and Twist has done it again. 2 long-range headshots on the Tech 9. 3 in the round. Big from Russell Van Dolken.
They pushed lobby. They had full control. That Zorti miss at the time doesn't feel like a big deal. Okay, you missed the shot, sure, but you've got the man advantage. They've got some ramp control, but it's because the rotation in, right? They were banking on Zorti getting a kill and slowing this down because look at this, the rotation point. That duel, I understand Twist does not have the best gun for that fight, but caught out of position, rotating in, and Twists makes a massive moment of that. It's both teams, they get their T sides underway with Tech 9s.
That's a gift. An incredible gift to FaZe. A bit of a remedy, a balm to what has been a rough half of Counter-Strike. Zorti tries his luck again. Jacob's already made it across the sideline. He will have the advantage on this peak. Yeah, Zorti did not anticipate already. 2 players making it across early trophy.
That could be where the game slips away. Your mental is in the mud right now if you're Zorti. You know, you had 2 impactful moments lined up and both have gone. Dilladez behind the smoke. It's about to fade.
How diligent are they on this smoke break? Spotted him close. Flashes catch him. MagnaJets has vision and provides.
Good info though. 2 players ramped. Do FaZe immediately pivot or do they let Twist work? A lot of room towards Yard.
He's heard that.
Yeah, noisy. Yeah, let the man work.
Yeah, he's
relaying. Round-winning play.
God, the fact he can just walk up that ladder. Or does he want to go rap into MagnaJets? This is a free frag. This is great awareness from MagnaJets on this potential. Twist peeks in. And the angle's perfect. Howyer clears, looking the wrong way. Swings on in, important trade. 3 on 3 with 30 seconds, and just 1 rotated down already. Siren, or rather Boomich, needs help. Dilladez single door. Jay Bowen on the line. It's looking to get that plant disrupted. Primary objective here from BB team. Door swings open. You've got to find a safe spot to plant. Natejuice hit Boom. That could enable a plant, but Dilladez takes the AWP out of the equation. You're in so much trouble. They can just run him down. Has to fake to isolate. Oh, they nearly lined up. That was very nearly a cheeky 1v2. You can see them shrugging it off. That could have gone awfully wrong.
Well, unable to get consecutive off the back of the Tech-9s phase. We're tied up 10 apiece, and this one, I thought it was another Zorti miss that was going to be costly. They battle back in. Oof, this one is intense out here, all tied up. We get that third tactical timeout from NK. So if you're Bebum, you know you're well and truly back in this. You've got 7k on Twist, you've got 5 on Natu. He's already bought head armor, so a bit more than that. 3.5 on Jacob, 4.2 on Jay Bowen. They could drop the AWP. Doesn't look like they're going to facilitate that. This trade from Jacob was great as well. It's not enough. Boomich swings open the door, bomb loose, time running out. A very important frag there from Diladez, who's had a tough map. He's 7 kills deep now, and that one's extremely impactful. We've got a tech timeout here. Twist reporting audio plus mic issues. So we'll get that one sorted as quickly as possible for everybody playing at home. And we can take a bit of a look. We don't do spoilers around here. This is more for my curiosity. What's going on that B stream? Okay, where are we? Aha, it was the Bait versus P-Vision game that was finishing up. Looks like Astralis and MIBR are starting to take to that secondary stream. So there'll be some time before we get that one underway. And it looks like the issue's solved already. So this one looks like it's going to go the distance. Jacob in with a Mac 10. Does that spell pace?
He has got the signature Mac 10 front spawn HE.
Yeah, he's naded open that door. Is he going out, though?
Going out hard. Looks like it is. This is an audacious charge. Siren drops back sight. Mac 10, good night. Siren not prepared. Good from Diladez, but not enough. And Magnajez holding on by just a scrap. One single point of health separating him from the other side.
Money's on the line here for BB team. Could all fall apart right here and now.
Safe plant. Can't really stop it.
I don't want to say it, but I think it has to be. The save needs to come through. You only have 1,400 as the loss coming into the next on this CT side. That's going to give Boomich enough money to buy an M4 or an MP9 of his own. You take a look at the residual cash for Magnajez with the 1,400. He's going to be able to drop an M4. And Zordi should be able to do the same because Siren and Diladez are in need.
And as a top site player, those are the worst rounds in your, nuke experience. You were fully blind. You did everything. You felt like you were in the right place. You had the right system in place, but that second flashbang, or the third, whichever, I wasn't counting.
They were playing heavy towards top as well, right?
Yeah.
They had 2 go up heaven and play towards the side. They also had a main player, so it wasn't that they weren't prepared for the possibility. It's Jacob who takes that Mac 10, takes the space, and delivers them a very important opening kill to get FaZe's 11th round now.
And you'll see this flashbang. Look, so Siren was blind, and then the second one completely books him. There's no counterplay. Frozen's flashes have set them up to just breach that site. And what a frustrating round to be losing at this stage in the game.
Well, you lose this one, and I think the game goes with it. I know we're in the dying stages, but it's only 1,900 loss for BB Team going into the next round. So if they lose this, they don't save anything, they're in the mud.
What's it going to be? Jacob making moves early, just a head-to-head with Magnajez, but they're down the vents. It kept the main player distracted. They get 2 down the vents. They've just gone from a hot rush into a straight pacey failure as FaZe collapse. That's a good response. Felt like it was kind of given to Team BB there with the pace of that.
Yeah, I was on Jacob's POV. They're jumping off a main, and the main player not flashed, so maybe a missed timing or dodged, but either way, no more timeouts for NK to call, and this is where you turn to Twists, and you say, okay, well, you've had a ramp rush to go your space, didn't get you the round, that was early stages. You win a Tech-9 round where you're the hero, and you get lucky with a timing due to a Zorti miss. Your first rifle round was a top rush. You haven't conditioned them. You haven't forced the rotations to be too stressed as...
Nature's just thrown a really nerdy heaven smoke.
Well, Frozen just went back to spawn to swap out some nades, so... Feeling, yeah, they didn't have a HE for the door break.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's the wobbles.
A very, very important round.
So they are going to try a top execute.
Yeah. Okay, I thought he'd lost the smoke in the polygons there.
You have Boomich already down B, and you have the AWP starting ramp, and you have Magnajez in main covering the outside cross. So Boomich is already down there. He keep an eye on. This isn't forcing the rotations in the way that FaZe would have hoped.
Magnajez and Twist having a bit of a standoff here as that smoke wall fades. He's in such a good position for this.
Yvonne with a molly and a couple of flashes. They need to be perfect.
That's perfect from Magnajez, and he knows he's alone. Dilladez on high alert, playing anti, no problem for one. Trade from Nachu. Need Magnajez, needs Siren to provide, and Siren does. Jay Bowen finally brings him down, but now a 1 versus 2. Boom, and the AWP miss. Sort's gone, 13 seconds. Oh, they swing on into him. Jay Bowen finding impact. It was 11-11, and he steals that 12.
Okay, well, that's impact. How can you argue with that? 2 of the biggest rounds they've had out of the 3 in this T side. It's been individual moments. Twist and Jay Bowen now. Both of them with rounds to remember in what has been a very tough T side for both teams, but we could be seeing a bit more of it. Just one more round for BB team, and we need overtime. Fierce, he's been a bit more frugal with his tactical timeout. Still has 1 left in the pocket now. He could take the final 2 in consecutive fashion now. We make it to overtime every OT we get into, you get 1 more. This is now just to hold on to. You can see if you can push us to extra time. This from Magnajez. What? Okay, no, I'm swinging now. And Jay Bowen, it's tough on the first, the second. Mandatory, and they let out a war cry with that one. MP9, the low end, the BB team. FaZe with 3 Galils. No kits.
You wouldn't. They will. Pacey into attack. They're overlooking it completely.
They're behind him already.
Siren and Zorti go down. You're right. Magnajez has got the hunt, but they're losing bodies left and right. Boomich is gone. There's the hunt. Magnajez finds it quick from the lobby side, and down he goes. It's all onto Dilladez. A big clutch. He had a rough game. If he can take them to overtime, it's all cleared, but Jacob denies. FaZe taking a regulation and a fantastic opening best of 1. Ups, downs, everything up for debate. A 9-0 start from FaZe, and Team BB claw it into every round of regulation.
Yeah, with how comfortable that started for FaZe, you thought, okay, this could be an open and shut case. But yeah, just in a couple of rounds on that T side, you can work back into things, and you find yourself sitting pretty. An entertaining game of Counter-Strike, but FaZe, they will take on Legacy for a spot in those playoffs.
Yeah, great show here, but obviously from both teams. That being said, way, way closer than I think you probably would have cut right down the middle when we first started talking about BB team versus FaZe here at the Esports World Cup. Pimp, I just see you over there, almost flabbergasted, mouth wide open, a couple breaths.
Yeah, to some degree. I think we got a close game, which we expected. It was just the fashion it became close in that I didn't expect. FaZe looking far superior in that first half, doing a really, really good job on that CT side. Completely shutting down BB team for the vast majority. Then they claim 3 rounds in a row, and you think to yourself, okay, 9-3 half, you win the pistol second half, you convert, all of a sudden we have a game. So at the end of the day, we got a close game. We got a game that went back and forth, and a game that I think easily could have gone overtime. It's just the fashion it happened in, Peter. I expected it to be a much more back and forth game where there would be a little bit more mistakes being made from both teams, but I think what I got was just 2 very clinical CT sides and 2 uninspiring T sides for both rosters.
Yeah, both teams really struggle on the T sides, and I think, you know, obviously the fact that they got up 9-0 and looked very stable, you know, I thought they were just going to run away with it. It seemed like they could just close it out, but once they turned their attention to the T side, that was where the struggles came in, and I feel like they tried to close it out a little bit too fast. You know, I think they had a really fast ramp call in the beginning of the T side. That didn't really work out, and then they slowly started to transition into trying to put more layers on top of the game and put Twist in some forward positions where they would then, you know, have a secondary attack somewhere. And then once they got that attempt, he will then strike in and try and catch some of the rotations, and that's where I think they started to find some of their success, that, you know, they could start layering up a little bit more than always just try and stick together as a team.
Plus, there, you know, there was Jason Bone.
Oh yeah, Jason Bourne, almost J Bone.
Yeah, there's J Bone, and then, you know, his sidekick and Jacob. So
yep.
You know, these two guys were helping put them all the way up 6-0 pretty fast. And then you get to 9-0. I mean, there is a certain point where you're like, okay, BB team, are you in the server with us now?
Yeah,
Yes.
you got to give credit to J-Bone, who has shown once again, some of that potential that we've seen when he was first being brought into FaZe Clan. I think a lot of people didn't necessarily expect too much from him, but I think he's had a couple of games where he's just completely taken over the server. And it's a joy to see an AWP player within FaZe Clan willing to go for opening kills early round. Not to take anything away from Brokey, but he was a lot of people mistakenly thought that Brokey was an explosive in-your-face AWPer. He was more like a defensive AWPer who then would explode when people came to him. J-Bone is actively seeking the duels, actively going out there, trying to make the game happen on his terms. And we saw how much of an impact he had in that first half. Big part of the reason why FaZe got off to a good start was because of J-Bone.
Yeah, it is very much that. Speaking of FaZe, there's this guy Twist. He's standing with Freya. I wonder what they got to say.
Called Twist. I got him down on the stage. That was a roller coaster to watch, Twist. I can't imagine how it was to play. You're 9-0 up. What happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a similar story as we had in Bounty, where like we're playing really well. Like maybe on like a more individual level, we're getting the important kills. Sometimes we connect. And then like when it comes time to really like important connections, calling rotations and calling like information, I think that's where we crumble a bit and we don't provide the necessary information. And then, yeah, we lose 3 rounds on the CD side to end the half, and that kind of, I guess, stunned our momentum onto the T side as well.
Love that you mentioned those individual moments, because you had one yourself, J-Bone as well, penultimate round, getting that clutch. That was crucial for you guys to be staying in it. Walk me through that in the tail end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those times where, we're trying to play a bit more of like a normal nuke, do the right things, try to remove ramp control and secret control from them. But unfortunately, like, sometimes we lack initiative in the important moments, and if I have to take space in the front lines, then I'm not there to really micromanage the pack properly while trying to find the gap. And yeah, I guess maybe some early game nerves. Like first game, we just came off of a boot camp. Maybe there's some hidden expectations, or people feel a certain way about the game. But yeah, I'm happy we closed it out. Obviously, we have individuals here that can shine bright when it matters most. And it really came up clutch for us.
Yeah, 100%. Just touching upon some of your calls, particularly on that T side, it felt like a couple of those fast A rushes that ended up paying off, right? That's how you closed out the last round of the game. Can you tell me about that? Was that something that was kind of pre-planned? Was that a read that you made during the game? What was the logic there?
No, I mean, honestly, this was not in the game plan, but to be honest, I feel like our initial game plan was working. Like, we got secrets, we got warehouse control. Honestly, like, they also played good, they had good movement, but yeah, I mean, we're just not connecting when it matters most, lacking initiative in certain areas, but it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I feel like this is expected with the type of team that we have. So it's just something we have to keep working on.
I just want to take like a bit more of a bird's eye view just as my final question, because it goes without saying it was a disappointment for you personally, for FaZe as an org, to not make it to the Cologne Major. But does that kind of help your hunger, help your motivation coming into the second season, knowing what the goal is for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been in a situation before not making the major, and then 2-3 months later, I become IGL. So I've been there before. I bring a lot of hunger and passion to the team. We also have a lot of young players who are hungry to achieve something in this game, to build their own legacy. And yeah, as much as I want to keep building my own, I want to help them build theirs. And we just got to keep pushing.
Maybe a bit of a nervy start here at EWC, but you said it, Twist. An entertaining start, nonetheless. That is FaZe 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, necessary footing for FaZe to start this tournament off right. Again, we started with best of ones today, so really not a whole lot of wiggle room for you to just come in here and FAFO. Now, is there, Debris?
No, definitely not. And I just really want to go back and touch on J-Bone. And I want to ask you the question, Jay, because from one Dane to another, has there been a Danish AWPer that has excited you more than this guy does since Device?
Yeah,
Could you
times,
pick one?
Yeah,
maybe Cadian at a certain point, right? But
I'll be honest with you, Cadian at times, I'd even say Acorn, at times as well. But that's the issue, right? They showed it in small glimpses. They showed it maybe in a period of 2 weeks to 4 weeks, tops a month, and then it faded out, And that's kind of what I want to see from a guy like J-Bone. We see glimpses of what he can do. We see him play exceptionally well. We see him be very aggressive on the server, finding a lot of impact. But one thing is doing it, here and there, so to speak. Another one is being able to replicate those kind of performances and find consistency at a higher level. So it's good that he's early on showing that he can do it. Now the big task is to be able to replicate it, because I'm certain to say this: if FaZe wants to be a top team, let's say a top 10 team, a team making the major and actually making waves at the major, they need an all player who can make the difference. And J-Bone have shown at times he can do it.
And I'm just surprised neither of you mentioned Farlig. Honestly, I thought maybe this would be the
about
day
Lucky.
you
You want to talk about Lucky?
There's so many.
There
but
are a couple out there, but I guess we can subside that a little bit. Let's talk about some of these rounds. I want to jump into 19.
Yeah, funny round, to some degree. We're looking at the BB team on a 9-round streak of winning stuff. You can see the buy coming in for FaZe Clan is not really that great. A couple of Tech 9s in the mix. They lose the opening kill as well. Then a bit of a mistake right here from MagnaDS on ramp. Not sure why he's fighting, giving up the space, giving up the positions, and all of a sudden FaZe Clan find themselves in a winning position where they can get the bomb down, they can trade out the kills, and you can see Netty right here doing God's work with a Tech 9, dealing a lot of damage, making sure FaZe Clan is finally winning around and breaking the momentum of BB team. At this point, it was unlosable. 5v4 for BB team. You're up against 3 Tech 9s and an AWPer. They rush out ramp. For some reason, MagnaDS decides to give up the round, give up the space, and that's what FaZe needed to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's like he realized that he had given up ramp space and that's just like a couple of seconds too late, and then he tried to sell the situation. Instead of he goes down and he gives up all the space. And I think it also kind of changed together what Twist was saying, that when in the important moments, they were not supposed to win this round, right? Things just happen, and they're not really in a place right now where they can go out and just win the round because they make the right decision. So they were kind of gifted this one, and they played it out really good. I think BB, they gave it a little bit too much of space once they got down, and they opened the door. I think it was Sorty opened it, trying to get like a couple of frags. It just seemed like they were trying too close at the situation when it was not needed.
There's always a smirk about this one. I know you guys can't see it at home, but there's always a smirk about this one down in the end. He's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Maybe just perhaps it's round 23.
Yeah, speaking of gifts, I think we have another one coming in here for FaZe Clan, to be completely honest. 11-11, just come off a round where they didn't get anything done. They go for an inner execute. Again, BB team in a winning position. For a moment, it was a 1v3. Then J-Bone finds himself in a 1v2. Look at the timer. We're talking 15 seconds. Sorted getting caught off guard. And then Boomage coming in for the duel. And J-Bone in clutching is out, right? We spoke about impact. Now, doing it with the AWP on the CT side, massively impactful. Part of the reason why they're off to such a great start. He's also the reason they end up winning the game. Without winning this 1v3 clutch or 1v2 clutch, whatever you want to label it as, there's no way FaZe is winning. So you're looking at 2 rounds in the span of the last 4 where they're basically getting gifted the game by BB team. As much as I want to say it, FaZe, they looked impressive in the first 9 rounds of the game. From that part and onwards, I think BB team were the better team, to be completely honest. They were in control. They were having more winning positions. Unfortunately for them, and good thing for FaZe Clan, they were celebrating Christmas a bit early and handing out gifts left, right, and center.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw Sorry on the bus, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think he's the one causing this round once more. He goes out heaven fighting. Like the clock was running down. He could just have waited it out. He had his teammate waiting at T-Ven. He could just have waited.
See, here's the theory, right? If you're on the T side and you have 14 seconds left and you're on the upper bomb side with the bomb, at some point you have to plant the bomb, right?
Usually, sure. Yeah.
That's how it works. That's how Counter-Strike works. Now, when you're planting the bomb trace, you can't really fight back, can you? You can't shoot back. You can't fight back. You're kind of labeled as a guy who's just entering a little code in the bomb, and you're kind of stagnated in that position for a couple of seconds, right? So it's unlosable. It's completely freaking unlosable with 13 seconds left. All they have to do is wait for him to pick up the bomb, try to plant, and if they want to play games, sure, one guy can go in and then he goes off the bomb, he kills that guy, and guess what? There's only 3 seconds left, so it's unwinnable for J-Bone. So yeah, it's unacceptable if you're BB team. You're throwing away what could be a very important best-of-1 win to secure playoff, to secure VRS points, and thank God for FaZe Clan and thank God for J-Bone for punishing that mistakes. That's what I love the most about it. When you make stupid shit, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is.
Y'all got it fired up today. What
it is one of these situations where like details just matter, right? And Sorry, he's a relatively experienced player. He's played this game for a long time and in some big teams. Still trying to break through as this player that we thought he would be, but still maybe holding himself a little back, maybe because of stuff like this.
What is it you say? Is it if you fuck around, you find out or something like that?
Yeah, I think FAFO was the verbiage.
There we go.
Thank you so much for kind of highlighting that and illuminating exactly what that means. We needed that. No, I'd say that BB in the post plants probably didn't have a good time today. I mean, you go down, 9-0 pretty quick, and it really is a, hey, we got to stop hemorrhaging rounds. Like, guys, we're not even giving ourselves a shot in this best of one. If we're going into the second half, we got nothing to work with. And this is kind of what happens there. So unfortunately for a team that we saw, kind of ascend in Atlanta where they are now, not necessarily the ascension we saw them come to life, albeit a little too late. Where do you put them in the rest of their journey for EWC, Jake? And I'm looking directly in your eyes.
Yeah, that's tough. I know not a lot of people can do that. To be honest, it's a good question, Trace, because I don't know. To be completely honest, with this whole stand-in situation in and out, they haven't really looked impressive. Now 2 losses in a row against FaZe Clan. Good thing for them, they play best of 3. Good thing for them, I think they were the better team here. I think they played, in their streak of rounds, they were more convincing than FaZe Clan to some degree, and they probably should have closed out this game. But as we spoke about, the individual side of FaZe Clan with Twist the experience, Frozen the experience, came out on top here. I'm worried on behalf of BB team. I don't think they're as exciting as they were a couple of months ago in Atlanta and at the major.
Yeah, and the great question is like, why is that so? It's because now they have the full lineup. Its expectations a little bit higher. Boomit said in his interview not too long ago back in China, said that like the goal for us now is just hitting playoffs consistently. We think we're good enough to do so, right? And playing against FaZe that played like this today, they were playing like the vast majority of the game. They did play it better, but they gifted away the game in the end, and they didn't keep the composure, which I think they did so well in Cologne. They always clawed their way back. You can never really count them out. Like, it's the mental fortitude that I think BB once again have. And it's in a case where the team just needs to stop throwing these things away, stop throwing it away. But at the same time, it's also just FaZe. They pull through, right? They still seem to be working in the right direction, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I was just counting up the number of times that our producer is going to have some words for you, buddy. You might be in big trouble. And Jacob, since I know you usually like to take the D first, let's go ahead and look at the bracket. I think if this one starts to take a shape around the 4 groups that we have, Jacob, surely you can tell me the shape of this D.
Yeah, it's my favorite letter in the alphabet, to be completely honest. We obviously haven't had too many games in this group so far, but there's some interesting ones coming up. Na'Vi versus 3D Max, a Na'Vi that hasn't played a game of Counter-Strike since the major, versus a 3D Max who's off to a hot start in the second part of this season. I'm curious to see 9C versus Pain Gaming as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last game of the day here on the stream. Brazil versus Argentina, that could be interesting.
Yeah, and that's of course that's for Group D. That's enough of Jacob with the D's today. Let's talk about where we go from here. I'm pretty sure it would be A technically, but maybe it will go backwards to C. Perfect. You know why, Dupree?
Well, because we're going to be watching Vitality versus other teams. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's a game that I'm been looking very much forward to. A lot of my old teammates is in this game, not only on the playing side, but also the coaching side.
Yeah,
so
everywhere.
They're everywhere, right? Maybe I'm an unk. I'm retired. I can sit down here and yab about what they're doing. They still try to make things count, but a game that I'm very excited for. Vitality coming into this season, fumbled together with some of the big dogs in Bounty, and now they try to make a bounce back here at EWC in Paris. So everything's on the line for both.
All I'm saying, the last team to win a Tier 1 trophy is in this group, and it's not Vitality. Mouse, we're doing the job at the Bounty, so I'm curious to see if they can continue down that trend.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Look, FaZe stacks up against Legacy after beating BB just now. The Falcons, having dispatched K27 earlier, sets them up to play
Thank
the winner
God
of
for that
MIBR and Astralis. So
that's a massive game. That's a massive game for FaZe and Legacy. Both of them, are teams who need the VIS. Legacy, obviously, in a pretty comfortable position, but they could be a team that could go straight into Stage 3 of the major, Stage 2, whereas for FaZe Clan, they're fighting to qualify for the major. Win against Legacy, that would pretty much cement that being in contention for it. So big game ahead of them.
And it's unfortunate because I really wanted to know what you guys thought about Astralis, but I guess we'll never know. So instead, we'll look at GG How and Gamer Legion having GG How having upset earlier. Spirit, Spirit come in here as a heavy favorite across multiple boards. GG How were able to surprise them in a best of 1 in the opening matchup today. So yeah, they're just one match from qualifying into the playoffs. I'm sure they didn't see that coming.
Nope, that's a big game as well. Massive opportunity for GG How and Gamer Legion. Now, naturally, it sucks for everyone else that Spirit is in the lower bracket. Luminosity will be booking their flights home tomorrow, roughly after.
Hey, don't count everyone out.
Well, I will.
Something can still happen, right?
It's going to be tough. So it sucks for everyone else that Spirit decided not to show up in the best of 1 today, because it's going to be incredibly tough to make it out of that lower bracket now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, I think that just about does it for us putting a ribbon on this one. We've gone through the brackets. We've done everything that we can to try to make it a little bit more pretty around the edges for BB Team and FaZe, but we do have to set the stage. We have to get ready for the next best of one here on what is the opening day of EWC 2026. Navi and 3D Max. They're getting set up like right over there behind us. I don't know if you can see that, but if you are in Paris, I invite you to come on down. Check it out. It's a pretty big venue hall. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I'm not sure that you guys have had the opportunity to walk around, dare I ask.
It's quite big.
I've seen a lot of chess over there.
Yeah.
Know? They make a move and
they're very loud.
Yeah, very loud.
Very loud.
All right, well, let's go to break then, and let's see if we can get them more quieter over there. So yeah, we'll be right back after
Let's
this.
go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
action going down at the first day of Counter-Strike 2 at EWC, and the B stream has been no exception. So let me get you quickly up to speed with what has been going on over here. We began the day with Gamer Legion versus Luminosity. Now, in all honesty, that was a very quick affair. That ended 13-3 on Nuke, with Flammers having an absolute pop-off performance. Game number 2 was a little bit closer. That was Foot versus Tyloo. We had some questions about how Foot would be performing without Laos in the mix, and xCloud did more than a serviceable job, ending up 13-10 in their favor. Now, game number 3, this was what got very exciting, because the Mongols, reigning EWC champions, returned to try and defend their trophy. Now, I know Mongols roster looking a little bit different, but 9-10, he was really feeling it today, and they managed to wrap up the scoreline 13-7. Game number 4, that was Legacy versus NIP, and Cash fans out there, you would maybe like to go back and rewatch this one, particularly if you're a Legacy fan. That was 13-5 in their favor, with newest edition Try looking very good in his yellow jersey. Now, I mentioned Cash, and that is exactly what is going down behind me. Game number 5, that is Bait versus Paravision, still raging on over on the B stream.
welcome you right on back to the Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris, France. We are in Europe and we are in Counter-Strike 2. We are done with the global offensive stuff. We're moving right on into what is going to be Na'Vi versus 3D Max. So if you can imagine, two teams going toe-to-toe in a best-of-1 on the opening day here for them. It's going to get a little dicey. Speaking of dicey, we've got Jacob Pimp Winesh down on the end, or Vinicky. Never want to get that one wrong or right, but I do love and respect the guy no matter what Reddit says about him. And, of course, there's five-time major winner Jacob. Or, wow, not even Jacob. It's not even five-time major winner Jacob. It is.
He didn't win one. Come on.
Major winner Dupree in the middle. Guys, we've got a pretty good one in front of us for a couple different reasons. Got some scrappiness around the edges for the 3D Max side. We could talk a little bit about the Na'Vi camp in total, and I think that is where we start.
Chris, where were you a year ago? Do you remember?
Let's see, 1 year ago from today. Probably somewhere similar to this.
Somewhere similar to this. Where do you think 3D Max and Na'Vi were a year ago? They were duking it out at this very tournament. Different location, sure thing, but that was also a big surprise happening back then. 3D Max knocking out Na'Vi of the tournament in the opening round. Now this time around, it's double elimination. It's best of 1, not a best of 3, but I'm pretty sure Na'Vi got something to say about that. Not really happy about the outcome that happened at the last Esports World Cup, costing some points in the club championships, and we're at the beginning of Na'Vi struggling a little bit in that period, so I think there's some revenge on the cards here.
Yeah, I think it's a better looking Na'Vi right now. They've had a good last season despite that let's say the fumble at the major. It was a rough one. The fact that they had played so well coming into it, also winning back in Atlanta, and the fact that Na'Vi didn't really make it count at the majors despite having some really close games. It was more like the fashion that they couldn't close out when they had all these advantages. And you could definitely tell also with what Blade said in those elimination interviews that it was just not good enough and they were not meant to make it to top 8. So it's going to be interesting to see because this is the first game that we do get to see Na'Vi into the new season. So there's a lot to be asked in this one. And I'm excited to see what kind of Na'Vi is going to be turning up. Is it a Na'Vi that's going to be a little bit rusty because they haven't played officials, which they love to do? Or is it going to be a Na'Vi that's going to be looking back at the last season thinking, we did pretty good despite major?
Yeah, the last time we saw them were at the major trace, and to be fair, you say fumble. I to some extent agree. I think a lot of us had Na'Vi as a potential dark horse to win the trophy, but they lost to Falcons, they lost to Spirit. That's okay considering how it turned out. It was the loss against G2 in that decider game that really haunted Na'Vi, and that's why I went into this season thinking maybe they're gonna switch rosters, maybe they're gonna try something new, maybe they're gonna try to, lure Frozen over to the dark side and get him onto the team. Whether they tried, whether they've decided to just stick with this core, whether Blade believes there's still more to this Na'Vi, I do not know, but I think it's very important for Na'Vi as an organization they get off to a good start, because otherwise they'll feel like, ooh, maybe we should have made that roster change when we had it. So I think all eyes are on Na'Vi right now.
But I've been thinking about that for a long time. I remember back at Kato, I was thinking Na'Vi is going to be making changes if they don't start making results. And then they started making results. And then they turn up for the major and it doesn't pan out the way they wanted. Now they still stuck with the same roster. So, I mean, obviously Blade and also Na'Vi and hopefully also the team still believes there's something to this team that they can actually keep, working for those trophies.
Yeah, you want this team, you want to think that this team is malleable at its core right now, that they can get back on their winning ways and in the right path. I think one addition to this lineup, and it goes kind of without saying, one addition to this lineup that has been evident of that has been Makaze. I feel like this guy came into this team. Hell, there were people in the scene saying, oh, well, in 6 months, let me know how that goes, yada, yada, yada. And now look at him. I think Makaze has found a wavelength of his own that he's riding over here with Na'Vi, and it seems like it's working for him. And if they can get everybody to do it, that's when they start to become lethal.
I think they have found a way to establish him as a player within their lineup that finds the impact when it's needed the most, especially in the early aggression, being proactive on the T side, being in your face on the CT side, being annoying to play against, basically. It's one of those players that will force a fight on you whether you want it or not. The issue for Makaze is that I think the expectations has to be tempered a little bit. He had those couple of events where he had MVP-like performances, won an MVP as well for that matter, where people thought to themselves, okay, maybe he's a new superstar in the making. Maybe he's a world-class Counter-Strike player. I think Makaze is very good. I think Na'Vi looked the best when he's playing well as well, but I think the expectation needs to be tempered just a little bit. You saw the graph here before as well. He's averaging a 1.11 rating since April. That's okay. That's acceptable. That's definitely up there, but he's not a world-class Counter-Strike player just yet.
But it's like you're talking about superstar, and I agree that that is what I think Na'Vi has been lacking and trying to find.
He's not it.
No, I agree with you that he's not it, but he's at the closest they can get to getting a superstar, right? You know, because if Na'Vi needs to get a superstar, they do need to start nitpicking some of the other teams that's up above them, right? And I don't think that's going to happen. Sure, we could have gotten maybe a Frozen throughout the player break. Maybe that could have been on the lines, right? But we don't know. But with how Na'Vi has been showing throughout the season and how Na'Vi has always been fucking, it is the system. And it is the players that always want to chime in and that they play off that system, because that's what makes them a good team.
Well, you can't spell Makaze without Maka, and that's why we need to talk about the other side of this equation, that being 3D Max and sort of the trials and tribulations it means to be on 3D Max this day and age. Yes, you can come to these tournaments. Yes, you can surprise. You can turn some heads. You can even upset some folks on their own path and own eventualities into glory. But for these guys, what's separating them from maintaining that top of the pack?
It's a tough question. I think a lot of people who are following 3D Max are wondering, where's this team heading? You know, what can we expect from 3D Max? Because at times they look very good. At times they look very solid. Had a habit of always qualifying for the big tournaments. Then they would have one win during a tournament where you think to yourself, okay, if that's the level, is that what we can expect from you, then it could be quite interesting. And then they fizzle out a little bit. Then they have a couple of tournaments where they went into some of the PGL tournaments where the field weren't as stacked as you'd like it to be, and that's when they crumble, you know. So they seem to be playing up to the level of the opposition to some degree, which in this case against Na'Vi is a good thing. Overall for the team though, I need to see them establish themselves and have a clear identity where they're able to beat teams beneath them consistently, so we get to see them more often at Tier 1 tournaments before I can start to take stock into them.
I think to narrow down, like, stability is the keyword that I want to be using when I'm looking at 3D Max, because they are this gatekeeping team that you know, they've shown many times that they had the ceiling to beat some of the elite teams, but they just don't do it consistently. And then at the same time, then when they do get that win over the finishing line, then they go up against an opponent that you're thinking, okay, they should be comfortably beating these guys, but they don't. And that just seems to be happening over and over again. And then they decide to make roster changes. Now you have Maka coming back as an in-game leader. Gravity has turned that one down. They make some roster changes. And at the same time, they seem to be very stubborn in terms of staying true to having, you know, a full French lineup. And I just don't think that they can find that firepower and that magical thing that's going to, you know, carry them over the finishing line inside of France. So whether it's a question of them going international, I don't know, but maybe that could be an option if this one doesn't pan out.
Well, it's funny you should say carrying them over the finish line is what is obviously needing to happen, because Alexi finish. Right, yeah.
That was a really bad one.
You guys get where we were going there. I'm just going to leave that one to rest. In all seriousness, though, when we start talking about the side of 3D Max and what sort of problems they can pose on the server, where does a guy like Kersey come into this equation?
I mean, he didn't really pan out in his first iteration in Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike within Game of Legion, so hopefully they can, you know, get some of that potential out of him in 3D Max. I will say, though, that they were off to a good start, Blast Bounty. I know they beat a couple of decent teams online to make it to the LAN portion. That game against Mouse, you know, that quarterfinal, that was winnable for 3D Max. They won the first map. They were definitely looking like they could win this second as well, and that would completely change the course of this conversation if 3D Max were to beat Mouse, who ended up winning the tournament at Blast Bounty. So they've shown that they can play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level. They've probably also, you know, targeted this tournament. As you said, you described it pretty well earlier, Trace, saying that this is the Super Bowl for a lot of teams. This is the tournament where a lot of these underdog teams want to come in, get off to a strong start. So odds are the player break wasn't as long for 3D Max as for some of the other teams, like Na'Vi as well. So there's definitely something to be said about that with best of ones as well. It does feel like the playing field has been laid out for an upset right here, and I expect a competitive game despite the two teams should be far and far apart.
Yeah, I think the best of one here, right, is probably the best chance that they will get at knocking Na'Vi down into lower bracket, right? But you know, the fact that Percy still remains quite an X factor for me. I don't know what to expect from him. You know, like, he was AWPing in Game of Legion. Now he's back on rifling since Maka is there AWPing, right? So he's a big question mark to me. Can he elevate 3D Max the way that they want to? I'm not sure.
And I think what has to be thrown out there into the world is that 3D Max and a best of one have to walk away with this veto in a comfortable place for them to activate a guy like Kersey or Maka in a situation. You know, like, they have to have a level of comfort, because obviously there's a deep playbook if you look at the side of Na'Vi. You're going to be running into about every obstacle that you can think of. So I'm thinking we can get this veto up on the screen. Obviously that 0 second timer, a little bit misleading, but we'll figure that out in due time. Where are we going on a best of one?
I hate to break it for you, but no team has the capability or ability to win a veto when it's a best of one. You get to remove 3 map seeds, so you're always going to land in a middle ground map sort of, and that's where Na'Vi, you know, being as strong as they are, having a relatively deep map pool, is going to be comfortable. I don't expect Cash to come in there and be this map where they're going to take a gamble up against 3D Max. I'd love to see it personally, but that would be a big gamble if you're Na'Vi. Now, they have the opportunity of doing so, Peter. Would they force it? No. Too scared, you know.
Worried.
Makes sense. There's no reason to play around with that. Inferno, yeah, we haven't seen it today so far, I believe, on the stream. So at least a change of scenery.
Yeah, that's nice. I think Na'Vi had a lot of options in this one. When there's such a big skill gap between the teams, then the top dog will definitely be in a place where they can just go in so many multiple ways. And with the map pool percentage win that we've also seen from 3D Max, it's just hard for them to find like an edge if they can't really turn their attention to just two. And obviously not playing Cash, that doesn't really. I mean, it's cool to see that Na'Vi decides to leave Cash for like the last veto process to then keep other teams guessing a little bit if they have actually practice or whatnot. It's up in the gap. But Inferno is very comfortable for Na'Vi, and I don't see many ways that 3D Max should have a chance in this one.
Wow. Well, I mean, we've definitely heard that one before, isn't that right, Jacob? We've definitely heard those almost same exact words uttered, which I can actually remind you all at home. If you want to get involved, you can go ahead and do the play match pick'ems. Let us know who you think is going to win. There's a QR code that'll pop up. It's right there on the bottom of the screen right now. All you really got to do is utilize the QR code. If you don't know how to do that, I can't necessarily help you right now in this moment. It's not that moment for this. What it is moment for is for me to ask you guys who's going to win the game.
Yeah, well, I've already said that I think Na'Vi's going to win this one. I was right with FaZe, so why not continue my streak, Jacob?
Yeah, I think Na'Vi's going to win as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a competitive game of Counter-Strike, a bit of a rusty start maybe for Na'Vi having to get into it, but with Blade behind them and with a team that's been together for as long as they have, it'd be very surprising if they weren't able to cleanse a win on Inferno.
Which is awesome when you think about the tutelage of both coaches in this regard, right? One is definitely not like the other, but they've both been there the entire time. And I'm sure you're tired of us yapping, so we'll do what you all want us to do and start the game.
Alrighty, folks, Na'Vi 3D Max approaching. We've got some Frenchies on the stage here, live from Paris for the Esports World Cup. So many games, but we're here to focus on our baby, Counter-Strike 2, baby. And I'm not sure what Chad thinks. I think this could be a rather quick one. Of course.
Really?
Yeah, Na'Vi, mate. I mean, sure, I'm a 3D Max fanboy. Like the way they play, lots of aggressive maneuvers. I think Maka can be quite an exciting prospect in the server. But Na'Vi on name value, on, I don't know, head-to-head, I haven't looked at it, but I'm assuming Na'Vi have beaten them.
I think we can do a couple of things here. First, let's address Na'Vi versus 3D Max this time last year at EWC. Na'Vi upset, 3D Max upset Na'Vi, and that was a single elimination 16-team bracket, right? So they lost and they're eliminated. That one probably left a mark.
Ooh.
But since then, a lot has changed, right? This 3D Max roster is different. We've had coaching change, we've had in-game leader changes, we've had a couple of players go out, Body and Ecstasy. They've made way for the likes of Masuta and Kersey, who we saw in Gamer Legion as an AWPer.
Right, and how much of Kersey did we really see?
Yeah, not enough, right? It was a short-lived stint, but he's operating as a rifler in this roster of 3D Max now. And then you have Na'Vi, on the other hand, who we haven't seen play an official since their Stage 3 major exit, losing to G2. So the only thing I can tell you about them that's looking new is the jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they had radio silence. We thought, surely they're going to try and make a trade in the off-season. But no, we have the same roster. We'll see if we can get a different looking result for Na'Vi coming out of the gates this time around. The other head-to-heads in more recent history have been at EPLs, but as far as the new complexion of 3D Max is concerned, this is the first time we will see these 10 players locking horns in this complexion.
And as far as, how you categorize, if you were to describe the style of play, 3D Max, I feel like I can do that one.
Okay.
It's that proactive CT side. It's very kind of live and die by that sword. For Na'Vi, are they categorized as the team with the strongest fundamentals? Is the word default going to come out of your mouth? How do you categorize and describe Na'Vi to, say, a newer viewer?
I think in terms of, let's go with theory.
Ooh.
They're a team that does a lot of theory, right?
Okay.
They play Blade system, right? Alexi is essentially calling Blade system, and he's a bit of a taskmaster over there. I see Glaive in the building, I see Device in the building. I tell you what, we got 100 Thieves coming up next. The young faces, the old faces. I got off the Na'Vi topic there, but I just turned around, I saw Glaive. I went, oh, okay, well, they're looking for somewhere to sit.
I'm excited for that
They should
best
go
of
to the
one.
player lounge. It's a good player lounge.
Is a good
I don't know if
player
they've been there yet, but we'll see them coming up shortly. But yeah, Na'Vi, right, this is a system-based team, right? This is default for sure. But when I say theory, we're talking about the decision tree. Okay, this utility was thrown. We make this choice, or this choice. Now, in terms of that system, it's going to be tough when you have a team who like to be aggressive, right? Think about Maka in the past when we talk about this man on Inferno with the AWP. Likes to be in halls and boiler, but not the setup with a teammate. He'll be there on his own, right? Likes to do a little bit of things out of the box. So we'll see if they can find some momentum to kick things off today. CT side start on Inferno.
We're going to be swapping those cams over in just a moment. Let's get this started. He start for Na'Vi. Maka up close with the Julies. He's going to have a head-to-head. Lexi B. Wait, I'm so confused. Hold on a second. That's not Maka, guys. And that's not Alexi B either.
Wait. It's Mikaze at half wall. Flash over. Maka. Jewel Berettas takes the first. Can't get any more done. Wants to stay staunch on the fight. Wonderful will trade. Mikaze up and through. He goes down, but Gravity immediately takes the half wall position and those Jewel Berettas.
One can go both ways. 2 on 8. Masuta versus Ime. Nice headshot. Does well on the Glock at range. He's even put one into Kersey. He's in so much trouble getting run on down and into his toes on the jump. Ime finds it. There's Lucky back. Through the Moto smoke, trying to isolate onto Alexi B. It is a one-on-one that Alexi will prevail. An important round-defining frag from Alexi facilitates the plant. Gravity, this late arrival, 1 kill so far, needs another 2. And Alexi B, his first challenge, playing the time, rotting the clock, and enables a double up. Wonderful will fight with him, and Na'Vi will start as they mean to go on.
Okay, so a little bit of a kerfuffle there in Banana, but Ime bows them out. And he was the man that was under an awful lot of scrutiny in this off-season. Right, this was the man that I think people were looking for. Okay, let's get Frozen, let's get Ime out, let's make this change. Now, for people at home, they just go, which player do I think is good and might fit these roles? They don't consider buyouts and everything that goes with it. So, Na'Vi, it's the same team we saw the last season taking to the server, but I don't think they'll be happy with the season. Right, it's not... the major is the exam. We've had Blade say that before. And not making the playoffs does leave a mark, and so does that nade. So, Lucky, brought down to half HP. It's a 4-man B lean. Just Maka over towards A. So right now, your Na'Vi, your job is to go through the motions, to take map control. They have Halls and Boiler. They have at least the first half of Banana under their remit.
I like that nerdy smoke. You don't see that all too often. It was thrown out by the longside player, Maka.
You would like the enemy to see that, though, because if they see the trajectory of that, they might assume that they're blocking and that they're stacking the other side. So he's going to lob out another, but there's nobody to see where this is being thrown from.
It's not selling anything.
But they are returning to B. There's 50 seconds left, so still plenty of time to change. They might just set up an execute, send in Mikaze here with this Mac 10 for info, and at the same time, over towards A, there's the opportunity for Bit to take some space. Otherwise, they're going into this stack full steam ahead.
Okay, let's see if it is just going to be the Mikaze and Mac 10 scouting party.
Let's follow through.
No, there is. Full commitment. Maybe you want to back away. The water's a bit warm, lads. Kazi's Deagle headshot onto Mikaze, but there's commitment. 25 seconds. This can go wrong for Na'Vi. Ime onto Lucky. There's Bit. 2 more at the back of the site. Running at them with Glocks and an easy one for Gravity, finding Alexi. Gravity hiding out on the reload, and the smoke goes for a USP. And just Maka, this rotation through. The bomb scooped up just in time. Wonderful, get it down, but my goodness, by the skin of Na'Vi's teeth, they survive that walking into the stack.
So that's one where Blade just sitting and watching that from behind a coaching perspective is extremely stressful. But you see, they didn't rush the plant. They made sure they cleared out the side. They understood what they're up against. And Maka's still looking to make a little bit more of a dent in the finances. So going to find himself base of Banana, looking to do some damage, see if he can take away another Galil. Wonderful. Don't want to overstep the mark to give Maka a chance to get back into things, but they have secured the round. And this will be the 2-0 start for Na'Vi as, okay, they'll exit through CT. So Maka not going to get too much for his troubles.
I always like to see a second round force with a plan. And there certainly was one there.
I think that from a calling perspective, you're going to think you got away with one if you're Alexi. Oh, I called us into the stack. Thanks, boys, for staying gun on. but you're not going to feel like you're outmaneuvering them. Actually, that feels kind of good if you're 3D Max. You took the gamble, it paid off, and they walked into your stack. You just couldn't hit the necessary shots. That's fortunate from him. That is a very impactful kill in the scheme of things. It does alleviate pressure. So 2 impactful rounds for Imma and a smile on the Romanian's face. Boost up for Maka top banana.
And a horrible combo of util. Has Gravity dead, Maka next, even a nearly onto a Lucky. It's 13 points of health, nothing really to talk about for 3D Max's chances in this one. Just gonna putt it in. They're not taking any chances, even throwing that bomb across. Lucky for the exit. Oh, yeah, not the weapon you want to be going into a head-to-head duel with. The Mac-10 quick to adjust in the air. One more bullet would have been nice. Masuta unable to provide.
All right, well, the focus going into this first rifle round is going to be Maka. Right, he's going to bring out that AWP. We'll get to see how he wants to apply it.
Straight to apps, round 1.
Well, this is it. Is the game plan going to be to fight for banana control? Right, this is where we get to see what 3D Max have opted to bring in today against Na'Vi. They don't have a kit, so if the bomb does go down, it's already Inferno, so that will reinforce the save idea unless it's full chaos, and Maka will be starting over towards A alongside of Masuta. It's Gravity, Lucky, and Kersey looking for the banana control. Nade right into Boiler does extensive early damage. So as they're trying to stall you out on your default, you get a nade for your troubles.
Ooh, Gravity. Oh! That's brutal. A little bit of a sound cue, all Makaze needs, and he gets bowled over.
And they're just going to explode into A. 3 out apps, 2 up mid.
You better be strong, Masuta. Already down to 43. Partners up with Maka on the short side now. The pressure from both fronts. So uncomfortable. He's got pressure on 2. Still finds a follow-up onto Makaze. Dips away from the apartment's pressure. And now we've got a retake.
Well, they will give this one a go. The fact that they have them boxed in, they should give this retake a look. Sure, there's no kit, but they've responded to this very quickly.
Crossfire on site. Wonderful in Imma, working on that, and they've got that loose piece of bit, able to enable no worries about the balcony. Kazi pathing forward now, trying to break that site crossfire with Lucky. Bit able to lend a hand as well from the balc. Time ticking, lads. Are we going or are we not? Backing away, uninterested in the 10-second defuse.
Okay, a bit of fishing going on right there, seeing if anybody oversteps the mark. You take a look at the util left over as well, and you're thinking, well, if Bit could be in a position right now to re-smoke Moto, that'd guarantee it. But he was just staying as a bit of a nuisance over towards apartments, and that's going to be 4-0. Makazi man on the screen here.
LOL!
He's going to be very happy with a freebie in Banana there onto Gravity.
Tagged by the wallbang in the last frame. See this from Makaze. He hears that burn, and he just scuttles it forward right into the pocket of Gravity. I was impressed by the way Maka handled that wrap. He confirmed they're dropping out bulk. At the same time, he spots someone pushing middle. Managed to provide the double and get away with that AWP. See if he can do something with it into our 5th round of play.
Imma's flashing.
That's a big nade. 100 damage inflicted onto Makaze and wonderful.
They've really burnt these smokes. It's 2 left. And we've still got a minute 20 left on the clock, so at least they've got what they were hoping for. This banana control. All right, it's Lucky's opportunity this time through the smoke. Thank you very much.
Just a well-timed burst. Brackets control. Apps set up for the M&M. Maka and Masuta. Clear from Imma. This is such an off angle. It feels like Masuta should have this every day of the week. Kersey up next. Lining up for him, but the AKs will win out.
Still, with that damage, you think it should be good 40 seconds.
It really does hinge on if Makaze can get anything done on this fight. He's just going to be holding the space as his boys head CT, and oh my god, wait, but the bomb's middle. Don't lose the bomb. Lucky down, and he knows there was another near there. Here it is. Overreaction and bad tracking. Makaze punching desk. Ugly.
Alexi should just get bowled over here.
Jiggle bait. Ooh, goes for the wide swing up close, and see you later. Maka dunks on him, and 3D Max are on the board.
Yeah, I can understand the frustrations from Makaze. Up until that moment, it felt like they weren't in the round. If he gets that kill, it's like, okay, back in a big way. But
he could run into A.
These cheeky kills that have been happening through the smokes, right, have dictated these last 2 rounds. Well, that's the first on the board for 3D Max, and tactical timeout called from Blade immediately. So that's just, I guess, unlucky. How else can you frame it? Or that was lucky.
That was lucky, yeah.
His alter ego. Unlucky.
That's his evil twin brother.
An opportunity to settle into the environment for Na'Vi. They will have no issues in the buy for this one. It's the next round, so Blade trying to get ahead of that. You've got Imma and Bit both with 3.7. The loss bonus 1900. We'll have more conversations about that as required.
Chug, chug, chug.
Lucky with a Famus. EK for Masuda, M4s for the other two, and Maka on that AWP. Full sets of nades, kits in play. And the round ready to get back underway. So Kersey again, smokes spot on Banana, heads over to assist with the control. Maka and Masuda.
The T and CT smokes landed almost next to each other. And here comes that test. Easy stand over his ground. Gravity, in combination with Lucky and that HE, has completely silenced this B duo. Alexi and Makaze trying to take some top Banana control, and they're left with nothing.
Blade took the timeout for that. And now you're in a 3v5 with a whole lot of time on the clock. So, not backing down at 3D Max, continuing to trundle forward even with a 2-man advantage. Kersey's rotated back in time. He's got the arch wrap covered. Maka and Masuda to deal with short and apps. And it could just be a very long save. Unless they want to knock on the door of Banana here.
Is there a good flash for a position like Gravity's?
If they were T-step, well...
nope, just a hard clear. Oh, the crouch nearly worked out. It was under the crosshair for a minute. Didn't find that bullet, and bit trading eventually. That's just going to lead to a rotation. You can see Kersey quick to scarper over to ensure Lucky's not alone.
But I'm still...
Hang on, head to head with the Orbs here. Woof. Looks like Masuda and Maka both took damage on that.
But they identify in this situation it's likely to save because you're seeing the AWP T-stairs with 30 seconds left. So if Imma had stayed alive, that's why I was saying, because it was Wonderful, Imma, and Bit, right?
Yes.
So Wonderful could have kept the AWP. The other two are in positions to drop AKs and still buy utility into next, and it could have been a full buy. But I like the fact that they still gave it a look in. Right? I think one of the things with Na'Vi is sometimes it feels like it's a little bit too by the book. The whole point of the structure and all the theory is to give you a foundation, but your players still have to play.
But I mean, what you're talking about is wanting to see a little bit more, you know, of the fishing style,
Sure.
you know, where you're kind of, you're not full committing, you're not necessarily all in on the commitment, but you're certainly keeping options open as opposed to it like this is binary, it's either we fight or we don't.
A little bit of a reaction there from the crowd. It makes sense. We got a French team on stage. When we move into next week, we move into the big arena. Well, not the big arena, the one before the big arena. But it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. We can see it from where we're sitting right now. Rocket League's over there.
Yeah, by most people's standards, I think that's pretty big.
Okay, so they still make it work for the most part. So Tech9, the only mission. And I think it makes sense to gift them Banana. That's fine. We don't need to get spammed through anymore. We'll take Halls and Boiler first. That'll be a combination of Alexi, Imma, Bit to work on that in this round. A very passive setup as well. I want to draw attention to the radar for people. Nobody close short, nobody in apartments. They are very passive on A.
And they've just been smoked on the arch side. Kersey's response, a HE grenade that finds very little.
But the stack is in the right place. Not for the first time. But last time it was just a force buy. This time it's everything they desire.
It's just Gravity on this jump spot. Cannot afford to get caught out by Makaze on his eventual fight. Safe jump spots. Molly's enough info for him. He'll back away.
And no rotation. So keeping it 4 strong at B for now. You need a little bit more than that, says Gravity, if you want to draw a rotation on his watch. So the net has been set up top middle. Now you got Wonderful, Emma, and Bit. Draw that line in the sand. The rotation comes back to join them. You've got Kersey in sight, Lucky towards tall box, Masuda in pit, and Mac along with the AWP.
That's a perfect nade from Masuta is ringing, but Makaze head hunting. Maka down, nice shot from Alexi's Tech 9. Kersey stubborn, as is Lucky. Ooh, a quick one on the AWP from Wonderful, breaks through.
And look at the time. There were 7 seconds left as the bomb starts to get punched in there. If a kill goes the other way and a little bit more cumbersome there on the trading, the time could have been the enemy. So Na'Vi with a buzzer beater. Gravity will back off. That's his best option in this one. He's the one who's lacking in the cash department.
Impactful kills from Makaze and Wonderful. Even, I mean, actually, to be fair, Alexi somehow getting real output out of the Tech 9.
It's 2 points of timing there. So one, the nade comes out, does good damage, but then as he swings back out with gun in hand, he just gets deleted, so not on the angle. And then you see Maka trying to get into sight, but they've already breached up short. So 2 players caught by timings, and that's the undoing for 3D Max. 5-2. And another buy will follow. So is there a change-up at a 3D Max? They played that one very passive, right? And we've seen them in other rounds have Maka with Masuda forward in halls with some setups to at least inform them with a little bit of information. Nate comes in, swings out, and fortunately for him, they were on the line. That's Makazi's 3rd opening kill, the only man providing opening kills for Na'Vi so far.
That nade break was to set up for an opening, unable to provide it. Lucky again on the smoke spam. It's not going to find as much success. Immet wasn't ready for the double up. Suta provides the trade. Oh, they were blind. Makaze still gets it with the white screen. A swing from Lucky that does not bear fruit. Advantage Na'Vi and just one man to defend A. Masuta versus the world. Na'Vi's 6th unless he finds a crazy multi.
It's a bad smoke.
Okay. And that's a good shot.
Well, that is round. Just for theory there on what is going through Emma's mind. So the AWP has rattled off on the break. The player that they killed first was Masuta, I believe. Yep. And those, if they're starting 3B, those are the 2 players you expect on A. So he's overlooked the potential for Kersey because he's assumed they've gone for another 3-man banana start.
Right.
But he's died, the information's there, they've won out on banana, and either way they've just been able to putt it in. So Na'Vi up to 6.
No, but that nameplate Counter-Strike, it's often... It's very easy to overlook as a viewer where some of these decisions come from players. And, you know, they get caught with a knife out, and it's very easy to sit there at home with your popcorn and go, what are these idiots doing? But there's logic often, most of the time, behind these getting caught out moments.
For sure, right? Obviously, you've got your expectations and, well, you do your homework. There's also little details that we are going to miss when we're watching in this way, right? Because there's so many sound cues that are going on. Players can pick it up. There was a moment earlier in the tournament that I was watching back in the hotel when it was Mini from GG How going to pick B, and he was scoped in early, so the short player couldn't hear him. But then he gets to Kitchen, he unscopes. Zontic's always close short. Here's the double scope, Magic stops jump spotting, right? And there's these little details that are happening all the time that it's so hard to pick up because you're focusing on different skirmishes all across the map and everything is always moving. So it's devil's in the details as far as Counter-Strike's concerned. But we do get a tactical timeout. This is the 2nd. There you go. See, that's why it looks a little bit silly. 2nd of the map. But first from 3D Max. But Emma has had some very impactful moments. I know he only has 4 kills, and that sounds a little bit crazy, but the pistol, he had some nice kills. And then against the Force in round number 2, he gets that spam kill through the smoke, and I think that was necessary to alleviate some pressure. Makazi's openers have been handy, and that one for Emma, he now joins the board. And they also looked a little bit more free, right? Just, oh, well, let's just take that fight, right? So I identify, okay, AWP was long side, we might be able to get a 1v1. Great to see them taking their shots. So we are ready to get this one back underway. They want to try the same pick. This is great conditioning. So this all came back to that round they finished A, right? They went for the halls and boiler control first. Now they're essentially forcing 3D Max to start in a stance that's heavy towards A. And now they're even forcing 3D Max to play in boiler, in halls, mid crossfire, because they don't want them to get the space. They don't want to they want to win the duels, top, middle, and halls, and that be the rounds. They don't want to play out the mid round.
Mikaze could be providing an opening here. Up against Gravity on that first box. Ooh, nearly 4 HP on Gravity. He does deny.
But there was no smoke from CT. Nobody picked coffins. Nobody jiggled CT. That's information in itself.
True, I see you. He's alone. And if he peeks, he is a dead man. Alexi's got the molly. He can just flush him out. His teammates provide it. There's Maka onto Bit elsewhere. Catches the mid player.
They should be able to get the bomb down and set up the post plant. There's another smoke towards CT as well.
Wonderful's got Banana. This is not easy to get past the AWPer. And he misses the shot between the wickets of two. Spotted the info though. Knows there's multiple bodies. Elevation still enables the flick up. Wonderful needs another. Gets it onto the Tech 9. And that is round. Ime wraps it up. Puts a bow on it. Na'Vi find a 7th.
It looked like it could have been cleaner there. That miss from Wonderful, but he makes up for it in a big way. And then Ime puts it on home and sends it back in 7-2.
How has he got 2 there with Wonderful? After missing that first, I'm convinced he's overrun. You see the boost.
Sandbags.
You're supposed to be a dead man. He does very well to rectify.
This here, I think Gravity, in fact, he gets that kill. You're thinking, okay. Sets them up quite nicely, but Ime pivoting, the swing's coming through, not connecting our 3D Max. The AWP starting towards B this time round, so we'll see if Maka wants to try and press the issue.
Audible to Maka. Set up for that exact fight. Catches Mikaze on the jiggle, playing that close AWP. Now committed is Alexi. He's playing a very dangerous game, and he has to win that one. Gravity manufactures an extension of their advantage. There's a little bit of something on A.
Yeah, Bit needs to find a gap or a frag. It looks like they're going to try and slip the gap long side.
They just replenished the smoke on Abs. And there's attention drawn. Kazi unable to find lethality. He needed that one. Now, pressure's onto Masuta. He's getting wrapped upon. Bit and Ime coinciding, clearing the site. A back turn enables Masuta. A 4-on-2 that should be all said and done until that bomb goes down. And now Bit and Wonderful making a 2-on-2. It's falling through their fingers. 3D Max had a golden opportunity, a 2-man advantage, and it's just disintegrated. Wonderful knows where you're at, anticipating that jump across, trying to buy time for Lucky.
Bit's ready for Abs or short.
And it is Abs. Ooh, bell rung. Bit playing it safe. Could be dead to the swing of Lucky, and is just onto Wonderful. Last seen sight. Clutch for him. Denied by a quick heady. That's a nice shot out of Lucky. 3D Max find themselves a 3rd.
And they were under a lot of time pressure there as well. You see this 10-second diffuse coming through. So without the kit, those kills had to come in quite rapidly. So well done. I thought Bit would have had him dead to rights, but steps up, cops the dink, under pressure, and Lucky. Very good job from him.
What a relief as well. If you're the A holders there, you do feel like you've just let it go.
Yeah, I have some problems with the way that Kersey approached that. When you have an advantage like we saw, you want to play setups where you can get information and then rejig a crossfire with your teammates.
Right.
But he was so committed that he either kills them all or he's dead. So it did make things a little bit more difficult. He is the most green player in the server right now.
Okay, Lucky has got a laser beam on his M4. 7 frags deep. Top of the scoreboard alongside Maka.
They're all ready to pop A. This is going to happen very quickly.
Yeah, I think quicker than they're ready for. I say that, actually. Info on 2. 1 pit, 1 site. Masuta drops a smoke, safe from the flame. Hard to force him out now, but the HE does break the smoke, expose the defense. Down goes Maka and Masuta, and an 8th round as easy as that.
Okay. Well, as soon as they saw it was Alexi, they immediately knew, they're coming. This is not just one player searching. We are in a bit of hot water. And getting caught on that break, right? The smoke. Plume's open and just deleted there. So this will be 8-3.
It's a really nice response. I was sitting there like, it's going to be hard to flush him out. He's got a smoke to play around. You can't molly him, but you can nade the smoke. Genius. Rock, paper, scissors.
Lizard Spock. The slightly more
layers to
exposed format. We got Vitality versus 100 Thieves coming up next. Simultaneously, we'll have Wildcard versus Furia. And then we're going to have a 9Z versus Pain and a Linvision versus Mouse to round out the day. And then tomorrow we get into the best of threes. Tomorrow we start eliminating teams. We start crushing keys, excuse me.
And that's that one for 3D Max. You can see it's center stage for these teams. You even get to put the opponents, if you win the trophy, you get to put your favorite 3 keys into the trophy itself.
It could be any of the teams, any of the other 31.
You just choose them.
Yeah, you don't even have to have beaten them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I don't like these guys. They can live in my trophy.
Just more fuel for the drama.
All right, well, 4 and a pistol is workable, 9-3, and I think this one will be quick.
Okay, we got action on Banana. HE looks like it's destined for damage. Gravity lucky to be alive after Lexi B's combo.
Both teams have had some moments through smokes.
Gravity gotten away from that, thankfully.
And they didn't really win out Banana control, so they don't have brackets info, they don't have Banana info, and that does spell a bit of a problem.
Here it comes, you know, Maka and Kersey.
Well, they're playing for a fight.
Yeah,
Kersey forward.
Flash mid, you had your knives out, didn't go for the full swing, understandably.
This feels like an invitation to these boiler players, though.
Didn't make an impact sound, him as position not noted.
So I like the heads-up play to take back this brackets control because they would have been in a world of hurt information-wise. But you still have this problem with the low HP of Gravity on bit. Okay.
Ooh. A nice one from Wonderful.
Well, the info is Wonderful is in Chicken Pit. So, do with that as you will. Now it's Masuda and Maka on 8 to defend against 5.
And you've only got an M4 and a FAMAS. Has to be one hell of a crossfire here. Mikaze on the warpath. Good angle from Maka and Masuta in combination. Now the wrap! Can't transfer, it's Alexi's pressure that they overwhelms them. Masuta on the side gets overwhelmed. No time for the plant! There's no time! And you can see the face on him, and that is an awkward way for the half to end. 3D Max given a gift.
That's when the CTs do put up the necessary resistance with the load time, right? We had one earlier where they kind of just fell over. This time round, they stall them out. The clock becomes the problem, and with 30 seconds, they're probably chomping at the bit to get this thing back underway. So 3D Max, you get the pistol. Maybe we can start having a conversation of a map on our hands.
Gosh, that was, yeah, just the two of them. Maka and Masuta versus the entire Na'Vi squad, but enough output to get it by virtue of the clock. If you're Na'Vi, if you're Ime in particular, you're going to feel a little bit silly.
If you reflect on that first half of play, opening kills actually fell in favor of 3D Max. So Na'Vi had some good trade work, but also had some good moments. Like I highlighted Ime with that 2-piece feed on the A side when they had lost the exchange in Banana. So they definitely weren't winning out in terms of those opening duels, Na'Vi, but they did have some good individual output in patches.
This is great.
Yeah, 9. It's just that the clock is racing away.
And Masuta, just by hiding out behind that box, being just hard enough to kill.
Oh,
all right.
This is real fast.
We've got pace, ladies and gentlemen. Bit playing around that smoke, confirms they're not coming his way, but through the backstab is held. Important from Maka. Ime hasn't found the headshots necessary. Does chip one in.
One bullet.
No bullets. He's a dead man. Gravity and Kazi partner up, overrun. There is definitely pace in this one. Running into Alexi's USP for one. Round over, surely. Wonderful trying to get back into things.
I think 3D Max is showing, hey, we don't actually have to plant the bomb to win the round. So going for a different way to secure that objective, but now doing it by the book. Bit of extra cash there as well as, oh, that sound cue may have been noted. I think hold on to the Julies, the Kev, and the smoke, right? That don't throw this away for what? A kill? Like it's
now
feel worth it.
This is Pro CS, so I'm sure there's more to it than group up rush A first timing.
No,
or was that was the call?
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is which is fine, right? Because I think if you look at FaZe's T side of Nuke, you could maybe say a couple of similarities are happening there. You're not worrying about taking the map control and then playing off of each other. It's let's cause a scenario that they couldn't possibly have prepped for once we get into a mid-round, right? And if we find that entry, if we trade out efficiently, we're going to be in a very strong spot. So 3D Max, when you were asking about trying to frame these teams, that right there, you could just, this is how 3D Max play, right? You know, an aggressive squad.
You talked about the Na'Vi and how it's all flowcharts. The flowchart for this round for 3D Max was rush A, and the second step was kill them.
Yeah, and the objective changed at some point there to be, okay, let's just take the fights. It was clear that they were very hungry for the jewels, as Wonderful brings out a shotgun into this one.
That's a rarity.
For Na'Vi.
Gravity.
Banana, full control already.
He just wants to go. Block smoke will be thrown. That's what he wanted, and he's achieved it. Forces out that block util. Alexi has another where that came from, and the Kaze too. So going to be trying to hold on to that for as long as they can.
The key to put the pressure on it early like this is because those smokes you're highlighting will be siphoned out quicker.
Yeah.
So you don't get into the last 20 seconds of the round and you can still be blocked. This does put 3D Max in a decent position, but they haven't investigated A whatsoever. They just throwing some light utility to force a response of some kind.
It's a curious choice from Wonderful as well. Not only the shotgun, but how he's choosing to utilize it. He's just playing close short, hoping to catch someone swinging, pre-aiming pit.
I don't know why I'm a bit worried for 3D Max in this round.
Yeah.
Something just feels a bit fishy.
This is actually very interesting. There's a smoke in the apartments, Masuta on the other side of it. And if you go a step further, it's a free frag for Masuta. Here we go. Ooh, nice trade, though, provided by Wonderful. Gets some extra cash for that AWP. Alexi just about finds Maka. Bomb to be planted comfortably. Wonderful confirms Lucky's got the short side on lock. I don't know what the shotgun's supposed to do in this scenario. Partner up with the MP9 and rush at them. Got a bit of presence from Ima coming in from the long side.
Gotta get a move on if you want to win this.
Who moves first? It's got to be the shotty. Kaze draws attention. Ima onto Gravity. Now they burst through. This can go wrong. There's the shotgun and a 1v1 and down goes Kersey. 3 kills. Outrageous.
Okay, well, he's just farmed his AWP right there, hasn't he?
$2,700.
He's a rich man. Diffuse comes in, 9th on the board, and what could have been the conversation for a comeback for 3D Max has just been stunted right there and then. Fortunately for them, they do get the bomb down, so they get a little bit of extra cash going into their force buy, but I feel like the wind's just been taken out of their sails the second half. A lot of output there from the shotgun.
Nice from Ima as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was the first to pull a card from the castle. That's an expression I've just made up. Actually, a brand new one.
It's
House of Cards. Yep. Topple, pulling one of them. You know what I'm saying?
You could do it with a sandcastle. Yep. You could do it with a House of Cards. You could do it with a real castle.
You could.
And you could do it with an eco. So not opting for the force.
You know, there's a lot of castles for sale in France.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're interested.
Yeah.
They're quite reasonably priced.
I thought you were going to give me someone's number. Who am I calling?
No, I'm just telling you. Like, I was surprised to find a significant amount of castles for sale if you're feeling medieval.
Are they owned by Zywo or Apex by any chance?
Potentially. How many of you are using this eco to Google castles in France for sale? Because there is a few. Check them out.
A nice anti-eco setup here from... I think it's more anti-force. I think they're probably expecting a force. But I have heard a couple of pistols rattle off.
Wonderful's feeling himself. It's a great nade to set him up. Here's a couple of steps. Confirms presence just around the river bend. Down goes Maka, and he wants more. He is really feeling himself, and the denial bit steals the ace. That was nearly a 1-mag 5k, and it's not going to happen.
Well, they've established it was that eco. Now they know the guns are going to come out, so 3 Galils, 2 AKs, the util there, but this is a massive bonus round for Na'Vi, isn't it, right? They get to carry through some of those lighter weapons, but they also get the cash from that force by win, the shotgun kills. They are sitting pretty right now, 10-5, 5-round gap. Just 3 more rounds to push them forward.
16-3. Couple of eeks in there, but impact for sure from Wonderful here in the best of one. Hello, info from Makazi on the jump spot confirms Lucky's presence on Banana. He's rather alone.
Through the mid-smoke.
Yeah, and bits of dead man. Lovely flash from Masuta. Sets Kersey up for the opener, and Makaze's pre-fire does not bear fruit. Wonderful, still able to muster some sort of defense, but overcome by the AKs.
Wouldn't mind if Emma and Alexi want to hang around and do a little bit of damage.
Sure.
It's probably their best option in this situation. There you have a pop through a mid-smoke, catch them while they're going for hefty banana control, rotation miles away. You win out that opening exchange and you find yourself in position to grab this 6th round. We are finding ourselves in Group D. So, we've already had a match in this group take place earlier today. That was the Mongols versus Magic.
And the two big names, like the higher seeds in Group D, it's Na'Vi and
Furia.
Furia, yes, okay.
We have 9Z versus Pain coming up. So I think 9Z is one that we definitely need to give our respects to based off of their major run. So, look, if you're going namesake, it's Na'Vi, Furia, 9Z, and Mongols are the 4 that would be your likely expectation. But the Mongols have 2 green players in the roster for this season, Tikuak and Darkmeister.
Best Meister.
Everyone was blind there, besides Kersey. Second timeout from Blade. Wonderful will have his AWP.
And the second timeout from Blade.
Yeah, he's not looking too concerned just yet. I'm taking it all in. You can see this man's frustrations from a mile away.
Yeah, one of the many reasons he is our fan favorite is the heart on the sleeve. Cannot hide how he feels about the round. We've seen him smile a couple of times.
And I'm glad he doesn't.
What,
right?
smile?
No. I meant hide how he feels. Yes. It makes it more entertaining for us.
It absolutely does. It has led to some great reaction gifs, I'm sure you can find.
You know you're in a pretty good position to put them away with this round conversion from Na'Vi, right? Because the loss bonus back and forth in this spread. I don't think that smokes...
Boost to start. Kersey versus Wonderful. And not able to connect the shot. Whistles one past the hip of Kersey.
Gravity's up in towards Boiler already. Very quiet across the map right now. As some still lined up from Gravity. He's selling mid-control.
And by throwing it while already being on that balcony, you kind of hopefully create a little bit of a timing where they're not expecting presence in those apartments.
They're giving a decent amount of room, or at least that's how it looks from the 3D Max lens. We've been able to get banana control without forcing them off the line. Short is the biggest question mark for them at this moment.
Got lots of avant-garde approaches here from the util department. Lucky's got a big one here.
This is Apps Pop written all over it.
Blocked just the right time as well. With 38 seconds on the clock, you're going through that.
It's transitioning now to Bike. He'll have support at 2.
Here they come. Imeta lend a hand, and Bit unloads for 2. Gravity and Kersey sidelined. Masuta spotted over the top of the smoke, and Imet a comfortable finish. It's just Maka and Lucky. Mantles up on the box, does significant damage to Maka. We got to see a plant here. Lucky's found Wonderful, and it should enable a plant. It's a 2-on-2. Making this one competitive. Don't forget what's at stake here in the best of one. 3D Max need this. Begging for it. Maka and Lucky have got to bring this one home. Mikaze and Alexi swing on the short side. A nice headshot, but low. Both of them low. That HE will do the job. Lucky bowled over, and Mikaze looking out for Maka. Elevated, perfect. Finds the headshot. Na'Vi get their 11th.
All right, well, Makazi with some more impact. He was doing a good job in that first half, finding a couple of opening kills. Now he wins a big clutch. And that bomb going down does make things a little bit more interesting for 3D Max in this, but seeing Na'Vi so close to 13, you got to wonder, what are they going to be able to scrape together? Lucky with that kill onto Wonderful there. That's the only reason the round gets interesting whatsoever. If we catch it in the replay, I think Bit does a great job. All right, mows down 2, then I think Emma, right, I would have loved to see him jump up on the box a little bit earlier in that situation, but either way, Makazi makes mincemeat of him. It's been tough for 3D Max throughout this map just to get consecutive rounds. It's only happened on one occasion, and that was their first 2 on the CT side. Otherwise, it's been very spotty. OC in the finances will be on a Mac 10. This is likely something a bit more poppy or set. I don't feel that because of the Mac 10. I just think it's getting desperate out there.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to try and play map control Counter-Strike against a team like Na'Vi, and you have some greener names, you might have a tougher time. So
I will say that the fact that Gravity's been given the Mac gives me a bit more faith. I think this guy's one of the best when it comes to the SMGs.
That is fair.
Could be one hell of a HE from Alexi. Bang! Connection onto 3. Softened up for the Makaze M4, A4, and Alexi's on the floor. Hold on. It all falls to Makaze, and he runs out of health and bullets, and help is on the way. Wonderful arrives just in time. Locked on CT will make it to Ruins, and a chance for this Coffins fight. Ooh, decisions.
So much time. You think that they've tightened the noose, they haven't at all. Bit just top mid. Could be one of those cut noise moments. You hope that they start playing for info and push through, and you can catch them off guard, or they over-rotate. They will concede the bomb plant with this setup. Wonderful. We'll call the CT smoke. Emma has floated away. And it's Bit, who you'd love to be over towards B with these smokes, and he's got the HE for the break, but going to cut the mustard now. They should be able to waltz in and get this down. Bit still hasn't rotated. There's not a sound cue to confirm this just yet. There is now.
Look at this from Masuta. Brings the fight to them. Ima was close behind, and the multi denied. Ima onto Masuta, now puts it all onto Maka, and a clutch that feels necessary. It's asking an awful lot from their captain. Ima predicted perfectly by Maka, makes it a one-on-one. Bit healthy. He's got the kit.
Got a molly as well here.
Maka relocates. Gets the info and should catch the timing. Beautiful round, a necessary clutch. Quad kill out of Maka.
All right, well, that's got the crowd and 3D Max making a little bit of noise there, but this is still going to be a tough way back to things. It's not a round you're expecting them to pick up in these circumstances, especially after this.
Yeah.
Now, this man right here has been involved in any opening they'll give him. Right, it's 9 in total. He's actually on the losing end. He's 4 and 5 in terms of success rate, but he's always getting stuck in first. So Maka, 15 kills now, has given them a bit of a lifeline, and you can break the money. Well, it's broken, right? But this is where you need to capitalize, and they're just going fast.
Okay, look at the Gravity go. Perfect flash. Bit repositions, baits him in. That's
Surely you call it off.
of a messy one.
He was on his own, right? The Halls pop wasn't ready yet. They weren't close enough, right?
You're
It's
right.
going to take him a little bit longer to get there. So he's just run through, given up his life, and
he just trusted the flash. Bit, however, pathed well. Tucked back into cover, baits them in. That's a lot of info. Just spotted the whole squad. Bomb was on the radar.
I understand the decision-making process that we've just seen from Na'Vi, but it does mean now that 3D Max are back in a very strong position. They still want to finish towards A. Heard the app smoke.
Vigilant as well for this gamble. Here comes Masuta. Jiggle from Ima. Easy pickings. Wonderful. Similar position. Will he go overlooked? It's fallen into place nicely. A consecutive from 3D Max.
Yeah, which we're just talking about how difficult it is for them to get those. So
nice.
You're not overlooking it in this situation, right? You are definitely going to make sure that you are clearing out every nook and cranny. And with how that started, I thought we were in for an absolute nightmare ending to this map here for 3D Max, but they are still holding on.
Yeah, and the deliberate Mac 10s. You know, I think that's always, it's something 3D Max are not afraid to do. When they know the opponent's in a compromise buy scenario, just whip out the Max and go pedal to the metal, as Gravity did.
Well, they'll get an opportunity again now, knowing that it's the Eco coming up next. So we'll retain these and hopefully farm up. This will become 11-8. 3-round gap. Navi on eco with a save down for Makazi that we're just watching jiggle.
Just keep jiggling.
Terrorists win.
The crowd's grown a little bit. I will say most of the French fans are wearing Vitality jerseys.
They certainly are.
But they're still cheering.
And they're still here for the 3D Max comeback.
So they know Makazi's the B defender, right? So you know he saved something. You have a question to ask. Do we think that they're going to place it elsewhere looking for a fight, or do we want to avoid him, right? Do we want to just go to the opposite site?
Oh, that's a lot of damage from a singular grenade.
Gravity again, though, applying a lot of pressure. This time he doesn't actually put his body on the line, but still having a glance top middle. Bit and wonderful playing to be traded by Makazi.
Island boost. Easy pickings. And now Makaze, is he able to find anything with that M4?
You just go B now, right? This is where you would group up and finish over towards the B site. Makazi, one of the B defenders, is alongside of Alexi, but you know Makazi was the man that saved.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a USP on Alexi. There's nothing he can do. Oh, Gravity's keeping Makaze busy and takes him out as well. You can see a little shake of the head there from Makaze. Gravity's very cheeky on those SMGs.
All right, 2-round gap. They're going to be
on the
kicking
trot.
themselves about how they played that Maka round.
It has been somewhat of a fire starter to get 3D Max back in.
Well, there's the third and final tactical timeout from Blade. There are going to be some issues in the buy department. They are buying, don't get me wrong, but Makazi focusing on utility has gone with a FAMAS. Alexi is going to have to make a similar decision. It looks like he's got, surely he swaps out the M4 with Makazi here, right? You have to. This guy's just been a monster in terms of the multis. Makazi and Wonderful both with 5 multi-kills each throughout this map of play. No AWP for Wonderful. And away we go.
Makaze trying his luck. That FAMAS does start to forge a path down towards Banana. Complete Banana control now for Na'Vi as pressure A. Rather rapid. Here comes Kersey. Swings on into his demise. Spots 2. Easy for Bit. Dips back. Finds Gravity. The trade attempt gets nothing. The suit is gone. This is ugly. Maka and Lucky up against the world. Need to make this 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2. And they've done it. Claws him back. Stays competitive. Bomb thrust forward. Demanding Lucky plants. How do Makaze and Alexi get back into this? Partner up and trade. Replenish on the Moto smoke?
That's huge.
That's perfect.
That might be it. They might just call this off.
Well, no, you go gray screen and it's easy for Lucky. No, it's not. Doesn't track him well. Alexi charges through. Maka, another, no, 9 bullets. 9 bullets. That should be a 12 for Na'Vi guaranteed. He'd have to hit some crazy headshots.
No kit.
Doesn't swing. Calls the bluff. Double. Trouble! 10-second defuse secured. Alexi's happy with that one.
Okay. Not getting picked apart one by one this time round. I think when I see that Moto smoke come up, it's a tough decision to make. Knowing that your loss bonus is only building and we're late stages of the game, so...
Nah, Lucky's going to be really kicking himself. I mean, he's had a great map. He has been, top of the tables. He's been finding impactful frags, but...
Vin's double was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, the fact he gets 2.
Your anchor, I need 1, right? That's what I'm saying. I need... He's over-delivered with the 2 kills there. Bit, for me, key factors in that one for Na'Vi. All right, well, this could be the final round. 3D Max. Anything left for us? Well, not quickly surging towards top mid. They want to try and do some nade damage. Top Banana rattled off. Heaps of damage done. 2 players walking wonky. That's unconfirmed.
Step in the right direction.
And it will force the respect. They're too low to hang around offensively. But it might force them into a gamble, right? You might see Alexi just come and sit in the site if they can get the timing, because Brackets control being ushered in by the help of Macca's AWP. Emma in trash.
Been forced away from short.
And Bomb still T stairs, so it feels like we will be finishing towards B. As he does have a smoker at the 50-second mark, they are going to need a oh, he's just dropped it out. Okay.
Oh, wasn't ready for that. Emma's booty cheeks just appeared on his screen. There's a nice one onto Masuta.
Alexi's rotating.
He's alone.
There'll be two of them here.
Just about. Makaze. Ooh, nails the first headshot, finds it onto Lucky. Alexi's going through this. Their backs are turned, and he can't find it. Gravity, a bit of team damage, puts it into a 2-on-3. Favoring Na'Vi, but is it? That bomb is down. Hard part done.
The kit is on bit, and it...
Oh, at range, Maka using that new box angle to pull us into a 2-on-2. Not looking too comfortable is Imet and Bit.
Never mind, it's on Imet.
Peaks Paul. Gravity's got to back its aim there, committed to the position, didn't stand a chance versus that headhunter. And the pre-aim, they know where he's at. Maka's got to hit both of these shots. He's going to get overwhelmed. No, he isn't. Needs a bolt. Can't find it. Na'Vi close it down. Imma with an impactful clutch. And that's game.
Now, Gravity's already disconnected from the server. Knew that one was coming through. Maka did what he could to keep them in it. But this will be Na'Vi surging forward in Group D. They'll be taking on the Mongols for a spot in the playoffs.
And naturally, things have to be as entertaining as humanly possible, which is why we're at the Esports World Cup. This Counter-Strike has heated up here on day one for Na'Vi. Getting a little close there for 3D Max. Yeah, this isn't the start you wanted in best of ones, but it's the one you got. Now you've got to deal that hand you've been dealt. I want to welcome you back to the desk with Dupree in the middle. I got Pimp down the end. My name's Trace Aranthus, or you might know me as Stunna. But for Na'Vi, good hard-fought battle here. Nice litmus test to see which Na'Vi we're going to get coming into the EWC 2026. And what we've got is the result of them winning.
I would say it's an acceptable start for Na'Vi coming to this season, right? You know, for the vast majority of the game, they looked in control. You know, it got a little bit itchy on when they turned their attention to the CT side, where 3D Max did start to claw their way back. But once Na'Vi still, you know, got the money under control and salvaged the last situation they could, they panned out. And I think it's good to see that Na'Vi comes into the season, you know, playing still with the fundamentals, still playing with the rotations, and still playing around their strengths, which we have seen them playing on Banana in this given game, but also turning their attention, making these diversion calls that Alexi is so known for. So overall, I'm satisfied regardless of the scoreline being a little maybe too narrow for the likes of Na'Vi.
Knowing Blade, I think he'll look at this game and, as you said, you know, be okay with the result of the game. You know, a win is a win, especially in a best-of-one game against the 3D Max, who, in the beginning of the season, online at the very least, showed that they were here to play. I do, however, think that when you look at the second half and some of the rounds that they were losing, you know, playing 4v2s, 3v2s, where a couple of the players got a bit ahead of themselves, you know, sticking around and maybe taking another fight, playing a little bit too overconfident and maybe, I wouldn't say unserious in a way, but playing, you know, as if it wasn't a very important game to win. I think Blade is the type of coach who would, you know, show the players that and be like, listen, guys, I know it's the opening game. I know we ended up winning anyway. I know sometimes you can let a little bit loose, but if we want to be a team that is supposed to win this tournament, we got to cut out all the mistakes and we got to be very clinical in the way we approach every single game. For my money, Na'Vi were the better team without a doubt. They played well, but there were a couple of moments in this game where if you play better teams, you will get punished and you will potentially end up risking losing a map like this. So if I'm Blade, I'm happy by the result, but there's a couple of things I want to hone in on.
It's scary close, and I think I can come right back to what you're saying there on that, Dupree, and the fact that if you are Blade, when you go back and look at this footage, it's time to tighten up, guys. This is probably, you know, you probably got away with one right here in a couple different scenarios and instances as regard to rounds in the game. But yeah, we can do better. This need to do better. This have to do better.
It was still a good performance from Na'Vi. Let's not shy away from the fact that they were in control for the vast majority of the game. So Na'Vi getting the W was good. It's a good performance and a good start to the season for them.
It is. So let's take this opportunity here from Alexa B via Freya.
Exactly what we're going to be doing down here on the stage. Congratulations, Alexi. Let's be honest, though. It was pretty in control from you for the vast majority of this game. Things did get a little bit dicey towards the end. Scoreline hits 11-9. Blade calls his last timeout. What's he saying in that moment to kind of calm you guys down?
Yeah, exactly. Calming us down since
We knew this round that Maka won shouldn't have happened. We all knew that he was low HP as well, so we kind of just misplayed it. Unfortunately, we didn't have the best economic going into that round on the 11th, but they decided to make a fast play on A. And yeah, I'm happy we played 3A that round and got the crucial entries. And in the end, yeah, some good clutches from us as well, even though we had the man advantage in those rounds. Yeah, solid game.
Wonderful and Makaze, both looking incredibly solid in the server today. Do you think they missed playing officials? Because it's been a while since we've seen you in the server.
Yeah, you could feel on the communication that we didn't play an official for a while. It was a pretty hectic at times compared to, you know, some of the practices you play on bootcamp where it tends to be more chill. But yeah, they played very good individually, and we all saw it.
I imagine there's more than just you deciding what events you're going to be attending, how long you're taking these kind of prolonged breaks for, right? Because you're one of the teams that have had a bit more time away from officials after the Cologne major. What benefits do you see to having a little bit more time maybe to boot camp, just away from those officials?
I mean, we've been a team for a long time now, so just, you know, spending some time firstly like on vacation, then going into a long boot camp and not rushing things. We tried to analyze, we tried to do our best in order to, you know, step even one step further on this season. But yeah, the opening game is always the hardest, and I'm glad we managed to win it since it was a best of one. But you know, there's still a long way to go here and a lot of tournaments this season, so we need to be ready.
Things can certainly get a bit chaotic in these best of ones. We've seen that happen already here at EWC. Just one more question, throwing it back to the major. Of course, we saw the disappointment of you guys not making it through to the playoffs of that. How do you harness that as an in-game leader and use that as fuel, as motivation for the guys coming into a new season?
I mean, that's the only thing you need to do. You know, we were deeply disappointed considering that we came into the major with good form, or at least that's what everyone thought, and we even had a boot camp. Everything was there for us to, you know, have our chances. But in the end, we couldn't, you know, come over the finish line, and that's what happens, and you need to, you know, build the motivation off of that.
I see what you did there, the finish line. Nice one, Alexi. And a nice one from Na'Vi, indeed. 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, Na'Vi, Alexi B, hell, it's a wonderful thing they've got going on over there, ain't it, Jacob? That's because Wonderful showing up in spades for this side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, you could say so. I think Emma had a great performance as well. You know, a couple of times in this game, he was very vital and very aggressive, as you like to see Emma play as well. So overall, I think, as Alexi B said, a solid game of Counter-Strike. They didn't really teach us anything new. We didn't really see anything, but that's kind of what you expect. It's a best of one game. So, you know, temper expectations. Be happy the Na'Vi won, and hopefully we get to see them move deeper and deeper and deeper into the tournament.
Yeah.
So you're saying we didn't necessarily... Sorry, you're saying we didn't necessarily learn anything from the fight on Banana that Na'Vi almost won in round 10, where Wonderful ended up at the end of the very end of the round. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about the...
Because I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. My bad.
No, it's obviously... I think he said it himself, right? You know, it's the first game of the season. You know, there's probably a lot of jitters and a lot of thoughts going through their head. And I think it was just important for Na'Vi to be looking into the case now that they needed to salvage what they couldn't from the major, right? They needed to stop the bleeding and not continue the downwards trend of not, you know, performing, because they did have a good start to the season. So, yeah, a good win for them. But, I mean, like... If you turn your attention to 3D Max, you know, it's stability that I've been missing, right? It's the things that, you know, the CT size has just been way too bad, you know, and it was very easy to see that Na'Vi just really figured out how to punish it, and you know, I think it really comes to close into round 10, where I do think that really comes to show where some of the issues that 3D Max is just really putting it in, and it's actually, the setup here is actually pretty good. I think Maka actually gets the first one here, which is good, and the setup is there to back it up, and then Gravity almost loses this frag out, but this is what bothers me, right? The fact that Na'Vi just walks back. You have Curse just standing in an off angle in the middle of nowhere. As soon as he dies, Misura is in deep shit, and he has to salvage everything. If he doesn't get like a triple kill here, he's literally in the case where they can't win the round, and that gives Bit the space to walk around the side and actually gets this double kill. He almost brings them back in this situation, and it's the connections between the sides that I saw from 3D Max that is not working together. It is the connections that what we've just achieved on Banana. How do we then approach the late round? What Curse is doing is literally just throwing the round away, and luckily for them, Lucky does actually manage to salvage back, but it's these type of things that they need to work on.
Quite impressive that you can play a 5v3 CT side on Inferno and lose map control like they did right here, and that's a great example for 3D Max. If anything, it's also a clear evidence of two different levels of Counter-Strike. I think, again, when you look at 3D Max, you're looking at a team where expectations should be that they are maybe a top 15 team, you know, that they maybe qualify for the major, and if they're good, they make it to stage 2, where Whereas for Na'Vi, you heard Alexi B, right? They've had a long boot camp, a slow build up to the season, came into the major in good form. We're one of the few teams to win a trophy outside of Vitality as well. So the expectations for Na'Vi is that they're winning trophies, you know, and or at least being in the grand finals or in the playoff every single time. So I think at the end of the day, we got a game here where, you know, throughout the day so far, I think a lot of the games have been closer than we expected. This was exactly as close as I expected. Na'Vi being the better team without a doubt, but at times 3D Max showing that they could play Counter-Strike.
I mean, just in relevance to round 10.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Looking at the graphic right now, that's what I'm talking about. If you're a team that's supposed to be top 15, then you can't have stats like this, you know. If you're sitting at a 45% CT round win and you're looking for stability, that's probably where you're going to be looking first. Like, that's where you want to put your eggs in the basket. We need to fix our CT sides. And this is just like, this is overall. This is just not Inferno. And I believe that Inferno is the third best CT side outside of Cash and does too. So, you know, it's a grim looking thing for 3D Max. You know, if they want to be finding that stability, trying to improve, they need to be working on the CT sides, because that's where I think they have the biggest issue, because the T-sides today against Na'Vi, it looked okay, right? They did manage to claw their way back, but not when they have CT-sides. This is not going to happen.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the phone, as you can see, clearly. Yeah, but I think this one can go without saying for the side of this whole matchup. Again, we're in best of ones, right? So now you get to move a little bit away from this tumultuous territory of like, oh, well, yes, 3D Max could come in and do what might even be considered an upset. Would you have called it an upset at this time?
It would have been an upset, you know, if they were to win, especially in a best of one fashion. It wouldn't have been a massive upset. I think 3D Max have shown before that they're capable of playing well against good teams. I think I described them as a team that is often playing up to the level of the opposition. Today, they did that as well, I'd say so. You know, 3D Max weren't necessarily playing bad Counter-Strike. There was just a couple of moments, round 10 being one of them, where it's not mistakes you can allow yourself to make against a team like Na'Vi. Even you said it right, Pete. I think Lucky came in and actually ended up winning the round. But at the end of the day, it cost a lot in terms of the economy. That could have been a round where they survived 4 or 5 players. So they put themselves in a much better position in terms of constantly rebuying and fighting their way back into the first half. So there's things to work on for 3D Max, but I'm not upset about them losing, because I don't consider 3D Max to be a team that's relevant when you talk about teams like Na'Vi, like Falcons, like Vitality for that matter, who we're going to see. 3D Max is a different caliber of a team right now, and for them to be at this tournament is probably the first step.
Yeah, they've taken...
Participation award, is that what they call it?
That they're happy with.
Well, I don't know if we can quite give them that yet. I mean, I guess 0-2...
That's how I feel about being here, you know? I'm just happy to be here.
A participation award is how you feel, Jacob. Wow, man. I'm looking at the prestige and all the pedigree that comes with winning an Esports World Cup. And I also just want to say it's a great time for us to look at the A brackets. So with that in mind, Jacob, I know we started with the D last time. We'll start with the A this time, which we are on the precipice of 100 Thieves at Vitality. That's me telling you not to tune away from the stream if you're tuning in right now, because Jacob's going to tell you all about Group A.
Yeah, we're gonna save the best for the later. GG How, you know, beating Team Spirit. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest, and that's the main takeaway for me. You know, GG How versus Gamer Legion, winner goes into the playoff. That is a massive opportunity tomorrow.
More like GG, how'd they do that?
GG How, yeah. That was a nice one. I like that one.
Sorry, guys. I'll be
been here for 9 hours. That's the first one, so...
I like that one.
Crazy for that.
Give it to him.
Group A, cool. Let's switch it over to B. Let's see how Group B is unfolding. Dupree, I know you like the Group of B.
I always like the group, you know, and as you mentioned, like it's like Falcons, you know, they make things work. You know, thankfully, God, they did things right and made it work. And now they're going to be facing off against Astralis tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. And then, obviously, we've already watched FaZe Clan. Had a little bit of a trouble going up against the likes of BB team. So right now, you know, them going against Legacy, you know, it's going to be open for everyone's taking.
I feel like it's the one group where everything makes sense, you know. There's not been a single upset right here. Everything makes sense. You look at the lower bracket, makes sense. You look at the upper bracket, makes sense. Falcons will beat Astralis. Legacy will most likely beat FaZe Clan, and everyone is happy.
Yeah, and that's why we switched.
The FaZe Clan fans.
Yeah, aside from those fans, of course. Shout out to them. Okay, so here we go. I said we were on the precipice of a really cool matchup. We've been talking about it all day long. It's Team Vitality versus the 100 Thieves. Why are the 100 Thieves? Just name their whole lineup. They're all your friends.
Right now? Okay, so as a coach, we have Glaive. Then we have Legend, Rain. We have Poi. We have Sira. He's like talent coming out of Denmark. Then obviously we also have Device. And then let's not forget the mastermind of Gismi. You know, like, you know, he's on the talking cards for everyone right now. Rightfully so. I think he's impressed everyone. So I'm excited to see what can happen in the best of one against Vitality.
Well, it's going to be a quick one. Anyway, Group D, you know. Na'Vi, 3D Max, we just saw that unfold. The Mongols had a pretty clear-cut victory on Mirage against Magic. I'm curious to that matchup. I think think the Mongols are being, again, slept on a little bit. They're so much better than we give them credit for. I don't know what it is after Sensu left, but they constantly manage to exceed expectations. So that best of 3, Na'Vi versus the Mongols, I find that quite intriguing, Trace.
Yeah, over on that B stream, Wildcard Furia, that's what's up coming up next. Vitality 100 Thieves for us, and also a little bit of a break so that we can kind of wet our whistle over here and get ready to jump back into the server. If you can imagine it, it's the Esports World Cup 2026, Counter-Strike 2 all week, next week too. We'll be right back after this.
can they remain alive as Queserado finds himself a quick double, and it seems like Wildcards has kind of signed themselves not finding a bomb plant.
Yeah, their own death certificate signed. Rek at least had a chance to do some damage with the M4 there, but could not fall. Only one person end up losing their life in the previous round for Furia, which is Maladoy, so it's a perfect excuse to pick up the op, and I'm sure he's not complaining too much about that.
No.
It's good to hear him doing better, you know? Saw on social media that his eye was all messed up. Felt bad for the guy, but seems to be all right according to Fallen.
I mean, we'll see how much it really affects him, but I'm going to say he's at 99% anyway, so...
He's one of the best operators in the world. Even if he's not at 100%, he's still going to be better than most people.
That is very, very true, and maybe what little advantage Wildcard could have taken advantage of seem like it'll really affect him too much in the grand scheme of things. Deep nade in towards Banana, and it's going to hurt. Sexy Eye tagged down to 48. The rest peppered a little bit here and there, as Furia continue to just deny access across all sites.
Slow start for Wildcard. No real progress made much of anywhere, but they will start to refocus themselves up Banana. Good take, concise, and they want to go straight into this B bomb site. Fallen able to spray one through the smoke. Kinder tagged up through Coffin. Still has his life, doesn't quite spot 60 out through that smoke. And the bomb site will be given up to Wildcard. Queserado's boost. Timing could be perfect here, but he actually falls. I'm not sure if a sound cue was fully made. Seems that 60's aware of the situation. And Fury has still a second to wait before the backstab of Yuri comes in through Banana. Post plant positions doubled up both sides for Wildcard. Yuri hesitant to get active, but a Molotov onto the site that does miss means that Furia gonna call themselves out, call for the save. Definitely can't blame them. Trying to retake the B-bomb site is one of the scariest things you could do in this game, and Maldo is still doing some economic damage, so even though the round given up, it seems that the pincer to eliminate all the rifles is absolutely perfection. Not a single player surviving for Wildcard, although the round is still being won.
That one's going to be costly. Success. Also, nearly everyone's lives there. As Furia down to only a measly 2-round lead. The money's still flourishing nonetheless. They can definitely fall back onto it. Not really stress and strain themselves too much. Fallen, just this consistent opening kill, and he is just the wall of defense for this B site right now.
A really important kill there, because if he falls back and doesn't give up anything, the Kinder eventually goes down. It's a completely different situation for that retake. You're probably not even thinking that much about going for it. Maybe you're still trying to get the fallback kills, but you'd be a lot less aggressive about it.
Yeah.
Early stages in the 5th round. Does see more of a focus towards the upper mid position. Wanting to sneak up towards brackets. A bit of utility thrown in to allow a push and a peek. And Amanya, aggressive towards the arches already. Nade not doing enough damage to really stop any sort of presence. But a great CT setup. 60 immediately eliminates the IGL. Queserado able to find one for himself. Trades back and forth. Does leave us into an even 3-on-3. From all the way still.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
So some are saying it's the matchup of the day, and I am highly enticed to agree with them. That's right, here at the Esports World Cup in 2026, I present to you 100 Thieves versus a Vitality. Both of these teams with tons of tenure and pedigree and all the accolades between the two of them that you could possibly think of within this game, outside of having Dupree's. So with that being said, I think we can jump right into the important stuff here, the nitty-gritty of what we're looking at. This is the matchup we've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one, you know. There's also a bit of a personal excitement, you know. It is my former team in Vitality. There's some former teammates, but there's also former teammates on the other side, you know. So it is a clash of people that I know, and I'm always excited for that one, you know. And the fact that it's the best of one, you know, I always love like an upset story. So if there's parts of me that think would be awesome to see that the 100 Thieves could actually bring a bit of a fight to Vitality, because, you know, anything can happen in the best of one. So yeah.
But in the big picture, you know, of the club championships here, and I know, Jacob, you get a good giggle out of these things, but it's serious business, bro. And do you know why, Jacob?
I know why. There's a lot of money at stake, you know, especially for both these teams. Falcons are up there. Vitality still in contention to win the entire thing. As far as I'm aware, they still have a lot of games left, so a lot of different avenues to create some more points. And being the heavy favorite here in Counter-Strike, there's still a chance Vitality can win the entire goddamn thing, which I believe is $7 million
it's a lot.
for the first prize.
That's
so, yeah, I think it's serious business, Trace.
Yeah, very serious business, especially for the likes of 100 Thieves, right? You've got just CS left. You won't really be able to
I don't think they're going to make the cut here. Even if they win, they're not going to be in contention to win. So
yeah,
that one's out of the way.
I didn't want to have to say that. But on the other side, Vitality ranked 5th currently, and are still able to place first when it's all said and done. So there's still a chance for Vitality in the running here, whereas 100 Thieves want to be the spoiler, and it might as well start right here, right now.
Yeah, sorry. It's you know, for Vitality, you know, this is very important. Not only for the organization but also for the team. And looking at the fact that it's also in Paris, you know, it is something that comes down the line that they also want to be, you know, playing well on their home side with all the fans. And there's even a small pack of crowd that actually showed up to watch them play. I thought that we were going to be more, but there is people here that actually wants to watch them live.
Yeah, especially for what, a Wednesday night at roughly 8 o'clock. So yeah.
Yeah, I hate to do this, man, but I have to keep my integrity intact, and I'll be completely honest. Name value in this game, Vitality versus the Thieves, sure, it could be exciting. We're talking about the greatest team of all time in Counter-Strike against a team who only as of recently were able to beat a somewhat decent team in BC game in a best of 3 in order to make it here. The Thieves are not in a conversation that at any point should be in the same conversation as Vitality or anywhere near that. Sure, name value in Device, in Rain, you name it. It could be fun, it could be exciting. This game should be a landslide. This is like having Spirit playing GG How. You know, it's the same odds of the Thieves.
Yeah, that's what that's what I wanted to bring in, you know, because that happened earlier. So there's always a chance, and it might happen twice a day.
You could walk outside and get
Thunder strikes twice.
You could walk outside and get hit by a bull. There's a chance of that happening. It's not likely, you know.
I don't want to do that.
Hold on, now. Bull or lightning? You know, you do raise a very valid concern right there. Which is more likely to happen? Would you rather be hit, or are you more likely to be hit by a bull or lightning, Jacob? Would you tell?
I think it's somewhat depending on where you live. Maybe, I don't know, somewhat equal. In France, I think there's a lot of agriculture. Is that what it's called?
Agriculture.
Something like that. You
That's
know?
where they grow the buildings. It's actually a new thing they're trying around here.
I feel the bull option is somewhat equal to the lightning. The point being right here, for the Thieves to go in against Vitality, they got nothing to lose whatsoever. If they make the game just slightly competitive, we should all be happy. We should be clapping our hands. They're not going to beat Vitality. Let's be honest.
Yo, but gives me more. Gives me more. Gives me more.
Gizmy is more, and he is. I think he is potentially. Okay, it's very aggressive.
Is he going to say the best UK player right now? Or something like that?
Well, no, because we do have Messi, right? So maybe he's there, right?
So the worst player of Vitality is still better than the best player of the Thieves.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's not the point.
Stop
The point here is that the fact that Gizmi, I think he is the sole reason to why the 100 Thieves are even here. That's my honest opinion. Now, you know what he showed in Cologne, and then his teammates move on to Luminosity to then get picked up. That's a scoop. That's a massive scoop. And I even talked with Glaive about that. I talked with Glaive at Devices Winning when I attended that one. He said, this guy's a genius. So, and if Glaive claims to say that someone is a genius when he's a genius himself, he's got to back that up, you know. Like, there's got to be something to it.
I agree. You know, I think it's a massive scoop for the Thieves. The fact that they have gotten better, the fact that they started to beat some of the teams that they couldn't beat, you know, just a couple of months ago. The fact that they qualified for this tournament as well by winning 3 best of 3s and getting through the last chance qualifier, beating Simple's BC game as well.
Unfortunate.
I'll be honest, I was watching that game as well. You know, Gizmi, you pointed him out. He won a 1v3 at a point where BC game should have won the game. That should have been it. There would have been no Thieves right here. But at the end of the day, they're getting better and slowly but surely progressing and slowly but surely building up. But we're not in the timeline yet where they are competitive against a team like Vitality. Let's see in the lower bracket. Let's see later on. But for now, the fact that the Thieves are in this tournament is a massive step in the right direction.
So you could say that they're just stealing their way through this bracket.
Because of the Thieves?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yep.
But also, I know Jacob really loves a good pun, so I thought I'd bring that one out.
I love a good pun, not
a mid-tier pun. Yeah. There's nothing mid-tier about Vitality, and again, I do know that we didn't see them win this last major, but you can absolutely not write off what it is that they bring to the table. There's systems at play here. There's entire protocols that have to come in play for these guys to operate and to find the successes that they do. For whatever reason, sometimes that's not the case. Is it as easy to pinpoint that or not, Jake?
Somewhat. You know, I think the motivation for Vitality coming into this tournament should be high. Naturally, not winning the major, that was hurtful for the team. They're not doing well at the Blast Bounty, losing in the online portion of that, not even getting to the land stage. Also disappointing, you know, very disappointing. Roar. And then you go into this tournament on home turf. We know we play the final in the ACO Arena. Peter, you have found memories of that arena together with Vitality. I think they are super, super motivated. And just to add on top of that, they played 2 more tournaments this year without Apex, one of them without Messi in the other one. So if they want to win a tournament as a team before the major, this is the one. This is the crown jewel. This is the one Vitality are going to come in and they're going to aim for this one. So I think they're highly motivated to get off to a good start.
I really think that, you know, the whole major story, them not winning, not, you know, tying the record that we had in Astralis, Apex not getting his 5th as I do, yada, yada, yada. I can continue doing that one. It really hurt them. Let's be honest. I mean, you could tell.
You're heavy, yeah?
Of course I'm heavy. Why wouldn't I be, right? I got to be a little selfish at some point, right? But regardless of that, that hurt them. And you could tell that hurt them. And now, the fact that this tournament that they returned to, with also the start of this season, that we're in Paris, that also got to mean a lot to them, you know? And I think your point, Jacob, with the fact that we're going to have Apex having a baby and also Missing having a second one, that also creates a lot of disturbance around the team. You know, they have to play with stand-ins. They have a good one in jail, which is already announced, so that's good for them. But it still creates the disturbance around a team that, for the future now, where are we going? Like, is this gonna hurt them having a stand-in? Is that gonna end that era? Is gonna end that special feeling that they had connection between players? Or are we just gonna see them power through, still do well? I don't know. It's you know, it kind of reminds me of how things were a little bit back when I was in Astralis with the whole COVID. Everything just, you know, kind of shifted out of place, and things is hard to recover from.
I mean, it's funny you bring up Astralis, and that's exactly what we're going to do in our head-to-head right now. We're talking about Device Izaiwu, guys, in 2026. So you can think about that one. I'd rather you talk about it, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players with a rich history. One right now, arguably being the best in the world, or at least in contention to win that title once more. Device is in the fall of his career, you know, let's be completely honest. The fact that he still remains around, the fact that he's at this tournament, it's nice to see. But in terms of his individual output, how he's been playing, I feel like there's still more to Device. I don't know. He's been in Denmark, at least for you and I, Peter, a player that you always looked up to. You played with him for a long, long time. I remember growing up with him on the server as well. I'd say he's the most talented player to ever come out of Denmark. He was not always the most serious player, at least early days. Didn't practice that much, didn't really play the game that much. But whenever he would join the server, he would always be the best player on the server. I'm starting to feel now that unless you're grinding, unless you're putting in all the required hours, you're not going to show that skill anymore. And I think it's haunting Device a little bit that he's getting to the stage of his career where some players are simply just putting in more hours.
Yeah, and he's always been extremely gifted, and the hours is also what concerns me. And you know, when I saw he joined this project, you know, you can even hear like you can definitely feel the crowd here cheering for Vitality, rightfully so. But you know, like I could just feel when he joined this project that he needed to put in more hours. And I'm still at a point where I'm doubting if that's actually going to happen. Is he going to put in the hours? Because if you go back 5 years, if you go back 5 years, I think like the match between, or the head-to-head between ZywOo and Device was very close, but now it's very far apart. Like ZywOo is like, we're up here now and Device is down here, despite how much I love him.
And that's exactly what the numbers show us as well. And it's strange, too, when you think about this battle. It's kind of like the passing of the torch at one time from what was the Device era of Counter-Strike, where a lot of people are studying Device tapes, trying to figure out how to apply themselves like Device. Do it like Device, they might even say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people tried to copy what he was doing, and I even sometimes went down and sat together with him or with my coach Sonic at that time watching, like, because there was a point where I had to do a little bit of standing open, and we watched the demo together, and we were like, how does he end up having 25 kills? He's doing nothing. But he's just always in the right spot. He hits the easy shots. He's never been like the flashy player or anything, but he's just always been the guy that seems to be in the right spot and always been a very good teammate offering utility and everything. And then obviously just talently gifted.
The cool thing about that is that I'm going to say something that all the Twitch chat and Reddit is going to go crazy about right now, you know. No, so. But it's a lack of comprehending. It's a lack of brain cells. I think that's the issue. Now, ZywOo has obviously been the best player in the world before. He's in contention to still be it. I think Device have inspired a whole lot of more people with the way he's been AWP. Because people look at ZywOo and they're like, I can't replicate that. You know, that's just a sixth sense for the game. That's a different level of Counter-Strike. Whereas people looked at Device and they were like, his positioning, the way that he's always making the right decision, the way that he's always taking the shot, falling back, taking another shot, falling back. That's inspirational stuff because people can relate to it. People look at Device being like, I can do that. Whereas people look at ZywOo and be like, that's just out of my world, you know. So I think in terms of inspiration, Device has probably had a greater impact on a lot of the operas you see nowadays than ZywOo's having.
And you bring up a great point there that we cannot all be ZywOo. I think we can go walk away from this one with that and also hear from Apex at the same time.
The Bees are well and truly in the building. I've got Apex standing by for EWC, of course, in your home country as well. You've talked about how important EWC is for Vitality as an organization. Of course, we've got this beautiful setup here as well. But for you, it being in your home country, it's not often we get a tournament in France. So how much pressure does that add?
Well, yeah, I didn't think that after the major in Paris, we will have another one, to be honest. So, of course, the pressure will be high, but for me, just I don't think about that for too much for now. Just the group stage, not that many people can see us. Maybe further, I will think about it. For now, I just want us to get back to a good level because it's been 2 months that we've been struggling a bit more than usual. That's normal, that's a competition, but yeah, let's see how we can change that.
I don't want to throw it too much back to the major, but I've got to address the emotions that we saw coming out of you guys, right? It was a huge disappointment for you. I don't think I've seen you, that emotional for some time, right? Because of the success of Vitality. How do you harness that in the off season to make sure that you can use that to grow and get back to the form?
Well, it was like a year and a half that we didn't have this problem because we won 2 majors. We had really good vacation after that. It was the easiest vacation ever, so we didn't have to think too much about problems, etc., because we were like ready and playing pretty well. So now, yeah, I think that we all have regrets about what happened at the major, what happened about our preparation in a way. So we really want to have like a redemption and show that we can still be the best. And so yeah, it's step by step, but we know we can do it. You just have the right mentality at that moment, and but we're ready for it.
I just want to ask about the extra circumstances going into this season as well. We've obviously heard JL's going to be coming in to replace both you and Mezzy during this season. But does that add more pressure to the events where you have your full 5 to actually be getting some of those wins and getting trophies back in your cabinet?
In a way, yeah, in a way, no. We had this discussion with the team because it was needed. We needed to have this kind of discussion. And what went out from that is that, of course, we all wish that we would have played together, but that's just the circumstances. That's the first time in my 20 years of Counter-Strike that I take my personal life over my professional life, and it has to happen in this occasion. I know it's not easy for the team, but we have to accept that and be sure that we will give our really best for the next few events that we are together. I'm not sure it adds more pressure. It just have we have to be honest with each other about how things will go and how things will go if we don't do well or if we win or whatever. So we had good discussion about that, and I think that for me that was the most important.
And then final question, 100 Thieves, your first opponent here in a best of 1. There's some other veterans on the other side of the server waiting for you. Tell me about the prospect of playing up against the likes of Rain and Device and also a British in-game leader. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling fine, to be honest. The only bad stuff is best of 1, and we all know best of 1 is tough. We saw Spirit losing to GGO, where don't think they would have lost in best of 3. I thought we were rid of out of best of ones because stage of the major changed it. But yeah, EWC came out and said, yeah, let's play best of ones. So yeah, I mean, we also had to accept that and be sure that we start straight into the game well. But yeah, the opponent, whoever we will play, it will be tough no matter what with the best of one. They are upcoming team. They played good online against Harkons. They went through the open qualifier here, so they deserve the spot. No, it's about us to show up today and see how we can play.
By the way, I think you're going to have a lot of fans cheering for you at stage 2 today. Thank you so much for your time, Apex. Good luck.
Yeah, Apex had to say post-Cologne, I don't think we ever showed good face. And I would like to say that I think EWC is a great place for them to reestablish that sort of setting that they put out here in the big world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they have to, right? You know, this is where the redemption start that he mentioned himself. So for Vitality to have a blunder here and drop into the lower bracket, that would be horrible for them. So obviously a win here it's extremely needed.
Nuke it is.
Nuke it is. Goes without saying that regardless of how you look at this game, Vitality are the heavy favorites. I will say though that the Thieves have played Nuke quite a lot as of recently. They beat BC Game on Nuke as well. Gives me with the 1v3 clutch. So they're coming in with a bit of a most recent confidence boost.
Let's play the game, Jacob. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Let's get the party started then. Looking pacey from the Thieves. Charging straight to the vet. Sirat down. Bomb needs to go with it, but Rain loses it. Flamesy's taking his head off. Bomb still committed down.
Drops it here.
Yeah, an opportunity versus Gizmy. Looks like he's not ready for... Ooh, the tracking not there from Robs. Gizmy gets a freebie. Nice from Sirat. And Gizmy gets away with it. ZywOo doesn't find that headshot. Device is stalking his prey. ZywOo makes good headway into the site. It's going to make it a harder fight on the Glock. Or not. Actually, very comfortable for Device. Flamesy, 2 kills deep into the pistol on the bomb with support from Decon. You know, he's off it, and wow, nice headshot provided. Looking good for this one. What an ambitious pistol. I say that as a 1v3 goes 1v. What? Nearly hit Gizmy.
No kid, no chance.
Oh, that would have been nice if he hit the immediate reaction shot, but that's going to be 100 Thieves starting strong in the best of one.
Mezzy is going to get out of there. Had Kevlar to hold on to as well. One more kill, he would have been in M4 territory, but could still bring out a Famus. And yeah, Pacey out of the Gizmy-led team, obviously the newest addition, taking the reins over from Rain. And having Glaive behind you as a coach as well. That's probably not a bad start. Obviously, this is Glaive's first foray into the coaching world. See what it has to offer.
And good to see Dev back on our screens.
It is going to be a force buy for Vitality. CT side. So Scouts are out in the mix.
Wow. I mean, I didn't know that Rain was capable of getting cooler, but he has invested into a UMP. What a hipster. Okay. What a cool guy.
Well, we'll see if he can make it rain here in lobby. It's him and Poi with the bomb.
And he knows they're going to have Kevlar, or likely. A bit more armor penetration on that SMG.
Gizmy's across, but he's on his own. So it's unlikely that this will be the finish down towards B unless they want to drop in another wall. The focus on, will this force over rotations? Nobody down towards B just yet for Vitality as we turn this into an A split.
Yeah, looks diligent. ZywOo in heaven with that scout. Has connected one bullet. Flamesy versus Rain in lobby. Oh, wow. Apex goes overlooked. He's done very well. The output in combination with the flames from Mezzy. Flamesy chips in, and they disappear.
Got a bit of noise coming out of the camp here today. We are in Paris, France, and while Vitality, Apex and ZywOo, you can understand exactly why we had that much noise. It was nothing like that for the 3D Max game we just had going.
No.
And there's Vitality jerseys throughout. And if you don't have one, we're right next to the merch stand, so you can go pick one up if you're liking what you're seeing. But yeah, this was very direct. Essentially, what's being called here, Gizmy gets across to Secret, sees that nobody else on the stairs is Secret, and is assuming that they've rotated some players down towards B. They hadn't. They set on the topside stack. So Gizmy called them blindly, but assumed that they had forced rotations and respect with the util. This looks like it is going to be top Poppy off of a second timing. Molly's fading.
Mezzy's so ready for this. He saved his incendiary just for this reaction. Here they come, and now through the flames they have to brave. Rain spamming, hunting Flamesy. Apex already finding Poi. And oh, no bullets. Awkward reloading in the open, and Mezzi swings on in to ensure this one's a cleanie. Just Rain with 9 HP. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, well, we will call this 3-1 in about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah.
We'll fast forward, hopefully, for what is going to be an eco coming up next. You have 100 Thieves who are, well, feeling a bit hot at the moment, right? Obviously, that gauntlet they ran on the final day of the Open qualifier, last chance qualifier, whatever you want to call it, 64 teams on land battling for 4 spots here at the Esports World Cup. And they're one of those 4. Now, an organization that wants to be at the majors, right? An org like 100 Thieves, they're meant to be a premier org. So that is what this is about, right? They've pieced together this roster. They brought in Gizmy. Rain threw that aside. He said he's too chill of a personality, where Gizmy, he will tell you if you missed an aid. So it's a team that has a green leader. And I see the conversations around Luminosity, like, haha, Luminosity, you left the in-game leader who made this team good. It's like, well, Gizmy was at Monty for a while, right? And it was that complexion of players at that event that put the spotlight on them. So I think Gizmy's got the better end of the deal. How you get to play with Rain and Device. Poi, I think, is fantastic. Sierra has his moments, but this is the eco. So first kill comes in for Apex. The rest should follow quite swiftly. And then we can get into the guns. For those who missed the BCG game, people haven't been able to leave Gizmy's name out of their mouth, right? That 1v3 clutch.
The most crazy.
I just saw Poi as well.
Yeah.
And I was asking about, he had the most bullshit death in that map to Mzenia through a smoke. And I asked him, like, did you do anything? Did you make it? No, he's like, nah, he just shot. Like, okay, well, it's a game that I'm sure they'll remember, though, right? Poi and Sierra, this is the type of Counter-Strike they want to be playing. It's the best of 1 against Vitality, one of the absolute best teams in the world, who started the season online with a loss to Liquid.
Yeah, I always find it curious, and I think Rain did in his interview say the same, when teams say they'd rather play top teams like Vitality than you know, the LCQ mixed bag of chaos. But I suppose it does make sense as far as a game they're used to playing.
And we are back in play right now, so there you go. The ramp pop.
Hang on. Props has stood his ground for 1, maybe even a second. No, Rain pulls it, stabilizes into a 4-on-4 with ramp now lost.
It's a rotation. Down to B. Flames is here.
It's a good position, tucked on Astralis.
Oh, baited in.
Dropped in, yeah.
Baited in.
Device is going to completely overlook this. The double kill was there for the taking, but it's Apex that steals it away. Finds Rain and Poi in quick succession, putting it all onto Gizmy late yard.
Yeah, and this one is tough, right? Because if you Gizmy, you're meant to be here to mop up the mess, right? You're meant to capitalize while they're so, but your teammate's just been blown out of the water there. So very well done with the rotation for Vitality. Here's a kill.
Okay.
That's 55 seconds.
We're not doing another Gizmy nuke clutch, are we, so soon? Plenty of time to work, but Zywoo is AWPing his exit of these double doors. It seems like a perfect, almost impenetrable setup. Diggle not going to work out for him. Zywoo puts him down.
All right, well, that was the most competitive round there since the pistol. 3 casualties in that one for Vitality, but still a 4-round stretch without the bomb going down. So Glaive will... Oh, no, never mind, it's just a pause. It's not Glaive. Might want to be Glaive. Might want to take a time.
He might.
But we'll get the HUD sorted for everybody playing at home. We want to see their beautiful faces on the screen too. Got one more match coming your way this way on the A stream. After this, it's 9Z versus Pain. And then that'll be done with the best of 1. So we'll be into best of 3s there on out. And in case you're not familiar with the format, we've got 32 teams.
Right.
We're broken up into 4 groups of 8. 4 teams per group will make it into a single elimination 16-team playoff bracket, which will be kicking off on Wednesday next week. And that'll be best of 3s all the way through until a best of 5 grand final, which we will leave this massive hall we're in and go to the A core, which is where Vitality won the major with Dupree. So see if they can find repeated success. It is going to be a while before we get there. As you can see, headset is off. We're also having the qualms with the HUD as well. So we'll fix a couple of bits and pieces. And then we should be able to get things back underway. Money is not good, but we'll save the conversation. I don't think our voices are going out here in the crowd. So
unless you're really shouting about the money, you should be safe, but regardless.
And we're facing away from them, so they can't even read my lips. But has to just be a light investment.
Yeah.
They get the max loss bonus next round. Right? But this is win the pistol, lose the follow-up.
All I'm doing, like when I see the 4 on the drop from Vitality, all I can think about is the way that second round went wrong for them. It was a really uncomfortable fight as well for Device. You saw it in that replay where essentially he started to take it a fight and the molly has spread. So now you're in the mud because someone's hitting you in the Kevlar. You can't move out. You've committed to the spray and you just burn to a crisp as a 5-7 peppers you. It was a very uncomfortable way for that second round to transpire.
Just to bring everybody where we are in terms of that format I was talking before, Vitality, 100 Thieves, Bait, P-Vision, Foot, Tyloo, Lin Vision, and Mouse, they make up Group C. So I would imagine, so what would be my 4 favorite teams? I would go Vitality and Mouse would be the 2 that I would expect to get through. But then after that, it gets a little bit tricky, right? We had some results earlier today, Foot beating Tyloo, Bait beating P-Vision. So the winner of this will take on Bait. And Mouse will be playing on the secondary stream a little bit later today. The winner of that, well, Mouse versus Lin Vision will take on Foot. And they just came off of that bounty win with Spinks getting his first MVP. He was playing some very aggressive Counter-Strike on the CT and T sides, going for openers.
I'm curious, and I know they're not playing each other, but just in this group, Bait and Foot, would you say they're on par, or would you say that there is a clear, more promising squad out of the 2? Because they've both had bursts of, deeper runs.
I'd probably identify there's more individuals in Foot who I think have good output.
Pedigree, yeah, sure.
But I think that Bait... Bait's an interesting one to me because they've constantly been sitting at this level. Obviously, this year started with, Segikawa?
Yeah, that's right.
And then they turned a Segikawa into a Sizzy.
But Sizzy seems legit.
Yeah, and he's only 16, which I think is, when people see him and maybe he has a bad game or makes some bad decisions, they critique him a little bit harshly. I think Sizzy is definitely one for the future. At 16 years of age, already showing some promise.
Yeah.
If he can... The biggest thing with these players is making sure that you're open-minded to learn.
Absolutely.
Which sounds ridiculous, but that's like life, really.
Yeah, but you see it, right? Like from the other Segikawa, for example, or the Head Trick before that, there was always, you didn't have that star power. I have seen Sizzy take over games. Obviously, most of the time it's Mirage.
Yes, it's true.
he is that typical 16-year-old, who just grinds the faces, spams Mirage. But I've seen insane performances from him as an individual. So I think maybe... I kind of like what you're saying. I do agree. When I look at Foot as individuals, the only one that really sticks out like a sore thumb, I'm yet to be convinced by Symmetry.
Yeah, exactly, right? But everyone knows a Jugs moment.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
We saw X-Flight on Heroic. He can be explosive. Demon anchoring is strong. Krabeni can do carry in-game leader performances.
Ridiculous things.
They're very aggressive and in your face.
Would you say Krabeni and Gizmi are in a similar category as far as, these new punchy IGLs that can frag?
In terms of the next generation?
That's up there,
yeah,
right?
Because before that we had it was Kixen and...
Go on. Fragging IGL? Maka?
No, because this was around the Paris time, right? So you think about... We're in Paris
like
now.
your Game of Legions,
we're talking about Blast in
Apex.
2023. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where you had your Shui and your Kixen come from.
That's right.
Right? Obviously, for Mr. Shui, it hasn't worked out as he would have hoped. Whereas for Kixen, he was on Falcons, and now he's on Aurora with this international project. But yeah, I think that they might be some of the next names. I am surprised... Maybe I'm not, because I know a little bit of the contract stuff behind the closed doors with Foot in terms of like player trades.
Oh, really?
I've heard a couple things. Striker.
He's always got his ear to the ground.
He's given me a nugget or two. So maybe I'm not surprised, but I think if you're Foot and you're in Counter-Strike and you lose the core of that team, well, it's like, we got to start from scratch again, right? So you want to hold on to a core at a minimum.
We were having our dinner break and we bumped into Team Spirit, who lost in their opening best of one.
But we're in good spirits.
They did seem like they were in good spirits for a team that lost to a GG How. That's Synopsy, Mini, Satsunito, Bibu, and Asamas.
Yeah, Don Cumble, though. Only had a 1.58 rating.
That's it.
But this was, I guess, because a lot of people are talking about this Mouse versus Spirit game back at Bounty. And
what stood out about that?
Well, Donk had a off couple of series, which for me, when I see Donk have an off map, I go, it's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
We're going to get 2 consecutive. I think he had 4 or 5 consecutive maps that were negative KD.
Okay, for the first time, absolutely.
I would assume. Here's a question for you. When do you reckon was the last time Device played against Zywoo?
Wait. Using my limited brain power, I will think back.
I'm going to look now. We have B-Trams here, but he can't push stuff on air, so he could probably do it for me, but I'll have a look. It can't be that hard.
how long was Deve gone? And when did he leave?
This is it, right? Because you had a couple of moments. You had, it must have been when he was on Astralis.
Yeah,
it has to have been. It can't have been that long ago.
You're going to have to scroll a while because 100 Thieves have played a lot of Counter-Strike.
they have been grinding. That's not that long ago. November last year.
No, that's nothing.
That's just nothing at all. That's when he was on the Astralis roster.
That's right.
Yeah, it was, at that time, it was Yabi, Hooksy, Device, Stare, and Magisk.
Which was, on paper, supposed to be a real strong squad.
Yeah, from what I heard, a bit of tension in the team. Not everybody got along so well.
Which, as you know, you can get away with in some sports. But when you're in Counter-Strike,
not in Counter-Strike.
It's just 5 dudes traveling the world together. You better get along.
Yeah.
You really gotta have to.
I think there's some teams who we've seen VP of old. We've seen them operate of the no, this is business and we're working.
That's true.
But that was it. But I think you're only going to get the best out of a Counter-Strike team. You don't have to be best mates.
No.
But when you're there, if you're having a good time, which we're playing a competitive video game.
Yeah.
That is extremely frustrating. Don't get me wrong. We all know how it feels to lose rounds and lose clutches and have bad teammates. But I think that at the end of the day, if you can keep a bit of perspective on it.
Yes.
And you can enjoy the time with the people around you, you're in a good spot. Is Apex looking at us? No, he's not.
No. But that's one of those things as well. I had an interesting conversation with Simple in Atlanta. I just bumped into him and he was kind of, we just had a general chit chat. And one of the things I was trying to kind of instill in him is the power he possesses by being him. Where, like, you know, obviously he knows how to play the game to such a high level. He can get frustrated easily when there's misplays because he sees someone doing something wrong. He's like, why would you stupid idiot?
Ever think that?
Yeah, why would you ever cross your mind to make that move? And all I said to him was, but imagine if Simple says, it doesn't matter, you got it next time. I'm already like, you know, if it doesn't matter to him, it doesn't matter to me. You know, I don't get in my head, I don't fall down the rabbit hole of misery and it can go wrong.
I don't know which event it was at, but there was something that unfolded, and I think people online saw Senzu and Simple having a conversation that they perceived to be a disagreement.
Yeah.
But then I think Simple took to, what is it, Telegram?
Yeah, no, he's coming. There's a new mature angle to the BC game, Simple.
I think it was fun watching BCG play in that open qualifier. A little bit unfortunate with how the random draw went for that bracket. Obviously, one side was much more stacked than the other. We had Liquid, we had 100 Thieves, we had BCG. There were so many big names in that one portion of the bracket. And look, when you're dealing with that many names and that group, right, we're talking the top 30 to 50 teams in the world. It is hard to go, are the rankings accurate enough or this, that, or the other? But yeah, I think everyone would have loved to see BCG.
But 100T are here to play. They managed to make their way through that LCQ. And so we can get back underway. Looks like everything's been resolved.
So to bring everybody up to speed, in case you just joined us, we had a pistol round victory that was a vent dive into a B play out the gates from 100 Thieves. Then they went into an anti-force, took secret control, turned it into a top split, and now we are 4-1 in favor of Vitality up against a partial buy.
Let's rock and or roll.
Yeah, nothing's changed for Vitality. They haven't gone, oh, we need to drastically change our positions because we lost at the Major to Falcons who won it, and then we lost to Liquid online. Apex is still Yard. Flames is still the Dorm, and Mezzi anchoring A. Rops over towards Ramp, and Zyro is the rotator. So this is what your expectation is, and that's what you're getting. Apex has had some keen moments already. 5-3, but 5-7, an assist on that force.
Yeah, and Flamesy on that top lock. Been very efficient with his fragging.
Taking it slow there, hoping to siphon out the util from Vitality to keep their finances a little bit honest in this landslide.
Ooh, Apex in trouble. They've hit him a couple of times, puts him on red health.
Over comes Zywoo. Are they going to split A again?
Now you know the AWP and Apex location. Smoke break, but they're hidden behind the box. A chance perhaps for an element of surprise. Can they smoke walk? They do catch him off guard, but a quick reaction shot puts Gizmy in a grave. One back from Surat. Silent drop from Zywoo, just showing off his movement skills. So as far as Poi's concerned, he must still be heaven.
Problem is the bomb is in a bit of a precarious position right now. They have 20 seconds. These three have to make a move.
Bum. Not the best flash in the world. Zywoo's actually played this to perfection. He's just up close. I say that his back was turned to Device. They might be able to get another frag out of this. 8 seconds.
Got a plant.
Gets the bomb down. Oh my god, and Robs nearly goes down to the device tech 9, flustered a bit, rushes it. All clean from Mr. Cool.
Get a little bit dicey. So 2 rounds where they've been able to get 3 kills. The bomb goes down in this one, their first plant other than the pistol. But they were sitting pretty with a full buy. So the fact that they're able to... A pretty competitive round there. Hopefully that spells...
Yeah, do
now
some
with their
guns.
guns. But no device AWP.
Sure.
Yeah, surprised he gets away because you can see the idea, right? Premeditated that move. And then it gets a bit messy, a little bit sketchy. That's where you feel that maybe the comms are a little bit sloppy or your read of the situation isn't quite there. So Apex setting up Heaven, they are doing a very passive stance. And we do have another hunt issue again, so bear with us. Flames behind CT vent.
Boy holding the util. Gives me 2.
Mezzy and Hunt, they are expecting a top pop.
Could be really better position. The Molly CT vent makes life a little bit difficult. Yeah, Rain will remove Flamesy. Mezzy's forward position catches device. That's important. Double out of Rain. Breaches the top site. And should very well translate. Is there going to be an attempt?
Well, they took so many casualties in the last couple, but they still have a decent amount of cash on all 5 players. They're going to give it a look.
You run the risk of losing all of that. Maybe the Molly enough to repel.
I think you were probably gearing up to go very late in this.
Oh, they are going to threaten it. This is very threatening util dump. Double flash, Gizmy's back turned. Apex, there's one. Robs another. Zara and Rain playing around that hot smoke, and there's just simply not enough time. You've got to swing, find the frag, and that will be 100 Thieves. Taking this one, Zara goes down to Zywoo Orp. Will he be able to leave with the AK? Doesn't look good.
No chance in the world. Okay. Well, at least they take everything away from 100 Thieves as well.
Sure.
So everybody will be able to buy. But...
still no AWP.
Yeah, but clearly not part of the game plan here. Just to top execute. Rain finding the entries. And Glaive taking a timeout. So, first tactical timeout. 400 Thieves. And there is money for a device AWP if they want it. They've gone in with an AK again. This also gives Xtaz an opportunity. And I think it's a... well, the money's not in too much jeopardy right now if you're Vitality. You've got 4 players, 2K plus, and they get 1900 loss, so they'll have guns. So as long as they save 1, they should have a full buy round into the next. But let's lock in on this. What is the call going to be? The timeout has been taken. Is this a pace change? Is this... Now, what adjustment could Glaive be hoping to make in this moment?
Has tagged Gizmy through credit card. And dunked on to finish. The 2 Frenchmen working in unison to manufacture an opening. Onto the Brit, no less. That's why the French are cheering.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ooh, ooh.
Nice aware. Oh, they shot him there.
It's done very well. Apex. He spotted Point, but took down Sarah first. 4 on 3. A little bit of territory, device and Point, amplifying that pressure onto this top site. He's got Zywoo, though, to support him from Heaven. And that smoke enables him to focus entirely on this fight main. Easy from Mezzy. Flamesy from the yard side. Rain down after 1. It's all flowing for Vitality. And Apex, he said he was going to be more loud this tournament, as if that was possible, but he has been showing very clear determination and animation in himself already just over these last couple of rounds.
I think that every challenge for Vitality is a new one. I was asking in the interview regarding the upcoming season. Obviously, you know, JL is going to be standing in at 2 tournaments, one for Mezzy, one for Apex, with some fresh faces on the way. I feel every opportunity... This one
Yeah, nice.
There'd have to be some organizational pressure for Vitality at the EWC. Right? Obviously, just from the Counter-Strike perspective, which is how we're tackling it, you want to see them in semis, in finals.
Of course.
But from an org perspective, with so much money on the line and the club championship still looking relatively open, a good result here and a bad result for some of the other teams could go a very long way.
Well, especially when it's the Counter-Strike tournament and you know you've got the world #1, at least they were.
Yeah, right. But this is coming into this event. It's Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. And Spirit started with a loss. I still expect them to make the playoffs. But
same.
If all the other favorites make it at the top of their group, we might see Spirit taking on a big name early. Another opening incision.
Doesn't get easier than that. This catches an aggressive silo drop. Gizmi's made it across. I assume Flamesy's going to have an internal timer as to when he needs to check it, and he just did. Does that mean a bit of a jump scare for Flamesy?
Got support
behind you. Still hits it, does Gizmi. Sure, Rops was supposed to have provided, but getting output is something. Puts it into a 4-on-4. Gizmi was alone. That's info in itself. Apex providing the overwatch. Device slinking for a main wrap. Here comes Ray. Mezzi's off angle. They weren't ready for that. You see where he was?
That's very cheeky.
Ugh.
Very cheeky
Can
indeed.
I see that? That's what does that look like from the enemy POV? That's gross.
That is Mezzi there being a bit of a geek.
Look at his face. Cheeky.
All right, well, they're getting stomped right now. But if you missed the BB team versus FaZe game, it was a 9-3 first half that turned into a very, very close affair.
I mean, NET round is gold.
Apex is 4-0 in openings right now. He's doing a very good job. One of the issues I had with Vitality at the major was there was a lot of scenarios where they looked out of place and they didn't have a good read of the situation. Vitality right now, especially through Apex, in my opinion, feel like they have a good read of the situation.
Does look that way, you're right.
He's constantly in motion, he's not getting caught off guard.
And I think Gizmi is one of those IGLs as well that likes to try and get the team, you know, he likes to manipulate you and force rotation.
This is going to be on Rops at ramp. 4 are coming ramp.
Oh, great shot out of Flamesy. Rops breaking glass. Saiwu rotates through, fires off the shot. They've got a good idea as to the setup. Ramp, leg shot onto Rain through the smoke from Saiwu. Still contributing despite the smoke. It looks like Vitality are so well positioned for this. On that ramp side, but Robs finds the finish onto the leg shot Rain. Another from Robs, and a third! Get out of my sight, says Mr. Cool. Another multi out of him. Easy peasy.
It helps when you win the opening exchange outside, but then also Apex, you see these motions. Okay, I'll wait in the smoke. If Rops takes contact, I come through. I take off one. Probably I get traded, but at this point, we're in a very strong position. So this is what I mean about them understanding what's happening. And then, okay, they hit the brake, so I'll back off. I won't take the risk. They feel like they're definitely putting the best foot forward right now. 8-2. 2 rounds left in this half before we swap sides.
Suboptimal on the buy.
Into
the top side. Hang on. Easy pickings. Poi and Gizmi crank the site. Rob's down after 1. Rain's got main. Siraz actually found Apex as well, so just Sai, we win a 1 versus 4. Kept at bay for a moment longer, but he did make a sound cue. Gizmi knows where you're at. He's going to opt for an AK and a push. And a spam puts him down. Device will find it on the Galil while blind.
The only way in was pure desperation there, right? You have to hope that you get some crazy timing on the way through, and then you have to hit the ground. So there's that third round.
And of course, it's Tech9's fast top. Like, it's just classic Nuke. You've been trying all these, you know, long-winded
rotations, get map
gun
control.
rounds. Look at the pathing here. Gizmi and Poi rounding both sides of the site. Quick on the retrieval and quick on the trade. Last round, will you find A4?
Apex playing very aggressive.
Look at this.
Gonna try ramp again.
Apex, talk about aggressive. There's no way Terra was ready for that. Rob's just won. Gets the dink on Rain. And look how quick and proactive they are playing this. Device might get a freebie. did catch him. Just a little bit of info onto Mezzi, puts it into the 3-on-3. Much more healthy, our Vitality. Aptly named.
I was picked a very interesting position during all of this. Is there follow-through onto B? Looks like it.
They don't buy it, or at least they didn't at the start. You can see Apex miles away. Just Flamesy here, but he has that angle over the smoke. They weren't ready for that. Gizmy, side by side with Device in a 2-on-3. Goes for the plant, gets away with it. Apex. Oh, wait. Oh, Device, just enough bullets, but swings to his demise, and a clutch for Gizmy that's just out of the realms of possibility.
All right, it looks to me like Apex has been in the lab. I know that's not a crazy shot or anything, but he's had a very good half. He's at 14 kills, and it feels to me like he's been confident in taking his duels. When you see Apex is a bit desperate because the team isn't, he just throws his body on the line, but here it looks like he's been backing himself. And, well, again, I'm gonna take this one in a different direction than the FaZe versus BB team game.
Sure.
This is Vitality versus 100 Thieves. We know exactly what we should be getting from a team like Vitality. Yeah, you have to feel for 100 Thieves a little bit, right? They won the pistol, they get the conversion. Then they get 2 gun rounds on top. Oh, okay, we have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, decent.
You have a bit more of a buffer. That buffer is out the window. Ready to get this one back underway. 30 seconds. Goes damn quick, and we're already into freeze time. Bye for the T side. Vitality have 2 smokes. A HE given to Rops, likely for that door. A molly on Mezzi, and flash to boot. Good luck, have fun in the chat, and away we go. Pairs of dual Berettas. Door blown off. Util follows. Squeaky door lurk. Does Rain want to try and dip down the vent? They already started Device B, so he can pick up vent.
Up Molly, 2-drop main. And here comes the pressure. Mapping all the way. What a headshot onto Gizmy. Flamesy at range. Takes down the Heaven player and immediately starts to amplify the pressure onto site. Syrah with dual Berettas has to worry about Heaven, Hut, and Flamesy applying that pressure all on his own. He's got a bit of help. It's Zywoo behind him. Rain's got too many targets on his screen, gets overwhelmed. Still taps 1.
Device in through main.
And Poi going for a late ladder. Good luck with that. Zywoo seems poised and ready. Just hoping he catches the perfect timing, and it's too easy for Zywoo. Device, not the pistol you want at that kind of fight. Fighting Heaven from main, and look at the position of Zywoo. They're playing cheeky Counter-Strike. Triple kill from Zywoo on the pistol. No surprises there. I think the highest rated pistol player is Mr. Wu.
Have 8 opening kills in this map so far between Apex and Flames, who found that they're on the pistol and even found that follow through.
Look at this shot.
This is very similar to what BB team ran, but a later timing and a bit more nuanced. Right, trying to do the Heaven and Hell wrap creatively.
Do you think the Hut Molly could mask some of the main drop sound? Like the fact that they drop off as the Hut Molly lands?
To some degree.
Maybe. I don't know.
I just you think about the angle of, okay, so the first thing that they want you to have to acknowledge is the vent drop.
Yes.
Right, so you're trying to pull a rotator, so when you are wrapping Heaven and Hell, it's less fortified, right? So
yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Well, if they can just get past this force, we'll call it a win for Vitality, I think.
Yeah, it could be really that cut and dry. 1 yard, says Gizmy. Poi readies himself. Good luck with this one. 5-7, and 1 ain't bad. You'll take it. Flamesy removed.
In that situation, well, that's great. You've got yours. You just need to see what the rest of the team can piece together.
I mean, the second that bomb goes down, you don't feel great. You really don't feel great. So keep him away from the sites, and Gizmy is well positioned to do so.
He's on his own, though. There's no real rotation. He'd have to go absolutely mental.
Oh, and Apex is here.
Exactly.
So they're all going to wait for each other and time it to beautiful synchronicity.
Hello. And save. All right, 11-3.
Ah, textbook.
I think we just saw one player attempt to go down the vent, and that would have been swiftly called off. I think that was Syrup. He's like, no, actually, you are not attempting a 3v4 retake of... We're looking for damage. We're looking for upgrades. We're looking for something.
Anything.
Not just straight into the save. They were warded away by the forward presence there on ramp, and we knew it was confirmed. Now it definitely is.
And if this is, you know, just Vitality all the way to the finish line, I can't help but feel for 100 Thieves, this game is going to be shrugged off as quickly as should have won the second round. It's going to be, you know...
Sure. It was always going to be a difficult game.
Of course. But
you have to convert those type of rounds.
If you were making a checklist of making this game competitive, you
win
got
the pistols, win the conversions.
Yeah.
And then if you can get a couple of gun rounds after that, we can have a conversation.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it couldn't be better, right? Look at the fragging output as well. What a lovely spread. Sure, Merriman a little lower down, but that's just because he hasn't seen as many as the opponent or as his teammates. But a very even kill spread from Vitality. Not a one-man army by any stretch of the imagination.
And if you reflect on the loss that Vitality had a bounty online, Nuke was in the mix there, so you're probably feeling, if you're 100 Thieves, like, oh, maybe it is a little bit susceptible. It's like, well, it's our first game since the major, online. You guys are grinding. That's Liquid. That's 100 Thieves. That's your BCGs. Vitality don't have any issues in getting invites to the big events right now, so this is one that they've set their sights towards. They just need 2 more rounds to make this one of the most one-sided games of the day. Just having a look. We had a 13-3 with Gamer Legion versus Luminosity. 13-6, 13-5. Yeah, 13-3 is the biggest stomp of the day. Do we get another one of those? Oh, forcing out the game. It's just so limited, isn't it? You have to hope that they play fast and then they play around smoke so you can capitalize. Someone gets a multi. Oh. Okay, they've forced the issue there. You can see the flames on the ground, right? So they have destabilized the fast yard and secret control that Vitality were looking for.
Device has got a scoped weapon, just a scout though. Oh, just from Flamesy.
You're probably going, please smoke. Where is the smoke?
Where's the smoke? Is it in the air?
I did throw it.
It's coming. It's coming.
So's Christmas.
Gosh.
Oh, you've just lost the tail there, haven't you? Now feels like anything's possible.
It would have been insane if there was more than one that made it across on that very minute timing. Just Flamesy. And no over-rotation from 100 Thieves so far.
The last smoke's on Rop, so he can't use this outside, and Apex is... This team ready to cross secret, so they're going to try and pull rotation at ramp with this fake. There it is. Now the cross, which they did pick up, so they had a contingency for it. However, now the bomb's down secret.
Really well played by Vitality, just manipulating the CTs. Making them dance to the beat of the Vitality drum.
They're going back to A. 20 seconds. There's a problem now.
Yeah, 2 consecutive shots on the scout connecting. Device removing the captain. Wrapping in. Robs bides his time. Device trying to apply the pressure. Doesn't hit the shot. They have to be planting. They have to be clearing corners. And Zywoo's gone down with the bomb. Rain finds the double. 6 seconds is simply no time. 100 Thieves convert the necessary round. This game was over if Vitality found their 12th there.
Okay, I guess we showed a little bit more. The Heaven players saw us. We're assuming a heavy rotation down towards B. They try and come back up. They get caught by the scout. Oh. And that all started with the smoke wall outside being... I need a good name for it. What, the molly, it's a forced error.
Yeah.
Oh, Device, they're already across red. You're going to have to sweep back into this.
He's got the AWP now, and he's going to have to put it to good use. And is he gone? Keeps us level after Apex's opening. 16 and 8 from Vitality's captain in this opening best of 1 for EWC.
Good flash. Flamesy. Oh, I think he copped it as well, ever so slightly. Zywoo with the bomb back to lobby.
Apex across secret stairs, but probably no intention to go further.
And Flamesy off a main, picking up that AK, making a sound cube, so keeping the conversation flowing as Device will take his ult ramp.
This is the fight Robs has been waiting for. Rain puts his head in the vice.
But they're pushing
Easy
all lobby.
pickings.
Ramp and Squeaky.
There's a belated trade. That's going to Make things uncomfortable.
But they know that's the lobby player, so they might assume everyone's outside. That's
so
a bit
lucky.
of a mare.
How has he gotten away?
Oh, no!
What? The magnetic flame follows him up, Tetris.
And smoked off Poi at ramp.
Yeah, you're in trouble here. Apex is going to catch you.
Hello.
It couldn't be better. Unprepared. Oh, he's just a rat in the system, is Apex.
18 kills deep right now. That was felt like a puppet master moment. You know, Robs goes down solo in lobby. Nameplate Counter-Strike that we've been talking about. 100 Thieves make some assumptions, and it was the wrong assumption. So Vitality definitely pipped them at the post this time. But they had no... Look at this. Not ready. There was obviously noise on main, so that's drawing the attention. But Device as well, he wasn't holding the angle. He was expecting there to be some utility, like at least a first smoke before they crossed red, but nothing. They just went dry.
Yeah, but you could see throughout that whole round, I mean, like you said, no one was ready for all of those fights for 100 Thieves. It's
Gizmy's
Vitality
aggressive.
booking them, and Gizmy spotted by Apex. Backs away. Oh, don't get much more damage than that out of a HE. That could not have been better. Apex has Gizmy 42. Meaning of life.
Apex having a great map, right? Most multi-kills, 6 and 1 in opening kills.
Nerdy approach to getting on main.
Poor Gizmy.
Yeah, he's just been booked on the reload. It doesn't get better. Looking for that 13-4 statement to open up EWC for Vitality. Poi with one back, and now Device is off angle, punishing ZywOo. You got an advantage. A man advantage that you need to hold on to, but Flames, he's stalking his prey! He feasts! Finds two in quick succession, advantage gone. Is it going to be the game two? That Device can deny. 43 on the clock as it's a Rops versus Device one-on-one.
Bomb picked up, space being given.
He's anticipating squeaky door and now gets confirmation. It's all too easy for Rops. A stomping. A lot of people wanted to see this one go back and forth, tit for tat, but Vitality just mincemeat.
Yeah, a big discrepancy for the in-game leaders. Apex 6 and 1 in opening duels. Gizmy 0 and 6. Vitality march on in the upper bracket. One best of 3 away from the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what Vitality looks like when they're feeling the rhythm to their own rhymes, and that's because they've just put away in their opener 100 Thieves and a best of 1 that definitely could not afford to have a slow start in. Vitality looking to set a pace and a presence here that we can all hope to keep up with, and hopefully Dupree doesn't trip over that cable as we keep this one marching straight along. Dupree, you've seen all these guys on the server in multiple years, over the different years. Tell me about what you saw on the server today.
I saw a Vitality that looked very sharp, let's just put it there. And sometimes, you know, even though people don't want to, you have to listen and actually understand that Pimp sometimes is very clever when it comes to understanding these type of matchups. So he hit it right on the nail, right? You know, he came into this one saying that this was too much for the 100 Thieves to be cheering, and you know, Vitality showed up in a sense that we expected. It was a team that everyone, you know, chimed in. Everyone had their moments, and specifically Apex, I think, had a phenomenal series in this one. So it's good to see that Vitality, despite having a small of a blunder losing to Liquid in the bounty, they bounced back here, and you could also feel that the crowd here was backing it up. So overall, a redemption arc is in the stake and also in the building foundation for Vitality.
Yeah, the most one-sided game we've had today. I think that's safe to say. To be completely honest, it was like watching a bunch of kids playing adults, and it was never really any close, never really any interesting. Again, name value. You look at Rain, you look at Device. We can definitely build up the game as being interesting in that regard, but once it came to what was being delivered on the server, this is exactly what you'd expect. You look at a team like Vitality who have something to prove, who at the end of the day, they were going to win this game, you know, no matter what. It was just a question of what fashion they would do it in. They don't break a sweat. They control the game from start to finish. They make the Thieves look like what they are right now, a team that is slowly but surely finding their footing, slowly but surely establishing themselves in, dare I say, Tier 3, maybe Tier 2 Counter-Strike, but let's not even have the conversation whether or not they're part of Tier 1 just yet. It's going to take some time, and Vitality showed us exactly why.
Yeah, and obviously at a 9-3 first half, followed by an inspirational finisher from the side of ZywOo there in the second pistol. I don't think that there was much coming back from that point in time. Unfortunately, you would pretty much let this ball slip right out of your hand up to that point if you were the side of 100 Thieves. So yeah, Nuke 13-4 kind of speaks volume, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You know, it's this type of start that you want to see out of Vitality, and I think it's very impressive to see that they just keep the ball rolling of this.
Let's do it right now. Let's hear from the Vitality side. We got Mezzy, we got Freya, we got it all.
On the show floor after a statement start from Vitality here in Paris. 13-4. Scoreline looked pretty simple. Was it as easy as the scoreline made it look inside the server, Mezzy?
I mean, I think we played good. I think when we play like this, it's always going to be tough for the other team. Of course, there was some rounds we messed up as well, and I think some of the low buys. But overall, I think we moved around well, adapted well, and had an overall good game plan against them. I think we were ready for a lot of the things they had. Even though they changed some things, we made sure we adapted.
But just briefly talking about the fact that it's been, your first LAN in almost 2 months, obviously, since the major. Didn't feel like there was any rust in the server. Does it just feel good to be back in the boots now?
Yeah, I think everyone was just excited to get back to playing again, especially on LAN. I think when you haven't played for so long, of course, sometimes it could be a bit rusty, but I think overall, I think whenever we put this much energy in, our preparation's been really good for this event, so hopefully we can keep it going. And yeah, I'm looking forward to just playing some more games and back to best of threes now.
Now, some people may say that you guys come into this new season with a point to prove that the Vitality era isn't over. What would you say to some people?
I mean, as players, we don't really give a fuck about eras and whatever. Like people saying it's over, it's down to us now to get back to our level and make sure we can play how we know we can play. And if we do, then we know we'll start another era, or whether this one's finished, whether it's not, we don't care.
I mean, it's still up for discussion, right? What is also up for discussion is who wins EWC. Incredibly important for the organization. Extra important for you guys, considering it's in France for Xtaz, Zywoo, Apex. Does that add more pressure to you guys?
I mean, there's always pressure as a Vitality player. I think there's always high expectations to win. But I think for us, of course, it's super important for the organization. But first and foremost, for us as a team, we want to make sure we get back to lifting trophies. And of course, it would be great to do it here in Paris and also such a big tournament as well. So yeah, of course, it's important for the organization, but also us as a team that we want to get back to our level and showing confident games. And this was just the start.
Super important for the fans as well, who are already showing up, even though we're only day one of the tournament. Anything you want to say to the guys that have turned up to support you today?
Just a big thank you. I think as a Vitality player, just always super grateful to have these fans. It's the first time in my career to always have this and to have everyone come out, and even just on the first game, a best of one, people are here cheering. It's the best type of support, and us as players really enjoy it.
It's been nice as well because you look up from your monitor, you can see your booth over there, beautiful stuff. And either way, incredible inside the server. Mezzy, congratulations. That's Vitality 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, that'll be Vitality where they want to be. Again, we talked about putting the right foot in the right places, and that's what they've done today. They've also set a little bit of a presence here. Yes, okay, Jacob, we know that this isn't a world-beating, world-class 100 Thieves that came in here to do anything but steal our hearts. However, this is a great tone to have been put out there into the world by a team like Vitality.
100%, leave no room for doubt coming in and just showing that you're here to play, you're getting the job done, you don't waste any sort of energy, you don't waste any sort of potential tactics or showing anything towards anyone, and if anything, you're just establishing the fact that, hey, we're still here to play, we're here obviously for ourselves to, I guess, build up to what could be the biggest trophy they can potentially win outside of the second major of the year, given the standing situation at a couple of tournaments, given what tournaments we have to play for leading up to the major. This may very well be the most prestigious one to win, so I respect the team who's getting the job done without making me doubt a single second, which hasn't been the case for a lot of the favorites today.
Yeah, it's hella important for Vitality as an organization, but the players, and I don't even know if I'm buying into the fact that they when he was asked about the era, like they didn't care too much about it. Of course they care. I mean, like, you're players for a reason. You want to be showing that the era means something to you, and sure they want to go back to winning ways, but that's how Counter-Strike is a player. You gotta funnel. If you have a bad period, you just gotta funnel that energy back into becoming better. And I think for the players, it's very important for them to show that the era is still there.
And I think you might be onto something. He got real animated, real passionate, real quick about that one. I don't want to say defensive, but yeah, obviously you don't want to let people into your locker room vibes. Whatever you guys got going on for Vitality, it seemingly has a place and a pacing that works. So again, we don't often go back to fix things that are not broken, do we, Jacob?
No, we don't, and we don't need to. Again, a lot of people were starting to doubt Vitality, whether or not that they were coming here to play. At the end of the day, we don't know. It's a best of one game, as you said, against the Thieves. Let's evaluate whether or not Vitality is at a championship quality level once we get to see them play some best of threes against some better opposition. For now, though, it was a great start, a great sign, but there's no need to make any sort of conclusions.
And a great sign is Apex leading the fragging department. That's a great sign. The opening killer extraordinaire, you might even call him. Especially if you pit him up against the likes of the Gizmodo Dragon in this match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's a very important and very good sign for Vitality that Apex has this kind of opening. If there's one guy to sometimes drop the ball in this lineup, that would be him. And I know it meant a lot to him than not doing well at the major, and I think he's really looking for the redemption coming into this one. And he's always been very passionate about playing in front of people, his countrymen and playing in Paris. So this one means a lot, and for him to have a good start, to kind of bounce back, that's very important. That kind of funnels a lot more energy and passion into the rest of the players inside the squad. So yeah, very good signing. And on the side of Gizmo, he didn't have much to work with, right? He was really put on the loop. We've given him a lot of credit, but when you go up against the caliber of Vitality, you also have to dig hard if your players are not really finding all the frags. So overall, we just got to give it to Apex. A phenomenal series.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff overall. And again, right foot in the right place for a team like Vitality. And if you are a 100 Thieves fan, you don't have to be worried. They're not necessarily going home just yet, albeit I can assure you at least one person on this desk think that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Not sure who that is. Is there anybody that maybe want to take that?
No, is it you?
No.
Can they
is it you, maybe?
Can they outlast in a best of three? Let's just ask the question then, because now that's what you're looking at. Even no matter how your result went today, you go on to play best of three. So you come out of today with a loss. Starting tomorrow, your campaign with your back against the wall is best of threes.
Do I think they're the weakest team in the group? Yeah, probably.
I wouldn't say all that. It's kind of rude and mean, but all right, man. But anyway, I guess we'll just go to break on the back of that. Thank you so much, Jacob and Dupree. We have one more game here. It's a best of one. I'm just messing with Jacob. You guys stop giving him a hard time. One more best of one for us today. 9Z taking on Pain, and that's on the other side of the break. You're watching the Esports World Cup in 2026. We'll be right back.
Welcome again to Chicken in the Box. I'm here with Team Vitality, and I think we have a pretty good duo for this one. We have a guy who can say a lot of things versus a guy who's pretty ice cold. And it's a bluffing game. There's one chicken, there's 2 boxes. Flames will get the info. Robs has to make the decision on which box to keep. So, firstly, is he a good liar?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very good liar.
Oh no. And he's ice cold?
He's ice cold, but he's also...
You know how to shake it?
He knows the shit, he knows the shit.
Okay, well, how about you take a look in your box, Flames, Ian?
Okay. Sorry.
He's breaking already.
He made a chicken noise.
Maybe he is a chicken. What do you think?
So...
You want to end with a chicken. He makes a decision. You need to convince him to either swap or keep.
Yes.
Or bluff him completely.
So, I don't have the chicken. Chicken doesn't exist in this box. This box is just chicken wings. That's it. No chicken, no alive chicken.
It was eatable chicken or like?
I think it's from Chipotle maybe. I think it's a Chipotle chicken.
So you have a chicken?
Yeah, I have a chicken.
I thought you just said you don't have a chicken.
Well, I can say whatever I want,
yeah,
right?
that's true, that's true. What do you believe? How do you pick one?
I don't know, it's very inconsistent feedback I'm getting. So it's hard.
You want consistent one?
Yeah, what can it be?
One of those boxes have a chicken.
He's not wrong.
Indeed.
What if it's a lie? There's no chicken at all.
Well, either way, what I'm saying could be a lie, right? Take a guess. Am I chickening or you're chickening? Are you gonna open your box and see if there is a chicken or no chicken?
Now look him.
Let it breathe, man.
He's messing with your head quite well.
Yeah.
Are you leaning either way, or are you just going to roll the dice?
I think at this point, like anything I can say is gonna mess with you.
I didn't see any emotion. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he played it well.
Wait, so if I have a chicken, I need to show emotion?
No, you do what you want. You do whatever you want.
Wow!
Whoa.
This is the trash talk that you guys do every game, right? You're getting in his head.
Yeah.
Are you leaning either way, Robert?
Yes, the X-ray. But you want the glasses for this one?
Well, I can answer this, I guess.
You have to pick a box at the end of the day. So.
I'll go with I have the chicken.
Okay. And do I open the box or?
I mean, are you locking it in? Final choice?
Yeah.
Final choice? You have the chicken?
Yeah.
Open your box.
I don't.
No chicken for you. Flames has
Congratulations.
pulled it perfectly. What was your strategy here? You just confused him?
I was thinking no matter what I say, it's gonna be confusing. Like he's never gonna know if I have the chicken or not for guaranteed. So I just need to say bullshit. It worked out. I have the chicken, the Chipotle chicken.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have wanted his role?
Hell no.
Do you want to find out?
No.
Okay, well, Flames takes the win. All right, this was Chicken in the Box. Congratulations.
It's called Callum, the chicken.
Oh, Callum. Yeah. That's cute.
The player admin.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
It's time for our last best of one of the day, which does feature a South American showdown. In one corner, we've got Pain Gaming coming in with a world ranking on HLTV.org of number 16. Opposite of them sits that of 9Z with a world ranking of number 7 in what is the last of the opening matchups here on the first day of EWC 2026 in Paris. I'm Trace. Alongside of me is Jacob, and then we have Dupree in the middle. I just had to say it like that one time. Ever since that one time with Hiko, anyway. 9Z, Pain Gaming. Let's start this one out as why these two teams can keep these matches close between each other.
I think it's what you describe as a domestic matchup to some degree. South America duke it out against each other. Two teams who have a decent and rich history within the region. As of recently, it's been 9Z who's been taking the headlines. Did tremendously well at the major. Really overperformed to an extent that I don't think a lot of people expected. Whereas for Pain Gaming, it used to be them. It used to be them, you know, being the crown jewel of South American Counter-Strike outside of Furia. We saw them in Austin, you know, go all the way into the semifinal. We saw them at a couple of tournaments make the playoff. But as of late, Peter, it's been quite disappointing for Pain Gaming. not only have they stagnated, but it's actually been decreasing game by game, tournament by tournament. They feel like a team who's a little bit lost at the moment.
I do feel that is a bit of the storyline for Pain, because I've covered Pain for the last like 1.5 years, and it's like it's only gone downhill from there, and it's really a team that is, in my opinion, trying to find their own identity again. Like it's like they're lost a little bit within themselves, and obviously they've also been hurt by the fact that NQC is not in the lineup anymore. I think he was one of the reasons to why this lineup was functioning at least to the heights of when they made it to, I believe it was the semi-final, quarterfinals back in Austin, right? So, right, the fact and then swapping in Safe, he did become that second voice that Big Zero also needed, but it's like the firepower is just not there for me, and I think that's what I think is going to be the deciding factor today when they go up against the likes of 9C, because that is a team that has just blown the charts, and they went highs in the major, then they had a player break, but then went to China, and they also came out on top in that one. So a very interesting team to be looking at.
Because not every team withstands a player break, much less goes into one with a lot of hype around them like 9Z did. They go into Cologne, you play a umptoon amount of Counter-Strike, kind of a crazy amount of Counter-Strike to the point that, yeah, you've made your presence, you've lifted some trophy, and now for 9Z to come all the way over here to play in the Esports World Cup, how do they continue to capitalize on what they've already got going on for them?
I mean, they got out the player break and started off by winning a tournament in China. Doing, as you said, a tremendous job, winning against Paravision 3-0 in the grand final, and kind of confirming that what we saw at the major, what we saw in Cologne, wasn't just a fluke. It wasn't a one-off. This was a team that was prone to do well, a team that was prone to continue to build on the momentum that they got themselves throughout Cologne. And I'm curious to see 9C. We have them ranked number 7, I believe it is. Some people arguing that's a bit inflated, maybe a bit too high, a bit too recency bias in that. But at the end of the day, if you look in isolation what they did in Cologne and what they did in China at the XCBet tournament, I feel like they're a team right now on the uprise, and they're knocking on the door to be part of that conversation where they are a stable top 10 team. If they can confirm that here at EWC as well, Trace, then maybe that's the new era that we have to buy into, that 9C is a team that's here to stay.
What is it about the 9Z team? Is it their approach to the game? Is it a sort of a robust play style? What is it about them that makes them a lethality in the server currently?
Yeah, I think it's the individual level that they show. Even their in-game leader, and Max has some really good games from time to time, but obviously Luchov has been like the one that stands out to me. And then you add in the lurker of DDT that has, been around for a long time, that does give them a little bit of that experience that maybe this young squad needs. But, they're fast learning, and I think they already started back in Astana when Max was asked, like, do you see yourself right now as a team? Do you see yourself as a T1? And he replied saying that, no, I don't think we're quite there yet. And then fast forward to what they did at the major, and now what they did in China, they're definitely there. And you talked about them being number 7, and they're the 4th one ranked inside the VRS, so they're even higher in terms of VRS. So looking them from the outside, I think it's fairly deserved. I think they've shown they can play at a very high level, and they're doing it consistently, and they had some really good results, and they made history back in Cologne, and I think it's very deserved, and it's nice to see because it's a bunch of guys that's been around for a long time. I played against them multiple times, and it's just great to see that the hard work and getting the right kind of players into your team can bring you forward to these kind of situations.
Well, that poses the question back to you, Jacob, because hard work and all the trials and struggles that go along with becoming a top-tier team, what is it about 9Z that makes them a problem for teams in the server?
I think they're very homogenous as a team. Luchov, as you said, is the player that at times stands out and has the ability to explode on the server. Seems to be unfazed by it all, but there's not a lot of space or a big gap between top to bottom. I think all 5 players are contributing in their respective roles. I think all 5 players, as you said as well, Max, the in-game leader, have games where he's the one, individually speaking, stepping up. I think in terms of looking at this matchup in particular as well, we have to talk about DTT. He has a bit of a history with Pain Gaming. We're part of that lineup for quite some time, and I'll be honest, ever since he rejoined this lineup, it feels like he was the player they needed. He clicked in. All of a sudden, it looked much better for 9C. They find consistency. They started off by dominating domestically as well, and we see a lot of teams and have seen a lot of teams throughout history when it comes to South American Counter-Strike that domestically do very, very well. Then they try to transition into European Counter-Strike at some of the bigger tournaments, and they're not really up for it. We've seen MIBR have periods, Imperial, some of the old versions of that, and other up-and-coming Brazilian teams. 9C is the first team I've seen in a long time who domestically dominate, come into European Counter-Strike, and maybe even function better. And I think part of that is DTT with the experience, part of that is the trial and error, and part of that is all the players who's been around for quite some time now who have gained that experience, so they now know what it's like to enter a stage like this in Europe.
I just believe that it's a joy to watch. It's a joy to watch that a team that has been around for a long time do so well domestically, and then doesn't crumble under the pressure. Sure, it took some time for them to adjust. It's not like they've only played domestically, right? They've had their turns playing international games, but over time they've gotten the roster that they wanted. Now they have the players, and everything seems to be clicking for them. And Max even said himself, this is obviously by far the best 9 seed that's ever been, and rightfully so. That's also what we've seen in server.
And we kind of started to go down this path already about the opposite side within Pain Gaming. I think one thing to note, you talked a little about what would be a cascade of where they are now, sort of maybe even deteriorated a little bit from a plateau that where they probably found them now, because it doesn't seem as though they've pushed past that envelope that they needed to.
No, and I'm not going to fault Pain Gaming for not trying. I think as of recently we've seen a lot of roster changes, Rapira coming in, with Safe now joining the lineup as well, VSM being signed to the team. It's technically only Big Ozera and Snow who's left of the core of Pain Gaming. So it's been a rough period. So they're trying, they're trying to make roster changes. They're trying to find new profiles, new players who on paper perhaps is a better fit, but it all just hasn't clicked yet. With that being said, though, it's not that Pain Gaming is a bad team. I think they're somewhat decent. They can definitely be, I guess, labeled as a top 15, top 20 team. But where they came from, the second best Brazilian team, the team that at times were maybe even better than Furia, beat Furia in that quarterfinal at the Major in Austin to make it to the semifinal. We're long past that. That's not the Pain we're looking at anymore. We're looking at a team that is scrambling to just make these tournaments, scrambling to stay within top 15, and that to me is a bit disappointing considering where they came from.
And I think that is one of the issues that I still have with all the roster changes that they've been going through, is that every time I've had to cover these guys, every time there seems to be a problem on their rise, they just jump to the conclusion that, okay, we need to change a player, instead of trying working it through. Sometimes that's because of the language barrier. Like they had GTT, they had issues communicating with him. So obviously for them to always jump to the conclusion that we need to make a change, I don't think it's always going to benefit the team. And I think they just keep going back to square one, where they try to, hey, let's make a change, and then hopefully things will work out, instead of actually working towards the problem, fixing it with what they have. And once they've tried that, then they decide to make a change.
I was kind of told that Snow was going to be one of those sort of donk figures to come out of the South American side of things. But it seemed, well, hold on, we didn't get there to what I was going to say. Damn, guys, I was going to say, it does feel like he plays in a little bit of that plateau that's happened here with Pain Gaming. It doesn't seem like we've gotten the same output that you might get from a donk or relatively their other.
Snow has gotten better within Pain Gaming because he's gotten better positions, but in relation to how much I guess impact he's supposed to get, I don't think he's doing good enough. I think Snow is a nice player to some degree. Obviously a big voice within the team. He's very loud, trying to hype up the team. But in terms of labeling him as any sort of a star player, I've always thought to myself, I don't see what Big Ozera see in Snow. I see him more as a role player within a team that can do well. I don't see him as a star player. I don't see him as a hardcore entry fragger. He's been put in a lot of different roles, but nothing have really worked out for Snow. Sure, he's doing slightly better, but he's not doing good enough to justify being catered to as much as he is.
Big words from Big Jacob Pimp Vinicky over there. That's why we're going to catch up with Big Ozera right now via Freya.
Big Ozera is back in the booths, in all honesty, having not really taken too much of a break after Cologne. You guys attended a couple of tournaments here and there. What's the decision process behind this? Not taking that time off in the player break and still having some officials?
To be honest, we have to do it is what it is, so we have to play we have to get more points to VRS, so we have to play. So that's why we are just playing and think about the next major.
Has that had any notable effect on the team's energy at the moment, considering you haven't taken much of a break?
I don't think so. I think it's more about confidence. We were struggling in some moments, have not good results sometimes, and of course this kind of things impacts. So yeah, about that, I don't think so.
In terms of the goals for Pain coming into the second half of the season, where do you feel like you need to be ending out the year to kind of call it a successful season?
First, I think I just have as a goal the major, as I said, but we just want to be like a top 10 team again, fighting all the time, all the tournaments, and fighting well, and we kind of have more consistency, because it's something that we are trying to find, but of course we are not. You guys can see, but it's something that is so difficult right now, because of course when you play against top 20 teams, it's not easy to play against. So yeah, it's something that we have to find.
fight starts here at EWC versus 9Z, who I assume you know a reasonable amount about, considering they're from your region. Is that true? How familiar are you with them?
Yeah, I mean, I love to play against them because we always, like, I don't know since when, but from that I remember, we always have the same map pool. We always like the same map, so a BO1, of course, going to be a good map for both.
Very excited to see this series go down. Thank you so much for your time, Big Zero. That's Pain going live here in Paris.
Yeah, in case you are one of those audio-only listeners, wherever you find yourself in the world, we did get our map in this best of one. It looks like we're going to be looking at cash between 9Z and Pain to finish out the whole day, which is pretty fun, pretty exciting.
Fun, exciting, and a bit surprising. I mean, it's the first time we're ever going to see 9Z play on cash, as far as I'm aware. They haven't recorded a map officially yet on it. Naturally, obviously been practicing on the map, Peter, but I think we both agree that heading into this matchup, 9Z are on paper, the favorites, so they don't have to take that risk. They don't necessarily have to play cash. They could have gone somewhere else in the map pool, but they decided to give it a go, and that means one thing to me, that they must feel comfortable based on their practice results, putting cash at the mix right here in a best of one that is mega important for both teams.
Yeah, clearly. Also just the fact that Overpass is not a map pool anymore, so they had to work on another map, and that's obviously going to be cash, and 2 map losses for Pain. You know, they haven't scored a win themselves either, so, you know, why not just, you know, try and battle it out on cash and see if they actually can get that practice to work.
Speaking of little blessings, just like Overpass not being in the pool anymore, it's that time where I tell you about getting involved, scanning that QR code, and letting us know who you think is going to be winning with our pick'ems there. My goodness, I almost call them a predictum. I don't know. It's like a new one I'm working with.
It will work.
Let's bring it back to reality here with you guys. And by that, I mean go on the stage. Gentlemen, play the game.
Alrighty, folks, the last one of the evening. 9Z versus Pain. And 9Z coming into this one, I would assume, as somewhat of a hot favorite in the head-to-head.
Look, the map being cash, we haven't seen 9Z play that just yet.
Okay, fair. Okay, that does actually put a massive question mark over the favorite tag.
But Pain have lost it twice.
I've changed my mind again,
So
actually.
we'll do a bit more flip-flopping.
Yeah. Call me a shoe, because I'm flip-flopping. Is it a shoe? It's more of like
it's footwear.
What else would it be?
It is footwear.
It's footwear more than a shoe. I'm glad we've discussed that, because now we can discuss the map. Cash, returning to the Counter-Strike map pool. A first for me personally, getting to cast it in official capacity. Very excited. Been playing an awful lot of it, and it hasn't changed too much, has it, Chad? As in, it's not too different from what you're used to if you've only just come back.
A lot of people are just talking about, obviously, the smokes being much more dynamic in CS2 because you can break them open, and with the skyboxes being open towards B, there's a few more options available. I think FaZe have been mastering those. We should be
all positive changes, if anything, I'd say, about for cash. It could have stagnated, you know, no more one-way smokes, but you can nade them open. You can do fancy run boosts onto boost.
My biggest conversation is this: why can the door not be blown off? And people are going to say, well, it's a nuclear power plant, but nuke is literally a nuclear power plant.
Good point, well made. My explanation for it is it would be too much of an advantage for the CTs because you'd blow it off at the start of every round and you just have an AWP highway, and then they have a horrible time.
Well, I also think the idea to be able to harass a little bit more on timings that they're not ready for because there's no sound cue required, right? They have to worry about it the whole time.
Also, I was talking to Twists about it, and he made it very clear that the sound of the door is very hard to hear.
It is.
Which means, you know, if you've got the balls, you can go for these kind of CT aggressive, squeaky moves. You can do a lot with that early. Unless you've actively rushed to get into a main, you're not going to hear that.
Yeah, once you're up the steps and past that doorway, you can hear the door. But comms, there'll be a molly on the boost. There'll be a flash into main. There'll be some spam going on. So it's, you know, how keen are your ears? You have to respect it for sure. As just looking to get this one underway. We have lost a player from the server.
Classic. Can see everyone getting ready.
Yeah, Mayan is not in just yet. I feel like 9Z are the Pain of last year. So Pain at Austin.
Yes, of course, and they had to kind of pop off.
And then they're on our screens for a year in Tier 1 tournaments. I don't want to say just off of that result, but pretty much just off of that result.
Yeah.
And you have 9Z, who obviously have popped onto our screens, and well, they've actually been running with the momentum a little bit more. That win versus P-Vision at XSC a couple of weeks ago. Hwasa getting an MVP. We'll see if they can continue some of that Major and XSE form here today against Pain.
Not forgetting, of course, winning a best-of-3 versus Vitality in Cologne. That was pretty exciting. That was pretty exciting. Didn't necessarily translate to...
Well, right. This is the thing with 9Z. People talking about Luchov, they like DGT.
I think Wasso is also a very exciting prospect.
2 on the boost.
Okay. Mid-centric pistol. You got to get past Biggie, though.
There's a highway smoke being lined up.
They're audible. And out mid, he confirmed multiple bodies. Smoke enables highway presence. And is it what? Is it going to finish through mid to B, or where's that bomb going?
Well, Max has gone door, which makes me feel like it'll be an A play. He can swing open the door as the smoke starts to fade, and they can have this crossfire.
BSM has main. Max can open this up and catch Safe's back turn. This is brilliant. The late squeaky arrival. Now Safe, forced to look away. They flood into the site. They get that opening. VSM, though. Dual Berettas, you need to find something. That bomb's going down. At least he maintains that A main control. Will make the retake easier if anyone wants to come that way. It's actually through Z. And DGT in a powerful position. Nice awareness from Pyria. Finding the frag onto DGT puts us back into that 4-on-4. Let's see how this retake shapes up. Big Uzera's caught a goosh. Luchov removing VSM from main, and now they can focus forward. Good damage and a clean close.
I think you're dead man here, Mr. Big Uzera. Yep, you are. They let out Aurora, and 9Z will pick up the pistol, so a great start.
What a nerdy pistol as well. Like, I love it. You know, I say nerdy. Pretty simple as far as, you know, but one smoke top highway, a lurk towards the squeaky door. It really put the CTs in an uncomfortable position.
Right, but the go-to, once you lose middle, is to take A main control, and that's what they did. However, Max just quite sly. And this was well handled. So we will get the force bite out of Pain. It's going to be 4, 5, 7s and a Deagle. Smattering of Utah smokes to block. Oh, oops. Well, that's fine. No harm, no foul as Max is out.
Hang on, it's Pyria looks a bit pushy. He continues to search. It's DGT's responsibility.
If you get across it was hidden, you think, okay, that's nice, but now surely he's a dead man.
At next peak, I think you're peeking into 2 rifles. Oh, this is a nice bailout.
Thank
I
you
like
very
that.
much.
Wait, no! Pyria, relax! He's helping you out, man! Oh, he's so good! He's a dead man! Regardless of the smoke, a full team effort to get him out of that sunroom.
When you can see them having all this mid space, though, now turning this into a B split is great because you can have Max and Luchov coming through vent to checkers, and that always makes B hits so much easier. So when this smoke fades and they can answer the questions of who's close, who's pressed up, we can talk about a potential execute. They've got smokes, they've got flashes. They don't even need to throw them because once you get into checkers, that's a great staging area, right?
Yeah.
So this is why mid control is so important for the CTs, right? If you're giving B splits up, your site, it turtles, you have to play retake. So we got 30 seconds, we're finishing B, here comes a flash.
2 backside. Just 1.
2 seconds. Lurk smoke.
Nice. Crazy output on that 5-7, a double kill. 15 seconds, the bomb's still not planted. Wasso cautious, has cover from Mayan. Regardless of Safe's output, doesn't look great for a retake.
All in the side as well, so no space. You can see just how much pressure they felt they're under because of that lurk smoke. And that'll be rounds.
Wow. Pound for pound.
Best gun in the game. Look, it hits hard, but that's going to be a 2-0, likely 3-0 start now for 9Z. Pyria trying to make the round as interesting as he could. Definitely slowed the pace down. And that's one of the keys with this map. You can do anything. You can play fast, you can play slow, you can do execute heavy. You can be quite fakey as well because of these open skyboxes across the map. For me, Cash is a map where if I'm on the T side, obviously you want to keep the CTs honest and limit their pushes, but if you default and just pressure, force out all the nades, play late round Counter-Strike on this map and you're sitting pretty. That's what I used to succumb to back in the day against Sean Gare's Cloud9.
Oh, yep.
They would just default, and I like to call set pieces. I'll tell you who came out on top of those bouts. It wasn't my boys.
An agonizing default.
Freakazoid, nothing. They were the cash specialists back then.
That's true. The Americans were synonymous with cash.
The veggie wrap.
Yeah, the veggie wrap.
It's a game versus Fnatic from back in one of those early EPLs with all the comms. If people want to go check that out, it's a classic. Now, the stack is on A. Max will investigate this. He's about to be shouting, boys, run into B. There's a stack on the other side of the map. We'll see how far the in-game lead can go. Oh!
Didn't see anything, actually. Could be solo A.
Yeah. They are quite fortunate that... hold up a second. Hold up a second. Rotating away from B.
Bigu's dead. Nice reaction from Guasso.
So you still know that VSM was A. They've stayed with the stack.
And walking into it, R9Z.
Everyone has a pistol upgrade as well. You'd hate to lose this round.
You really can't.
30 seconds. You have to go A now.
Oh, this feels like safe is guaranteed. One VSM down, but are you ready for more? Yes, you are if you're Luchov. Good clear onto safe. Snow on sight. Overlooked. P250 headshot. Can't be more than that, right? Up and over. And problem solved.
Yeah, but a good go, but great shooting from Luchov. We know this man is sharp.
Yeah, nice clears.
Yeah, and also not overlooking, right? I guess the first goes, all right, well, let's see if there's more.
And the fact it's VSM, you could have fallen into that full sense. Maybe someone suggested it was a B stack. You didn't take that as gospel.
Safe has the AWP, and he has a good spawn. So we'll see where he wants to start. He could take the B line. Could also just take it over towards A and post up towards quad. Could be starting the AWP middle here as we... got a staunch line. And an easy shot. Luchov down.
Really strong start. Out mid. And Biguzera caught out in the open, just booked by Max in the head-to-head. This fight for middle, it's going to get vicious. You've got pressure on A as well from Guasso. That's going to force VSM into an uncomfortable position, just tucked on default with pressure amplified.
It's drawing a rotation as well. Look at the mini-map. You can see them relinquishing that B space they had. Safe coming over to join this.
You're going to need some help. You're going to need some way to get some answers.
So out towards Falkland, this is very strong position.
Yeah, the incendiary will limit his options. Forced back into main, and the AWP sweeps through. He doesn't hit the shot he needed to. Bomb down. Mayan out of the round. Standing in the flames, Guasso will pick up an easy one. It's Max swinging squeaky that VSM's are waiting. You got a 3-on-3 and tracks him nicely through the door for the finish. Pyria holding that fork position.
Snow's still worried about a lurk.
And that's the head-to-head. You needed the headshot. DGT and Guasso solving problems, and now Snow in the clutch. DGT could hit this and will. Frustrating one. It really felt like it was shaping up to be Payne's first. Instead, a fourth now on the board.
We might catch this in the replay. I think that Luchov, with this opening exchange, you saw he was flashed. One of the keys is if you are going for a fast mid boost and you're flashing over mid normally and you get the timing wrong. Let's say your teammate's boosted up and then the flash goes off, he's going to get blind.
Right.
So you want to be flashing above the boost, right? Which is not great for players scaling close mid, but it is for the sandbag fight, which is going to be the first port of call on that boost. Now, it didn't cost them. Just a note. That's all. As a tactical timeout taken. Rick's on the mic, bit on the other side. Bunch of Brazilians as well, don't you forget about that.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
You can try.
If the pros already are throwing that extinguished smoke we saw in that previous round, is there any point mollying boost?
You need to do it to keep them honest, because if you don't do it, then they won't throw the smoke.
And then they can abuse it.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's just like Ancient on middle, right?
Sure.
It's like with the red smoke. If I don't throw the red smoke, why am I going to molly mid? Right? Are they going to run out?
Okay, good point. Well made.
So, but I understand your point completely, but that's where... If they're going to throw it anyway, maybe you throw a double nade instead, right?
Sure,
so,
okay.
Hey, they're taking man with the AWP over towards B to support DGT against this partial. This can be a break for DGT so the AWP can try and take a line.
Ooh, a very, very deep main smoke. I love that. What a great way to kind of stop the solo A hold for any aggressions. He's completely thwarted by that smoke deep. You claim all of that territory for yourselves.
This could be a kill for Snow.
Yeah, right. Boosted up into vents, but look at Max. So ready. perfect read of the situation. So cognizant of that possibility.
Well, you know there's more.
Well, you know, yeah, someone got him up there. And this flash is going to land right in Safe's face if he's not careful. Look at this lineup. Molly, run forward, get sprayed down. It's just textbook. You're going to struggle to get output now on these armored pistols. What is that? Wassa? Okay. I know DGT could actually see VSM.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about Wassa.
Wassa just peppering away as Big Zero's Deagle. Might need to take that one to the shop. Get some WD-40 on it. All right, 5-0. This one could be quick to end the day. Got Owls versus Linvision, if you want to check that one out on the secondary stream. That one's on Dust 2.
Yeah. Just a smoke spam from Wasso.
All right, the guns are back out. Last time it was mid with the early exchange. This time it looks like they're very quickly surging towards A.
Okay, I'm curious. You've got an AWP waiting, but you've got Max is just going to go flashes. It's contact with a flashbang. Like, upon contact, the flash goes. No, ahead of it. Safe on the line. Did get flashed off, and now they can just push forward. That's a big one. VSM and Big Uzera repel this immediate pace change. And now uncomfortable. Back foot for 9Z.
I like the call. Oh, it's a missed smoke there in the sight. And Safe will grab another. That should be round. The first, just 2 kills away for Pain.
Felt like you did everything right. Perfect, cool. 2 on A, and you just kind of got booked by the individuals. It was VSM that was able to bail Safe out and enable him to find one of his own.
How many can they keep alive here? If you're 9Z, the game plan changes. You were hoping to do a bit of damage. Max will go down to Snow. And there's just one man left. It's going to be none other than DGT. He's picked up the AWP. They've got a decent amount of cash on 4 of the 5 players. Just Luchov, who's going to be struggling with the 1,400 loss. And I say struggling, it's still Galil territory. There can be a drop coming in from DGT, especially if he holds on to this AWP. I do think double AWP is obviously viable on a lot of maps on the CT side, but Cash, right? You have an AWP who has the line on B. You have one on A who's playing towards quad at the start of the rounds. You don't have to use your utility to block B and block A main. You can funnel more nades in towards middle to win out that choke.
He might be close enough to hear that boost, so he's going to be in form. He will have
if he goes down
jump.
after time, I think he might die here.
Yep. Oh, that is rough.
It's okay because he had so much cash, but still.
But you worked so hard.
Exactly.
You worked so hard to keep that AWP in play.
So he can still get a drop going for Luchov. Man gets back in AWP, and, well, Bit's not happy. We lost a round, guys. We gotta take this time. Now, this is before the cash is gone, all right? So just make sure you use these 30 seconds wisely. I think, for me, when a coach takes a timeout like this, I go, okay, he's locked in. He understands the financial situation. He knows they're going to get 1,900 into the next. He doesn't want them to just squander this round. Let's spend the extra 30 seconds because you know it's a full buy. It's going to be a couple rounds before we can have another one of these. Let's make the most of it.
And upon review, with it being the one round they've lost so far for 9Z, can't help but feel like the right idea, the right call. Chad liked the call. VSM finding a nice pick-off, saving Safe after getting flashed off of that line. And they tried to run down DGT, just dying after time, but with plenty of cash in the coffer.
Do they want to go for something direct again? They could have even opted for a repeat call. I wouldn't have hated it.
No.
Max trying his luck on the spams, and some decent damage done.
Loving VSM's A main presence.
Yeah, I much prefer this approach from the CT as opposed to, it's like Anubis B side. It's not as bad as Anubis B side, but if you just block B main on Anubis straight away, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're giving them this space.
Have you seen the one Malbs was throwing that lands deeper in A main by like the box? So like it's kind of, where's the map? Hang on, like it lands in the middle of A main.
Oh, yes, yeah. As you're leaving, you bank it off the wall. Yes, I'm with you.
I think that's an interesting approach. It does give you way more of a threat.
Look at this Big Zero position. They know a late mid control is coming. Like, you look at the radar right now, you can see Safe towards Sandbag, Big Zero under the boost, Snow close, and VSM. They're selling A, right, because he put so much pressure on early. They know they want to take some territory back. It'll be this mid control. So this skirmish we're about to see to determine the rounds.
Here we go. This is a full crunch on middle.
There's been left. Snow rotated. There's just two of them now.
Burning safe, no safe haven, forced to extinguish. Big Uzera is overlooked completely, but doesn't have the element of surprise. Support from VSM arrives. Safe, still AWPing middle. He's got him trapped, but a missed shot onto Luchov. You would have loved that. VSM around this highway smoke. He's got a good angle for this. Element of surprise onto Max. No trade. Wasso's on his way, wrapping quad, and VSM managing his angles. He's played it to perfection. Just Wasso trying to get past the stubborn anchor. Snow goes down, but VSM, a similar fate. What a shot.
Gotta get that bomb, gotta plant.
Yeah. He doesn't know about highway, though. Gets across, and just enough time to plant. This clutch is taking shape for Wasso Peak. 11 frags deep. 2 of which of the 1v3. Pyria. The B anchor has an AWP. Uncomfortable.
There's a kit behind him.
He's just going to walk through this timing. No, what's the play? Time ticking. Pyria walking through that smoke, and it's all too easy for Wasso. What a hell of a clutch to keep 9Z's wins back to their winning ways.
Oof. Big round from the man, keeping up that MVP form, and a big smile on the face of the coach there. I was on the perspective of Pyria on the retake, and he almost flicked back into that shot.
He got the shot off.
I'm not sure if the mainstream was on Pyria or if it was on Wasso in that situation, but almost flicked back into that.
Didn't have that instant headshot.
If you're Big Uzera, you are spitting chips with how that whole mid situation unfolded.
Yeah, it did go weird for him.
So back into this early A press. I think they're fed up of VSM taking the space.
Yeah, he gets it for free. I wonder if he's going to have a different approach here. I think he's under high awareness. And I love this line they've got from by opening Squeaky Door, Wasso cannot play. Max can, though.
He's walking out, man.
VSM. Oh, brutal! The FAMAS can't hack it. And it's just round. What are you supposed to do?
Save a FAMAS, I guess.
That was so beautifully easy. Such a simple approach.
DGT's already hunting. Well, he's, I guess we could say hunting, but he didn't have to do anything. He was the B extremity player.
Oh, hang on.
Thank you very much. That's 2 of you on a silver platter. DGT can't quite believe his luck. Knows where Big Uzera is, and they just have to find one more at that moment. So this round will be number 7.
What are you, just leisurely round?
That AWP line, there was a nice play from Liquid when I was watching them, I think, could have been during the Open Qualifier, could have been earlier. They've been playing a bunch of events.
Yeah.
Right? But Malbs went open the door, then played in front of the door. The AWP of Jorko deep AWP in, and then Malbs takes contact as they come out to fork. Jorko missed the shot, Malbs pushes the door, kills the door guy. So it was a really nice, the way they were able to play off of each other there was quite nice.